Outside the Manhwa Media Group building, rain was pouring down amidst thunder and lightning. In the office, Zhang Fan sat in front of his computer screen, scratching his head in frustration, muttering to himself, "Damn it, what am I supposed to do about this?" The chat window displayed a message from beloved wife. "We've been in love for so long. Let's meet up. I'm telling you, don't refuse me again. This is the last chance. Either we meet or we break up." He clutched his head, thinking to himself, a mere programmer like him just had to pretend to be a rich young master. This is bad. If they really meet, wouldn't his cover be completely blown? Suddenly, his phone rang. A strange name appeared in his new friend requests, Yellow River City God. He clicked to view the profile. Yellow River City God. Personal signature, dedicated to being a city god for 1,000 years, a member of the Celibate Veteran Cadres Association. Female ghosts, please show some self-respect. He muttered, this must be another prank from some bastard at the company. Zhang Fan's fingers clattered on the keyboard. He opened his social feed and saw that Yellow River City God had invited him to join the Underworld chat group. He thought to himself, the Underworld? That name sounds pretty profound. Despite this, he still hit the accept button and immediately joined the chat group. The old dog who can sing sent a message. Big bro Yellow River City God pulled in newbie. Is it a girl? Big Dream said, girl, send a pic. Naya Bridge just sent a sly, smiling emoji. The old dog who can sing continued to tease. Come on, little sister, let Uncle here give you a body check. Third brother said impatiently, old dog, are you looking to die again? What if Big Bro City God pulled in a Lord Yama? The old dog was stunned. No way. Little Dies said, second brother, stop scaring brother dog. Newbie, what district are you in? What's your official rank? And what cultivation level have you reached? Zhang Fan scrolled further and saw a group announcement. Qian de Zhong, a 7th rank spirit official, Pier 196, Shanghai City. Qian de Zhong is from Tongren Hall, possesses deep Yin virtue, and has 30 years of yang life remaining. After death, he will be appointed as a 7th rank spirit official. The Underworld chat group became lively again. Third brother asked, a 7th rank spirit official? Isn't that a judge? Big Dream replied, that's right, it's a judge. Third brother added, a 7th rank spirit official seems to have the authority to personally appoint a ghost attendant. Big Dream opined, once a ghost attendant is appointed, their name will also be recorded in the Earth Scroll. Although we spirit officials are 2 ranks lower than celestial officials, we're still considered deities. Third brother clicked his tongue. I wonder who will be lucky enough to get this good fortune. Zhang Fan watched for a while, wondering to himself, district, cultivation, in virtue, judge, what is all this stuff? A new kind of game? As he was lost in thought, a sharp voice suddenly yelled, Zhang Fan, slacking off during work hours. What are you doing? He quickly replied, nothing, Director Wu. She slammed a stack of documents on his desk and said in a loud voice, since you're so free, take this urgent file to the headquarters for me. He happily accepted. Yes, ma'am. I'll go right away. At that moment, in the Qin Corporation building, Qin Mushu asked her secretary, the IP address I asked you to trace last time, what's the progress? Xiao Qing replied, Miss, I'm afraid you've been deceived. This IP address belongs to the media department of our subsidiary. The other party can't possibly be a rich young master. He's probably just a programmer. Zhang Fan walked into the building. He went to the reception desk, showed his employee ID, and said, see, I wasn't lying, was I? I really am a programmer from Manhwa, here to deliver a document. The receptionist replied, I'll give the contract to the young Mrs. Secretary. Please wait in the rest area for a moment. He thought to himself, a rest area? He smacked his lips. The lives of the rich are truly on another level. Zhang Fan took the opportunity to pull out his phone and check his messages. My God, why are there so many messages? Don't these people have to work? The account Lovelorn for 10,000 years said, why hasn't the newbie Big Bro City God brought and come out to interact with everyone? Could be they don't know how to use mortal chat software? The old dog who can sing replied, very likely. Little Dai asked, Big Bro Lovelorn, where are you now? The other party replied, on a bus, heading to the Shanghai Commercial District. Little Dai asked, going to find a meal? Lovelorn for 10,000 years replied, that's right, a girl is going to jump off the roof of the Qin Corporation building to commit suicide soon. Zhang Fan jumped in shock. Jump off a building? You've got to be kidding. This weird group could be real? Real or not? I'll go check it out first. He asked the receptionist, is it possible to get to the roof of this building? The woman gave directions. Take the elevator to the top floor. then follow the fire escape. Zhang Fan rushed up to the rooftop. He yelled, "Wait!" Qin Muxue heard the shout and turned her head to look. Seeing the girl standing right at the edge of the railing, he blurted out, "Crap, someone's really planning to jump?" Muxue asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Fan quickly said, "Miss, don't jump. This is the 98th floor. If you jump, only your eyeballs will be left." The girl replied irritably, "Is it any of your business? If you bother me again, I'll really jump." He raised his hand to stop her. "Wait." Muxue roared angrily. "What are you doing?" Zhang Fan took out his phone and with a click said, "Hold on, let me take a picture for evidence." Just then, a strong gust of wind blew her skirt up, revealing striped panties. His eyes widened, and he yelled, "Striped, striped." The girl shrieked, "Pervert, what are you taking a picture of?" In her panic, Muxue accidentally took a step back, and with a clatter, the girl lost her balance and fell. Zhang Fan cried out, "Oh no!" The girl fell from the rooftop. "You bastard! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Suddenly, Muxue felt herself being pulled back. Her glasses fell off, and she screamed, "Help me!" Zhang Fan said, "Don't move. Hold on tight. I'll pull you up." Luckily, he was quick enough to grab Mushue's ankle. At that moment, on the other side, a girl in a red dress stepped out, followed by a piercing scream. Someone jumped. Zhang Fan looked at the red figure plummeting down and thought to himself, "Did I save the wrong person?" With a thud, someone had really committed suicide. Muxue screamed, "Pull me up. Hurry." Zhang Fan used all his strength and finally managed to pull her up. Seeing the terrified girl, he quickly comforted her. It's okay now." Qin Mushue's eyes were still tightly shut, as if she had fainted. Just as he was panicking, Xiao Qing appeared. She yelled, "Miss, what did you do to our miss?" Zhang Fan stammered, "A miss?" Recalling how he had teased the girl earlier, his face turned pale with fear. "Miss? Who did I just mess with?" His mind was in a turmoil. "I have to get out of here." Zhang Fan said, she fainted from fright. I'll go buy some medicine for her." He thought as he ran. They were right. Someone really did jump off the building in the end. Is it real? Could everything said in that group be true? Are the people in there really spirit officials? Zhang Fan stopped in front of Tongren Hall. As soon as he saw the name, he suddenly remembered Tongren Hall. What a coincidence. I remember it being mentioned in the group. He walked in the shop and asked the person at the counter, "Excuse me, is there someone here named Qian Dezhong?" The woman replied, "Are you looking for Dr. Qian?" "That's him over there, seeing a patient." Zhang Fan looked in the direction she pointed. Holy crap, it's real. This isn't just talk. Looking at the white-haired, spirited old man, he thought to himself, this old man looks so healthy, not at all like he's about to die of old age. Suddenly, the outer door was kicked open with a bang, and a bald man carrying a knife rushed in, yelling, "Qian Dezhong, get your ass out here." Zhang Fan was horrified. A knife. Is he really going to kill someone? The man rushed forward, grabbed the old man by the collar, and roared, "Qian Dezhong." The old man cried out, What is it, sir?" The bald man said, "My wife had a miscarriage after taking your medicine. Pay up, or I'll chop you to death." Zhang Fan thought to himself, this is a disaster. Old Qian argued, "Impossible. That was a tonic for replenishing qi and consolidating the foundation. Even if it had no effect, it couldn't possibly cause a miscarriage." The bald man threw a punch. "I'll kill you." The crowd cried out in alarm. "He's killing him. Should we call the police?" Someone said, Don't get involved in other people's business." A person nearby lamented, "How could he be so rough with an old man?" Zhang Fan quickly took a picture. The bald man glared threateningly. "Pay up, or I'll chop you to death." Seeing this, he thought to himself, crap, at this rate, there's going to be a murder. Old Qian firmly denied, It has nothing to do with me." The man raised his knife. "You damn old man," still talking back. Zhang Fan rushed forward and grabbed the man's wrist. "Buddy, if you keep this up, it'll be murder." The man roared, "Mind your own business, kid. Get lost, or I'll chop you too." He held up his phone. 110 is on the line. "Hello, sir. We'll be there right away." Police sirens wailed. The bald man froze, startled. Zhang Fan said, "I've already called the police. If you don't want to go to jail, get lost." The man pushed through the crowd and fled. "Get out of the way." A girl ran over to help Dr. Chin up. Zhang Fan squatted beside him and said, "Sir, let me take you to the hospital." The old man replied, "There's no need, young man. I'm a doctor myself." Lin Chongyang had just arrived. Seeing old Qian's bloody face, he pushed past the onlookers and entered. Zhang Fan said, "Well, if you're okay, I'll be going then." Chongyang asked old Qian, "Are you all right?" Damn it, who was so heavy-handed? Qian Dezhong called out softly, "Young man." Zhang Fan replied, "Yes?" The old man said, "Thank you for saving my life today. I don't have anything valuable on me." He took out a medicinal pill and said, "This is an awakening pill that I refine myself." Lin Chongyang thought to himself, an awakening pill? Old Qian, how could you give away something so important? Zhang Fan thought to himself, what's going on? Is this thing a big deal? Qian Zhong said, "Old Lin, say no more. Take it, young man. Eating it will be beneficial." He picked up the pill and examined it closely. An awakening pill? Beneficial to eat? Whatever, I'll give it a try. Zhang Fan popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it with a gulp. Immediately, he felt a strange power explode violently within him. Zhang Fan was drenched in sweat, his whole body convulsing. As he walked down the street, others who saw him were terrified. A woman hurriedly urged her child. "Let's go." "What the hell is that?" A curious young man asked. "Is this guy high on meth? Are they filming a movie?" Another person wondered, did the gate of the mental hospital break? How did this kind of person get out on the street? Zhang Fan thought to himself, why does this feel like I swallowed something disgusting? Why haven't I ascended to heaven yet? Suddenly he cried out, crap, why am I so dizzy? That old man didn't give me a fake pill, did he? Whatever, I'll go back to the company first. Seeing his staggering state, someone sighed. The youth of today really know how to have fun. Back at Wana Media, Zhang Fan clutched his head. Still a little dizzy. I need to go back to my seat and rest for a bit. Manager Chen suddenly appeared in front of him, saying sarcastically, "Oh, where have you been fooling around now, young Master Zhang Fan?" He roared, "Get lost." The man was startled and said, What did you say? Say that again." Zhang Fan repeated, "Get out of the way. It's none of your business." Manager Chen yelled, "You brat, Zhang Fan, are you on drugs?" As soon as he saw Director Wu push the door open, he walked up and, with a smack, slapped her on the butt. She screamed, Zhang Fan you. He teased, not a bad figure. I bet Director Yi has touched it quite a bit. Director Wu was stunned. Everyone immediately turned to look at Zhang Fan. Seeing everyone's scrutinizing gazes, Director Wu's face turned beet red as she thought. They heard everything. Very well, Zhang Fan. You dare to humiliate me in public. You just wait. She immediately left. Little Fatty whispered into a colleague's ear. Although everyone knows about it, Zhang Fan didn't have to say it out loud like that. The person next to him chimed in. Yeah, is this guy on drugs? Suddenly, Zhang Fan walked over to Little Fatty and patted him on the shoulder. You damn fatty. What you two bad-mouthing me about behind my back? The guy was stunned. D-damn fatty? He said loudly, damn fatty. Don't think you can play games during work hours just because you're Director Ye's nephew. And you guys too. Shuya, do you actually like our Zhang Wei or not? He's had a secret crush on you for 2 years. Zhang Wei was startled. Whoa, Zhang Fan, you bastard. Zhang Fan continued his tirade. Little Chun, stop making those $1 or $2 flyers. Go for something big with a higher compensation price. Li Hao wondered, why is Zhang Fan acting like a completely different person today? Why is this piece of straw so annoying? Does he have a fever? Before he could finish his thought, he heard him continue. That's right, I almost forgot about Brother Li. Li Hao turned to look. Zhang Fan is usually so mild-mannered. Why is he offending everyone today? Is he going to say something about me, too? As expected, Zhang Fan, without any hesitation, exposed him directly. Last time at the Shangri-La Hotel, I saw you and Director Wu. He roared, that's enough. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? No, I'm sure I'm not spouting nonsense. I really saw you and Director Wu. Director Wu came out and shouted, what's all the noise? Zhang Fan, get in here for me. He retorted loudly, get in my ass. Director Wu, I haven't even gotten to you yet. Always coming in late and leaving early, slacking off during work, browsing Taobao, using company funds for personal matters. What kind of leader are you? And another thing, last Saturday at the Shangri-La Hotel, I saw you and... Director Wu panicked. Zhang Fan, are you crazy? He replied, what are you in a hurry for? I'm not done talking yet. At that moment, Li Hao raised the computer keyboard and smashed it hard on his head. He collapsed to the ground. Li Hao said, Zhang Fan's gone crazy. Everyone, quick, take him to the hospital. A long time later, Zhang Fan groggily woke up, hearing his mother's voice. Son. Seeing him sit up, his mother quickly asked, you're awake? Hurry up and eat the kanji before it gets cold. Your colleagues brought you home yesterday and said you were drunk. Are you okay? He mumbled, drunk? That's strange. I didn't drink yesterday. What happened yesterday? I can't remember anything. My head hurts so much. I must have really been drunk. Zhang Fan's mother walked out, saying, I'm going to look for the household registration book. Zhang Fan smacked his lips. Whatever, I'll get up first. His mother suddenly asked, where is it? Where did I put the household registration book? He replied, in the second drawer on the left of the TV cabinet, in the iron box at the very back. His mother came into the room with the book and said, Found it. Weren't you drunk? How do you remember so clearly? He blurted out, I don't know either. Only then did he realize, was his memory really that good? Zhang Fan took out a book and flipped through it quickly, then closed it. He recalled the contents of the book, and unexpectedly, he remembered everything. He thought to himself, could it be because of the awakening pill? I'm about to become an immortal. Suddenly, his phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Fan remembered. That's right, that group. Let's see what they've been saying. He looked at his phone screen and exclaimed, what's this? The account Lovelorn for 10,000 years wondered. Why isn't the newbie saying anything? The old dog who can sing replied, if you don't talk, you're getting kicked out of the group. After reading, Zhang Fan was shocked. No way. Kicked out for not talking. But what am I supposed to say? The moment I open my mouth, I'll be exposed. He scrolled down. The old dog who can sing laughed. Just kidding. Just teasing the newbie. Do you not know how to use the chat software? He breathed a sigh of relief. You scare me to death. Suddenly, his mother called out, Zhang Fan, hurry up and eat your kanji, then go to work. He quickly replied, okay. The office of Manhwa Group was unusually noisy. Zhang Fan's fingers flew across the keyboard, the clacking sound echoing non-stop at an astonishing speed. His colleagues saw this and thought to themselves, is this guy having another episode? Why is he so energetic so early in the morning? One person lamented, this kid offended the big boss yesterday, and today he comes to work as if nothing happened. Zhang Fan typed on the keyboard for a while and finished his work. Even he himself was surprised. Crap, I'm done. This is a whole month's worth of work for me. He looked at the screen and thought, the piece of code that had been giving me a headache for so long, I just finished it in 5 minutes? What's going on? This information, the stuff I could never remember in school, is now appearing so clearly before my eyes, in my head. This is amazing. It turns out writing code is this simple. This feeling is like, it's like 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Zhang Fan couldn't stop smiling. I'm having an episode again. The awakening pill old Chin gave me is really good stuff. His colleagues huddled together and whispered, it's over, it's over. Look at him, nothing good can come of this. Manager Chin suddenly appeared. Zhang Fan. He looked up with him. The man asked, Are you okay? Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly, I'm fine, what's up? Manager Chin thought to himself, this kid is so thick-skinned. He cursed out everyone in the company yesterday, and today he comes to work as if nothing happened. He walked away with a cold face. Zhang Fan noticed that everyone's attitude was a bit strange and asked, what's wrong? He suddenly called out, Manager Chun, I've finished the program from last time. Give me more work. He was a little surprised. You can still work? I'll email you a program later. Just hand it in by the end of the month. He replied with a smile. Okay. He thought to himself, forget 1 month. Give me 10, 20 right now, and I can solve them in a few minutes. This is fun. Just as Manager Chen reached the door, he received a phone call. Hello? What did you say? The headquarters network has been hacked? I understand. I'll bring the programmers to the headquarters to solve it right away. He yelled, Xiao Zhao, Yi Xiao Yong, Zhang Wei, Li Hao, follow me to the headquarters immediately. Zhang Fan spoke up. Hey, Manager Chun, why didn't you call me? He cut him off. Hey, what? My car can't fit 5 people. You stay at the company. The colleagues started chattering. The last time the network was hacked, we lost millions in a minute. I wonder how much the loss will be this time. I heard the company trained a few expert programmers after that incident. It should be fine this time, right? Zhang Fan was very angry. How dare he look down on me? He'd rather take that damn fatty than me. Damn it, these few minutes are like a bank robbery. He sat down and opened the system on his computer. Let me see. What the hell are they doing? The website still hasn't been restored. Zhang Fan muttered. Puffed. And they call themselves expert programmers? It's already 9:20. A director roared angrily. This is a huge problem. What are the programmers at headquarters doing? It's been 20 minutes and it's still not restored. It's been almost 20 minutes and the website is still inaccessible. Another person said worriedly, the company is going to lose a lot of money this time. I wonder if there will be layoffs. Director Wu comforted everyone. Everyone, don't panic. The company has already invited consultant Xiao Mu. The programmers were amazed. Wow, the great Xiao Mu is taking action. It'll definitely be fine. Zhang Fan thought to himself, hacker assassin Xiao Mu? The phone connected instantly, and Xiao Mu answered. Hello, I know. I've already hacked back. He typed on the keyboard, clack, 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 and said decisively, bring it on. A hacker battle erupted. The mysterious person laughed and said, you are not qualified to know who I am. Only the one who can break my 20 barriers is qualified to know. Xiao Mu replied confidently, I'll know who you are very soon. His hand solved one code lock after another. First game, I'll know who you are very soon. The opponent suddenly, Xiao Mu quickly reached the final barrier and suddenly yelled, wait, you're out of chances. Just admit defeat. Time's up. No one in this world can break my final barrier. He retorted, ridiculous. Xiao Mu, am the strongest. But suddenly, the 20th barrier was broken. Another character suddenly appeared and broke through the final line of defense. He greeted friendly, hi, my friend. The opposing hacker was a bit surprised. Who on earth are you? How could you break my 20th barrier? And you even found me. The person replied, you think your paltry skills can challenge me? Hee hee, go home and practice some more. The hacker was surprised. Interesting. We'll meet again. Ha ha ha. The network was restored, but Xiao Mu still hadn't recovered from a shock. Who was that? Even faster than me? The Qin family called to praise him. Hello, Xiao Mu. Well done. You've worked hard this time. He answered frankly, sorry, Uncle Qin, I wasn't the one who repelled the hacker. Old Qin was surprised. What? Not you? Then who was it? Xiao Mu said, I don't know who that person is either. In the office of Manhwa Group, everyone was extremely excited. The great Xiao Mu is so amazing. So cool. Zhang Fan chuckled to himself. A hacker? Is that all the skill they have? He was the mysterious expert. At this time, at the Qin residence, Xiao Huang reported miss. Qin Mushu asked, how did it go? The girl reported, I've investigated this person. His name is Zhang Fan. His nickname is Slaps People in the Face, and he's also a programmer at the subsidiary Wanha. Mushu asked, Zhang Fan? Is there a photo? Xiao Huang replied, yes. The girl handed over a resume. Mushua took the paper. Let me see. Wait. As soon as she saw Zhang Fan's face, the girl's anger flared. It's him. It's him. The one who pushed me that day was him. Xiao Huang asked, Miss, should we fire him? Mushua replied, no. For a pervert like him, I have to teach him a lesson. Send down the notice. Anyone can be fired, but not him. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Bastard. It's this guy again. Mushue suddenly recalled that day. I had just finished showering and hadn't even gotten dressed when I heard him call out wifey. We were still on a video call, and I panicked and replied, Bastard, didn't I tell you to turn it off? She clenched Zhang Fan's resume in her hand and said, a pervert like him probably still has that video. If he finds out I'm a young miss of the Qin group, he'll definitely use the video to threaten me. No, I have to make the first move. Inside Wana Media Group, people were gossiping. Have you heard? The parent company has ordered layoffs. Han Tian wondered, layoffs? Is it related to the hacker attack? But shouldn't affect us, right? Adong replied, that's right. We still have Zhang Fan to take the fall for us. His skills were already terrible, and he also offended Director Wu. Who else would they fire but him? Ha ha ha. He gloated. There's going to be a good show to watch later. Hee hee. The two of them walked out. Zhang Fan pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. Huffed. Who's laughing at whom is still uncertain. He returned to the office. Layoffs? I can't really be getting fired, can I? I helped the company handle such a big issue, and they're firing me? What kind of joke is this? They still haven't seen my true abilities. He looked at his phone screen. So many messages? Let's see what they've been saying. As soon as he opened the chat group, he received a red envelope. Trong Pham cried out, a good omen. He excitedly tapped continuously. Department head Tran looked at his state and said, Trong Pham from the programming department. The person next to him sighed. He's having one of his fits again. Red envelope from the Yellow River City God, plus 13 points of Nether Virtue. Nether Virtue is the merit accumulated after death. Accumulating 1 million Nether Virtue points can make you a 9th rank spirit official. Trong Pham thought to himself, what kind of red envelope is this? A total of 1 million? Isn't that a load of bull? Hey, wait a minute. I remember old Tien will become a 7th rank spirit official after he dies. Where did he get so much Nether Virtue? I have to go to Dong and Duong to ask. Suddenly, a Dong blocked his way and said, Trong Pham. Well done, Trong Pham. I didn't expect you to be so good at pretending. He still didn't understand what was happening. Han Thien continued, that's right. He was a bit confused. Pretending? What am I pretending about? A Dong mumbled, forget it. Just go, young Master Pham. We wouldn't dare to offend you. Trong Pham frowned. What are you talking about? Department head Tran suddenly spoke up. Oh, isn't this our young Master Pham? He became even more bewildered. Huh, what? He replied, young Master Pham, I've already fired those two. Daring to speak ill of young Master Pham. They must be tired of living. He thought to himself, that was close, so close. I almost fired Trong Pham. I didn't expect him to have such a powerful backer. Trong Pham looked around, the department head caring about a lowly employee. Is this a new trick? Such a peculiar taste. I don't get it. Whatever, so be it. Young Master Pham is young Master Pham. It doesn't sound too bad. After work, he went to Dong Nan Duong to inquire. The girl at the counter said cheerfully, "Aren't you the young man who saved Dr. Tien? He's not in the shop." Trong Pham asked, "He's not? Then where can I find him?" The girl replied, "Dr. Tien is resting at home. Let me give you his address." He smiled and said, "All right, thank you. I'll be going now." He hailed a nearby taxi. "Please take me to this address." They arrived quickly. He got out of the car and said, "Thank you." He still had to walk a short distance to get to old Tien's residence. "It's so remote. The taxi fare cost me over 100. He stopped in front of an old house. Trong Pham said, "This house looks quite impressive." He walked in and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home?" Old Tien's voice came from inside. "Coming, coming." As soon as he opened the door, Tien Duc Trong was surprised. "Oh, isn't this that young hero?" "An honored guest." Trong Pham replied politely, "Good evening, Mr. Tien." He said happily, "Young hero, please come in, have a cup of tea." Trong Pham sat down at the table and got straight to the point. "I came this time, 1, to visit old Tien, and 2, to ask a question. What kind of treasure is that awakening pill you gave me?" Tien Duc Trong replied, "This is a little trick I learned from Lord King Yama. A pill I refine myself." He thought to himself, "King Yama? These people all say things others can't understand." Old Tien suddenly asked, "You ate it? Did anything happen?" He replied, "Ah, I'm fine." The old man nodded. Then that's good." Trong Pham added, "After eating it, my spirits were lifted, my body felt much stronger, and my memory improved a lot. After eating the awakening pill, my back doesn't hurt, my legs don't ache anymore." Seeing him so excited, old Tien waved his hand. All right, young hero." He was a little worried inside. This is bad. The kid ate it and fried his brain. Tien Duc Trong changed his subject. "Since you're here, let me show you my herb garden." Trong Pham followed him out to the garden. He saw 2 beautiful girls picking herbs and blurted out, "Wow, old Tien, this isn't an herb garden. This is a fairyland." The old man replied, No, these are all medicine maidens who work for me. This way, come see my precious medicinal herbs." He said, "Oh, yes, sir. Now that there are medicine maidens, why would I look at medicinal herbs?" Tien Duc Trong said slowly, "This herb garden is my life's work. Ginseng, Nodo ginseng, morinda root, asparagus root, FOTI, snake gourd, gastrodia, white atractylodes, all purely wild. Coptis, Pinellia, Corydalus, fritillaria, cinnamon bark, euchomia bark, philodendron bark, magnolia bark, cardamom, black cardamom, sharpleaf galangal, monk fruit, evodia, Nervilia fortii, Abras canadiensis, dendrobium, benzoin resin, poria." Trong Pham, while waving at the girl, replied, "That's right. What old Tien said is very true. Everything old Tien said is right." 2 hours later, it was already dark. Old Tien said, "Young hero, talking with you today, so much time has passed unconsciously. Why don't you stay here tonight?" He happily agreed. All right, he thought to himself, "This old man has been muttering to himself for so long. My head hurts from listening." Suddenly, the old man reminded him, "But remember, after 12 o'clock, young hero, you must absolutely not leave the room. Otherwise, the night was late, the moon was high." The sound of a dog barking, woof woof. Trong Pham, who was sleeping, suddenly heard people talking. "I thought you weren't coming today. After taking the medicine the doctor prescribed, I feel much better. I came specially to see how things are today. Your body is gradually recovering. Just take 1 more dose of medicine and you'll be completely cured." He sat up, muttering softly, "It's so late and he's still seeing patients?" The patient's voice replied, "Thank you. I'll be heading back then, old Tien." The old man replied cheerfully, "Take care, next." Trong Pham was puzzled. Next? What's this old man rushing to see patients for in the dead of night? He stepped outside, intending to see what the old man was doing. Old Tien's steady voice rang out. "The pulse is a bit fast." He suddenly remembered, "That's right. I'm not supposed to go out. If I can't go out, I can just watch like this." Trong Pham lifted the small window curtain, looked outside, and saw Tien Duc Trong sitting on a chair, holding several thin threads in his hand. The old man reminded, "Everyone, don't rush. Take it easy." He looked around. There was no one there and wondered, who is he treating? A soft voice replied, "That's right. No rush. We all listen to Dr. Tien. No rush. No rush. Old Tien, just take your time." Trong Pham was confused. He clearly heard many people talking, but the other end of the thread was just floating in midair with no one there. He was suddenly startled. A loud bang sounded from behind the door frame, attracting old Tien's attention. The old man went as if he already knew what had happened. Trong Pham jumped onto the bed, his eyes welling with tears. I'm just dreaming. Nothing happened. What the hell was that? I didn't see anything. But why do I feel a cold breeze blowing past me? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He asked, "Who is it?" Old Tien's voice came through. "Young hero, it's me." He pushed the door open and came in, saying, "Young hero, you saw everything, didn't you? You must have been very scared just now." Trong Pham stammered. Old Tien, just now I heard many people talking, but I only saw you." Tien Duc Trong sat down by the bed and said, "Young hero, to be honest with you, my family has been ghost doctors for 3 generations, cultivating the nether virtue tome. I am treating ghosts to cultivate merit." He thought to himself, ghost doctor, nether virtue tome. So that's where old Tien got all his nether virtue. Trong Pham chuckled. "I've heard quite a few stories about gods and ghosts since I was a child. I didn't expect old Tien to be such a mighty figure." The old man replied, "Young hero, you flatter me." He calculated in his head. "I think I remember the group chat saying that 7th rank spirit officials can appoint their own ghost emissaries. If I take old Tien as my master, then I'd be halfway to an official post. It's just the 2 of us now. I can't miss this opportunity." Trong Pham kowtowed. "Please accept me as your disciple." Old Tien Duc Trong, was extremely surprised. "Young hero, please get up quickly. You are my life-saving benefactor. I wouldn't dare accept." He smiled and asked, "So you agree?" Old Tien, "No, master." Old Tien thought for a moment. "I'm already this old. I can't take on any more disciples." Trong Pham cried his eyes out. "If you're really interested in the medical arts, I can give you my family's heirloom medical book. How about that?" Young hero, he nodded vigorously. "Thank you, old Tien." Tien Duc Trong stood up. "It's getting late. Young hero, you should get some rest." Trong Pham waved. "Good night, old Tien." The old man thought to himself, "Ever since I gave him the awakening pill, I've had people investigate him thoroughly. He's just an ordinary programmer. He definitely doesn't know I'm a 7th rank spirit official. It seems this kid is just interested in the path of medicine. How rare." It's late, time to sleep. Early the next morning, the sound of a rooster crowing echoed through the mountains. Trong Pham let out a long yawn and stretched. That was a good sleep. Suddenly, he smelled a strange fragrance wafting over and couldn't help but exclaim, "What's that smell?" Someone exclaimed joyfully, "Old Tien, look, we've tried refining this spirit-gathering pill so many times, and this time we finally succeeded." Trong Pham thought to himself, spirit-gathering pill? Didn't Elder Duok post this formula in the group chat? He even said it's a peerless medicine. Seeing him approach, Tien Duc Trong said, "Fan slower." "Young hero, you're awake? Come here, come here." Trong Pham replied, "Coming." Seeing Lam Sung-gyun, he was a bit surprised. "Huh? Why is this old man here too?" He was also surprised and asked, "Why is this kid here?" "Young hero, Tien Duc Chong In Jiao, DCS O Lum." He raised his hand in greeting. Lam Sung-gyun blurted out, "That guy's surname, Thew." Old Tien said softly, "You two can talk. I'm going to get some medicine." For some reason, the 2 of them glared at each other, then abruptly turned away. Trong Pham looked at the cauldron and thought, inside here is the spirit-gathering pill." He wiped it with a towel and said, "That's not right. It probably isn't." Sung-gyun shouted, "Old Tien, someone said the pill you refined is wrong." He roared, "What are you joking about?" Old Tien ran over with bloodshot eyes. "Who said I refined the medicine wrong?" Lam Sung-gyun pointed at Trong Pham and said, "He's the one who said it, said the medicine you refined isn't right, and now he won't even admit it." Trong Pham thought to himself, "In this situation, even if I say it wasn't me, they won't believe it. I might as well take a gamble." He replied seriously, "That's right, I said it." "Old Tien, your pill refining method is wrong. Old Tien doesn't know how to refine pills." Tien Duc Trong said coldly, "Young man, you better make yourself clear. I have been refining medicine for 65 years, and no one has ever said I don't know how. If you're here talking nonsense, then get the hell out." Trong Pham calculated. "If I don't explain this clearly, my relationship with old Tien is over. I can forget about being a ghost emissary. It's over, whatever. I can only play dumb." He said, "When I was young, I knew a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He once said that refining pills depends on the furnace, the fire, and the ingredients." Old Tien urged, "Keep talking." He analyzed. "First, this ordinary furnace is not good for controlling the fire, nor can it reach a high temperature. Second, every type of pill has its optimal fire condition. Even the firewood is differentiated by spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Old Tien, you burn coal, not firewood, which is not conducive to pill refining." Lam Sungjung interrupted. Ah, what nonsense are you spouting? Trong Pham continued. Third, refining medicine isn't actually about putting the ingredients in the furnace, closing the lid, and fanning it with this fan. The ingredients must be taken out multiple times before they can be refined. Old Tien was stunned and blurted out, this. Trong Pham slapped the cauldron hard. You've ruined it. What spirit-gathering pill are you still refining? It's no different from garbage. Lam Sungjung was furious. You stinking brat. What are you trying to do? Old Lam quickly shouted. Old Tien, what's wrong? Why are you coughing up blood? He rushed over to support Old Tien. Let me. Trong Pham was terrified. It's over. I made Old Tien cough up blood from anger. I took the joke too far this time. Lam Sungjung had tears in his eyes. Look how angry you've made Old Tien. Tien Duc Trong pointed at him, his breath weak, and said, You keep talking. You took out a piece of paper. I've looked at this formula of yours. The method is wrong, and quite a few ingredients are missing. Old Tien thought to himself, I obtained this formula by chance from my ancestors. It is indeed missing a part. How could he know? Trong Pham suddenly said, I have the complete formula here. Tien Duc Trong rushed over and hugged him, his face beaming. Brother, my own brother, you're my brother. Where is it? Let me see it, quick. Trong Pham acted mysterious. I can show you the formula, but this is a serious matter. I can only tell you in private. Old Tien waved his hand and said, It's fine now, you can go back first. Goodbye, Old Lam. Lam Sungjung left in a huff. Humph. I could tell this kid was no good from the start. Let's go. The driver said, Boss, please get in the car. Suddenly, Trong Pham scratched his head, looking for an excuse. But I promised someone else I wouldn't casually reveal the spirit-gathering pill formula. This, Old Tien thought, that's right, I can't just take someone's things for free. How about this? Young hero, you give me the formula, and I'll teach you the art of commanding ghosts. What do you think? He was a bit surprised and asked back, Commanding ghosts? Deal. Trong Pham felt he had hit the jackpot this time. And Old Tien was also very happy. This time, it really was effortless. Tan Mo Tuet sat in a coffee shop drinking water. The girl thought to herself, Damn it, this scoundrel. I've been waiting all day. Why hasn't he shown up yet? I need to find a chance to go to his house and delete that video. Suddenly, she saw Trong Pham through the glass window. The scoundrel. Here's my chance. I have to accidentally run into him at the bank. It was very noisy outside. Trong Pham was waiting in line. A girl urged, Ma'am, can you please hurry up? The old lady replied, All right. A man on the phone yelled, What? The baby isn't mine? He opened the group chat, wondering, Tribulation Transcendence. Lovelorn for 1,000 years said, Little Deep, are you about to face the 3 ghosts minor heavenly tribulation? Just use that magic treasure to block it, and you'll pass. Little Deep replied, Yes, big brother. Where are you now? Lovelorn for 1,000 years said, I'm on my way to number 114, South Creek Road, the bank opposite the Jinhua district. Someone is about to rob the bank. Trong Pham was startled. Rob a bank? In this day and age. At this address, Jinhua district, isn't that the bank I'm in right now? No, I have to tell everyone to run. He shouted, Everyone run. Someone's about to rob the bank. People surrounded him and cursed. You lunatic. I think you're the one who looks like a bank robber. A girl said, Are you sick? If you're sick, go get treated. Trong Pham thought to himself, Fine, don't believe me. Saving my own life is what matters. I'm running. Carelessly, he bumped into a girl, spilling coffee all over Tan Mo Tuet. The girl screamed, My dress. Trong Pham said hurriedly, I'm so sorry, miss. The two of them suddenly shouted in unison, It's you. Inside the agricultural bank, slap. Tan Mo Tuet was a little surprised. She cried out in alarm. What are you doing? Trong Pham looked around, then said urgently, There's no time to explain. Get out of here with me, quick. Tan Mo Tuet couldn't believe her eyes. She thought, This isn't right. What's happening? This is developing too quickly. Just then, a screech of tires was heard, and a black car stopped in front of the bank. Several masked men opened the car doors and rushed out, shouting, This is a robbery. Close the doors. Seeing this, Trong Pham immediately shouted, Don't let them in. A robber in a purple shirt tilted his head and asked, You want to stop me? In your dreams. Then he raised his gun. Trong Pham and Tan Mo Tuet were both shocked that they had guns. That robber aimed at the glass door and fired several shots. Bang, 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 bang. With a crack, the glass shattered into tiny pieces. Nearby people screamed in panic. Wah! The robber's bullets flew straight into the bank. Trong Pham shielded Tan Mo Tuet and said, Get down. Everyone in the bank was terrified. Wah! Trong Pham and Tan Mo Tuet temporarily hid behind a nearby counter. Trong Pham gritted his teeth and thought, are they crazy? They're actually firing real guns. At this moment, the robbers stopped firing and threw in several smoke bombs. Hiss hiss. The leader ordered. The auspicious time has come. Get to work. This gang of robbers had 4 members in total. They were masked and armed with guns. They entered the bank, shouting, everyone shut up and get on your knees. Hands on your head, hurry up. The people were all terrified. Big brother, don't kill me. The man in purple roared, behave, or I'll shoot you all dead. The frightened people had no choice but to comply. Ah, please, sirs. The man in purple threw a black bag on the ground with a thud. Quick, hand over the money. He pointed at the female bank teller and scolded. What are you spacing out for? Get the money from me now, or I'll kill everyone. The female teller was sweating in fear. Ah, okay, I'll get it right away. Trong Pham thought to himself, they're really here. Then he saw someone preparing to make a run for it. Hey, you can't be serious. Big brother, calm down. That man cursed, damn it, then grabbed his bag and ran. Whoosh, I dare you to kill me. Ha ha. Seeing this, a robber didn't hesitate and immediately raised his gun and fired several shots at the man. Bang, bang, bang. The man was shot and fell right in front of Trong Pham and Tan Mo Tuet. Splat. Tan Mo Tuet turned to look. Blood was everywhere, scaring her to death. Dun mo tuit scream. Ah. The robber heard her and scolded. What are you screaming for, you stinking bitch? He turned his head to look at her. Even while robbing, he gets lecherous. He stared at Tan Mo Tuet's chest and butt. This guy walked over and grabbed Tan Mo Tuet's hand, saying, you're a pretty little thing, come back with me. Tan Mo Tuet screamed in fear, don't touch me. Let go, you scoundrel. Trong Pham, sitting beside her, thought, if she gets taken by these guys, there's definitely no good end for her. Even though I hate this woman. That robber kept urging, little sister, let's go quick. Trong Pham's face darkened, but he suddenly stood up. Whoosh. Then he threw a powerful kick at the robber. Whoosh. I can't just watch someone die and do nothing. Trong Pham cursed him. You lunatic. Don't touch her. Tan Mo Tuet looked at him, a little surprised, not expecting him to save her. This jerk. Another robber ran over to help his accomplice. He pointed his gun at Trong Pham's neck. Click. You stinking brat. Still want to be a hero, saving the damsel. You must be tired of living. Jung Pham, thou win. That guy roared again. Aren't you a great fighter? Come on, hit me. Come on, hit me. What's scare now? Come on, The other two also looked over to watch the show. Oh. Trong Pham, on one hand, pretended to be calm, while on the other, he was screaming internally. I'm so screwed, so screwed. Still acting tough when I'm about to die. And for this girl, too. I'm dead for sure this time. Before Trong Pham could do anything else, the man in purple charged forward. Whoosh, you bastard. He launched a kick straight into Trong Pham's stomach. Thud, cough. Trong Pham coughed up blood from the pain. The man in purple then used the butt of his gun to hit the back of his neck. That's what you get for showing off. Try kicking me again. Seeing Trong Pham being beaten relentlessly, Tan Mo Tuet said worriedly, stop. Hearing this, those guys hit him even harder. Tan Mo Tuet was a girl. She couldn't help. That jerk, Trong Pham, tried to use his hands to block the guy's leg. Crack! He collapsed to the ground, blood flowing nonstop. Kook! The robber, having had his fill of beating him, raised his gun. Whoosh! Tan Mo Tuet cried out, no, don't. Just then, several gunshots rang out, and 2 of the robbers were hit and fell. Tan Mo Tuet and the 2 remaining robbers stared at the door in astonishment. A young man with blue hair led 2 others, a cigarette in his mouth, a gun in one hand, and a walkie-talkie in the other, arrived at the scene. The young miss is safe. The 2 men behind him had their guns ready, one with blonde hair, one with black hair. Click. Seeing this, the robbers immediately fired back. Get lost. The black-haired young man easily dodged. Then he raised his own gun. Click, click, click. This young man seemed very skilled with a gun, aiming straight at the 2 remaining robbers and firing. Bang, bang. Those 2 guys got 1 bullet each, right in the head. Gulp. The people around, seeing this, all exclaimed in admiration. Wow, so cool. The blonde-haired hero immediately reassured the crowd. Everyone, don't panic. The robbers have been eliminated. The police will be here soon. Please wait a moment and cooperate with the investigation. Please help call an ambulance for that injured big brother. The black-haired man put his gun away inside his jacket and said, with this level of skill, they dared to rob a bank. The blue-haired man looked towards Tan Mo Tuet and called out, young me. Trong Pham was being helped up by her. So painful. Hearing someone call, Tan Mo Tuet immediately turned her head and shook it as a signal. The blue-haired man understood at once. It seems the young miss doesn't want to reveal her identity. He called the other two over. You two, listen up. Yes, Then the three of them walked up to Trong Pham, and Tan Mo Tuet bowed 90 degrees and said in unison, Young Master Pham, the matter here has been resolved. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave. Trong Pham still didn't understand what was happening. His face was now swollen. He turned his head to look at Tan Mo Tuet. Huh? Tan Mo Tuet added, Young Master Pham, is there anything else you want to instruct them to do? Trong Pham thought to himself, what's this situation? Young Master Pham? Bodyguards? Could it be that I'm really the illegitimate son of some tycoon? Tan Mo Tuet asked. Could it be that you really are the young master of some rich family? Trong Pham believed it. It seems so. Tan Mo Tuet continued. You've been beaten up so badly. Let me take you home. In a flash, he erased the image of his swollen face, put a flower in his mouth, and said, All right, thank you. My lady, Tan Mo Tuet was stunned. Where did you get that flower? It turned out she had other plans in mind. Here's my chance. This time I'll go to his house, and I'll definitely find my blackmail material. Trong Pham, Tan Mo Tuet, and the other three walked out. Since he had saved everyone's lives, everyone cheered, Young Master Pham, Young Master Pham, long live Young Master Pham, Young Master Pham, Young Master Pham is amazing. Young man, you're so cool. Hearing this, Trong Pham happily shook hands. Of course, I'll be even cooler in the next second. Tan Mo Tuet, walking beside him, thought helplessly, I really wasn't mistaken. He's a complete idiot. Back at Trong Pham's home, he said a little embarrassedly, the room's a bit messy. Tan Mo Tuet didn't seem to mind. She said, hurry up and find me a clean set of clothes. Trong Pham took out a white shirt and handed it to her. He thought to himself, she brought me home, wants to wear my clothes, and is in my room. Then he let his imagination run wild. Could it be that what happens next is indescribable? Starting from today, Trong Pham's nose started bleeding. I'm about to become a winner in life. Seeing Trong Pham still standing there, Tan Mo Tuet said, what are you still spacing out for? He unexpectedly misunderstood her. Wow, are girls these days so open? Trong Pham took off his shirt and said, here I come. A life like this isn't lived in vain. As soon as he took off his shirt, Tan Mo Tuet cursed, you bastard. And a loud bang echoed through the hallway. Trong Pham held his head, crying in pain. Boo-hoo, didn't you tell me not to space out? Tan Mo Tuet angrily scolded. You bastard. I told you to get out. What are you thinking, you pervert? She sat on the bed and said, still not getting out. Trong Pham still wanted to explain. Don't get excited. I just wanted to... Before he could finish, Tan Mo Tuet grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Thump. Want what? Get the hell out. While waiting for Tan Mo Tuet to change, Trong Pham went to do the laundry. He pressed the button on the washing machine. In a regretful tone, I don't know what she was up to, just telling me to help her do the laundry. Sigh, a false alarm. Zhang Fan naively thought. What a pity, I must have been too hasty and scared her. But she definitely has feelings for me. He confidently affirmed his thoughts were correct. Otherwise, why would she come to my house on her own initiative? I wonder what she's doing in my room right now. And she's even wearing my clothes? Zhang Fan began to imagine Xian Mushue's sexy appearance wearing his shirt, his tone a little sweet. You're here, it's so hot. At this moment, our male protagonist was smug as could be. Could she be waiting for me? At the same time, in Zhang Fan's room, Xian Mushue was using his computer. Click. The screen immediately showed an error. Xian Mushue cursed angrily. Damn it, this pervert even set a password. There's definitely nothing good inside. Unable to open the computer no matter what, she angrily slammed it shut with a thud. Forget it. Then she picked up the laptop. It seems this is the only way. Outside, Zhang Fan was still lost in his thoughts. The wait is making me anxious, this tormenting little imp. Suddenly, he heard a few thudding sounds. Zhang Fan walked over. Hey, miss. Hearing the thudding sounds grow more rapid, his footsteps quickened. Zhang Fan happily opened the door. What are you doing? Seeing Xian Mushue forcefully smashing his laptop, Zhang Fan froze completely. What are you doing? He broke out in a cold sweat. My computer. Stop smashing it. Then he ran over, crying while shielding his beloved computer. Stop, you four-eyed hag. My computer. Boo-hoo-hoo. The sexy image of Xian Mushue in his mind had vanished into thin air. Now before his eyes was only this four-eyed hag. Xian Mushue wasn't done smashing. She pushed Zhang Fan's hand away. Get lost. Zhang Fan ran over. Are you crazy? Why are you smashing my computer? Xi and Mushiue casually found an excuse. I kept losing games on this computer of yours. I'm not happy, so I wanted to smash it. Zhang Fan looked at the shattered computer and cried out in alarm. Are you crazy? That's no reason to smash my computer. The two struggled for a moment. You let go. You let go first. Suddenly, Zhang Fan slipped, and Xi and Mushiue also lost her balance and fell towards him. Then, the inevitable happened. The laptop that was in the way was knocked aside. Zhang Fan's hand landed on Xi and Mushiue's chest, and their lips touched. This sudden, awkward situation made both of them miss a beat, their faces flushing red. Just then, a woman's voice called out, Xiao Fan, I heard from Uncle Zhao downstairs that you brought a girl home. This woman on top position made everyone feel awkward, and Zhang Fan's hand still hadn't left Xi and Mushiue's E-cup chest. Mom. The three were silent for a moment. Then Zhang Fan's mother spoke first. She seemed to stammer a bit. The cleaning is done, so I'll be heading off. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. Goodbye. Xi and Mushiue was so angry, she pressed her lips together. Zhang Fan looked towards the door and thought, cleaning? What is my mom up to? Xi and Mushiue said through gritted teeth, your hand. Just how long do you plan on leaving it there? Then she gave him a resounding slap. Zhang Fan held his face. Boo-hoo-hoo. Why am I always the one getting hit? Xi and Mushiue stood up and walked toward the door. Humph, you really are a pervert. If you dare touch me again, I'll kill you. Then she left angrily, leaving Zhang Fan alone in the room. Looking at his sacrificed computer, Zhang Fan said, Boo-hoo-hoo, my computer. He tearfully hugged the computer. What a jinx, so fierce, even threatening to kill me. Xi and Mushiue went downstairs. Young Mississippi. She opened the car door and ordered, straight home. Don't tell my parents about what happened today. Yes. Xi and Mushiue thought to herself, the computer is smashed to pieces like that. The data inside must be gone. She said to the driver, let's go. Yes. Xi and Mushiue breathed a sigh of relief. The weight in her heart was finally lifted. The sound of car horns on the road was deafening. The streets were unusually bustling today. That evening, Zhang Fan's mother said, son, come eat. Son, hurry up. Tell me who that girl was. Zhang Fan just casually said, the cleaning lady. She was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to ask further. She put food in Zhang Fan's bowl. You have a girlfriend and didn't even tell me, so I could be happy too. Son, eat more meat. Build up your body. I even thought you liked boys. His bowl was full, but Zhang Fan still looked gloomy and didn't touch his chopsticks. She then said, don't just stare, eat quickly. It'll get cold and lose its nutrients. Zhang Fan said, Mom, don't say any more. His mother laughed happily. That girl is so pretty, fair and smooth-skinned, a bit like me when I was young, a perfect match for my son. When are you introducing her to the family? Zhang Fan whimpered a few times. Don't say any more, Mom. I'm unlucky enough as it is. Mom, I'm full. I'm going back to my room. Slam. In his room, he lit 3 incense sticks for his beloved computer. Sobbing as he said, rest in peace, Xiao Shi. Zhang Fan's computer. Zhang Fan wiped away his tears. I will definitely become stronger and avenge you. Then he heroically told himself, I must master the ghost taming art and smash that Jinx's computer. Should I try Old Qian's method? No sooner said than done. Zhang Fan closed his eyes and began to chant, expel evil, bind demons. He pushed his hand forward, then focused his power on a single point. Heed my command, as urgent as the law commands. Zhang Fan felt something approaching. Instantly, a small magic circle opened up. He shouted, grow. Then he pushed forward with all his might. Zhang Fan pulled back his right hand and said, Ghost, come forth. A whooshing sound came from within the barrier, followed by a cloud of dust. Zhang Fan stared in amazement at the result he had created, the dust growing thicker. He thought he had succeeded. What great demon have I summoned? A moment later, the smoke cleared. He stared blankly at what was before him. It was empty all around. There was nothing. No barrier, no demon. Zhang Fan thought dejectedly, if they failed, am I still too inexperienced? He sadly comforted himself. It seems my cultivation is still not enough. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Hey, little brother. Zhang Fan looked left and right. Who's calling me? A green thing at his feet tap clop clop. Here, I'm right here. Zhang Fan looked down. What the hell is that? A super cute turtle demon appeared, with 3 wisps of ghost fire floating around it. Little brother, you're pretty good. Zhang Fan cried out in alarm. A turtle demon. Xiaoxi's 3 incense sticks were about to burn out. Seeing this, the turtle demon said, Little brother, light 2 more incense sticks for me. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Are you sad? Something on your mind? Why aren't you saying anything? Don't hold it in. Hurry up and tell me. It saw Zhang Fan curled up in a ball and became worried. The turtle demon nagged incessantly. Are you sick? Why aren't you moving? Zhang Fan's head started to ache. Seeing that he wasn't answering, the turtle demon jumped in front of Zhang Fan and said, if you don't move, you're a coward. Zhang Fan's mind was immediately filled with lines of text. You're a coward? Are you going to move? You're a coward? Are you going to move? At this, he finally screamed, you're calling me a coward? Take a look at what you are. Zhang Fan cried his eyes out. The turtle demon said calmly, you want to hit me? You don't even know who my father is. Zhang Fan was stunned. Who's your dad? The turtle demon explained, my dad is a Qilin, the #1 guardian of Lord Yama. Zhang Fan looked bewildered, completely confused. Huh? A Qilin? The #1 guardian? Your dad is a Qilin, so what the hell are you? The turtle demon said nonchalantly, it's obvious I'm also a Qilin. Little brother, what's wrong? Seeing things? It's so obvious and you can't even tell? Zhang Fan grunted. He brought his face close to the turtle demon. Are you kidding me? You dare call yourself a Qilin with a turtle shell on your back? After saying that, he turned away and burst into tears. What bad karma did I create? I was framed for withdrawing money this morning. Got robbed. Xiaoxi was smashed by that jinx who also threatened to kill me. My ghost taming art training failed. And in the end, I summoned a turtle like you. Boo-hoo-hoo. Today is truly a stain on my life. The turtle demon comforted him. Brother, calm down. Listen to me. It said 4 words. You did not fail. Zhang Fan turned his head to look at it. The turtle demon explained further. The so-called ghost taming art is about summoning a ghost, then controlling the ghost. I am a ghost, so you have succeeded. Zhang Fan put his hands on his hips. Huh? I'm practicing ghost taming art, not turtle taming art. The turtle demon continued. What's wrong with you, brother? I said ghost taming. I really am a ghost. It wagged its tail. See, I can fly. I don't have legs. See? Hearing this, Zhang Fan suddenly felt it made some sense. No legs. He asked again to confirm. Did I really succeed? The turtle demon put its hands on its hips and confirmed. That's right, you succeeded. Because the one you summoned was me. Brother, to be able to summon a great one like me on your first try with the ghost taming art is already very impressive. After saying that, it pulled out a pair of sunglasses and put them on, looking cool as hell. Zhang Fan was a little surprised. Where did you get those sunglasses from? The turtle demon said again, your current spiritual power is limited. I have to go soon. Brother, just keep cultivating well. We'll meet again next time. Zhang Fan didn't want to hear anymore. Get lost. There won't be a next time. The turtle demon disappeared, but its words still echoed. Hee, that's not for you to decide. Goodbye, brother. Zhang Fan said in frustration. What kind of joke is this? Why did I summon such a weird thing? I have to go ask old Qian tomorrow. He didn't think about it anymore. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Today was just the worst luck. The next morning, Zhang Fan's phone ringtone went off. Swish, swish, swish. The catchphrase of a user on a famous short video app. He reached out for the phone, then answered. Hello. Hello, is this little brother Zhang Fan? Who is this? The voice on the other end said, I'm Old Lin. We've met at Old Qian's house. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes shot open. He remembered the old man with blonde hair from a few days ago. It was him. Old Lin said, come downstairs to talk. I'm right below your building. Zhang Fan thought to himself, he's already come all the way to my house. Whatever he says later, it's definitely not for anything good. At the same time, on the outskirts of the city, a car was driving on the road. The driver asked the girl, Miss, where are you planning to go? We've been driving for so long. We're already in the suburbs. A girl in a Chinese-style outfit replied, the suburbs, this is the place. A message appeared on her phone. Xiao Dai, have you reached the tribulation site? This girl named Xiao Dai sent a voice message. I've arrived at the tribulation site. Everyone wait for my good news. On Zhang Fan's side, after brushing his teeth and washing his face, he went downstairs to meet Old Lin. As soon as he saw him, Old Lin handed him a cold ice cream. Here, take it. Zhang Fan seemed a little surprised. Teach. Thank you. Old Lin said, young people should eat more sweets. Zhang Fan asked, is this your car? Old Lin immediately boasted. That's right, my warhorse, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhang Fan was a little suspicious. His attitude today was completely different from usual. What was he plotting? He asked again, so you're this rich? Old Lin replied, isn't being rich good? Zhang Fan also replied, it's more than good. Then he asked directly, what did you come to find me for? Old Lin explained, I've already spoken with De Jong. I know you come from a poor background, a lowly programmer with a monthly salary of just a few thousand yuan. But heroes have always emerged from humble beginnings. Back then, DeJong and I also started out on a similar path. Could this old Lin really be a good person? Old Lin revealed an extremely trustworthy expression, flashing a set of white teeth, among which was a gold tooth. Old Lin continued, "To be honest with you, the two of us have already discussed it. I'm preparing to invest in a tech company in Jiangnan, and we both think you're a promising seedling." Zhang Fan's mouth was full of ice cream. He said while eating, "So what?" Old Lin raised his hand, so he wiped the ice cream from Zhang Fan's cheek, then said affectionately, "I will give you a sky for you to soar freely. Xiao Fan, come to Jiangnan and make a name for yourself." Seeing he didn't reply, Old Lin called out again, "Xiao Fan?" Zhang Fan was a little dazed. What kind of drama is this? Isn't this a plot from TV? Isn't this? Old Lin's gold tooth sparkled, dazzling him. Zhang Fan's mind started to wander. A domineering CO has fallen for me? This isn't a dream, is it? Old Lin continued. "Xiao Fan, you are the outstanding young man I've been looking for." Zhang Fan couldn't take it anymore. It was too disgusting. He threw a left hook. Old Lin cried out in pain. Old Lin fell to the ground. His subordinates were shocked to see this. "Big brother, your gold tooth flew out. Are you okay? You brat, you dare touch my big brother, I'll kill you." Zhang Fan angrily raised his fist and said to him, "Talk like a man." That subordinate immediately roared, "You brat, you get over here." Old Lin got up, wiping the blood with a handkerchief. "Don't get excited. It's normal for talented young people to have so much energy." He still tried to persuade him. "Young friend, do you want to be your own boss? Think it over carefully. Call me when you've decided." Zhang Fan thought to himself, he's finally talking normally. Right after, Old Lin took out a designer watch. "All right, this is a small token of my appreciation. I bought this watch last year. The color doesn't quite match my tie. It's useless to keep, so I'm giving it to you." Zhang Fan looked at the box and immediately guessed the brand, Rolex. Old Lin casually handed it to him. "It's yours. I have something to do. I'll be going now." Then he waved goodbye. "I'll be waiting for your good news." Zhang Fan watched the two black cars leave and said, did he take the wrong medicine today?" He glanced at the watch and became wary. Trying to transfer me somewhere else. So you can be Old Qian's only ghost messenger? How could I be fooled by you? I have to go ask Old Qian later." A while later, Zhang Fan arrived at Qian Dezhong's place. After hearing his story, Old Qian asked, "Oh, something like this happened? So what do you think? Are you planning to accept his investment?" Zhang Fan felt that Old Qian was testing him, so he replied, "Of course I won't agree." He crossed his arms. "No reward without merit. Besides, my ambitions don't lie there." Old Qian asked, "Oh, then where do your ambitions lie?" Zhang Fan was also very direct. "Old Qian, you gave me the Ghost Taoist doctor book and taught me the ghost taming art. I want to follow this path." Old Qian grunted. Zhang Fan changed the subject. "All right, Old Qian, I tried practicing the ghost taming art you taught me a few days ago, but I summoned a turtle." Old Qian appeared very surprised. "A turtle? A turtle demon summoned from a magic circle?" Zhang Fan asked doubtfully. "Yes, what's going on?" Hearing this, Old Qian realized something. He grabbed Zhang Fan's shoulders with both hands and began to shake him vigorously. "You can already summon a ghost? You truly are a rare genius. It took me over 10 years of practice to summon a gust of evil wind, and you summoned a turtle demon on your first try. A rare genius. I really didn't misjudge you." Suddenly, the sky, which had been clear and cool, was filled with dark clouds rolling in from all directions. Zhang Fan and Old Qian instinctively looked up at the sky. "Oh, it's thundering. Looks like it's going to rain heavily." He found an excuse to slip away. "Old Qian, I didn't bring an umbrella. I have to go. Let's talk next time." Old Qian was a little regretful. "All right, come visit again next time." Then the two said their goodbyes. Old Qian watched his retreating back and thought to himself, opening a company in Jiangnan, what is Old Lin planning? The storm began to hit, and flashes of lightning lit up the entire sky. Zhang Fan took a taxi home, sitting in the car and looking outside. The weather today is so strange. His phone's message notification rang incessantly. Why does my phone keep ringing? It's the underworld group with so many messages again. Let's see what they're talking about. Zhang Fan read the messages, his brow furrowed. He thought in alarm, what? At this moment, Xiao Dai had arrived at her destination. Zhang Fan shouted, "Heavenly tribulation." Zhang Fan got out of the car. The heavenly tribulation mentioned in the group, is it being struck by lightning? Stop here. Thank you, driver. This sound is terrifying. I can't believe it's so close to Old Qian's house. Did Xiao die from the group? Say, she's nearby? Nothing will happen to her, right? The sound of thunder grew more terrifying. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. He looked into the distance. The tornado here is very strong. This is the heavenly tribulation. It's like the end of the world. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck right behind him, making Zhang Fan jump. He turned to look, so shocked his eyeballs were about to fall out. The lightning bolt had just blasted a deep pit in the ground. Holy cow! He looked around. I'm standing so far away and the power is still this strong. This is risking your life to undergo a tribulation. Zhang Fan thought for a moment. Xiao Dai, is she okay? With such intense lightning, it's impossible to get close. I should just wait here. Suddenly, the sky became quiet without a single sound. Huh? It stopped. His phone's message notification rang continuously. Ring, 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 ring. Huh. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. So many messages. It seems everyone is also concerned about Xiao Dai's tribulation. Ring, ring, ring. Singing Old Dog sent a message. The heavenly tribulation has stopped. Grand Dreamer asked worriedly, is Xiao Dai okay? Zhang Fan read the messages, his heart burning with anxiety. The heavenly tribulation is over, but she hasn't appeared yet. Could something have happened? The others were also restless. Why hasn't she come online to report she's safe? It's really making people worry. Zhang Fan started searching for Xiao Dai nearby. Maybe she's close? The tribulation is over anyway. I'll go take a look. He walked around for a while, but didn't find anything unusual. Strange. I remember the center of the lightning was around here. A few moans of ah caught Zhang Fan's attention. He turned his head to look, a little surprised. Huh. Xiao Dai appeared, covered in wounds, with a few arcs of electricity still lingering around her. Xiao Dai didn't say a word. Zhang Fan was certain. It seems she's Xiao Dai, but I can't let her know that I know about the tribulation. He started to say, well, otherwise, the fact that I'm in the wrong group will be exposed. Zhang Fan casually found a topic. The weather is really nice today, isn't it? Suddenly, Xiao Dai fell into his arms. Miss, what's wrong with you? Zhang Fan acted quickly, calling for an ambulance. Hello, is this 120? Someone has fainted in the suburbs. Can an ambulance get here? What? It'll take an hour to arrive? Then please hurry. Thank you. The rain was pouring down. The two of them stood in the middle of a field with no cover. Zhang Fan thought to himself, you gotta be kidding me. What should I do now? The ambulance won't be here for an hour. We can't just stand here in the rain for an hour. This damn weather. Sigh. No other choice. I can only find a place to take shelter from the rain. But in this godforsaken place, can I really find a place to shelter from the rain? Should I go find old Qian? No, the two of them can't meet. I should just look for a motel nearby. After walking for a while, Zhang Fan finally reached a motel in the countryside. The receptionist greeted him warmly. Hello, sir. Would you like a single or a double room? Zhang Fan held Xiao Dai, his voice a little urgent. Do you even have to ask? One bed is enough. Can you hurry up? Xiao Dai moaned. So cold. The receptionist saw this and replied, ah, okay. Then he handed Zhang Fan a room card. Your room card, room 201. It's the last room. Take the elevator and turn right. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. This receptionist thought to himself, in such a hurry? This world is so unfair. All the good cabbages get rooted up by pigs. Look at that guy's shifty, rat-like appearance. He's definitely up to no good. Zhang Fan took the room card and said, all right, thanks. The two of them struggled upstairs and into the room. Zhang Fan placed Xiao Dai on the bed. There, she's so heavy. What a hassle. What do you do after being struck by lightning? It made me break out in a sweat. Outside the motel, someone was watching them. Ha ha ha, he said over the phone, Boss Lin, you are truly wise and resourceful. It seemed to be one of old Lin's subordinates. This old fox is really up to no good. Zhang Fan brought an unconscious girl out of the grass and into a hotel. It seems that girl is still a minor. I've got him this time. On the other end of the line, old Lin laughed smugly. Well done, a go. Call Officer Wu. I've already arranged everything. That subordinate replied. Yes, big brother. I'll contact him to come and make the arrest right away. Ha ha ha. This Brad Zhang Fan still wants to compete with me for the position of Ghost Messenger. I'll let you fall into my trap. A message appeared in the Underworld chat group. Ding. Singing Old Dog sent a message. According to the news I received, Xiao Dai went to undergo the tribulation by herself. Grand Dreamer replied. Then where are her elders? They were comfortable letting her go alone? Third brother also replied. Maybe they thought she had a protective magic treasure on her. Zhang Fan saw the message and began to search. Where's the magic treasure? If she has a magic treasure, she'll definitely be fine. He searched from top to bottom, but found nothing. Where is it? Could it be hidden? He tried searching her sleeves. Nothing. Where else could it be hidden? Could it be that she forgot to bring it? Suddenly, A hand grabbed Zhang Fan's. Xiao Dai groggily woke up and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhang Fan was flustered, not knowing how to answer. "Oh, you're awake?" "Oh, I was just..." "This is awkward. How do I explain this?" It was still raining heavily outside. Zhang Fan said in a panic. "Miss, listen to my explanation." Xiao Dai shouted in fear. "I won't listen." She grabbed the blanket next to her and wrapped it tightly around herself, her face full of fear. "Pervert." Zhang Fan waved his hands, trying to explain. "It's not what you think. I was just..." Xiao Dai said with difficulty. "Stay away from me, you pervert." Her vision gradually blurred, only hearing Zhang Fan's voice. "You're still very weak now, because you were struck by lightning. But don't worry, I've already called 120. It's still raining outside. Just wait here for a while." Xiao Dai thought to herself, what is he doing? Zhang Fan was still trying to justify himself. "Oh, right, just now, I was just..." Xiao Dai raised her hand. "Pervert, don't touch me." Zhang Fan didn't dodge. "Am I going to get hit again? What is this situation? I just did a good deed, and I'm about to get hit again?" Xiao Dai was too weak at this point. She didn't have the strength to do anything. She fell into Zhang Fan's arms. "Hey, miss, what's wrong with you? You fainted again? What should I do now?" "All right, I'll call and see where the ambulance is." A moment later, Zhang Fan placed Xiao Dai back on the bed. He sat on the chair beside it. "It's been so long. Why isn't the ambulance here yet? The rain is about to stop too." "She looks much better now. Nothing bad will happen, right?" Messages kept coming in the group. "Singing old dog. Still no news from Xiao Dai." "Grand dream. Is anyone near the suburbs? Go check on Xiao Dai." "Elder Yao. Everyone, please calm down. Don't be hasty." "Third brother. Elder Yao, this is your area of expertise. Why don't you go find Xiao Dai?" Seeing everyone's messages, Zhang Fan hesitated. "Everyone is so worried. Should I help her report that she's safe?" He stared hesitantly at his phone screen. "If I reply now, won't the fact that I'm in the wrong group be exposed? Will I be kicked out of the group then?" Sigh. Zhang Fan still couldn't make a decision. "What on earth should I do?" Who would have thought? Xiao Dai had woken up at some point. She craned her neck to look at his phone and asked, "Are you looking at the underworld group?" Zhang Fan answered instinctively. "Yes, you're awake." He screamed in terror. "Why are you awake?" I'm screwed, she saw it. Xiao Dai casually asked again. "So you're one of the masters from the group? Then you must be a spirit official too, right?" Zhang Fan's lips twitched as he replied, "I guess you could say that." Xiao Dai suddenly realized something. "Oh, right before I passed out earlier, a pervert was trying to have his way with me. It must have been you who saved me, master, right?" Zhang Fan thought to himself, "A pervert? I guess you could say that." Xiao Dai had recovered her spirits by now. She smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Xiao Dai. Thank you for saving me, master." "How should I address you, master?" Zhang Fan also introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Fan." Xiao Dai found the name a bit strange. "Zhang Fan? Then what is your nickname in the group, master?" Zhang Fan said, "Face-slapping master." Xiao Dai burst out laughing after hearing it. "That name is hilarious. Haha. Then I'll call you Master Face Slapper from now on." Zhang Fan thought to himself, "Does this girl have a split personality? Fine. A moment ago, she was calling me a pervert, and now she's being so friendly. Could this be an after effect of being struck by lightning?" The rain outside had also stopped. Thank goodness. It seems she doesn't know I'm in the wrong group. At this moment, 2 police officers came downstairs. Police Officer Zhang Wang showed his credentials to the receptionist, saying, "Police business. We received a report that a man brought an unconscious girl in here. Which room are they in?" The receptionist stammered and pointed towards Zhang Fan and Xiao Dai's room. "In room 201. In the room, the two were still talking. Xiao Dai reached up to touch her hair bun. Master's cultivation is profound and unfathomable. Xiao Dai cannot see through your realm. I don't have anything to repay you with, master. Zhang Fan thought blankly. Could it be a magic treasure? Xiao Dai took out a small bottle. All Xiao Dai has right now is this body-tempering pill. Zhang Fan thought to himself. As expected, no wonder I couldn't find it. Xiao Dai explained. This is a medicinal pill. I refine myself. I hope you won't mind, master. The receptionist led the 2 officers upstairs. Officers turned right upstairs. Police Officer Zhang Wang, walking in front, said, "I know. Please keep your voice down." The receptionist pointed to the door of room 201. "This is the room. Old Zhang, get ready. We move at the right moment." A few raindrops dripped from the eaves. Xiao Dai stood up to leave. "The rain has stopped. Master Face Slapper, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. But you He saw her walking toward the balcony and asked, "Why not use the door?" Xiao Dai climbed over the balcony and replied, "Because this is very convenient." Zhang Fan didn't quite understand. Huh? Convenient? How is it convenient? He was bewildered. My mother taught me, since I was a child, to use the door when going out. Could it be that my mother taught me wrong? Xiao Dai didn't say any more and jumped straight down. Goodbye. Zhang Fan was stunned speechless. Huh? She, a girl jumping out a window? Outside the door of room 201, the two police officers and the receptionist were listening for any movement inside. To catch a thief, you have to catch them in the act. As soon as we hear any movement inside, we can rush in. The sound of the medicine bottle falling to the ground made a clinking sound. Zhang Fan took out the pill from inside and placed it in his palm. Body-tempering pill. The pill emitted a brilliant light. Zhang Fan chuckled to himself. This must be an immortal pill from a real spirit official in the group. Last time I ate the awakening pill, my mind became much sharper. So what miraculous effect will eating this body-tempering pill have? He tilted his head back and swallowed it, full of anticipation. He raised his hands, examining his body. Why don't I feel anything? Suddenly, Zhang Fan's whole body slumped, and a stream of energy flowed through his body. This feeling, his whole body became transparent as the medicinal pill began to take effect. It's really... An expression of immense pleasure appeared on Zhang Fan's face. So comfortable. This warm current. He let out a cry. The police outside heard the noise, this moan, and immediately turned to the receptionist. Quick, open the door. Yes. Officer Wong cursed angrily. Beast, daring to lay a hand on a minor. The room door was opened. The receptionist quickly inserted the key into the lock. The two police officers immediately rushed in. Police, don't move. All three of them were stunned. What's the situation? Zhang Fan looked like a pervert, trembling alone, his face full of satisfaction. The receptionist said. Why is it just him? There was clearly a girl too. I was downstairs the whole time and didn't see her leave. The two police officers were also surprised. It's him? Why is he alone? Could we be too late? Zhang Fan still hadn't come to his senses. He continued to moan. Right now, apart from the pleasure brought by the pill, Zhang Fan couldn't feel anything else. Could this feeling be what they call wanting to die from? Suddenly, his whole body felt a different sensation. Gulp, this painful feeling. Zhang Fan's vision gradually blurred. What's happening? He clutched his stomach in pain. It hurts like hell. The police saw this situation and said, "Did this kid take the wrong drugs?" Zhang Fan was in so much pain that he fell and rolled on the floor. So painful. My stomach hurts so much. It's like a knife is carving my flesh. Tears, snot, and sweat started to pour out. Ugh. It feels like my blood vessels are about to explode. It's so uncomfortable. He cried miserably. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Then let out a loud shout. Zhang Fan felt something was wrong inside him. A powerful stream of qi was surging in his body. So uncomfortable. He struggled to his feet, getting into a running stance. I have to push it out. The other three watched, bewildered. Run, Zhang Fan said with difficulty. The body-tempering pill is indeed good stuff. In the hotel next door, a couple felt something strange. Honey, what's wrong? Did it feel like there was an earthquake just now? For real? The girl pointed to the window. And look, the hotel room across the way is shaking. What's with all that thick smoke? I think I smell something foul. Zhang Fan felt this most clearly. The body-tempering pill has expelled all the impure qi from my body. He floated in the air, his arms waving as if flying. I just want to exercise right now. The way I feel now. Everyone who saw this was utterly astonished. Aerobics? What should we do next? Zhang Fan was full of vigor, his body feeling twice as strong as before. The two police officers had made a trip for nothing. This is ridiculous. Didn't Captain Wu say it was a serious case? Made us come all this way for nothing. Could the report have been wrong? Zhang Fan was still lost in his own world. 12:31. Let's exercise. The receptionist had no choice but to see the guests out. Take care, officers. Suddenly, Officer Zhang said, Impossible. I heard it was old Lin who reported it. But there really is no case here. At this moment, Zhang Fan clearly heard the two words old Lin. The two police officers left dejectedly. Let's go. There are plenty of other cases. Zhang Fan watched them with a sharp gaze. He hasn't been watching me this whole time, has he? He hired a security company to catch me before. Lin Chongyang. His hand clenched unconsciously. Just you wait. He punched the wall hard. Zhang Fan's face darkened. He stared in astonishment at the masterpiece he had created on the wall. What is this? Did I punch this? Suddenly, Zhang Fan broke into a wide grin. A divine pill. I feel like I'm invincible now. At the same time, a piercing scream rang out beside him. Boo-hoo-hoo, Mommy. It was a receptionist. He sat slumped on the ground, clutching his head and wailing my wall. It has such a big hole in it. Boo-hoo. Zhang Fan turned to look. Then he handed the receptionist a stack of cash as compensation. Take it. The moment the receptionist saw the money, his face lit up with joy. Then I'll accept it. Your skills are really amazing. Can you take me as your disciple? Zhang Fan immediately replied, no. Then never mind. He turned to go back alone, thinking to himself, this person is so strange, crying 1 second and laughing the next. Then he continued, I still need to continue my training. Could you please leave? The receptionist was overjoyed. I don't need this much money to fix the wall. I made a huge profit. All right, big brother, you can continue. At this moment, Zhang Fan just remembered, according to common sense, I should cultivate immediately after taking an immortal pill. Cultivate what? How do I cultivate? Whatever. I should just keep exercising. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately got into a push-up position. Zhang Fan had never been so full of energy. Yahoo, he shouted as he did push-ups, quickly reaching 1,000. Zhang Fan's whole body felt light, like a feather, not tired at all. What's going on? This light feeling. Suddenly, he became serious. No, I can't stop. He jumped back and forth in the room, at extremely fast speed. As Zhang Fan exercised, he felt the power flowing through his body. This feeling, his expression grew more and more excited. This feels great. After exercising, Zhang Fan went to take a shower. He let the water run down from his head. So refreshing. He walked on the wet floor in his slippers and slicked his hair back with his hand. Zhang Fan looked at his naked self in the mirror and began to admire himself. Whoa, is this still me? My facial features have become more defined, and I even have muscles. This is the body after being tempered by the body tempering pill. I'm so handsome. One body tempering pill even changed my hairstyle. How awesome. Afterwards, Zhang Fan went downstairs to check out. Come again next time, handsome. I'll give you a discount. He just replied coldly. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan waited for a vehicle for a long time. This godforsaken place, why isn't there even a bus? It's getting dark. Is this forcing me to jog back? Xiao Dai sent me a friend request. Ding. Xiao Dai sent a message. Master Face Slapper, thank you for today. I've made it home. Zhang Fan immediately replied. It's good that you're home. Ding. In the underworld chat group, Xiao Dai sent a message. Seeing this, Singing Old Dog immediately sent a message. Sister Xiao Dai is finally online. You had us worried to death. Heartbroken for 10,000 years. Why did you take so long to report you were safe? Did something happen? Xiao Dai replied. A small incident occurred, but luckily Master Face Slapper from the group saved me. I'm fine now. Seeing this, Zhang Fan thought to himself. Xiao Dai mentioned me. I won't be exposed, will I? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed nearby. Boom! Zhang Fan was startled and looked up. Did a tire blow out? I'll go take a look. He approached the car. A person in the car said, the tire blew out, but I don't know how to change it. Another voice sounded. Then what should we do? Zhang Fan said kindly, hey brother, I know how. The curly hair man smiled happily. That's great. Could you trouble yourself to help me change it, little brother? Zhang Fan nodded. Sure, no problem. Then can you give me a ride after it's done? The curly hair man said, that's not very convenient. Zhang Fan smiled. I'll get off as soon as we reach the city. Brother, look, there are no other cars passing by here. The voice in the car spoke again. It's fine, just give him a ride. The curly-haired man hesitated a little, but the other person immediately said, it's fine. Zhang Fan craned his neck to look inside. Thanks a lot. Suddenly, he was stunned speechless. The superstar. A moment later, he had helped them fix the car. He got into the car, his heart pounding. Yi Bingyun, the most famous superstar in the entertainment industry, a great beauty. Zhang Fan stammered, Miss Yi, hello, I never thought I'd have a chance to ride in your car. Bingyun replied, no need to be so formal. We're also very grateful for your help. Zhang Fan took the opportunity to say, then could you give me an autograph, Miss Yi? As expected of the superstar Bingyun, she wore a tight-fitting black dress that accentuated her enviably full bust. She wore a pair of mysterious black sunglasses, and her hair was dyed a bluish green. She said, of course, Shu Shu, give this gentleman a signed photo later. Shu Shu agreed. Yes. Zhang Fan pushed his luck. Then can I take a picture with you, Missy? Bing Yun still agreed. No problem. Zhang Fan held up his phone. 3, 2, 1. Sitting in the back, Bing Yun was very cooperative. She took off her sunglasses and made a V sign with her hand. Zhang Fan looked happily at the photo on his phone. Song Ting Ting is her die-hard fan. Later, when I get the autograph and have a photo as proof, I'll make that girl treat me to a meal back at the company in exchange for the autograph. Haha. The curly-haired man asked, "What's your name, brother?" Zhang Fan replied briefly, "Zhang Fan." The man asked again, "So what do you do for a living, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Fan answered honestly, "I'm a programmer at Manhwa Media Company." Suddenly, the car made a loud rumbling sound. Everyone in the car was startled. The curly-haired man quickly slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a stop. He got out to check another flat tire. He squatted down, picked up a few nails, and cursed angrily, "Which bastard scattered nails all over this main road? Ruined the tire again. This is infuriating," Zhang Fan said quietly. "This was done on purpose to blow out the tire. Could it be?" Bing Yun asked, "What do we do now, Yuan Hai? I don't want to be late." This time, Yuan Hai was also a loss. "We've already used a spare tire. Looks like we can only call for help." Shu Shu, sitting in the front, pointed into the distance. "Hey, look over there. There seems to be a repair shop over there. The red light is still on. See it?" Zhang Fan thought to himself, "How can there be such a coincidence? There's definitely a conspiracy." They had no other choice but to walk towards the repair shop. "Hello, bosses." "Sai, the car was running fine. How did the tire blow out like this?" "Some punk scattered nails on the road, blew out 2 of them. We're in a hurry. Do you have any suitable tires to replace them?" Yes, of course we do. We'll change them for you right away. We guarantee it won't delay you." The boss immediately called out, "Xiao Bing, Deneng, get to work. Hurry up, the customers are in a rush." Yes. He pointed inside. "Please come inside and rest for a bit. We'll call you when it's done." Xiao Bing and Deneng follow behind, looking suspicious. Yuan Hai didn't notice this. "It's a bit dirty, but it's better than suffering the heat outside." The boss proactively asked, "Are you thirsty?" Yuan Hai put his hands on his hips. "Not thirsty." The boss said a bit apologetically, "The shop is a little dirty. Please don't mind." Yuan Hai was blunt. "It's not a little dirty, it's very dirty. It's just changing a tire. Are you almost done?" "All repair shops are like this. You make do with what you have." The boss said softly, "Changing a tire is quick." Suddenly, his tone changed. "Changing the tire is quick, but..." Bing Yun saw him hesitate and turned to ask, "But what?" The repair shop owner said, "Make your move." The other 2 heard the order and stepped forward with clubs. Yuan Hai and Shu Shu immediately shouted, "What do you want?" The boss said, "To put on a good show." It turned out this group had planned this from the start. "Superstar Yi, don't be afraid. We just want to have a little fun with you." Bing Yun took off her sunglasses and said, "Name your price. How much money do you want?" One of the lackeys stepped forward. "Money? You look down on us too much." Bing Yun asked patiently again, "Then what do you want?" That lackey reached out to touch her face. "Us? Of course we want you, superstar." Yuan Hai immediately stepped forward to shield Bing Yun. He grabbed the man's wrist tightly and growled in a low voice, "Get your filthy hands off." Shu Shu called out worriedly, "Yuan Hai." The man seemed to recognize who Yuan Hai was. He sneered, "Oh, isn't this the second young master of the Dao family?" Yuan Hai threatened, "What are you trying to do? Do you know the consequences of this? Let's go now, or no one will be able to save you." Yuan Hai thought to himself, "They know my identity. It seems they aren't ordinary robbers. They're targeting Bing Yun." The others also laughed coldly. Missy, I'll give you 2 choices now. First, don't resist, and obediently go on a trip with us brothers. Second, act in a play with us, and you can leave whenever you want after it's done. Zhang Fan was about to say something when Bing Yun spoke up. "Shameless." Zhang Fan thought to himself, "The Yi family is a major family in Shanghai. Normally, no one would dare to touch her. These guys are either brain dead or someone put them up to this." The men moved closer, saying, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just want to film a scene with you, a very passionate scene, and then post it online, riding on your fame. Maybe we could become famous overnight, too." It turned out these guys wanted to ruin the superstar's reputation. Only then did Bing Yun start to panic. "So, you want to..." Hearing their words, Zhang Fan also found it unbelievable. "Are they really brain dead?" Shu Shu cried and cursed. "Shameless. If you dare to touch a single hair on our Bing Yun, our boss will chop you into pieces." The men threatened fiercely. "This fat pig, although you're ugly, you're Xiao Bing's type. If you make any more noise, I'll give you to Xiao Bing." Yuan Hai stood in front of them, spreading his arms protectively. "Bing Yun, Shu Shu, don't worry. With me here, no one can touch you." His eyes were incredibly serious at this moment. I advise you to stop now. Do you think you can escape the pursuit of the Yi family and the Dao family? The repair shop owner spoke up. Second young Master Dao. Do you know what I hate the most? He looked at Yuan Hai with disgust, being threatened by others. Then he ordered his men, cripple him for me. Seeing this, Yuan Hai was very calm. He grabbed one man's head and delivered a knee strike. Zhang Fan, Bing Yun, and Shu Shu were all stunned. Shu Shu then cheered. Second brother is so cool. Zhang Fan was also a little impressed. I didn't expect this second young Master Dao to be so formidable. But can he handle all these thugs by himself? Shu Shu continued to cheer. Go, second brother. Yuan Hai was also very pleased. He turned his head and said, don't worry, just leave it to me here. Zhang Fan immediately shouted a reminder. Watch your back. Before he could react, the repair shop owner had already smashed a club into the back of Yuan Hai's neck. Shu Shu screamed, second brother. The boss grabbed Yuan Hai by the hair and cursed. Get up. Weren't you so cool just now? You useless piece of trash. Yuan Hai said with great effort. You sneak attacked me. After that, the boss looked toward Zhang Fan. That's right, the kid over there. Do you also want to be a hero saving the damsel in distress? Huh. Zhang Fan was also a bit hesitant. There are so many of them. How am I supposed to fight? I've never been in a fight. Oh God, what do I do now? He stood in front of Bing Yun. That old man ordered his lackeys. All of you get him. This was truly a major crisis for Zhang Fan. They held weapons in their hands, slowly closing in with menacing expressions. Zhang Fan stammered in panic. Let's talk this out. Don't get agitated. They sneered contemptuously. You're this scared and you still want to save the beauty? Get him. Suddenly, a familiar, excited voice rang out. Go get him, Zhang Chao. Zhang Fan turned his head, and behind him, there was no one to be seen. Huh, where did they go? He looked into the distance, only to be stunned to find, Shu Shu and Bing Yun were trembling and hugging each other, having retreated 100 meters away, whispering, little brother, we're counting on you. He shouted helplessly, what little brother? My name is Zhang Fan, got it? Shu Shu pretended not to hear his desperate cries, repeatedly urging him on. Zhang Fan, go beat them up. Don't just stand there. His whole body froze, his soul about to leave his body. Why me? Why don't you go? Because you're the only man here full of vitality. Easy for you to say, the leader impatiently ordered. Enough nonsense, get him. The lackeys immediately responded. Yes. They charged forward with ferocious expressions. I've had my eye on this kid for a while. Get him. Zhang Fan thought indignantly. What's there to have your eye on? He glared angrily and threw a sweeping kick. Damn it, sissy like a woman. Let's take care of him. Whack. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down. What do I do? Calm down, don't panic. I'll dodge first and see if I can find an opportunity to strike. Two thugs swung their clubs at the same time. Whoosh. They thought they had dealt with Zhang Fan beautifully. You brat. Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? But there was no one in front of them, only a wisp of white smoke lingering. Where's the person? Was he beaten to smithereens? That can't be right, he's not a ghost. Zhang Fan was also bewildered, floating in midair. What's going on? Did I fly up? The group of men looked around in confusion. Suddenly, Shu Shu let out a terrified scream. There's a ghost, causing everyone to freeze. Zhang Fan was excited by his amazing discovery. This is so thrilling. I never thought I could jump this high. It's so magical. A few of the bad guys had already seen him. They only had time to warn. Watch out above. The unlucky bald man didn't understand what was happening yet and asked naively, above? Zhang Fan shot down, smashing into the ground so hard that even the floor tiles shattered. The men next to him naturally couldn't escape their bad luck. The body tempering pill is really good stuff. Bam, 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 bam. The dust settled, and a few lackeys stammered, pointing at the ground. Dahu, Erhu, only their heads are left. They've been driven into the ground. Zhang Fan snorted coldly. You dare to look down on me. He angrily used his bare hands to pull the two men buried in the ground out, clamping them tightly. The lackeys outside commented in horror. Dahu and Erhu seemed to be broken. Is this a martial arts movie? The next scene shocked the crowd of onlookers even more. My God, are they filming a movie? Who on earth is this guy? Hiya. Zhang Fan grabbed their heads and spun them around like a top, making their world spin. Hey, Huh. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. One in each hand. Won't their heads break if he spins them like that? Someone's going to die. He spun faster and faster, like a whirlwind. Ouch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The lackeys' faces turned pale with fear, extremely worried. We can't get close. Damn it, boss. If he keeps going, someone's going to get killed. The leader and a group of lackeys could only watch helplessly. Where did this guy come from? This kid isn't human, is he? Boss, what do we do? Dahu and Air, who are about to die. The sound of spinning grew louder. Whoosh, whoosh. He broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale. I miscalculated. I never expected there to be such a monster next to Yi Bingyun. Damn it. The boss panicked and had to resort to a desperate measure. We surrender. Stop. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Fan laughed coldly. Surrender? Fine. I'll give them back to you. He casually threw them, and the two men flew straight to the ceiling. The lackeys cried out in alarm. Dahu, Erhu. Then both of them fell heavily to the ground. The lackeys ran over joyfully. Luckily, they're not dead. But I've thrown them my lunch. Ugh. Their eyes have rolled back. We have to go to the hospital. Who, hang in there. Call an ambulance. Over here, Shu Shu and Yi Bingyun had also helped Yuan Hai to a corner. Gulp. Second brother, are you awake? Yi Bingyun asked worriedly. Yuan Hai, are you okay? I'm fine. You're not. Shu Shu asked impatiently. Are you fine or not? Yuan Hai dazedly asked an irrelevant question. Why am I in my home? Shu Shu panicked. It's over. He's been beaten senseless. Suddenly, Yuan Hai shouted. That's right. He stood up aggressively, ready to settle the score. Those damn bastards, they dared touch my friends? I'll beat you to death. Yi Bingyun calmly reassured him. Yuan Hai, calm down. Those bastards have been taken care of. The guy who hitched a ride with us helped fight them off. He was surprised, oh. Shu Shu now saw him in a new light, exclaiming excitedly. He really gets more handsome the more I look at him. Zhang Fan was aggressively shouting orders. Hey, over here. Hurry up. Faster, faster. We have a patient who needs to get to the hospital quick. The other group obediently listened, not daring to make a mistake. Yes, Brother Fan. Yuan Hai pointed at himself doubtfully. Patient? Me? Shu Shu nodded. He then asked curiously, is he that good? She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Zhang Fan was ecstatic inside. Oh, Brother Fan, not bad, not bad. Only the strong get to be called brother. He slammed the stick on the ground, as if holding an emperor's scepter. From now on, I, Zhang Fan, am invincible. Yuan Hai was confused. What is he doing? Yi Bingyun shook her head helplessly. I don't know. As for Shu Shu, her face was full of adoration. Unable to look away, wow. Scene change. Over at Xian de Zhong's place, green smoke swirled from the incense burner. He sat silently in a cross-legged position, cultivating, thinking to himself. You're becoming a 7th-rank spirit official is preordained, there's no doubt. His hands quickly formed seals, condensing spiritual energy. Just then, a cold glint flashed in the old man's eyes. The position of ghost messenger. Has a candidate been chosen yet? Zhang Fan was screaming internally. Wait, old man, I haven't even told you my name. Is my path of cultivation going to be cut short, just like that? Boo-hoo-hoo. They finally got the person to the hospital safely. Luckily, second brother only had a mild concussion. What close call. Shu Shu, you stay here and take care of Yuan Hai. Zhang Fan waved goodbye first. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Goodbye, superstar. I wish you the best in your acting career. He was already feeling smug inside. I met a superstar in the flesh and even got an autograph and a photo together. I've really scored. Suddenly, Yi Bingyun called out to him, wait. Oh, is there something else? She offered with a gentle smile. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride home. Zhang Fan thought he had misheard, cleaning his ear. Oh, the superstar is personally taking me home? Under the bright streetlights, the sound of car horns was incessant. The car sped onto the highway, going faster and faster. Yi Bingyun pondered, who is he really? After such a big incident, he's still. She observed him discreetly, so calm, he's truly impossible to read. Little did she know, Zhang Fan's heart was blooming with joy. He was over the moon, but he had to maintain a cool exterior. Ha, this is awesome. Driving with a superstar. I'm the coolest guy on this street. Yi Bingyun thanked him politely. Thank you so much for what happened earlier. If you hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid. You're so skilled, it seems you scared them all stiff. Zhang Fan replied with serious modesty. You're joking, Miss Yi. It was nothing. Anyone would have done the same. He silently rated his own expression, this demeanor. I have to give myself 100 points. She chuckled, but you saved my life, and nothing is more important than that. Yi Bingyun started a conversation. By the way, where did you say you work? He gave a rare, concise answer. Manhwa Media, a subsidiary of the Qin Corporation. She was a little surprised and asked curiously, Qin Corporation? How's the compensation there? Zhang Fan chuckled and replied nonchalantly, what good compensation can a lowly programmer get? It's just enough to get by, haha. Yi Bingyun fell into thought. Is that so? She didn't understand, thinking to herself, just enough to get by? A person like him is only seeking to make ends meet? It's hard to imagine. A moment later, at the Manhwa residential complex, a fierce struggle was underway at a small mahjong game. No, Zhang Fan's mother decisively played a tile. Her opponent didn't hesitate to respond. Can't beat it. The people around them cheered. Well played. Lin Ming's mom. Be Zhang Fan's mom. Lin Ming's mother smiled, speaking like a life coach. Actually, life is like playing mahjong, and my Lin Ming is a good hand that I'm holding. Haha. Zhang Fan's mother's face turned cold, scornfully retorting. Humph. A good hand? Didn't your son rely on a woman to get ahead? Lin Ming's mother feigned embarrassment, casually boasting while putting the other down. Oh please, my son is tall, handsome, and has a high salary. The girls are the ones who throw themselves at him. Not like your Zhang Fan, who couldn't get a girl, even if he tried. How could Zhang Fan's mother swallow this insult? My son is the handsome one. He just got a girlfriend recently, and she's very pretty. Lin Ming's mother was skeptical, scoffing. Huh? Your son found a girlfriend? You'd be lucky to find him an ugly wife. She paid her no mind, focusing on describing Zhang Fan's girlfriend. She's not ugly at all. She's a very beautiful girl with a great figure. Needless to say, she even looks a lot like me when I was young. Lin Ming's mother deliberately dragged out her mocking tone. Oh, bragging are we? Go on, keep bragging. And she looks like you when you were young. Suddenly, the head of security for the Manhwa complex, Zhao Weigua, interjected. She's not bragging. I saw her. Lin Ming's mother was surprised. Old Zhao, you saw her? Zhang Fan's mother thought she'd found an ally, excitedly pleading, Old Zhao, you came at the right time. Hurry up and tell her. Who knew he would change his tune faster than flipping a book? I did see Zhang Fan bring a girlfriend home, but she was very ugly. Why did she have 4 eyes? Lin Ming's mother burst out laughing without restraint. Haha, Old Zhao, you're such a kidder. Weigua added seriously, I'm not kidding. Zhang Fan's mother was fuming, yelling at Old Zhao. You should just retire. Lin Ming's mother took the opportunity to add another scornful jab. Zhang Fan brought a beautiful girl home? How is that possible? What a pipe dream. A toad wanted to eat swan meat. Suddenly, a screech of tires brought everyone to a silence. Zhang Fan got out of the car, bowing politely. Thank you for the ride home. It's getting late. You should get some rest too. Yi Bingyun waved her hand. I'm the one who should be thanking you. The people inside whispered, Is that Zhang Fan? Who's that? Wei was squinted, looking closely. Isn't that? Zhang Fan's mother also felt the girl looked very familiar. Suddenly, she shouted in astonishment, Yi Bingyun, it's the superstar. Weigua and a crowd of people rushed over like a gust of wind. Can I have your autograph? Zhang Fan was sweating profusely, urging her hastily, Go. The aunties and uncles in my neighborhood are terrifying. It'll be trouble if they swarm you. Yi Bingyun also sensed trouble, quickly nodding and getting in the car. Okay. Zhang Fan casually put his hands in his pockets, watching the car drive away. Goodbye. The crowd was a step too late, stamping their feet in regret. Wait. Don't go, superstar. Fei, I love you. They started to change their target, clamoring around Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, why were you with Fei? Are you two dating? Are you going to be a movie star? You're looking more handsome. Give me an autograph first. Zhang Fan's mother puffed out her chest proudly, immediately retaliating. See, my son is dating the best actress. Can your son do that? He stood there, unchanging amidst the chaos. So dangerous, so dangerous. As expected of a woman I can never have in this lifetime, not to be trifled with. Brother Fan, can you let your uncle meet Fei just once? Then I can die with no regrets. The corner of Zhang Fan's mouth twitched. Huh? Uncle Zhao, stop joking. I don't have that kind of ability. I just hitched a ride. He wouldn't let it go. Hitch a ride? I want to go too. Can you take me along next time, Brother Fan? He screamed tiredly in his heart. This is terrifying. Early the next morning, an excited scream echoed through the office. Wow, Zhang Fan, I love you. Zhang Fan cheerfully reminded her. One meal, song ting ting. Don't you go back on your word. The girl wailed dramatically. No problem. I'll even support you. Order whatever you want. My Fei. Wow, is this really an autographed photo of Yi Bingyun? The surrounding colleagues started to take notice. Is that Zhang Fan? How did Zhang Fan get Fei Fei's autograph photo? Did he pull some strings through a friend? Oh, from what I know, Fei Fei has very few friends. Zhang Fan is so handsome. How could there be such a handsome guy right beside me? Why didn't I notice before? Zhang Fan thought casually, slowly sitting down at his desk. Even though I'm already invincible, I'm still short on cash, so I still have to work hard. Just as he turned on his computer, a message suddenly arrived. Yi Bingyun sent a few messages. This is Yi Bingyun. I'd like to be friends with you. Let's get a meal together when you have time. Zhang Fan was on cloud 9. Oh, the superstar is contacting me on her own initiative. Everyone looked at his expression, guessing quietly. Could Zhang Fan be going to eat with Fei Fei? Haha, how could Fei Fei go out to eat with Zhang Fan? Did he pick up a random message? Probably. Zhang Fan was so smug he was about to float away. Nothing is ever absolute. He typed on his keyboard, composing a message. You're too kind. A free person like me is always available. Just as he replied, his phone buzzed again. It turned out to be 5 new messages in the Netherworld group chat. Xiao Dai said excitedly, "My father is going into seclusion tomorrow. I can sneak out for a while." Old dog who can sing immediately invited her. "Come to my place. Let's go sing karaoke." Xiao Dai hesitated. "Your place is too far. There's not enough time." A big dream asked, "Then where do you want to go?" Xiao Dai replied instantly, "I want to go to Lingyin Temple in Shanghai." Zhang Fan read the messages silently. "Hey, Xiao Dai wants to come to Shanghai? Should I go meet her? Maybe I can even get some kind of treasure." As he was pondering, the office door was slammed open with a bang. Zhang Fan turned his head in a daze. The manager's face was pale as he reported in a panic. "This is bad. The hacker is back." This time, they even sent a letter of challenge, specifically calling out the opponent from last time. This time the hacker is coming on strong. I heard they've already breached the headquarters security system. The whole office descended into chaos, shouting one after another, "Quick, get Xiao Mu on it." What, they're back again? Such a strong challenge? This is a major crisis for Qin Corporation. Zhang Fan was puzzled. A letter of challenge? He was silent. Truly, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. The Qin Corporation building. A man lit a cigarette, taking a slow drag. Then another person walked over, asking in confusion, "Director, they're just a bunch of programmers from a subsidiary. Let's just wait inside." The man smoking was Sun Chong, the general manager of the Qin Corporation's development department. Sun Chong frowned. Lin Ming, why are you looking down on people too? Even if it's just for courtesy, we should still go out to greet them. The other person was the Qin Corporation's golden programmer, Zhang Fan's nightmare, Lin Ming. He immediately admitted his mistake sincerely. "Director, I was being inconsiderate." Sun Chong took a drag from his cigarette, sighing. "All right, they're almost here." The elevator just reached the 22nd floor, ding. Sun Chong was already beaming as he greeted the people stepping out of the elevator. "Oh, aren't you here now?" Someone in the crowd greeted him politely. "General Manager Sun, we meet again." He smiled courteously. "Thank you for your hard work. Sorry to trouble you all again." Manager Chun led a group of people out with an imposing air. Sun Chong grabbed his hand and said immediately, "We shouldn't delay. Let's head inside quickly." Manager Chen nodded. "We'll follow General Manager Sun's instructions." Sun Chong turned around. "Follow me." "Yes." Suddenly, their eyes met. Lin Ming was surprised to see Zhang Fan. "Why is he here?" He immediately stepped forward to confirm. "Zhang Fan?" The two of them said almost in unison, "Why are you here?" Lin Ming was impatient and disdainful. "Someone of your level is allowed to come here?" Zhang Fan was furious. "I'm an elite. Do you understand elite?" Lin Ming sneered contemptuously. "Huh? Elite? If you count as an elite, then the entire programming department can be disbanded." The two argued endlessly, so much so that even Sun Chong heard them. Zhang Fan retorted impolitely. "Why does your headquarters keep getting attacked by hackers? You even need us to come to the rescue. The ones who should be fired are you guys." Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, skeptically. "Rescue? It's not your turn to rescue anyone. Are you here to watch the show? You can't help with anything." Zhang Fan didn't mind hitting a sore spot. "Oh, so you can help? Was it your headquarters that repelled the hacker last time?" "Ridiculous," he shouted angrily. "Everyone knows it was Consultant Xiao Mu who repelled the hacker." On the side, Sun Chong whispered to Manager Chun, "Who's that young man? He looks unfamiliar." "This is Zhang Fan." Couldn't shake him off. He insisted on coming. "I even helped him borrow that suit." Sun Chong suddenly understood. So it's him, right? Over here, Lin Ming was trying to humiliate Zhang Fan with insulting words. If you don't have any skills, then hurry up and get lost. Don't get in the way here. After speaking, he pretended to sigh, mocking himself. How ridiculous, wasting so much time talking to trash. I have to go. After all, the company still needs my abilities. Zhang Fan was enraged. Bastard, how dare you look down on me? He looked at Lin Ming with a gaze as loving as a bullet. Just you wait. Last time you didn't know it was me who repelled the hacker. I'll let it slide. But this time, I'll show you what I'm made of. A moment later, a group of people entered a spacious, modern room filled with computers. The sound of keyboards clacking was endless. Someone sighed softly. Everyone looked so skilled. Zhang Fan secretly assessed the room. Their hand speed is quite fast, as expected of the headquarters elites. He frowned, making up his mind. Today, I must show off my skills in front of these masters. Sun Chong carefully arranged. Your positions are here. He pointed to a row of empty desks. Right here. Thank you for your hard work. Please quickly build a defense network with the headquarters staff. Zhang Fan pulled out a chair, calculating. Time to put on a good show. Before his seat was even warm, a thunderous cheer erupted. Wow. Oh. Zhang Fan turned his head curiously, looking towards the source of the sound. Wow. The master. A pink-haired teenager walked in coolly, surrounded by people. Master Qiao Mu is making a move. There's hope for victory. Zhang Fan was startled, puzzled. Qiao Mu? He's a hacker killer Qiao Mu? At the age of 13, Qiao Mu participated in a global hacker competition as a non-hacker and easily won the championship, his fame spreading far and wide. Qiao Mu, Qiao Mu, Qiao Mu. With Master Qiao Mu here, we're not afraid anymore. Zhang Fan frowned. I used to admire him a lot, but after what happened last time, I feel like the hacker killer is just so. Suddenly, a deep, clear voice rang out. Grandsons, make way, make way. Everyone around looked up, causing another commotion. That is standing up, it's Meng Xia. The old man humbly ignored the cheers, just reminding everyone, make way, make way. The crowd was screaming wildly, losing all composure. It's really him. How can a blind person type code? This legend is Meng Xia, the forefather of hackers, a master from the old days. Brothers, we're sure to win. To meet such a revered figure, I have no regrets in this life. Zhang Fan was stunned. This no way. They even invited a master from the ancient era. The hall immediately erupted, with two great masters gathered. This time, it's definitely going to be fine. It's fine. A staff member immediately came forward to arrange their seats. The two masters, please take the seats of honor. Suddenly, a hand reached out from their seats, accompanied by a mischievous laugh. Hee. You two are too slow. A young man with bleached blonde hair chuckled as he pointed at them. I, Hua Hudi, have been waiting for you two for a long time. The young man before them was Hua Hudi. Legend has it that at the age of 10, he took control of Country M's ballistic missile system and launched one. Actually, it's just a rumor. It's probably just an exaggeration. The staff members were sweating, whispering among themselves. Is that the ballistic missile youth who hacked the national defense system? Wasn't the ballistic missile youth arrested? I heard he's even more skilled than Qiao Mu. Zhang Fan was speechless. What else could he say? This is truly an eye-opener. This is practically half the world of hackers. He could only firmly encourage himself. No, I can't miss this opportunity. Three big brothers. I can't miss this opportunity. Hua Hudi enthusiastically asked his seniors, where have you two been making a fortune lately? Meng Xia replied bluntly, I'm about to go bankrupt. Suddenly, a laugh interjected. The three of you look here. Just as the three turned their heads, attracted by the sound, Zhang Fan, with quick eyes and nimble hands, stuck his face in, pressed the shutter, and it was done. He then giggled, pretending to be innocent as he explained. The three masters united. Of course I can't be too excited. Of course I have to record it. Meng Xia snorted coldly with a blank face. Who the hell are you? I hate being secretly photographed the most. Delete it now. Hua Hudi turned into a beast, questioning him. Did you use a beauty filter? Besides, a nobody like you isn't qualified to take my picture. He had no words to curse. So he changed the subject. The security system has been compromised. Meng Xia was outwardly cold, then leaned in and whispered in his ear, remember to Photoshop me to look more handsome. Got it. In the midst of the humor, he was pulled away by a colleague. Young Master Fan, don't cause more trouble at a time like this. In less than 3 seconds, a piercing alarm blared from the main system. Beep, 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 beep. The security system has been compromised. The three legends of the hacker world all changed their expressions, looking seriously at the screen. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Fan smiled excitedly. The good show is starting. The situation is now urgent, like a life-or-death battle. Someone reported anxiously. Found it. Trying to restore. Stall for time. Don't let the enemy have a chance to exploit it. Yes. Report, the breach is getting bigger. The situation is critical. The hackers' first wave of attacks has begun. Looks like it's my turn to act. Lin Ming, Zhang Fan's nightmare. He suddenly drew his sword, swish, with an imposing aura. Follow me. The soldiers under his command shouted loudly. General Lin, General Lin. Lin Ming, as if injected with chicken blood, his whole body boiling, roared angrily. Wipe out the enemy. But as soon as he charged onto the battlefield to fight the first boss, he was taken down in one move. Crack. The soldiers were terrified, and scattered. General Lin Ming's soldiers couldn't even take one hit from the enemy. The situation began to descend into chaos. Our soldiers fled in panic under the boss's pursuit. Run, we can only retreat. We're done for. Faced with the enemy's brutal attack, the corner of Hua Hudi's mouth curled up, his smile deepening. So fierce right from the start, Mang Xia, fully armed, was ready to enter the fray. It's time to make a move. General Mang. On Xiao Mu's side, he also quietly stepped onto the battlefield. The three great heroes have set out. What followed was a bloody and brutal battle. The sound of explosions was endless. Boom, 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 boom. A few minutes later, our soldiers cheered. So amazing. The enemy has been surrounded and annihilated. Xiao Mu coldly issued a warning for the first time. Don't celebrate too early. The one that's truly hard to deal with is the thing that just appeared. Mang Xia tapped the ground with the staff in his hand, saying with a smile, You young lads have smelled it, haven't you? Tap. Tap. The smell of a trap. Hua Hudi looked interested. I'm waiting. Suddenly, Mang Xia immediately sensed danger, but it was too late. Black substances continuously poured out, wrapping around their legs. Damn it, we've been controlled. Hua Hudi was shocked. What the hell is this? I can't move. A cold, sharp scythe appeared in midair, accompanied by a gleeful laugh. Crack. Ha 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 ha. The final boss sneered contemptuously. Is this your strongest lineup? Pathetically weak. Just as the three were helpless, only able to watch as the scythe was about to slice through their bodies. Get lost. Hua Hudi was sweating, trying to think of a way out, but his mind was blank. This is getting out of hand. Just as the energy from the scythe shot out, about to finish them, a giant hand rose from the ground, blocking the attack. The three were astonished. That hand didn't hesitate, immediately casting a skill, launching an energy attack. Boom. Boom. The black-robed boss recognized it at a glance. It's you, the one who fought me last time. That's right, this person is. Zhang Fan with a supersized face emerged from the ground. A little late, but luckily I made it in time. Is everyone okay? The three of them burst out laughing at this unexpected element. Oh. The dark entity's eyes turned red with anger, roaring, state your name. Zhang Fan had shrunk back to his original form, smiling as he faced the challenge. The great name of Zhang Fan. I'll let you know what an overwhelming victory is. The dark boss frantically powered up, the surrounding rocks all cracking and flying into the air. The one who could defeat me. He waved his hand. Whoosh. The sharp rock fragments all attacked Zhang Fan. Hasn't even been born yet. Zhang Fan laughed loudly, tensing his body. A powerful pressure emanated from his entire body, overwhelming all beings. Those rock fragments were like eggs hitting a stone. All of them were repelled. Whoosh. The dark entity was shocked. What? He smirked. Very good. You have some skill. You've made me look forward to this. Zhang Fan urged impatiently. Stop dawdling. Bring out your ultimate move. The dark entity raised its hand, red lightning crackling from its palm. Ha ha ha. Arrogant youth, prepare to tremble. Mang Xia looked at the powerful energy before him, reminding him in alarm. Hey kid, don't force it, run. The red lightning bolts converged into an energy ball, radiating an aura that could destroy all things. The dark boss laughed loudly and shouted, Tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the entire ball at Zhang Fan. Boom. Zhang Fan didn't dodge or evade, standing there quietly, waiting silently. Your era is over. He slowly raised his hand. From now on, it is my era, the era of Zhang Fan. As expected, he blocked that terrifyingly huge energy ball with his bare hand. Boom. You want to eliminate me with just this level of skill? He squeezed hard, and the dark boss's energy ball was quickly and obediently tamed in his hand. Boom. You remember this from me. Zhang Fan laughed maniacally. I am invincible. Zhang Fan turned and changed the trajectory of the energy ball. Take this. Then he threw the energy ball back with force. Boom. The energy ball, with a little something extra added by Zhang Fan, had a truly earth-shattering destructive power. Boom, boom. The soldiers outside cheered excitedly. Not only did he block the move, but he also countered it. Well done. The energy ball pierced through the Dark Boss's body. Whoosh. He knew in pain that he was no match, and that struggling was futile. Before he fell, he growled through gritted teeth. Zhang Fan, you are indeed very strong. I will remember you. Truong Pham shouted impatiently, you're a defeated foe. Now that you've lost, get lost. At the same time, in the real world, Truong Pham, drenched in sweat, had also finished the job. The large screen showed the system was recovering. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. A moment later, everyone came to their senses, overjoyed, exclaiming with tears in their eyes. The hacker has been repelled. So strong. That's right. And what's more, the one who repelled the hacker wasn't one of the three great masters. Everyone started buzzing about Truong Pham. Someone from a branch office? No way. Hoa Ho Deep, amused, turned her head to look for Truong Pham's figure. Who dares to steal my spotlight? Mang Heap exclaimed. Talent truly emerges in every generation. Lam Min clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Damn it. Why is it him? He was trembling with anger. What did you get so strong? Truong Pham. Truong Pham was silent, lost in thought. I'm the center of attention now. What should I say? Everyone is looking at me. I'm the focal point. Just like in the movies. No sooner said than done. He decisively raised his hand amidst everyone's astonished gazes. Whoosh, ahem ahem. Truong Pham shouted in a loud voice. The glory of the Qin group, protected by me, Truong Pham. Now cheer for me. In his heart, he was ecstatic. It was I, your great benefactor, who saved the Qin group, saved all of your livelihoods. But a few seconds passed, and the silence was terrifying. Hey, Truong Pham panicked. The sound of crows cawing seemed to echo in his ears. Caw caw. Silence. Hey. Sweat poured down his face like rain, his body stiff. Why isn't this like I imagined? This is so embarrassing. Hoa Ho Deep was amused. Ha. Could it be that the Qin group was really protected by an idiot? Truong Pham was drenched in sweat. He stood awkwardly on the stage, as if rooted to the spot. I'm done for. This is great. Is there a hole I can crawl into right now? This is a little different for what I imagined. How am I supposed to get off the stage? I've lost face in front of so many people. Why is my life so unlucky? Suddenly, a hearty and familiar voice rang out. Well said. Kid, that person gave him a thumbs up, fully supportive. Mang Heap smirked, showing his approval. Hey, I'm here too, old man. Hoa Ho Deep, while showing her agreement, raised her middle finger. You not only saved the Qin group, but you also defeated the three of us. From now on, this is your era. Kyo Mok coldly reminded. Xiao Hua, put your finger down. A loss is a loss. Hoa Ho Deep raised her middle finger at Mang Heap again. That's right. Only today did I learn that you're not actually blind. Tun Quang shouted excitedly. We won. The great hero, Truong Pham. The other employees, as if a switch had been flipped, suddenly snapped out of it. That's right, I forgot to cheer. Truong Pham's skills were too amazing. Everyone shouted in unison. The great hero, Truong Pham. The great hero, Truong Pham. Great hero. Great hero. Great hero. Truong Pham was deeply moved, joyfully embracing this moment. Great hero. Great hero. Great hero. This is how it should be. This is the state I wanted. That evening, back at his apartment complex, Truong Pham sat in a daze, giggling foolishly to himself. His mother brought out a plate of fragrant fish, calling her son's name repeatedly. Eat up, stop spacing out. Truong Pham, still like a fool, didn't hear anything. She looked at her son curiously. What are you laughing at, son? Truong Pham smiled dreamily. What will the company reward me with this time? A promotion and a raise, a villa and a luxury car. I don't dare to think about it anymore. Not getting a satisfactory answer, Truong Pham's mother impatiently gave him a painful smack. Ouch, Mom, what are you doing? She lectured him sternly. You're a grown man now. Stop daydreaming all the time. Be a little more realistic. You haven't made any progress at all. He sobbed resentfully. Mom, I did something great. Truong Pham's mother was expressionless, not a hint of belief in her eyes, her mouth scolding nonstop. It's good to want to achieve something, but you need to have the ability. Look at that Lam Min. You two grew up together. How did he become so outstanding? No wonder his mother is so proud all the time. He proudly raised his head. It's time to show them, Mom. The more he talked, the more she lost interest. She didn't continue the topic, instead urging him. All right, stop bragging. Eat your dinner quickly, it's getting cold. Truong Pham picked up his chopsticks to get some fish, but the fish suddenly twitched, startling him. Mom, why isn't this fish dead yet? The next morning, the Qing group was buzzing with excitement. Something big had happened. Hey, groups of people were huddled together, whispering. I heard that yesterday at the headquarters, Truong Pham single-handedly saved the entire Qing group. He's a big shot now. That's right. I saw them talking about him like that in the group chat too. I wonder if Truong Pham will be transferred to the headquarters? Look, people from headquarters are already here this early. Unbelievable. That rookie. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke the silence. Wow, Truong Pham is here. The great hero has arrived. Truong Pham was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, not knowing what to do. They surrounded him like fans meeting their idol. What you all doing? Truong Pham, take a picture with me. Me too. 3, 2, 1. How could someone be so handsome and outstanding? I'm about to become a fan. Save me. He was furious, not understanding what these people were up to. Hey, are you all acting like you've never seen me before? Din Din was taking a few selfies with him, laughing as she said, "You're the darling of the group now." Click, click. Huh. Manager Tran rushed over to break it up and also to deliver a message. Young Master Pham, Minister Tun is looking for you. Tun Quang, still with a cigarette in his mouth, walked over with a smile. Truong Pham, Minister Tun, he announced with a smile. Headquarters sent me to convey some important news. Let's go to the meeting room to talk. Truong Pham looked suspiciously at the people behind Tun Quang. Lam Min, why is he here again? He calculated inwardly. With such a good opportunity to show off, why would I go to a meeting room to hear it? Everyone has to hear this. Truong Pham scratched his head, pretending to make an excuse. I'm not a big fan of places like meeting rooms. If you have something to say, just say it here. Tun Quang nodded cheerfully. All right, he got straight to the point. After a unanimous decision by the senior management of the Qing Group, programmer Truong Pham is hereby promoted to Chief Technology Officer of Manhwa Media, a subsidiary of the Qing Group, with an annual salary of 30 million yuan and a private car on call 24/7. I have brought the professional team from headquarters here, and from now on, they will be under your command. This is the group's thanks to our hero. If you have any other requests, feel free to make them. Headquarters will grant them all. Truong Pham and his colleagues were all stunned, unable to process it. 30 million. His mind was buzzing. 30 million. Luckily, manager Tran managed to catch him in time, preventing him from having an intimate encounter with the ground. Young Master Pham, he tried his best to shake him awake while explaining to Tun Quang. Minister Tun, the amount of information you just gave was too much. Young Master Pham couldn't handle it. Truong Pham's abilities are worthy of this salary. Young Master Pham, wake up. You deserve this salary. Truong Pham collapsed in a daze, the world spinning around him. Am I finally about to turn my life around? Although after taking the spirit-gathering pill, I do indeed deserve it. But suddenly hearing the number 30 million, I still feel my whole body trembling. As expected, this is destiny. He quickly regained his composure. I have one more request. As soon as he said it, Truong Pham unceremoniously pointed at Lam Min. Whoosh. This person, Lam Min, I want him to be my driver. Lam Min protested vehemently. What? Truong Pham, don't push your luck. Who do you think you are to make me your driver? Tun Quang cut him off, casually agreeing. It's settled then. Lam Min was stunned. Director, say no more. Lam Min, it's your honor to follow Truong Pham. Learn a lot from him. Truong Pham smirked. Lam Min, from now on, I am your nightmare. He was utterly terrified. It's over, my life is over. Later, in Truong Pham's new office, he sat arrogantly in his chair and ordered, "You, come here. Pour me a cup of coffee." Lam Min pretended not to hear. Truong Pham didn't care, just repeating once, "Not too bitter, not too sweet." He tilted his chin. Any objections? Lam Min wore a funereal expression. As you command. I understand. Truong Pham leaned back in his chair leisurely, pleased with himself. I never thought I'd see this day. If this is a dream, I hope I never wake up. Suddenly, a phone notification sound rang out. Ding. A notification? Shout Deep's plea for help. Lord Slapface. I'm lost in the Sun area. Are you in Shanghai? Help me. Help me. He chuckled. It's that little girl who got struck by lightning and jumped out the window. He quickly typed a reply. Tap tap. Haha. Of course I have to go. Who knows? I might find some good treasure. Whoosh. His nickname was Hit People Without Slapping Their Face, and he replied succinctly, on my way. Shout Deep stood by the road, pulling a suitcase. Ah, so handsome. Behind her was a grilled lamb kidney stall. The people of the Sun welcome you. I'll just wait here for Lord Slapface. I'll send my location to Lord Slapface. Done. Her stomach unhelpfully rumbled. Oh, I haven't eaten anything today. I'm so hungry. Just in time. A woman selling egg crepes was hawking her wares. Get your fruit crepes. One will keep you full all day. The crepes sizzled on the griddle. Seeing Xiao Deep hesitating, the crepe lady warmly invited her. You're so pretty. Little girl, are you hungry? Have a fruit crepe. I'll add extra pork rind. It's great for your skin. Xiao Deep said sadly, but I don't have any money. The crepe lady asked doubtfully, You're so pretty. How can you not have any money? Xiao Deep told her honestly. When I came to the sun, the driver overcharged me. The fare used up all the lucky money I'd saved for 16 years. What? Your lucky money from 16 years? How much was it? 138 yuan. The crepe lady handed her a crepe, her eyes welling up with tears. This one's on me, you poor thing. Not only did the driver overcharge you, but you only saved a little over 100 yuan in 16 years. Sobi, sobi, sobi. Xiao Deep was so grateful her eyes sparkled like stars. Wow, really? Thank you, sister. She sniffed the aroma, a look of bliss on her face. It looked so delicious. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Long time no see. Xiao Deep. Oh, she exclaimed excitedly. Lord Slapface. Truong Pham said with a smile. Sorry, I'm late. There was some traffic. Xiao Deep shook her head, her eyes teary. Lord Slapface, you're so nice. I knew you would come help me. Lam Min, in the car, was shocked, thinking he had misheard. Slapface? Truong Pham waved his hand. When a friend is in trouble, of course I have to help. Xiao Deep giggled, looking him up and down with praise. Lord Slapface, you've gotten so much more handsome. When have I ever not been handsome? The crepe lady heard this and began to question her existence. Am I being too nice? Xiao Deep then noticed Lam Min. Huh, is he your driver? Lam Min gritted his teeth and retorted. How could that be? Truong Pham nodded. That's right. Xiao Deep pointed at him, finding it funny. Haha, he looks so weird. Truong Pham reminded him with a cold face. You're scaring the little sister. There's nothing for you to do here. Get lost. Huh? But when I call, you have to be here. If you're more than 5 minutes late, you'll see what I do to you. He ordered with a smile. Now, get out of my sight immediately. Lam Min immediately drove off. Truong Pham, you bastard. You think I want to follow you around? Xiao Deep frowned and commented, Your driver is so dumb. Truong Pham agreed. Yeah, he's been dumb since he was a kid. Suddenly, he remembered the main point and asked, By the way, Xiao Deep, you're lost, right? Where are you trying to go? She was eating as she asked, Lord Slapface, do you know where Lingyin Temple is? Truong Pham thought for a moment. Lingyin Temple, I don't think I've heard of that place. Let me look it up online. Maybe it was rebuilt, or its name was changed. Xiao Deep's eyes widened in surprise. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? You're so smart. Truong Pham scratched his head, forcing a laugh. He thought to himself, this girl, is there something wrong with her head? Suddenly, a piercing shout interrupted them. Wow, a 10 out of 10 beauty. Truong Pham looked at the person who had stopped in front of them, a blank expression on his face. What the hell? The guy and his underlings stopped their bikes, taking off their helmets. There she is, the woman of my life, that's right. Truong Pham was speechless. Who are they? Your fans? Xiao Deep blushed, stammering. I don't know them, but he's kinda handsome. The guy took off his helmet, revealing a horrifying face and a beggar-style haircut. Little sister, be my wife. Truong Pham and Xiao Deep simultaneously turned away to wash their eyes, screaming internally. Handsome my ass. That hairstyle is terrifying, my god. The shaggy hair guy ordered, take her back. Yes, sir. Truong Pham warned coldly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get lost, or I'll beat you all to death. Trying to pick up girls here? You'll have to get through me first. The shaggy-haired guy pointed confidently. You guys, beat him to death for me. The underlings immediately obeyed and moved to attack. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Truong Pham had already quietly cracked his knuckles, whoosh. He was about to rush forward and take care of them. It would only take 10 seconds. At this moment, a figure flashed past him like lightning. Truong Pham was shocked. What? Before he could react, he witnessed Xiao Deep unleash a series of kicks, sending the men flying and venting her anger. Who wants to be your wife? None of the men escaped. All of them were hit. They were kicked several meters away. Whoosh. Truong Pham's jaw dropped in shock. My god, this little girl is fierce. All the underlings were taken down, lying unconscious on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The shaggy hair guy immediately started his bike. Vroom, 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 vroom. He threw back a warning, then fled for his life. You just wait. Truong Pham jeered from behind. Oh, running away? He's abandoning his buddies? Ah, well, whatever. Suddenly, Xiao Deep beside him immediately got into a stance. Whoosh, and shot off like an arrow. Whoosh, he was stunned, huh? A moment later, Truong Pham reacted, hurriedly chasing after her and calling out, Hey, Xiao Deep, don't use the suitcase. That will kill. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back, as if nothing had happened. It's too late to say anything. He told himself, drenched in sweat, I must never provoke this girl. She took down 4 big guys in 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Deep returned. Lord Slapface, I'm back. Truong Pham was genuinely worried for those men. They haven't gone to meet the King of Hell, have they? She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I know my own strength. I only used 20% of my power. He was speechless, swallowing hard. This girl is deadly. Only 20% of her power, as expected of someone from the underworld. Xiao Deep was oblivious, not seeing the fear in his eyes, and still asked cheerfully, My lord, can you help me look up information about Lingyin Temple? Truong Pham quickly took out his phone to search tap. The sun, Lingyin Temple, search, tap tap tap. Soon there was a result ding. She asked expectantly, My lord, did you find it? Truong Pham had trouble saying it. But? She asked impatiently, But what? This place, Jiangning District, Lingyin Temple, the Sun. The Lingyin Temple in the Sun is in Jiangning, not Shanghai. Xiao Deep looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. Huh? Isn't this the Dasun area? Truong Pham was completely speechless. This girl is definitely deadly. This is the Dasun area, but the place you want to go is the Dasun in Jiangning. I just checked. If we take a plane now, we can get there by noon. Xiao Deep gritted her teeth, her eyes welling up, and said pitifully, But Lord Slapface, I don't have a single penny, and I'm afraid of getting lost again. Can you come with me? Truong Pham's eyes widened. What? He looked at her sobbing. Can you, my lord? Sobi, sobi, sobi. He began to question his existence. Could this be a maiden's request? He smiled comfortingly. Of course I can. If you're going to help someone, you should see it through. It's the only way. He calculated in his head. Of course I have to go. I haven't gotten my treasure yet. Xiao Deep beamed like a flower, thanking him enthusiastically. Thank you, my lord. Then let's set off. My lord will lead the way. Truong Pham was stunned. Wait, that was a quick change of face. He sighed. Wait, I'll call the driver to pick us up. Xiao Deep asked innocently. He's so dumb. Will he get lost? Behind them, a black car was quietly observing. An astonished voice came from inside the car. Those 4 thugs have been dealt with. That's right. Was it Truong Pham? The person in the car reported seriously. He was about to make a move, but the girl next to him beat him to it. Huh? The girl? A girl of 16 or 17. She looks very strong. The person on the other end of the line said curiously, Interesting, how strong? Your subordinate couldn't see the girl's realm, only felt that she was very strong. But there's something very strange. She seems to worship Truong Pham. Could it be that Truong Pham has been hiding his true strength? Moreover, they were also asking about Lingyin Temple. The person on the other end of the line slammed the table in agitation. What did you say? They know about Lingyin Temple? Smack! Your subordinate heard clearly. They are preparing to go to Lingyin Temple. The person let out a cold laugh. Trying to force my hand? It's time to take out your treasure. The man with the scar hesitated for a moment, but I'm afraid that will harm innocent people. The other end of the line cut him off coldly. As long as we can kill him, no price is too high. I have waited for so many years. I have spent so much money and effort on Qiandazhong. Now that I'm about to succeed, I absolutely cannot let that bastard Truong take it away. It turned out the mastermind behind the scenes was Lam Sung Duong. He ordered angrily, It's time. You should go and do your part. Scarface was silent for a few seconds, then agreed, As you command. Click. Later, at the airport, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Truong Pham panted in confusion. Xiao Deep, what are you carrying in here? Why is it so heavy? She answered casually, Dirt. Truong Pham's head was full of question marks. Huh? A suitcase full of dirt? I'm afraid that won't get through security. She smiled and replied, I do this for my cultivation, and besides, I'll hide it. He was curious. Hide it? Hide it in that hair bun? Xiao Deep urged impatiently. All right, my lord. Hurry up and buy the plane tickets. He sighed, I know. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something looking around. Why does it feel so strange? Truong Pham called out repeatedly. Let's go, Xiao Deep. She nodded. Yes, Lord Slapface. She still thought to herself, Am I overthinking things? Sure enough, Scarface was watching them from a distance with binoculars, reporting their every move to Sung Duong. They are now at the airport, preparing to board a flight to Jiangning. He urged impatiently, Hurry up, don't let them find you. Scarface swore confidently, Don't worry. Boss Lam, I'm about to make my move. Sung Duong asked doubtfully. What are you planning to do? Scarface held a talisman in his hand and said with a cold laugh, what am I going to do? It's time to give them a big gift. Just wait and watch the news. Boss Lamb, the flight is preparing for takeoff. The flight attendant announced. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight you are on. Xiao Deep was excitedly waving her arms and legs. Lord Slapface is the best. You even got me a window seat. I love looking at the scenery the most. He reminded her worriedly. Xiao Deep, hurry up and fasten your seatbelt. The plane is about to take off. She obediently did as she was told. Yes. Truong Pham was very nervous. I'm this old, and this is the first time I've ever left Shanghai. I'm a little excited. Soon, the plane stabilized and glided through the sky. Whoosh. Xiao Deep had fallen fast asleep without a care in the world. Sway. The plane turned. Xiao Deep lost her balance, and her whole body fell onto Truong Pham. Thud. He blushed, not knowing whether to let her lean on him or push her away. His mind was screaming, "You're drool. Why are you sleeping like this? Didn't you say you love looking at the scenery the most?" The Annie next to them giggled and teased. You two make a good pair. Truong Pham explained helplessly. Auntie, you've misunderstood. We're not a couple. He tried to wake her up to prove it. Hey, Xiao Deep. But no matter how he shook her, Xiao Deep didn't wake up and was even sleep-talking about being a couple. The auntie affirmed with an all-knowing look. You're not a couple, but you're sitting so intimately. It's only a matter of time. Truong Pham thought to himself, Xiao Deep is my girlfriend? I wouldn't dare to dream of it. This is the difference between a human and a celestial being. He replied cheerfully, we'll just let nature take its course. The Annie nodded in satisfaction. Well said. Suddenly, he was startled when he realized something. This Annie's complexion isn't very good. Her skin is pale, with a waxy yellow tint. There seems to be a dark energy under her eyes. Truong Pham frowned in thought. In the compendium of ghostly herbs, the old monk seemed to have mentioned this illness. Is it caused by a ghost invasion? Her illness is so severe. Why isn't she resting at home and getting treatment instead of running off to Jiangning? He casually asked, Annie, are you going to Jiangning for vacation? The Annie shook her head. No, I'm going to see a doctor, son. Truong Pham guessed correctly. She was indeed going to see a doctor. I wonder if the treatment method in that medical book is effective. This Annie's condition is already very serious. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't last much longer. Should I get a try? He spoke up. Annie, to be honest with you, I'm actually a doctor. I could tell you were sick a while ago. The auntie became agitated. Then can you cure me? He confidently assured her, no problem. Annie, I specialize in all sorts of difficult and complicated illnesses. The auntie believed him without a shred of doubt. You're that good. Then hurry up and take a look at me. Just then, a sharp female voice cut them off. Mom, you just said you wanted to see a doctor, and he immediately claims to be one. He's obviously a scammer, and you believe him? How can you be so gullible? The auntie was startled. Truong Pham wearily said her name, Tien Tien. The girl said coldly, I'm warning you. He started to get angry. But Tien Tien didn't seem to hear, continuing with her own reasoning. I don't care if you scam other people, but don't you dare scam my mother. If you keep trying to trick her, I'll call the police on you. Truong Pham scratched his face, hesitatingly said, Hey miss, your words are a bit harsh. I was just being kind. Before he could finish his sentence, the passengers on the plane began to condemn him in unison. I hate scammers the most. Call the police and arrest him. Beat him to death. Tie him up with a rope. Scammer. Smash his head in. Smash his skull. Truong Pham was bewildered. What's going on? How did I suddenly become the target of everyone's attacks? They all criticized him in unison. Call the police and arrest him. Truong Pham was scared into a cold sweat. This is bad. This is really big trouble this time. Suddenly, the plane shook violently, and his head slammed into the seat. He cried out in pain. Ouch. The other passengers screamed in fear. What's wrong with the plane? What's happening? The plane issued an emergency signal. Dear passengers, please be advised. The aircraft is encountering severe turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts. Let us pray together. The sound of the engines sputtering became clearer. Crash. The emergency alarm also blared continuously. Beep beep. Everyone was terrified, screaming wildly. Beep beep. Xiao Deep, who was fast asleep, was also jolted awake by the impact. She woke up in a daze. You just woke up? The plane is in trouble. The auntie next to them sobbed. I don't want to die. Truong Pham was bewildered. What's going on? Xiao Deep looked out in the direction of the noise. Crash. She cried out in shock. My lord. He asked worriedly. What's wrong? Truong Pham looked outside, and his face immediately turned deathly pale. This, crash crash, is a tornado. Crash crash crash. The man with the scar was standing not far away, watching everything. He laughed out loud with satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Crash. The wind is even stronger than I thought. Go on. Ha ha ha. Blow him to smithereens. Crash. He's dead for sure. Bang. Everyone panicked and cried. We're about to be sucked into the tornado. Bang. The overhead compartment doors were also shaken open and luggage rained down. I don't want to die. Wah. No. The flight attendant frantically tried to calm and guide the passengers. Dear passengers, please do not leave your seats. Please fasten your seatbelts. That passenger, please sit down immediately. Xiao Dai had stood up at some point, and she flexed her wrists. It's time to make a move, Lord Face Slapper. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Make a move? How do I make a move? His mind was a tangled mess. I don't know anything. What should I do? Xiao Dai sighed. I knew Lord Facelapper would surely hesitate to act. After all, according to the rules, we are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of mortals. Whoosh. Then let me do it. Whoosh whoosh. Everyone was once again astonished. Look, what is that little girl doing? Is that sorcery? A blazing red stream of energy enveloped her body. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The crowd was in an uproar. Pointing at her, she's casting a spell. Xiao Dai formed a hand seal to cast a spell, then suddenly swung her hand down. Whoosh. The red energy immediately shifted, enveloping the entire airplane. Rumble, rumble. The cabin suddenly became quiet, no longer shaking. The energy surrounding Xiao Dai's body gradually disappeared. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Fan, drenched in sweat, stared blankly. Is the danger over? The Annie next to him still hadn't recovered. What's happening now? Xiao Dai panted, exhausted, and instructed. Don't worry, my lord. I've just protected the plane. Everyone hold on tight. The tornado is about to hit. He was startled. WH what? She explained. I'm going to have the plane break through the encirclement. Rumble, rumble. Charge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Bang. After a loud explosion, the plane successfully escaped the storm. Zhang Fan hurriedly asked, did we succeed? Xiao Dai suddenly couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the seat. Thud. He asked worriedly, are you okay? Xiao Dai gritted her teeth, trying to hold on, her breath weak. My lord, I can't hold on anymore. Someone used a high-level giant wind talisman. Zhang Fan was horrified. A giant wind talisman? She leaned against the seat and reminded him. I've exhausted my magical power. I could only temporarily move the plane out of the tornado's range. Make your move, my lord, or everyone on this plane will die. The scar-faced man had secretly stuck the talisman onto the plane's tail. Zhang Fan said in a panic, are you kidding me? If you can't do it, what can I do? But he didn't refuse immediately, quickly unbuckling his seatbelt. There was no time to think now. Click. He suddenly stood up and shouted, Zhang Fan is here. Wind God and Thunder Duke, hear my command. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their faces annoyed. That fraud, what time is it to be causing trouble? He yelled, disperse. Disperse for me now. As soon as the words left his mouth, that terrifying gale suddenly ceased, then vanished as if it had never been there. Rumble, rumble. The people cheered. The sky is clearing up. Bang! What's going on? Have we gone to heaven? Is it over? Suddenly, the PA system crackled to life, and the emergency signal also turned green. Attention passengers, please be advised. The tornado has disappeared. The aircraft is now operating normally. The people, still in shock, thought they had misheard. What? Please repeat the announcement. The tornado has disappeared. The aircraft is now operating normally. The people around began to whisper, isn't he a fraud? Under everyone's astonished gazes, Zhang Fan didn't dare to move. What's going on? Young man, did you just shout the tornado away? After that, everyone joyfully said in unison, thank you, young man. This left Zhang Fan utterly astonished. Before he could react, they had started cheering. An immortal has descended. Thank you. There are immortals in this world. Our savior. Even the flight attendants couldn't hold back their happy tears. At this moment, Zhang Fan was flustered, completely clueless about what was happening. What is this? I don't understand anything. Is it over? I just tried shouting a few words. Could it be that I'm really the son of an immortal? The cheers for him continued unabated. Great hero. So cool. My idol. Hearing these words, he didn't know what to do besides force a smile, deciding to go along with everyone. It seems I've successfully put on an act again. Now they all see me as a hero, so I'll just play along. With that thought, he began to put on an incredibly fake expression. It's good that everyone is alright. Hearing this, the crowd believed him even more, cheering even more enthusiastically. Great hero. Great savior. I love you. Thank you. It's good that we're alright. Xiao Dai, who was also on the plane, was extremely surprised by this scene. Lord Face Slapper is truly amazing. He managed to repel the tornado without even releasing his spiritual power. At this moment, in another place, Lin Chongyang's desk phone rang incessantly. Ring, 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 ring. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello? After hearing what the person on the other end said, he became extremely furious, slamming his fist on the table. Whack! What? Lin Chongyang roared with anger. He escaped? What on earth happened? On the other end of the line, his subordinate stammered his report. Boss Lin, the giant wind talisman should have easily destroyed the plane, but Lin Chongyang couldn't help but roar. But what? The subordinate began to speak. There was a force that resisted the giant wind talisman, causing the talisman to consume much more energy. At this time, on the plane, Zhang Fan was staring wide-eyed at a person. Uncle, is something the matter? Then he shamelessly said, do you want my autograph? The Andy beside him saw the man standing still and also spoke up. Are you shy? Why aren't you saying anything? Suddenly, the person knelt on the ground with a thud, shocking everyone, who had no idea what was happening. Zhang Fan was startled and said, Uncle, were you scared, silly? Suddenly, that person clasped his hands and shouted loudly, I am Yi Jiutian. I witnessed you perform a spell to repel the tornado with my own eyes. I am truly in awe, and my gratitude is beyond words. Yi Jiutian, I just heard that you are well-versed in medicine. I wonder if you could diagnose me? Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan felt extremely shocked. My God, this is a super big shot. Then he began to reminisce. Today, the 106th Hope Primary School, donated and built by billionaire Yi Jiutian in Shanghai City, has officially opened. His goal is 1,000 schools. When he was little, Lin Ming always made him act as a horse for him to ride. Zhang Fan, go faster. The young Zhang Fan paid no attention, just staring intently at a person on the TV, telling him, Lin Ming, in the future I'll definitely be like Yi Jiutian, both handsome and rich, and I'll make you my driver. Hearing this, Lin Ming immediately said, stop bragging, Zhang Fan. Just be a good horse for me to ride. I'll take you to meet my girlfriend. The more he thought, the more he felt his luck was unbelievable. When I was a kid, Yi Jiutian was already the youngest billionaire in Shanghai City. Such a big shot. At this moment, Yi Jiutian was still seriously clasping his hands in a bow. I beg of you, sir. Zhang Fan couldn't believe it. He's kneeling and begging me to treat his illness? Speaking of which, he's at most around 40. Why is his hair all white? He began to calculate silently in his mind. Symptoms of premature white hair, like his, are also recorded in medical texts. It's caused by mistakenly eating a spirit fruit with colding properties. There's still a stream of spiritual energy left in his body, but it can't be refined, leading to a spiritual energy backlash. As it stands now, he won't live past this year. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan finally spoke up to greet him. Mr. Yi Jiutian, my name is Zhang Fan. Zhang as in the character for Bao, Fan as in ordinary. You have always been a role model for me to learn from. I will definitely do my best to treat you. Seeing this, Yi Jiutian was moved to tears, saying, that's wonderful. Then he began to confide. To be honest, I've been seeking doctors and medicine for years, whether it's Eastern or Western medicine, even shamanic healing. No one has been confident they could cure my illness. They even said, hearing this, Zhang Fan asked, that you won't live past this year? Yi Jiutian said sadly, does Mr. Zhang also think I am fated for a short life? Zhang Fan then asked, then has Mr. Yi ever mistakenly eaten a type of coldine fruit in the outskirts? Hearing this question, Yi Jiutian was stunned. A coldine fruit? Then he began to recall. Many years ago, while hiking in the wild, I discovered a type of fruit. It looked a lot like a blueberry, crystal clear and plump. It looked delicious. I was quite hungry at the time, and my throat was dry, so I ate it without hesitation. Thinking back carefully now, my illness started after I ate that fruit. Just hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately recognized the fruit, the Lulon fruit. Then he began to analyze for Jiuqian, the Lulan fruit, a rare type of fruit. The older the fruit, the stronger the cold, spiritual energy it contains. Ordinary people cannot refine spiritual energy and will suffer a backlash. He was extremely shocked after hearing this. A backlash? Then can I still be saved, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Fan comforted him. Now that we've found the cause of the illness, I naturally have a way to cure it. I will write you a prescription now, but a few of the medicinal herbs are quite hard to find. Then he kindly instructed, your illness cannot be delayed any longer. You must go and gather the herbs as soon as you get off the plane. My phone number is on there. Contact me when you've gathered all the herbs, and I will show you how to brew the medicine. Jiuqian couldn't contain his gratitude and rushed forward to hug Zhang Fan. Brother Zhang Fan, you saved my life today. If you can save me one more time, I would go through fire and water. I would not hesitate. I, Jiuqian, am willing to be a workhorse for Brother Zhang Fan. Seeing Zhang Fan's talent, the other people on the plane also began to ask him for prescriptions. Young man Zhang Fan, write a prescription for this Annie too. Take a look at me. I'm sick too. This made Zhang Fan extremely flustered. At this moment, the flight attendant appeared to remind them. Dear passengers, the plane is about to land. Please prepare yourselves. After getting off the plane, Zhang Fan happily asked Mr. Yi's assistant to pass on a message. Please thank Mr. Yi for me. Sorry to have troubled you to bring us here. Thank you. He immediately replied, this is a small matter. Mr. Yi said that if you need anything, just find him. Zhang Fan replied, that's too kind. These are all small matters. Then I'll be going first. You two have fun. The person said cheerfully. Xiao Dai was off to one side, engrossed in watching some old men play chess. At this moment, Zhang Fan turned and called out, hey Xiao Dai, you. Xiao Dai paid him no mind, still focused on the game. He won. Old Gong, you lost again. Old Gong then turned back in a daze to look. Oh, the person behind also spoke up. Oh my, we have visitors. I wonder what brings you all here. At this moment, Zhang Fan spoke up and asked, excuse me, uncles, could you show us the way to Lingyin Temple? Xiao Dai obediently pleaded, we'd appreciate it, uncle. Old Gong was very surprised. Huh? You two kids know about Lingyin Temple? It's a pity you've made a wasted trip. Hearing this, Xiao Dai stiffened. Huh? A wasted trip? Why? Old Gong slowly answered, because Lingyin Temple has disappeared. Old Gong began to mysteriously tell the story to Zhang Fan and Xiao Dai. Legend has it that a long time ago, a group of hungry ghosts built a temple, and that was Lingyin Temple. Because it was a ghost temple, it was unlucky, so adults didn't let children go near it. This Lingyin Temple was deserted all year round, and no one ever went in. But no matter the wind or rain, Lingyin Temple stood tall without falling, and it was never seen to become dilapidated. About a dozen years ago, a construction team went up the mountain intending to demolish Lingyin Temple. But just as the construction team reached the mountaintop, Lingyin Temple had vanished into thin air at some point. No one knows how it disappeared. From then on, no one ever saw Lingyin Temple again. After hearing this, Xiao Dai felt scared. It disappeared? Zhang Fan saw this and turned to ask, so Xiao Dai, are we still going? However, Xiao Dai didn't answer, but stepped forward to ask Old Gong, uncle, could you give us the address of that place? Follow that road, that's right. Just follow the mountain path behind us, and you'll get there. But if there's nothing important, you too shouldn't go there. What if something happens? That place is very strange. After that, Xiao Dai hurriedly walked ahead, urging, hurry up, my lord. Huh? Zhang Fan followed behind, slowly reminding her, be careful. Xiao Dai. Then he hesitated and said, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you, Xiao Dai. You've traveled so far to find Lingyin Temple. Are you trying to... Before Zhang Fan could finish, Xiao Dai continued, that's right, I haven't told my lord. Not long ago, I read in an ancient book in the underworld. It was written that beneath Lingyin Temple is the tomb of the human immortal Li Mu Bai. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was scared out of his wits. Huh? A tomb? You're not planning to go grave robbing, are you? Suddenly, Xiao Dai happily ran ahead and said, my lord, hurry up, I see the ruins. This made Zhang Fan panic and chase after her, shouting, hey, answer me first. When they arrived, Xiao Dai discovered in surprise, there's really nothing here. Zhang Fan saw this and reminded her, it's getting late. Xiao Dai, let's hurry down the mountain. Then he looked around worriedly. A temple built by ghosts, with a tomb underneath. This place is really sinister. Then he hurriedly shouted, hey Xiao Dai, what are you doing? Aren't you leaving yet? Hearing this, Xiao Dai casually replied, looking for the entrance to the tomb, of course. My lord, help me look too. Seeing this, Zhang Fan waved his hands in refusal. I'm not good at this. I'll just wait here. You go ahead and look. Xiao Dai also happily made a gesture of agreement, saying, okay, it's very difficult, but I'll definitely find it. Zhang Fan thought to himself, someone's human immortal tomb. How could it be so easy for you to find? This place must be full of traps. It's best for a mortal like me not to get involved. Suddenly, there was a strange noise in the grass. Rustle, rustle, rustle. This startled Zhang Fan. Huh? What was that? Rustle, 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 rustle. He was trembling with fear, stammering. Could it be something sinister? At this moment, a small, snow-white animal with big eyes crawled out. Plop! Seeing it, Zhang Fan jumped in fright. My God, what the hell is this? At this moment, the little dog barked. Woof! Zhang Fan then reacted. My God, you're a dog. Then he angrily chased after it to scare it. You dare to scare me. Woof! Stop right there. Woof! Suddenly, he was tripped by a rock on the ground. Thud! He took a fall, sprawling on the ground. However, he suddenly discovered, why is it hollow underneath? Zhang Fan's cry attracted Xiao Dai's attention. At this moment, a large hole appeared on the ground. Xiao Dai and the little dog from before went to the edge of the hole, calling down, My lord is so amazing. You found the entrance to the tomb in an instant. Then she called out worriedly, My lord, are you okay? Woof, woof, woof. Zhang Fan answered from below, I'm fine, Lord Face Slapper. Then he called, Come on down. Hearing the call, Xiao Dai immediately jumped down. Thud! I'm down, Lord Face Slapper. It was pitch black below, so Zhang Fan said, Light a fire, Xiao Dai. Hearing this, Xiao Dai used her spiritual power to illuminate the surroundings. A small matter. With the light, she could see her surroundings clearly. Wow, this is the place. The tomb of the human immortal Li Mu Bai. In front of them was a giant door, and behind the door lay many secrets. Xiao Dai was so happy she was moved to tears, lightly punching Zhang Fan's shoulder in praise. As expected, my lord is the most amazing. You found it without breaking a sweat. You've worked hard, my lord. Today I officially declare you my lifelong idol. Seeing this, Zhang Fan appeared very calm on the outside, but his heart was in turmoil. Damn it, I almost cracked my head open when I fell just now. Then he asked carefully, but Xiao Dai, do you really want to go inside? This is someone else's tomb. Hearing this, Xiao Dai replied in a resolute tone, We must go in. We're already at the door. How can we not go in? Seeing this, Zhang Fan hesitated and said, But there's a seal on the door. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Fan turned his head and Xiao Dai had disappeared. Where did she go? It turned out she had quickly stepped forward, tore the talisman off the door, and casually pushed the door open to step inside. My lord, follow me. Thud. Seeing this, Zhang Fan was very angry and quickly said, Hey Xiao Dai, don't just barge in recklessly like that. What if there are traps? Seeing the scene inside, Zhang Fan was even more terrified. My God, it's so gloomy. There aren't really ghosts in here, are there? However, Xiao Dai was not afraid at all, and even smiled as she invited Zhang Fan. We'll know once we go in and see. He replied fearfully, See ghosts? Then the two of them started walking inside. Tap, tap, tap. 10 minutes later, the two of them walked and walked but still hadn't arrived. Zhang Fan said impatiently, Xiao Dai, are we there yet? Seeing this, Xiao Dai comforted him. Don't be anxious, my lord, look ahead. Following her gaze, Zhang Fan said in surprise, What is that? He shouted loudly. There's light. After running for a while, the two of them finally arrived. Zhang Fan felt extremely happy. Tap, tap, we're finally here. In front of them was a giant tombstone. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily gloomy. Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, This tomb is so big. He was so shocked he couldn't believe it. It's truly an eye-opener. Suddenly, Xiao Dai's voice rang out. Wow, I found it. Zhang Fan looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Xiao Dai happily waving him over. My lord, come over here quickly. Seeing this, he replied helplessly, Coming. But in his heart, he grumbled. How can a treasure be found so easily? Looking at the lotus painting in front of them, the two began to talk. A tattered painting can be called a treasure? Tattered painting? Lord Face Slapper, you're mistaken. Xiao Dai said in a very solemn tone, I've always wanted to have one of his paintings. That's right, perhaps my lord doesn't know much about Li Mu Bai. Then she quickly put away the painting, saying he specialized in the divine painting path and could suppress demons and evil spirits. This green lotus painting has great uses. Zhang Fan listened silently from behind, assessing. Sounds very powerful. Then she took out a painting and said, I'm taking this green lotus painting and I'm giving one to Lord Face Slapper. Seeing this, Zhang Fan said awkwardly, this is too much. Xiao Dai saw that he had no intention of reaching out to take it, so she stuffed the painting into his arms and said, finders keepers. Unable to refuse, Zhang Fan had to accept it. Then I won't be polite. Is this also a green lotus painting? At this moment, Xiao Dai looked elsewhere and said, it's a ghost cat painting. Hearing this, Zhang Fan thought in fear, a ghost. Ghost cat painting? With a rustle, the scroll opened. Looking at the painting in his hand, Zhang Fan was very surprised to find, this cat. Inside was a painting of a black cat, looking very mysterious, surrounded by purple flames. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be amazed. It looks so real. Seeing this, Xiao Dai said, that ghost cat painting is not yet mature, my lord. Put it away quickly. Take it back and raise it for a while, and it will grow. Hearing this, Zhang Fan hesitated and said, raise. Before he could finish, Xiao Dai called him over. My lord, come and look at this quickly. Looking at the mysterious door in front of her, Xiao Dai exclaimed, this door contains immense spiritual energy. No wonder paintings can be nurtured here. My lord, there must be a treasure hidden inside this door. Hearing the word treasure, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. There's more treasure? Without waiting long, Xiao Dai immediately rolled up her sleeves, preparing to open the door. We'll know once we open it. Zhang Fan cheered from the side. Go for it, Xiao Dai. With all her strength, with a loud bang. In just one go, Xiao Dai successfully ripped the entire door off. Zhang Fan, standing by the side, felt extremely astonished. Xiao Dai, why did you rip the whole door off? Xiao Dai, however, said very calmly, Lord Face Slapper, this is not an ordinary door. This is a space-time door. Zhang Fan was shocked. A space-time door? The door emitted thick plumes of smoke. Zhang Fan was suspicious. Is it broken? Xiao Dai said, I just sense that the spiritual power inside it is very strong. Zhang Fan was skeptical. Really? She replied, yes, my lord. Look behind the door. He stepped forward, knocked on it, and asked doubtfully, is this a wall? Xiao Dai explained, this door has very strong spiritual power. It can connect to other dimensions. It's just that this door is not easy to open. Hearing this, Zhang Fan shouted in alarm, it can connect to other dimensions? Then that's too amazing. Xiao Dai, hurry up and open this door. But she said, with my current spiritual power, I can't open it. He thought to himself, if even Xiao Dai can't open it, then I definitely can't. Suddenly, Zhang Fan realized something, startled. Wait a minute. He recalled the red ink mark on the door, thinking, I only just noticed there's this drawing on the door. Although this drawing looks very simple, a closer look reveals it's very complex. And the more you look, the more complex it gets. Zhang Fan tried to remember. Strange, why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Seeing this, Xiao Dai interjected and asked, my lord, why are you staring at the door? After hearing what Zhang Fan said, she said, isn't this drawing a ghost trace? Zhang Fan was puzzled. What's a ghost trace? Xiao Dai said, if it really is a ghost trace, then one must reach the soul-peaking realm to be able to open this space-time door. What should I do? I can't take it home. It's a pity to leave it here. She turned her head and suggested to Zhang Fan, how about, my lord, you take this door back first. He naturally didn't want to take this burden home and awkwardly refused. That's not a good idea. Xiao Dai sighed. It's a pity to throw it away. Zhang Fan had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept. If that's the case, then leave it to me. Xiao Dai cheered happily. Thank you, my lord. Then let's go back. A while later, back in the car, Zhang Fan said gratefully, I've troubled you too much this time. Please thank Mr. E for me. Zhu Qian said shyly, hey, don't be a stranger. Mr. E said, you were his great benefactor. He suddenly became worried about Xiao Dai. That little girl is flying back alone. Will she be okay? Seeing that she's so young. Zhang Fan comforted Zhu Qian. Xiao Dai, don't you worry. That kid can take care of herself. He said with relief. That's good. That's good. At this moment, Zhang Fan's mind was on another problem. Xiao Dai is so powerful. I'm not worried at all. Now I'm just worried about bringing this ancient door back. Will the old folks in the apartment complex cause a scene? He remembered what Sun Chong had once said. Just let me know if you have any requests. An idea struck Zhang Fan. I've got a plan. Then he took out his phone and typed something. It turned out Zhang Fan was sending a message to Sun Chong. Is this Minister Sun? about what you said last time, I have another small request. At this time, Shanghai City, 7:30 in the evening. Zhang Fan spoke up. Driver, please stop here for a moment. The driver agreed. No problem. He walked into a real estate development. Silently calculating, the company agreed to give me a big house. So, I have to pick a really big one. Haha, that way I'll have something to show off at the celebration party tomorrow. Let's check out this area. Suddenly, someone appeared, calling Zhang Fan's name. He turned his head curiously and immediately recognized the person in front of him. Kaiyang greeted him cheerfully. What a coincidence, Zhang Fan. Long time no see. Zhang Fan also replied, yeah, we haven't seen each other since high school graduation. You're doing well, huh? Where do you strike it rich? Kaiyang twirled his car keys, showing off. It's just SOSO. I'm a real estate agent now. Let's just say I have a few properties to rent out. Zhang Fan was surprised. Oh, you have a car already? Is the gas tank full now? Kaiyang was puzzled. What's full? He said, nothing. It just so happens I'm looking to buy a house. Got any good ones? Take me to see them. Kaiyang asked again, what? You want to buy it outright? Zhang Fan replied, that's right. What's wrong? Kaiyang thought to himself, ugh, look at your dirt poor appearance. Do you even know the price per square meter here? A poor guy thinking he's a rich young master? I hate this type of show-off the most. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. He quickly turned around and instructed Zhang Fan. Wait for me a moment. I'll go get the house keys. Zhang Fan replied happily. Okay, no problem. As he walked, Kaiyang arrogantly twirled his car keys, then continued, oh right, Zhang Fan. Our high school class is having a reunion tomorrow. Tang Mengping, the girl you had a secret crush on, is also coming. If I remember correctly, she was your first love, right? Back then, Zhang Fan was still in high school. He would often sneak glances at the girl with pink hair sitting in front of him. Zhang Fan immediately remembered who she was. He was stunned into a daze. Kaiyang asked curiously, by the way, how big a house are you looking to buy? What's your budget? Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly, no budget limit. The bigger the better, of course. Kaiyang thought to himself, interesting. He doesn't even draft a script before bragging. Then he said, all right then, struck it rich, have you? I'll take you to see a house. Zhang Fan said gratefully, okay, sorry to trouble you. As soon as he entered the house, Zhang Fan praised it profusely. Good lighting, good environment, and the size is beyond question. Kaiyang asked, how is it? He replied, the environment and lighting are indeed not bad, but I still find it a bit small. Zhang Fan asked curiously, are there any bigger ones? Kaiyang was secretly astonished. Huh? Going this big, huh? Doesn't he know when to stop? Let's see how much longer you can put on this show. Then he replied, yes, let's go. Kaiyang led Zhang Fan to another house, then asked for his opinion. Zhang Fan, what do you think of this one? Satisfied this time? This is the #1 unit in the Yishui Bay area. Zhang Fan pointed at the house and said reluctantly, hey, Toothpick, is this really the best unit you guys have? Kaiyang replied, that's right, what's wrong? He then said, this unit isn't big enough. Maybe we should just forget it. Kaiyang still smiled and replied, then you can go home and think it over. But inwardly, he was scorning Zhang Fan. I knew it. I've seen plenty of these poor guys pretending to be rich. Don't think I don't know your mom is still running around everywhere trying to find a job for you. Kaiyang thought, an unemployed bum. Let's see how you're going to act at the class reunion tomorrow. But Zhang Fan was contemplating, this house isn't bad. In the past, I wouldn't have even dared to dream of it. But since the company promised to buy one for me, I have to buy an even bigger one. Then he put his arm around Kaiyang's shoulder and said gratefully, old classmate, sorry to have troubled you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. He replied, no need for another day. After the class reunion tomorrow, we can get together for a drink. But Zhang Fan scratched his head and declined. My company is holding a celebration party tomorrow. I can't be absent without a reason. About that, I'm afraid I can't make it. Kaiyang was puzzled, huh? Not going to see Tang Mengping? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Her Highness, is she doing well? Kaiyang kept trying to persuade him to join the reunion. If you come and see, won't you find out? You can sneak out for a bit tomorrow to show your face at the reunion. We're all waiting for you, Zhang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Fan also said goodbye to Kaiyang to go home. He said to the driver, sorry to have kept you waiting, driver. It seems I won't be able to buy a house today. I'll head home first. The driver suggested, if Mr. Zhang wants to find a house, I can recommend a place to you. The truck sped along the road. Zhang Fan was surprised. Oh, where is that? The driver replied, it's over at the Jinlong Terrace area. It's my wife and I's lifelong dream to buy a house there. Zhang Fan immediately got excited. Really? Then let's take a trip over to have a look. Sorry to trouble you, driver. As soon as he stepped into the new house, Zhang Fan exclaimed in amazement, "My goodness, this house is so luxurious." The staff immediately introduced, "This is our most luxurious unit, exquisitely furnished and ready for immediate move-in." After that, the staff led him to the balcony to look down and introduced, "The spacious outdoor balcony is warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and you can also enjoy the beautiful scenery." "Mr. Zhang, what do you think of this house?" Zhang Fan seemed very interested. He excitedly decided on the spot, "It's beautiful, magnificent, it lifts my spirits. I'll take this one." At this moment, a voice was heard from outside the apartment. "Haha, old classmates. Guess who I ran into today?" Kaiyong was sitting in front of chat screen. "I guess you guys have almost forgotten him." The person on the other end urged, "Spit it out. Stop being so mysterious. Why do you always like to keep people in suspense?" Kaiyong immediately revealed, "It's that idiot Zhang Fan. He even wants to buy a big house." Xiaona asked curiously, "Really?" Xia Bongfei wondered, "That idiot Fan?" Meng Ping had an impatient look on her face. "Humph, I thought it was someone important." Wang Junkai had completely forgotten. "Who is he?" Wang Yuan wondered, "How did you run into him?" Old Chow was laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes, mocking Zhang Fan for buying a big house. Don't listen to his bragging. Didn't you guys hear me and Old Fu a few days ago? His mom is still running around everywhere trying to find a job for him. Li Gang was curious to hear more. "I wasn't online last time. Old Xia, hurry up and tell me. Quick, 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 quick." Old Chow immediately took out Zhang Fan's resume and said, "Look what this is. Zhang Fan's resume. Where did you get that?" Old Chow immediately recounted. "A few days ago, Zhang Fan's mom submitted his resume to our company, desperately trying to find him a job. Even Old Fu's company got one." Gui also added, "That's right. Even though we're old classmates, I'm still the vice president of a state-owned enterprise. I really can't give him special treatment." Xiaona also spoke up contemptuously, elementary school labor committee member. "This resume is pretty pathetic. So how is he living now?" Kaiyong immediately told them everything. Him? His face was covered in dirt. His shirt was torn. He definitely just came from a construction site. He hadn't even settled down before coming to show off to me. "All right," he said, "he has something in his company and can't make it to the reunion. I think he just doesn't dare to come, afraid we'll laugh at him." "How about, Your Highness, you talk to him. Didn't Zhang Fan used to pursue you?" Meng Ping said with annoyance. "Huh, can you please stop bringing that up?" Kaiyong continued excitedly. "When I mentioned you today, his face turned bright red. Ha ha ha. It seems he still has feelings for you." Meng Ping continued, "Humph, I can get him to come. But I'm warning you guys, don't make a joke out of me and him. It'll be so embarrassing if word gets out." However, she gestured, "For everyone's fun tomorrow, just leave it to me." Everyone immediately got excited. "Ha ha ha, long live Your Highness. Greetings to Your Highness. There's going to be a good show to watch tomorrow." The scene changes to Zhang Fan's villa. It was now dark. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed in his bedroom, cultivating. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "Although the spiritual power in my body has become much stronger, and it's still continuously strengthening. As expected, this door is beneficial to spiritual power. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an effect in such a short time." Immediately after, he retracted his technique. Zhang Fan looked at the door and said with satisfaction, "With this treasure, I will become a super genius." He focused on the red ink mark on it, tried to remember where he had seen it before. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhang Fan. He immediately realized this pattern was a necklace. It must be someone's necklace. Zhang Fan looked up, closed his eyes, and thought. "Think carefully. Whose is it? Whose could it be?" A memory from the past flooded back. Someone shouted, "Give it back." Zhang Fan was pulling down one of his eyelids, teasing a female classmate. "Haha, not giving it back, not giving it back. You're so fat. What are you wearing a necklace for?" "Necklaces are for pretty people to wear." The little girl angrily scolded him. "You're too much, Zhang Fan." He looked at the necklace and said, "This necklace has a really strange shape. What is this? I'll take it home to study for a few days." "Fatty," Haishin threatened angrily. "You're not giving it back, are you? Then don't blame me." A moment later, a bump was seen on Zhang Fan's head, and he complained, "Why did you hit so hard?" Haishin's shout still echoed, "I'll kill you, Zhang Fan." This made Zhang Fan's eyes fly open in shock. "You fatty Chang Haishin? Why is it her?" Then he put his feet on the ground, thinking to himself, "Oh, this is troublesome. Although we were high school classmates, we lost contact after graduation, and I have no way to contact her." Zhang Fan paced back and forth in the room, constantly guessing. Her necklace and the shape of the soul seal are identical, which proves it's the key to opening this door. So I have to find a way to contact her. Or go to the class reunion. But tomorrow is the company's celebration party, and I'm the main character. What should I do? Just then, the phone in Zhang Fan's pocket suddenly rang, making him wonder, who is it? Inside was a message from Chun Ping, brother Fan. The company's celebration party is all set up. It's at the hotel. A car will come pick you up. Zhang Fan complained, what a headache. Then his phone rang again. Oh, little chick, you're so beautiful. You're so beautiful, little chick. Zhang Fan immediately felt annoyed. Who is it now? And it's an unknown number. Don't they sleep at this hour? He immediately answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? Wrong number? Tang Mengping. On the other end of the line, Mengping was smoking a cigarette, speaking to Zhang Fan in a sweet tone. Our high school class is having a reunion tomorrow. Did you know? 6 in the evening, at the hotel, be sure to come. I miss you. Zhang Fan was a little flustered. I know, but he blushed and stammered. I miss you too, old classmate. But tomorrow, he thought to himself, wait a minute, the hotel? Why does that sound so familiar? At this moment, Zhang Fan immediately remembered, so happy he was about to cry. Oh my God, isn't that where the company is holding the celebration party? Heaven is really helping me. Could I be the chosen one? On the other end, Mengping urged him again. Hello, Zhang Fan? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the final word on tomorrow? Zhang Fan suddenly burst out laughing and said gleefully, I was just thinking about seeing you tomorrow. I'm so happy. Mengping said excitedly, so you've agreed? He replied, of course, I have to come and listen to our campus Beltang's heart-to-heart talk. She quickly sealed the deal. Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhang Fan was full of anticipation. It seems tomorrow will be a fruitful day. The day of the class reunion arrived. Outside the restaurant, everyone had already discussed their plan. Old Chow looked at the group of people in black suits and asked curiously, Class President, what are those people doing? A gang gathering? The class president replied, they are employees of the Qin Corporation. They're having a party. Old Chow was impressed. Oh, what a show. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car engine echoed from a distance. The two turned to look, wondering, what's that sound? In the distance, a luxurious yellow sports car sped towards them like the wind. The two of them stared, their eyes wide with admiration. Holy crap, who could that be? Unexpectedly, the sports car screeched to a halt right in front of them. The car door opened upwards, and Zhang Fan stepped out stylishly, greeting them. Old classmates, long time no see. He thought to himself, I didn't expect the company to send a Lamborghini. Old Chow and the class president were both dumbfounded, their jaws dropped, shouting, This is Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan spread his arms in front of them, cheering happily. I miss you guys so much, old classmates. Seeing his friends frozen like statues, he had to speak up. Why aren't you two saying anything? Don't you recognize me? It's me, Zhang Fan. The class president was utterly shocked. A Lamborghini? He looked at the luxurious, gleaming yellow sports car, inside which sat a well-dressed man, which stunned the class president, a high-class chauffeur. Then he looked at Zhang Fan's attire, an Armani suit, a Cartier watch. Old Chow didn't believe these things belonged to Zhang Fan and said sarcastically, just for a class reunion, you even rented a Lamborghini. That must have cost you 100,000, right? The class president sneered. This idiot really thinks he's a tycoon. The price to pay for showing off like this is really steep. Then Old Chow patted Zhang Fan's back and said intimately, oh my, Zhang Fan, no brother Fan. Ha ha ha, you're so dazzling, we were momentarily speechless. Don't mind us. There's a good show waiting for you later. The class president said, where have you been making your fortune these past few years? Looking at you now, you must be living a comfortable life, right? Ah, you got more handsome too. Must be from all that manual labor, right? Let's go. Let's talk inside. Everyone's waiting for you. Zhang Fan asked curiously. All right, class president, is my deskmate Chang Haixin coming? Old Chow then said, Chang Haixin? Don't even mention it. She's definitely not coming. The class president also added, our classmate Fu Guoyi has been pursuing Chang Haixin all this time, but she keeps rejecting old Fu. She doesn't really want to see old Fu. Zhang Fan couldn't believe his ears. What? Old Fu is pursuing Chang Haixin? His heart was filled with doubt. Old Fu is tall and handsome. Why would he pursue Chang Haixin? He thought to himself, have things changed so much? Then he opened his mouth and asked Old Chow, can I see her class contact list? Old Chow readily agreed. No problem. Here you go. Zhang Fan said to them, thanks, class president, Old Chow. You two going first? I'll be right in. They replied, okay, hurry up. Zhang Fan immediately found one person's contact information, Chang Haixin, phone 1 X times, X times, X times, X times, X. He thought happily, found it. Zhang Fan immediately dialed the number. it's connecting. Very quickly, the other end picked up and answered, "Hello, who is this?" Zhang Fan replied excitedly, "Old classmate, it's me, Zhang Fan." "Great, I finally got in touch." But Haixin on the other end asked a very hurtful question. "Who is Zhang Fan?" Those words were like a knife straight to Zhang Fan's heart. "Am I that unmemorable?" Then Haixin exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. Is it that short, ugly, and unmemorable guy?" Zhang Fan immediately collapsed, cursing inwardly. "Damn fat pig." He said, "Who's short? Who's ugly? Who's unmemorable?" She asked curiously, "Is there something you need?" "Classmate Zhang Fan?" He immediately replied, "Our class is having a reunion. Are you coming? We haven't seen each other in 5 years. Let's go out and get together." Haixin seemed very reluctant. "If Fu Guai is going, I don't want to see him." "I'm not going." Zhang Fan hurriedly advised her. "Hey, don't miss the reunion over such a small thing. Don't you agree? It's not easy for everyone to meet up." Haixin was almost swayed. "You have a point. I miss everyone too." But Zhang Fan pressed. "So are you coming or not?" She was a bit hesitant. "I could come, but..." Then Haixin said, "You have to agree to one condition." At the Yashuan restaurant, the waiter said to Zhang Fan, "This way, please, sir." As soon as he appeared, he heard exclamations of surprise from below. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Fan, greeting him. "Long time no see. Zhang Fan has arrived." Zhang Fan. "Oh, Brother Fan." He pointed at Bong Fei and joked, "Old Xia, how did you end up like this?" The other person replied cheerfully, "Long time no see, Brother Fan. Isn't it just the ravages of time?" Then Bong Fei asked with a smile, "I heard you used to be a programmer at Wanted Temple?" Zhang Fan immediately replied, "That's right, just getting by. What about you?" Bong Fei immediately thought to himself, "I knew it." Then he said, "We're colleagues then, haha. I work at Tianchi Technology. What's your salary like? Did you get a bonus last month?" Zhang Fan scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "Don't you know? My salary is just so what bonus?" Bong Fei immediately encouraged him. "Then you have to work harder. My monthly bonus is already in the tens of thousands." But in his heart, he thought, is this kind of false modesty in fashion now? After that, Bong Fei started talking about those big shots. "Then you must have heard of Meng Xie, Hua Hudi, and Xiao Mu, the 3 giants of the hacker world, right? The 3 of them have the highest level of hacking skills. Don't be jealous when I say this." Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly, "I've heard of them." Bong Fei immediately boasted, "I once spoke with the great master Xiao Mu on the phone. He even gave me some pointers, which is why I have the achievements I have today." The people behind him immediately expressed their admiration. "I've heard of Xiao Mu. Old Xia is amazing. So impressive, Old Xia." But Zhang Fan said, "What's there to admire? Xiao Mu and I are very close." Before he could finish his sentence, a girl suddenly walked up and shouted, "Hubby!" Zhang Fan asked in confusion, "Who are you? Who are you calling hubby?" As soon as they saw this girl, everyone was amazed. Chang Haixin? Didn't she say she wasn't coming? Truly a world-class beauty. Chang Haixin then spoke up, "Of course I'm calling you, my little Fan Fan." Everyone was shocked. Little Fan Fan? Everyone was surprised. Since when did Zhang Fan become Chang Haixin's husband? Zhang Fan's jaw was about to hit the floor. He pointed at Haixin and shouted, "What the hell is this? You, Chang Haixin." On the other end of the line, Haixin had shouted, "You have to pretend to be my boyfriend." Zhang Fan was startled. "Boyfriend?" She said, "Yep, I want Fu Guoyi to give up completely." He thought to himself, pretend to be this fat pig's boyfriend? But he still agreed. "All right, I agree." Haixin reminded him, "Then you have to act the part well. Don't let it slip." Zhang Fan thought to himself, "For the sake of the necklace, I'll risk it." At this moment, Haixin had shouted, "Little Fan Fan." The other classmates were immediately stunned. "Little Fan Fan?" Zhang Fan also looked at her with sparkling eyes and called out, "Little Xin Xin." Everyone chanted along, "Little Xin Xin." He held Haixin's hand and chided her dotingly, "Why are you so late, my little Xin Xin?" She also played along. "You miss me already?" Zhang Fan replied, "Yeah, I missed you to death." The people around them were all dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Holy crap, is this that fat little girl? It's a complete 180-degree change. I never thought that poor slob from back then would be so handsome now. Everyone immediately started whispering, "What's going on, old Fu?" Chang Haixin and Zhang Fan. How could they? I must be dreaming. Damn it. Is this for real? Guai, gritted his teeth, feeling very upset. Chang Haixin isn't stupid. To pass up an outstanding person like me and choose that dirt poor guy? How is that possible? Mengping was filled with regret. Didn't he always like me? Why is he with Chang Haixin now? Men are all trash. Even I wouldn't look twice at that poor slob. How could Chang Haixin possibly like him? I don't believe it. Zhang Fan suddenly glanced down, thinking to himself, she doesn't seem to be wearing that necklace. At this moment, Haixin noticed his eyes were glued to her chest. She immediately pulled on Zhang Fan's tie, startling him. Although Haixin was angry, she still lowered her voice to warn him, "Hey, you pervert, where are your eyes looking?" Zhang Fan also whispered his explanation. Huh? No, I was just checking if you were wearing a necklace. Those standing far away couldn't hear what they were saying and misunderstood. They're flirting. Chang Haixin is so cool. Haixin asked with confusion, "A necklace? Which one?" Zhang Fan then asked Haixin softly, "Don't you usually wear that necklace with a strange shape? Why aren't you wearing it today? What's wrong?" At this moment, she deliberately said loudly, "What do you want?" "I don't remember which we were talking about. I have a lot of gemstone necklaces at home." He wondered, "Are you showing off your wealth to me?" Haixin replied, "For the sake of you helping me, I'll go home and look for it. If I find it, I'll give it to you." Zhang Fan was immediately overjoyed. "Huh? Really?" She affirmed, "Of course." He thought to himself, "This is great. With a necklace, I can open that spatial door." At this moment, the people who had been watching the show finally spoke up to remind the two. "Hey, you two, stop whispering. That's right. Can you come over and sit down?" Guai immediately flew into a rage, pushed everyone aside, and rushed forward to question Haixin. "Chang Haixin, if you want to reject me, just say it directly. Why do you have to find a poor guy like Zhang Fan to be your boyfriend? Are you insulting me?" Old Chow covered his mouth and cursed. "Damn, he said it." Mengping said, "There's a good show to watch now." Another girl hurriedly called out to Guai, "Old Fu." Zhang Fan was puzzled. "Old Fu, what did you just say?" Guai pointed at his face and said contemptuously to Chang Haixin, "You tell me, in what way am I, from top to bottom, not better than this poor guy Zhang Fan?" Haixin said angrily, "Fu Guai, are you on the wrong medicine?" She immediately scolded him. "My business is none of your business. And besides, don't be so snobbish and look down on people." Haixin grabbed Zhang Fan's tie, looked straight at Guai, and emphasized every word. "In my eyes, Zhang Fan is 1,000 times better than you. Understand?" Fu Guai? Guai was stunned, his mouth agape. Everyone thought to themselves, "Wow, old Fu got rejected so harshly." Then he suddenly burst out laughing. Guai said loudly, "Miss Chang, to reject me, you really went to great lengths. Good, very good. Today I, Fu Guai, guarantee in front of the whole class that I will not bother you again." But he pointed at Zhang Fan's face and continued to shout, "Zhang Fan, don't be a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. You're just a tool she's using to reject me. Chang Haixin would definitely not like you." Zhang Fan spoke softly in a cold voice. "Fu Guai." He clenched his fist, then said, "Don't go too far." Zhang Fan continued, "You're taking it too far." He hadn't finished his words when he was suddenly pulled back by his tie by Haixin. At this moment, before Guai's wide eyes, the two faces drew close. Haixin immediately kissed Zhang Fan, causing everyone to exclaim, "So cool, so bold." Zhang Fan's tightly clenched, angry fist gradually relaxed. Fu Guai pointed at Haixin's face and shouted, "Chang Haixin, have you been bewitched?" Haixin and Zhang Fan were about to kiss when they suddenly stopped. Mengping covered her mouth. Shocked, what is happening? Chang Haixin took the initiative to kiss Zhang Fan. Haixin held Zhang Fan's tie, looking at him provocatively. "Then I'll have to disappoint you. I really do like Zhang Fan." He saw her attitude and thought to himself, this girl is really scheming. But it's an unexpected gain. Bongfei immediately spoke up to stop Haixin. "Chang Haixin, although it's not my place as an outsider to interfere, there are some things I have to say." Haixin was surprised. "Old Xia?" He continued, "Generally speaking, this kind of thing has to be about matching social status. For someone as famous as you, and a belle in the circle of the wealthy, to find someone like Zhang Fan, it's really a bit inappropriate. But I still feel like you've been deceived by him." After all, Bongfei loudly mocked, "Brother Fan is also very good at pretending to be rich." Zhang Fan was a little disappointed. "How could even you?" Bongfei continued to expose him in front of everyone. "Brother Fan, Stop pretending. Is it that hard to admit you're an unemployed wanderer? Weren't you fired because you have no skills? Actually, everyone knows you're running around looking for a job. Then he took out a piece of paper and said, your mom even submitted your resume to my and Old Foo's companies. Zhang Fan was surprised. Huh? My mom submitted my resume? He took the application form with his personal information and thought with annoyance, why does she keep causing more trouble for me? Bong Fei covered his mouth with a sly smile and even pretended to be generous, saying, it's okay, we all understand your situation. A male student also spoke up. Don't be embarrassed to say it. If you have any difficulties, just tell us. Junkai also said with false sincerity, we're all old classmates. Everyone will help you. What's there to be embarrassed about? That's right. Zhang Fan looked at the resume, sweating profusely as he recalled. Right? Last time the company was preparing for layoffs, I let it slip. Could it be that mom thought I was fired? So she rushed to find a job for me? Kaiyang also immediately revealed what happened last time. Old Xiao already came to see me. You guys definitely don't know. Yesterday, Brother Fan wanted to buy a house and even told me to show him the best one. But guess what? Our Brother Fan wasn't satisfied with a single one, complaining they were all too small. Haha, you tell me, without even a job, what's the point of pretending to be rich? Zhang Fan stared blankly at his toothpick-chewing friend. Jun Kai guessed. Maybe his family is buying it for him. Kaiyang immediately retorted, huh? What kind of means does his family have to buy him one? Has he forgotten about being scolded to tears by the head teacher in class? Back on that day, Tai Tu stood on the podium, scolding Zhang Fan in front of the whole class. I'm telling you, Zhang Fan, take a look at your own virtue. You're so thick-skinned. School isn't a place for you to come and act like a fool. Did you think about your parents when you were playing dumb? Was it easy for them to raise you and send you to school? It's fine that your family is poor, but what's scary is being poor and not striving. You are the worst student I have ever taught. Kaiyang looked at Zhang Fan, continuing to mock him. What do you have to buy a house with? I heard you came in a Lamborghini. How much did it cost to rent for an hour? Where did you buy this designer outfit? Not from that place, was it? At this moment, Zhang Fan still didn't say a word of explanation. But Hai Xian angrily interjected on his behalf. That's enough from you all. Who goes around digging up people's old scars like you do? Zhang Fan's face was as cold as ice. He pulled at his tie and said coldly, is this a Hongmen banquet? Trying every possible way to ridicule me, wanting to force me into humiliation. You've all really gone to a lot of trouble. I, Zhang Fan, am very grateful for everyone's concern. Bang Fei pointed at him and cursed. Zhang Fan, you want to hit someone? Don't you come over here. You want to get violent now that you've been exposed? Tai Tu then shouted loudly, insolent. Immediately, everyone turned to look at him. This was Zhang Fan's class head teacher, his high school nemesis, Lu Tai Tu. He yelled loudly, do you think you're a gangster? Someone else chimed in to snitch. Teacher, Zhang Fan is still the same. When we exposed him, he wanted to hit us. Tai Tu continued to scold him in disappointment. It seems your temper hasn't changed one bit over the years. When Zhang Fan saw him, he said in surprise, head teacher Lu. At this moment, his attention was drawn to his constantly ringing phone. This made Tai Tu angry again, and he yelled in his face, turn it off, Zhang Fan. I'm teaching you a lesson. Zhang Fan paid him no mind, turning his head to speak into the phone. Sorry, director's son. I've run into a bit of trouble. You all go ahead and start first. It's not convenient for me to talk right now. I'm hanging up, seeing himself being ignored. Tai Tu was furious, roaring, you bastard, Zhang Fan. He strode forward, pointing at Zhang Fan's face and cursing nonstop. I wasn't wrong about you. You'll never amount to anything. It seems I was right. The poor are also short on ambition. Look around here. Who isn't better than you? If they're not a general manager, they're a boss. You are truly unworthy of being my student. A person like you is fundamentally not worthy of living. He cursed at Zhang Fan like a machine gun. The people around were all enjoying the show. Feeling extremely annoyed by the finger waving in his face, Zhang Fan grabbed Tai Tu's hand. Then he said coldly, first, you are not worthy of being my teacher. Second, you are also not worthy of my respect. These words were like a clap of thunder, making Tai Tu fly into a rage. Zhang Fan, have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? You dare to hit me? Bang Fei immediately shouted, you dare to lay a hand on a teacher? Everyone get him. Protect the teacher. The others also chimed in. You bastard, Zhang Fan. Just then, a resonant voice rang out. I think you're the ones who are tired of living. Sun Chong walked in with a group of people. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared angrily. Who dares to cause trouble for Brother Fan? Causing trouble for him is causing trouble for the Qin group. Sun Chong appeared with a group of people, shouting with imposing might, intimidating everyone. Causing trouble for Zhang Fan is causing trouble for the Qin group. Zhang Fan asked him in confusion, Director Sun, why are you all here? Sun Chong asked loudly, Zhang Fan, who dares to cause trouble for you? All of Zhang Fan's classmates were dumbfounded, not believing their eyes. The vice president of the Qin group, Sun Chong, Xiao Mu, who died, why were these big shots here? Sun Chong strode forward, snatched the wine bottle from Bang Fei's hand, and yelled, Hey, you fat pig, who are you planning to hit with that bottle? He was so scared he stammered, Big brother, you've misunderstood. Sun Chong frowned angrily. Oh, look at this bunch of you, planning to lay a hand on our Qin group's hero? Tai Tu hurriedly explained, Everyone, don't misunderstand. I was just teaching my student, Zhang Fan, a lesson. He probably hasn't. Sun Chong, while smoking a cigarette, praised loudly. Oh, so you're Zhang Fan's teacher. My apologies, my apologies. To be able to teach such an outstanding student, you must have worked very hard. Tai Tu asked back, confused. Excuse me, I don't quite understand what you mean. The others had not yet processed this information. Outstanding? Zhang Fan? Sun Chong immediately started flattering Zhang Fan. Hasn't Zhang Fan told everyone? That's too modest. This student of yours, Zhang Fan, he is the lucky star of our Qin group. Hu Dai brushed a leaf across Zhang Fan's face, joking. The Qin group's lucky star, the hero, becoming a millionaire overnight. How does it feel? Everyone went from one shock to another, exclaiming with their mouths agape. A millionaire? Is that for real? Sun Chong's face darkened, and he said coldly, Everyone knows that a while ago, a hacker attacked the Qin Group system. The Qin Group is a company with formidable strength, second to none. If the data had been stolen, the losses would have been immeasurable. Our Qin Group sent our 3 most highly skilled people, but even they couldn't hold them off. Hu Dai said with a bitter smile, I failed. In our moment of desperation, Zhang Fan descended like a god, effortlessly defeating the hacker, and just like that, protected the Qin Group. He has become the hero of the Qin Group, the man of legend. Tai Tu couldn't believe his ears. A hero? A legend? This good for nothing? Is there some kind of mistake? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears. That Zhang Fan? It was him. It's not someone with the same name, is it? Meng Ping was utterly shocked. When did he become so capable? She began to feel regret. Could it be that I, Tang Meng Ping, have also misjudged someone? Hai Xian looked at Zhang Fan, feeling a pang in her heart. He's so outstanding, yet so modest, silently enduring the ridicule of others. Zhang Fan, you've changed. Hu Dai patted Zhang Fan's shoulder, teasing. The company bought you a super mansion last night, right? I heard it's even bigger than mine. When are you going to invite me over for a party? When Kai Yang heard this, he had a sudden realization, breaking out in a cold sweat. He really wanted to buy a house. I'm screwed. I've lost a huge deal this time. Hu Dai continued. That guy Xiao Mu was even shouting about wanting to take you as his master. Bang Fei was extremely shocked. His idol, the great Xiao Mu, wanted to take Zhang Fan as his master? Zhang Fan, what kind of god are you? Sun Chong said coldly. So it turns out you're all Zhang Fan's old classmates. In that case, the expenses for today's reunion will be covered by the Qin Group. You can all also join the celebration party that the Qin Group is holding for Zhang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Fan finally spoke up to interrupt. Wait, I have something to say. Then he said a cryptic sentence. The school campus in summer. The sun was brilliant and golden. Hu Dai, also not understanding, went, huh? Zhang Fan recalled the fun times of the past, saying, the good friends who skipped class together. Then he thought of Meng Ping, the girl I once had a secret crush on. I brought all those memories here. Zhang Fan said loudly with a voice full of disappointment. But all you've done is bring me utter disappointment. He lowered his head and said, you have changed, and I have changed too. The you of the past will forever live in my memory. Then Zhang Fan continued, as for the you of today, you truly disgust me. With that, he turned and left with Hai Xian and Sun Chong's group and said a final farewell to that despicable crowd. My dear classmates, let's not meet again in the future. The sparkling lights illuminated the entire building. From inside, a lively sound emerged. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to keep you waiting. The Qin Group celebration party is about to begin. Amidst the noise, a group of people was moving forward. Boom, boom, boom. in the group of people walking towards us. The one in the lead is tonight's main character, the hero of the Qin group. Along with the host's shout, Zhang Fan. Amidst the deafening music, he waved to the crowd. Next, let's invite him to the stage to say a few words. The music stopped, replaced by everyone's welcoming applause. He gave a speech. Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Fan. Since I was young, my mother. Below the stage, a subordinate was reporting through a communication device. Yes, Changhai Xian and Zhang Fan arrived hand in hand. On the other end of the line was a girl who was constantly typing on a computer keyboard. The phone was on speaker next to her, and she asked loudly, "Are you sure it's the Miss World, Changhai Xian?" The guard on the other end confirmed. Yes. Mississippi Qin Mushue glared at the computer screen, her hands still typing nonstop, the computer making a clacking sound. Hearing this, she said, "All right, I know. Hang up. I'm almost done on my end." On the computer screen was a scene of a gunman continuously shooting at an enemy. Bang, bang, boom. Seeing her game character fall and die. Her eyes turned red with anger, and she punched the computer screen, breaking it, cursing loudly. "Damn you, Zhang Fan. You made me lose. I knew you were no good." Then she swore fiercely. "You bastard. I will definitely expose your true face. You just wait." The scene shifts to a courtyard house, where an old man is leisurely watering plants. Qian Dezhong coughed while watering the flowers. Cough, cough. He was lost in thought, thinking, the position of ghost emissary still hasn't been decided. How should I choose between old Lin and the young hero? Chongyang has been my friend for many years and has helped me materially, so it would be reasonable to let him be the ghost emissary. The young hero is my life-saving benefactor, a natural talent, and so young, a talent worth nurturing. My time is running out. I have to make a decision. Just then, someone called, "Old Qian." He replied, "Oh, the young hero has arrived." Zhang Fan waved happily. "Long time no see. I've been a bit busy lately. Only now have I had time to visit you. I hope old Qian can forgive me." Qian Dezhong replied while coughing. "Don't mention it. You coming to visit this old man and sitting down to chat with me is enough to make me happy." He smiled sheepishly. Looking at the old man's condition. He thought to himself, I haven't seen him in a few days. Old Qian's condition doesn't look good. Could it be that his time is near? Qian Dezhong asked. I wonder how the young hero's ghost summoning art is progressing? Zhang Fan scratched his face and answered honestly. To be honest with old Qian, I think I've basically mastered the basics. The old man had a doubtful expression. What? Then he shook his head in disbelief. It took me over 10 years to master the basics. And it took Chongyang over 10 years too. You've mastered it in just a few days? How is that possible? Impossible. He asked back. Old Qian doesn't believe me? Then he raised his hand to affirm. 100% certain, I can now summon ghosts. Since I told you about summoning the turtle ghost last time, I've been practicing the ghost dispelling art every night. If old Qian doesn't believe me, I'll show you. With that, he closed his eyes and focused his mind. A rustling sound was heard all around. Zhang Fan muttered, expel evil and bind spirits. Heed my command. Then he shouted loudly, obey my command, wind, come. As he finished speaking, a yellow Manhwa diagram appeared at his feet. White smoke rose, and a strong wind howled. Whoosh! Qian Dezhong raised his hand in astonishment to shield himself from the wind. What? Such a strong wind? The time was right. He formed a hand seal and shouted loudly. Gather! A Manhwa totem appeared behind him, bringing with it a howling wind. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, Ghosts come! Swoosh! A shadow shot out from the center of the Manhwa diagram with a cold wind. Swoosh! A female ghost appeared with a sinister smile. What he saw and heard left the old man stunned. What kind of talent is this? He really mastered it in just a few short days? A voice suddenly rang out. Old Qian, I've come to visit you. Qian Dezhong, still in a daze, stared intently at the female ghost figure moving in the mist. After a moment, he spoke. Old Lin has come too. Zhang Fan also turned to look. Hello, long time no see. Lin Chongyang frowned. Why are you here? In his heart, he thought uncharitably. Enemies really do cross paths. I couldn't kill you last time. Consider yourself lucky. His gaze then fell upon the long-haired figure in the middle of the courtyard. Huh? Who is this? When he saw it had no feet, only a dark green energy, he blurted out, a ghost. Lin Chongyang was extremely jealous. Neither I nor old Qian can summon ghosts during the day. Could it be that Zhang Fan has mastered the ghost summoning art? He clearly wants to compete with me for the position of ghost emissary. It seems I've come at the right time. Looking at the female ghost before them, the two witnesses had different feelings. One sincerely praised, young hero, You can summon a ghost during the day. That's incredible. The other was endlessly jealous. Summoning a ghost during the day? Is it fake? My and old Qian's senses both weaken at night, let alone in broad daylight. Qian Dezhong immediately retorted, "Oh, old Lin, the truth is right before our eyes. This ghost was indeed summoned by the young hero, clear as day. Just because we can't do it doesn't mean others can't either. It turns out geniuses really do exist in this world. The young hero is truly a prodigy." Lin Chongyang was still unconvinced, just snorting. A calculating glint flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to have such talent. Old Qian's time is running out. He has to decide on the successor for the ghost emissary soon. He's still hesitating between me and Zhang Fan. He glanced at Qian Dezhong's admiring expression beside him. But the current situation is not in my favor. Qian Dezhong asked curiously, "I say, young hero, how did you do it? Do you have any secret tricks?" Zhang Fan replied, There's no secret. Every night before I sleep, I just practice for a while according to the incantation old Qian taught me." Such a simple answer made Lin Chongyang's eyes turn red with jealousy, and he shouted, "What?" In complete contrast to Qian Dezhong's admiring gaze. "A genius. I really wasn't wrong about you. A genius." Seeing the two of them chatting happily, "Young hero, please teach me too?" "All right." He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, this time old Qian is completely set on Zhang Fan. Luckily, I came prepared." Then he shouted, "Old Qian, look what I brought for you." The old man turned his head and asked curiously, What is it?" Zhang Fan looked blankly at the old box. He brought the box over and told him to open it. "You'll know when you open it." Click. The lid of the box was opened. What's this all about, being so mysterious?" Qian Dezhong's eyes widened. "This is old Lin. How did you get this?" This made Zhang Fan curious too. "What is it?" Leaning his head over to look, he only saw a round, yellow object. Both men were astonished by this object, saying in unison, "A zhu fruit." He spoke up, "Old Qian, I remember it's recorded in the compendium of ghost herbs that the zhu fruit is a legendary herb often eaten by immortals. It takes 100 years to flower and 100 years to bear fruit. There's also a 1,000-year zhu fruit, which takes 500 years to flower and 500 years to bear fruit. It said that eating it will greatly increase one's cultivation level, and all cultivators yearn to obtain this fruit." Lin Chongyang held up the wooden box, saying, you have a good eye. That's right. This is the rare zhu fruit. I brought it especially as a gift for you today. Old Qian, do you like this gift?" Hearing this, a glint flashed in Qian Dezhong's eyes, and greed arose in his heart. It truly is a rare treasure. If I eat it, it will be very beneficial for my ascension to an immortal official later on. It can compensate for my greatest weakness. Looking at the glistening golden zhu fruit, he hesitated. "But if I accept it, I'll have to give the position of ghost emissary to old Lin. What should I do?" Zhang Fan, standing by the side, observed his expression and also worried inwardly. "This is bad." Old Qian is starting to hesitate. Qian Dezhong suddenly asked, "Old Lin, it must have been very difficult to obtain this zhu fruit, right?" Lin Chongyang replied, "It wasn't just difficult, I nearly went bankrupt. For the past few years, I've been keeping an eye on the major merchants, wanting to collect some rare medicinal herbs. I heard someone was selling a zhu fruit, and with some luck, I managed to buy it. If you don't accept it, it would be a waste of my sincerity. Old Qian, please accept it." Click. The lid of the box was closed. He sighed. "It must have been very expensive, right?" Lin Chongyang said calmly, "It was all right. It used up almost all of my savings." Then he stated a number, 12 billion yuan. When they heard this, both men were shocked. 12 billion yuan? Zhang Fan was suspicious. That's not right. Not to mention the price. The zhu fruit is priceless to begin with. For someone to sell, it is a once-in-a-millennium event. The transaction process, I'm afraid only those involved would know. Lin Chongyang hugged the wooden box tightly. The amount of money doesn't matter. Money can be earned again, but if you miss a treasure, you'll never see it again in this lifetime. So, Old Qian, do you like this gift? Damn it. A sincere look appeared in his eyes. Zhang Fan cursed inwardly. I didn't expect him to have this move. Qian Dezhong said without any hesitation, I'll accept it. He thought in shock. I knew it. Qian Dezhong stepped forward, taking the box with both hands, his eyes never leaving it for a second. I'll accept this zhu fruit. Thank you for your kindness, Old Lin. Lin Chongyang said smugly. his words carrying a deep meaning. That's more like it. Old Qian, don't waste the sincerity I have for you. He replied, of course not. Old Lin, thank you so much. Such a precious treasure. I must store it carefully. Old Lin, wait a moment. I'm just going inside for a bit. Zhang Fan, witnessing this open bribery, was speechless. He could only complain inwardly. What's the use of high talent? Who can resist the temptation of a treasure? Looking at the old man's happy back, he thought, I'm afraid I don't have a chance anymore. The other man called out, hey, kid. Lin Chongyang patted his shoulder. I don't know why you suddenly became so strong, nor who guided you. But no matter what, you've still lost. His face was smug, his whole body exuding a dark aura. Old Qian has accepted the Zhu fruit, which means the position of ghost emissary is mine. Zhang Fan keenly sensed the killing intent. Their eyes met, and he confirmed inwardly, I can feel it, he wants to kill me. No matter what, I can't let him become the ghost emissary. Old Qian, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to. I'll be leaving first. His voice rang out from beside the fence. Qian Dezhong, who had just come out of the house, tried to make him stay. Young hero, stay for a meal. I still want to have a few drinks with you. Lin Chongyang, however, spoke like the host. Take care, I won't see you out. Zhang Fan held up his phone and chuckled. Something urgent came up. I hope old Qian understands. I'll come drink with you another day. The old man waved. All right then, see you another day. Lin Chongyang wondered suspiciously. What trick is he trying to pull now? Zhang Fan slowly walked out of the courtyard and headed in another direction. As soon as he was out the main gate, whoosh. With a flash, Zhang Fan had sped up and started running. He frowned, calculating, I absolutely cannot let him become the ghost emissary, or he won't spare me. He received a new message. It was from Chang Hai Xin. Zhang Fan, I found a necklace. Come to this address to find me. He was overjoyed. Chang Hai Xin found the necklace. Thank heavens, I have to go find her right away. Right now, I can only count on that spatial door. There must be something better than the Zhu fruit inside. Zhang Fan anxiously kept tapping his phone. Tap, tap. I must win back the position of ghost emissary. I have to hurry. Whoosh. His speed could already match a car's, and he gave an order over the phone. Lin Ming, come pick me up. I've sent you the location. Whoosh. He left a car behind him. Qin Muxiue, sitting in the car, glared. That bastard Zhang Fan, after becoming the Qin group's hero, he just loafs around all day. Let me see what kind of devilish tricks he's up to every day. The driver asked, Miss, what should we do next? She replied, what to do? Follow him. Yes, Mississippi, with one command. The car had chased him to the Timu Mountain Villa. Looking at the magnificent scene before him, Zhang Fan exclaimed, my God, this is so grand. As expected of a Miss World, she really knows how to live. He leisurely walked in with his hands in his pockets. Finding someone in such a big place, the thought alone was a headache. A security guard ran out and shouted, hey, stop. Looking at the one-eyed man, he asked, Uncle, who are you? Are you cosplaying as a security guard? The man pointed at his face. I am a security guard. Did you buy a ticket before barging in? Then he pulled him to point at a large sign in front. Can't you see what's written here? The entrance fee is 500 yuan. If you want to go in, buy a ticket. Seeing the sign, Zhang Fan's jaw dropped. Heavens, 500? Are you robbing people? Old man. The guard scolded. You must have money if you drive such a fancy car. Why are you so stingy? He was in agony, with tears welling in his eyes. This is all the money I have in my pocket. It hurts so much. Take it. Seeing the money, the guard immediately became cheerful. Hee, young man, seeing how hard it was for you to take out the money, I'll give you a little perk. He whispered. Miss World Chang Hai Xin is inside. She's at the outdoor swimming pool in Area B2. You can go see her. That's the dream of all men. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Whoosh. He had already run far away. Thanks for letting me know. Uncle, thank you. The guard watched his hurried figure and sighed. As expected, no man can resist the charm of Chang Hai Xin. The sound of pitter-pattering footsteps faded, and only then did the guard notice someone behind him. Huh. He raised his hand to block her. This young lady, if you want to go in, you have to. Before he could finish his sentence, whoosh. Qin Muxiue had already walked in, tossing a wad of cash. Keep the change. The guard took the money and thought to himself, compared to that cheapskate just now, this girl is much more generous. Why are there so many strange people this year? By the swimming pool, countless praises could be heard. Chang Hai Xin, you're drop-dead gorgeous. Quick, take a picture. So beautiful. Zhang Fan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Easier to find than I thought. Beside him, a group of young men with nowhere to vent their hormones were constantly shouting. Chang Hai Xin. Look over here. Yahoo's so beautiful. Ha ha ha. Amidst the cheers, Chong Hai Xian stepped out of the pool. Amazing. Hai Xian, so beautiful a goddess. Along with the clicking of everyone's cameras, she swept her gaze around and immediately recognized a familiar face in the crowd. Then she waved and shouted, "You're here, Zhang Fan." The people around immediately shot gazes like bullets at him. Chong Hai Xian is calling you? You're Zhang Fan? Who are you? Why isn't she calling me? He was too scared to make a sound. Hey, don't just call out my name like that. I'm gonna get beaten to death by these jealous guys. The killing intent around here is too strong. Zhang Fan broke out in a cold sweat. Chong Hai Xian, I'm here to get the necklace. She immediately replied, I'll be right out. Wait a moment. The two of them walked and talked. The necklace is in the changing room. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. You wait for me. Okay. No one noticed a girl in a white dress eating skewers and sneaking around nearby. Qin Mushue's cheeks were puffed out from eating as she cursed inwardly. This bastard is so close to Miss World? I don't believe it. There must be some secret here. Outside the women's restroom, Zhang Fan waited with some impatience, looking at his watch. Strange. It's been 20 minutes. Why isn't she out yet? Did she fall in there? A cry for help came from inside. Help. It was Chong Hai Xian's voice. The person inside kept crying for help. 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 Zhang Fan, standing outside, was both anxious and in a difficult position. He shouted, Chong Hai Xin, is that you? What's wrong? But this is the women's restroom. What should I do now? Seeing the out-of-order sign, an idea flashed in his mind. I've got it. Russell. Qin Mushue ran to the restroom. She saw the out-of-order sign, but since she really had to go, she went in anyway. Click. As soon as she opened the restroom door, she heard a voice. It hurts so much, it feels like something bit into my flesh. A coquettish female voice. It hurts so much. A panicked male voice. I'm sorry. The sounds reached Qin Mushue, who was standing outside. Huh? This voice is... Her mind jumped to a conclusion, and she was so shocked she covered her mouth, forgetting she even had to use the restroom. From the next stall came the sound, it hurts so much. Hearing this suggestive sound, Qin Mushue questioned her existence. What? The woman said it hurts? What are they doing? Then another piece of dialogue came from the other side. How is it now? Is it better? It doesn't hurt anymore. It hurt a lot at first, but it's much better now. After hearing this, her cheeks flushed red, and she widened her eyes, cursing inwardly. Could they be? Heavens, how shameless. Even if you're lovers, you can't do that in a restroom. In the stall, a female voice moaned softly as she felt a hand on her thigh, being told, relax. Hai Xin, Zhang Fan, kneeling on the ground, reminded her, it's almost out. Let's try again. It'll be fine once it's all out. Chong Hai Xin, sitting on the toilet lid, bit her lip and replied, I'm also about to... I can take it. Hurry up. Zhang Fan frowned, sweat pouring down like rain. I am using all my strength. Good thing I was quick-witted, and forcefully pulled out a wiggling thing from her thigh. How can this thing bite so deeply? If it had really burrowed into the flesh, who knows what would have happened? The two of them kept communicating with, just bear with it a little longer, it's almost out. So it's no wonder Qin Mushue outside misinterpreted it. The continuous sounds made Qin Mushue tremble with anger. I'm so mad. He clearly has a girlfriend, and I actually believe this kind of person, believed he was a rich tycoon, believed he didn't have a girlfriend. He's just a scumbag. From the other side came the sound of heavy panting. A female voice screamed. A cheerful male voice said, it's out. She became even more furious. That scumbag Zhang Fan, how dare you cheat on me? You're dead. Chong Hai Xin asked with a horrified expression, oh my god, what is this? Looking at the golden bug that only had antennae and hair, as if it were waving, he was secretly amazed. This is a golden cicada. It's recorded in the compendium of demonic herbs. Golden cicadas are very powerful. They don't usually bite people and specialize in eating spiritual herbs. They are invisible when young and grow a pair of wings when they mature with lightning-fast speed. Looking at the bite mark, he thought, clearly, this is a larva. But why did it bite Chong Hai Xin? Could it be that it was so hungry it acted recklessly? Spiritual energy is scarce in the human world. This thing shouldn't exist here. Even if it did, it should be on Mount Tai or... Never mind. It's good that Chong Hai Xin is fine. And besides, this thing is not common. I'll wrap it in a tissue and take it home to try raising it. Zhang Fan wrapped the bug and put it in his pocket, saying, "It's just a normal bug. It's good that you're okay. I'll deal with it when I get back later. Let's go." Chang Haixin's eyes were teary, still frightened. "Thank you, Zhang Fan." A woman clutching her stomach burst in. "Oh my God, I can't hold it anymore. Honey, it says out of order here. The door must be locked." "Forget it. I'm kicking the door down. I can't hold it anymore." "Huh, there's so many. Which one should I kick?" "Let's go for the last one." This commotion startled all three of them. Zhang Fan cursed inwardly. "Damn, how is this woman so strong? I can't be discovered or I'm done for." He looked at the next stall and decided, "It's fine for me, but Chang Haixin is a big star. If she's found in a restroom with a man, her reputation will be ruined if it gets out. That's right, I'll go to the next stall. With my skills, it's not a problem." The woman outside was also desperate. "It's coming out." At the same time, just as he placed his hand on the partition between the two stalls, the auntie outside grunted and kicked the door open. Bang! The door was forced open, and 2 feet landed on the ground with a thud. The auntie clutched her stomach, panting heavily. "Now I can relax." When she saw the person inside, the expression on her face froze. Chang Haixin said awkwardly, "Ma'am, someone is using the restroom. What you did seems a bit strange. Besides, you also damaged public property." The auntie's eyes almost popped out. Chang Haixin. Then she smiled excitedly. "Chang Haixin, my whole family are fans of yours. Can I have your autograph? Didn't you say you couldn't hold it?" In the other stall, Zhang Fan was clutching his chest and panting. "That was a close call. Good thing I was fast. What a scare." A finger reached out, poked him on the shoulder, and interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head in confusion. How was there still? He only saw a woman full of murderous intent behind him. Qin Muxue cracked her knuckles, making a cracking sound, her voice gloomy. "Zhang Fan, I heard everything." As if struck by lightning, he froze on the spot. Why are you the jinx? I'm screwed. Nothing good ever happens when I run into her." Just as he said the word "you," Qin Mushue's mouth was covered by Zhang Fan. Whoosh! Zhang Fan put a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. "Miss, I'm begging you. Don't do anything rash. Can you keep your voice down? Let's talk about it later." He thought to himself, if I don't stop her, who knows what else will happen. Then he let go of his hand and looked straight at her. "Actually, I have something to say to you." Pressed against the partition, Qin Mushue's heart pounded. Thump, 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 thump. Zhang Fan leaned close to her and said, "I have something I want to tell you." Thump, 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 thump. Her cheeks flushed. Her mind went blank. This scumbag, why is he suddenly getting so close? Is he planning to do something shady? He cupped his hand around his mouth and said, "Don't forget to compensate me for the computer." Qin Muxue suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Zhang Fan repeated, "Don't misunderstand. I was just afraid you'd forget, so I'm just reminding you." Oof. His hair was grabbed tightly by someone. While he was still crying out, in surprise, his head was forcefully pushed down, hitting something hard. Thud. A moment later, outside, a red bag was handed over. "Here, Zhang Fan. This is the necklace I promised you." Zhang Fan took it. "Thank you. Sorry to trouble you." Chang Haixin covered her mouth in surprise. Zhang Fan, your face is injured. Did you just fall?" His face was bruised and swollen. As he opened the package, he replied, "Oh no, I was just bitten by a mad dog. It's a small thing. It'll heal soon." His eyes lit up when he saw the pendant. "This is it. Although it was a bit of a hassle, I finally got it." Zhang Fan immediately left. "Thanks for the necklace. I'll treasure it. I have something urgent today, so I'll be going first." Chang Haixin's eyes widened. Aren't we going to eat together? You've helped me so much." Zhang Fan waved his hand. "It should be me thanking you, Chang Haixin. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Anything you want, just give me a call." Chang Haixin's eyes followed him as she thought. Still as impulsive as in high school, but he always gives people a very reliable feeling. Zhang Fan is a really good person. Whoosh. A black car sped down the road. I'm so mad. The driver looked through the rearview mirror and asked, "Miss, your glasses?" "Oh, it's nothing." Qin Muxue looked at the driver through her cracked glasses and instructed, "I just dropped them carelessly a moment ago." "Right, don't tell my dad about this trip." "Yes, miss." "As for that Zhang Fan, have someone keep a close eye on him for me." Although he's now the Qin family's hero, at this point, she paused slightly, remembering the fight in the restroom. Stop fighting, stop fighting. How dare you throw my glasses? Are you going to hit me?" "I'm just defending myself," Qin Muxue said decisively. His character is corrupt. although I don't have solid evidence now. If I do, I will definitely let everyone see his true colors. She made up her mind. Humph. You just wait. I'll beat you up every time I see you from now on. Ding. A notification from the Underworld chat group, City Gods E Division. Congratulations to Xiao Dai on her promotion from 9th rank Ghost Messenger to 8th rank Patrol Inspector. Zhang Fan muttered, "Holy crap, are you kidding me? I haven't seen her for a few days. It seems that immortal painting had a huge effect. And as expected, the enlightenment was not in vain. I need to take good care of my black hat painting too." Just as he finished reading, the group's face-slapping specialist sent 2 consecutive messages. "Come out, Xiao Dai. Summoning Xiao Dai, the singing puppy, haha." She's probably too scared to show her face because she'll have to send a red envelope. Xiao Dai, who says I'm scared to show my face? Big dream. Little sister Xiao Dai, send a red envelope. Oh wait, you're a lord now. Xiao Dai, while there aren't many people, I'll send a quick one. Beep. A red notification appeared. Snatch red envelope. Tap. He quickly tapped on the red envelope. The red envelope opened. Congratulations, you have received a wind listening talisman. It was the first time he had heard of this, and he asked curiously, what the hell is a wind listening talisman? Explanation. Wind listening talisman, after use, allows you to hear any sound on the wind within a 5-kilometer radius, effective for 5 minutes. Zhang Fan was a bit dismissive. Oh, a cheat weapon. The duration is a bit short, but I'll keep it for now. I probably won't use it. Speaking of which, Xiao Dai is so young and already an 8th rank patrol inspector, while I'm still struggling with the ghost messenger issue. He stared straight ahead. Whether I can turn the tables now all depends on this spatial door. He clenched his fist and ordered, Lin Ming, open it quickly or I'll get you fired. I know. In a villa, a questioning voice rang out. What? Thud. Someone knelt down. What's going on? Zhang Fan knelt before a tightly shut door. Why isn't it opening yet? He held the red necklace in his hand, his face full of doubt. Could it be that the soul mark doesn't match, and the spatial door can't be opened? This is a big problem. He looked closely at the object. It was S-shaped, with red and white patterns intertwined. After observing for a while, Zhang Fan realized that the two things seemed a bit different. What should I do? I thought all soul marks were the same. In his mind, he pictured a double helix gene sequence, similar in shape, but different in internal details. It seems every soul mark has its differences, just like each person's DNA. He clenched it tightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. So if the owner of this door is Li Mubai, how do I find this person's soul mark? There are no clues at all. This spatial door, can I not open it anymore? He lay on his back on the bed, momentarily at a loss. Sigh. I'm screwed. Zhang Fan frowned dejectedly. If Lin Chongyang really becomes a ghost messenger, then my path to immortal ascension is completely blocked. He will definitely not let me go. I've only just learned how to control ghosts. This body is still that of a mortal. I'm afraid I can't handle him. The road ahead was bleak, he told himself. I can only take it one step at a time. Something squirmed in his clothes. Zhang Fan raised his head in a daze, then exclaimed, "Ah, right, I almost forgot about you." Looking at the golden cicada's staggering appearance, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Your eyes are even rolling back. Are you hungry?" Thump! It fainted from hunger, falling to one side, unable to get up. Zhang Fan was stunned. I'm screwed. He thought of that purple flower, worried. This little guy specializes in eating spiritual herbs that contain spiritual energy. But where am I supposed to find spiritual herbs now? What a hassle. Just as he was at a loss, an image of a grass with small blue flowers flashed in his mind. Zhang Fan scratched his head. That's right. This morning when I was looking for Old Qian, I saw him watering clear heart grass. Isn't clear heart grass a spiritual herb? It seems I have to pay another visit to Old Qian's house. He raised his hand to check his watch. 3 in the afternoon. Crap, it's this late. Old Qian has probably left, right? When he arrived, he saw the Rolls-Royce still parked prominently in front of the door. Zhang Fan hid in the bushes, his face full of confusion. What kind of lunch takes so long? He still hasn't left? He sighed and leaned against a tree to wait. Sigh. There's no other way. I can only wait here for a while. Going in now would just be embarrassing. His mind wandered. After so much contact with Lin Chongyang, I always feel that he and Old Qian aren't real friends, and he's very obsessed with fame and fortune. Recalling Lin Chongyang's cunning appearance, He guessed, could it be that he knew long ago that old Chien wanted to become a spirit official, so he deliberately got close to him? If so, then he's definitely not simple, or perhaps there's someone behind him pulling the strings. Just then, the driver bowed and said, "Boss Lin." Zhang Fan peeked out to see Lin Chongyang coming out. Lin Chongyang waved his hand as a signal. "Go, turn the car around." "Yes, sir." Ring, 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 ring. The phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, he showed a look of disgust, but when he answered the phone, he was extremely fawning. Zhang Fan observed from a distance, not missing a single detail. This seems very suspicious. Who is the person on the other end of the line that can make him so subservient? It's too far from the tree to where he's standing. No good. I can't hear clearly. At this moment, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, remembering the item from the morning's red envelope. That's right, the wind listening talisman. Activate. He immediately took out his phone and pressed the start button. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew out from the center of the phone screen, the air around him forming a vortex. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew into his ear. He widened his eyes, his face full of astonishment. This. Immediately after, countless voices from within a 5-kilometer radius simultaneously entered Zhang Fan's ears. That's right, everything has to be done slowly. Damn it, motherfucker, what bad luck. 2 scammers. He's dead. Please don't. Are the wontons sold out again today? I'm not making another appointment. If that's the case, it's disgusting. It violates the rules. Drive carefully. Too low. Gotcha is no different from throwing your own mother into the sea. Get lost. Honey, I did it. The smiling, proud wanderer. Oh, honey, I opened elementary school. Can't get an appointment for number 66 anymore. This movie is not good at all. There are also some suggestive sounds. Honey, harder, harder, faster also entered his ears, causing Zhang Fan to look around in a panic, then shake his head vigorously as if he couldn't bear it. What is all this nonsense? With all this noise, how am I supposed to hear what Boss Lin is saying? He focused his gaze on Lin Chongyang in front of him to see if he could lock onto the target. As soon as he concentrated, he heard him say, "What? You're only telling me now that the jus fruit is fake?" Both of them were extremely panicked. Lin Chongyang yelled into the phone. Then my position as ghost messenger. Zhang Fan was also startled. What's going on? Lin Chongyang glanced to both sides before confirming with the other person. What? That fruit is also poisonous? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Zhang Fan's eyes were worried. Poisonous? What on earth are you people plotting? Lin Chongyang was also terrified. If he eats it, then this matter? The other person comforted him. Don't rush, his great calamity is approaching. It's useless for him to eat it now. But if he eats it after becoming a spirit official, it's a different story. He won't be stupid enough to eat that sour fruit now. He asked, so if he eats it after becoming a spirit official, he'll be poisoned? The other person replied, that fruit is called the killing fruit. It's very rare and looks very similar to the jus fruit, but it's poisonous inside. It's said that this poison can be cured. He muttered the name to himself, killing fruit. The other person continued, but no one knows how to cure it. This horrified Zhang Fan. Then old Chien is a dead man. Lin Chongyang frowned. So the poison will kill him when it takes effect? The poison is very potent. Even a city god would die from eating it. The conversation continued. There's also a squirrel eavesdropping. Don't worry. By then you'll already be a ghost messenger. You won't need to worry about whether he lives or dies. That's true. Who's to blame but him for being blinded by that kid, hesitating and not choosing a ghost messenger, wasting all my years of friendship with him? He gritted his teeth, so vicious. He stammered and asked, no one else knows about this, right? The other person gave a firm guarantee. Don't worry. I guarantee that only heaven, earth, you, and I know about this. Lin Chongyang trusted the other person too much and also spoke his mind, but I always feel that kid named Zhang Fan won't let it go so easily. He's just a lowly mortal. Once you become a ghost messenger, will you still have to be afraid of him? The person on this end had a few strands of beard on his chin, the corner of his mouth curling up. That old man will report your name soon. Don't forget me then. I wouldn't dare. After I succeed, I will definitely repay your great kindness. That's good. We'll be in touch if anything comes up. The call ended. The clock showed 3:05. Just as the wind-listening talisman's duration ended, Lin Chongyang looked at the wall of the courtyard house and muttered, after suffering for so many years, as long as I become a ghost messenger. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Everything will be much easier. After the car had driven far away, Zhang Fan stepped out, his brow tightly furrowed. I didn't expect there to be such a dangerous person behind Boss Lin. No, I have to go and inform old Chin quickly. He knocked on the door, knock, knock, knock. and called out loudly, Old Chien, Old Chien, but there was no answer from inside. Not home. That's strange. Boss Lin just left, and Old Chien is already out? He was anxious. He could have left any time, but he had to leave right now. Could something have happened? His eyes were determined. I have to wait for Old Chien to come back, no matter what. If he eats the killing fruit, it will be too late. The moon was already high in the sky. Munch, munch, the golden cicada was constantly eating leaves, its eyes full of satisfaction. Zhang Fan, sitting beside it, commented, Hey, I'm telling you, if you're going to steal someone's stuff, be quiet about it. Can you not make that munching sound? Rip, it pulled down a leaf and raised its middle finger. Huh, you dare to give me the middle finger? Are you tired of living? Under his angry gaze, it lay down to sleep. What, you sleep right after eating? Do you think you're pig? Zhang Fan looked towards the tightly shut door and thought, There's a sound in the room. Is Old Chien back? He called out, Old Chien. Click, the door opened. Coming. Chien Dezhong was startled. Young hero, it's so late. Why have you come? Coming quickly. He called out, Old Chien. With a serious expression, I have something very important to tell you. The thing is, today, after hearing the whole story, he slammed his palm on the table. Slap. Impossible. Chien Dezhong's face darkened as he said decisively, Old Lin has always been my best friend. How could he give me a killing fruit? What good would that do him? Besides, where did you hear this? You can't just make things up. Zhang Fan said decisively, Old Chien, I'm not making things up. I heard it with my own ears. But he still didn't believe it. Zhang Fan, I was wrong about you. I never thought you would slander Old Lin. You've really disappointed me. His good intentions were met with suspicion. He didn't know what to do and could only repeat, Everything I said is true. Don't eat it. A shout made him freeze on the spot. Get out, Old Chien. Chien Dezhong looked at him with contempt. In terms of talent, Old Lin is indeed not your equal, but he is a good person, and he is even more sincere to me, unlike you. Get out. I don't want to see you anymore. The pleading voice still echoed. Chien? Old Chien, listen to me. Zhang Fan tried to persuade him. I'm telling the truth. I have proof. But Chien Dezhong had already turned his back, unwilling to listen. Shut up, Zhang Fan. I don't want to hear your excuses. He was also extremely shocked by this attitude. You've disappointed me too much. Don't come looking for me anymore. From this day on, we're done with each other. These words were like a knife to the heart, leaving Zhang Fan frozen on the spot. Crash! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Pitter-patter, the rain poured down. Zhang Fan's heart grew cold. I never thought my good intentions would be met with Old Chien's misunderstanding. Since you don't want to listen, it's not convenient for me to stay here any longer. As he passed by, he still offered a reminder. Be careful of Lin Chongyang. This is my last piece of advice for you. The two of them were as cold as ice, neither looking at the other. Goodbye, Old Chien. Zhang Fan was indignant. Old Chien is too stubborn. He won't believe anything I say. He thought with a fierce look in his eyes. Lin Chongyang. Old Chien is my friend. If something really happens to him, I won't let you off either. Squeak. The door was pulled open. Goodbye, Old Chien. Ring, 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 ring. The landline phone suddenly rang. Chien Dezhong picked it up. Hello, sister-in-law? Zhang Fan stopped in his tracks, pricking up his ears. It's so late. The other person spoke for a long time. A moment later, he was stunned, sweat pouring down, and he repeated, What? Zhang Wo was poisoned? He's in the emergency room? He listened quietly. He comforted the other person. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll be right there. Click. His trembling hand placed the phone down. Zhang Wo took the medicine I gave him and was poisoned. Old Chien's back slumped. This Zhu fruit, why is it poisonous? Is this really a killing fruit? I just wanted to repay a favor, but now. Drip, drip, tears fell on the landline phone. His face was ashen, his whole body trembling. Old Lin, you've made me unrighteous. After so many years of friendship, how could you be so cruel? What should I do? The poison of the killing fruit. Zhang Fan spoke up. Old Chien, saving a life is more important. Let's hurry to the hospital. His hand gripped Old Chien's shoulder. Calling, Old Chien. Chien Dezhong didn't turn his head, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. Young hero, I'm truly sorry. I never expected that, Old Lin. Old Chien. Zhang Fan interrupted him, pulling him back. Aren't we friends? Friends should treat each other with sincerity and help each other. He repeated, friends, then gripped the other's shoulders with both hands. His eyes sincere. Young hero, I'm truly sorry about just now. Zhang Fan replied with a calm gaze. It's okay. I don't mind. Then he urged, Old Chien, my driver is here. Let's go quickly. Friends, huh? Time rewinds 55 years before a statue of Guan Yu. Clink, two wine bowls touched. Two high-spirited young men swore an oath. I, Zhang Jinsheng, today become sworn brothers with Qian Dezhong here. From now on, we share blessings and endure hardships together. After speaking, they both raised their bowls and drank them dry. Sometime later, by a burning basin of paper money, someone called Jinsheng. Zhang Jinsheng didn't answer, kneeling before the tombstone, sobbing. Why do people get sick? Is it very painful for those who die of illness? Tears of sorrow rolled down the father's cheeks. Before my grandchild was even born, why did this illness come so suddenly? The person beside him comforted. Jinsheng, it's all my fault. If my medical skills were a little better, I could have saved Uncle Zhang. Qian Dezhong's face was also covered in tears. I will definitely study and research medicine diligently, become a capable person, so I can protect everyone. We must all become capable people. Zhang Jinsheng stood up. Get up, Dezhong. The two stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the tombstone before them, and said, we will become capable people together, become famous divine doctors here. The other replied, okay, it's a deal. At the emergency department, thump, 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 thump. Heavy footsteps approached the sound of sobbing at the end of the corridor. Two women were hugging each other and sobbing. Sobi, 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 Sobi. Mom, Jiangwo. Qian Dezhong hurriedly asked sister-in-law, how is Jiangwo? Has the poison been neutralized? Mrs. Zhang was trembling from crying. My son? Her old hand clenched tightly. With a smack, a heavy slap landed on his face, accompanied by a scolding. You're the one who harmed Jiangwo. If anything happens to him, you'll be a murderer. Faced with the resentful words, you caused Jin Sheng's death, and now you want to harm Jiangwo too? Why? What does our Zhang family owe you? Qian Dezhong's old face was once again covered in tears. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. It was really me. Another barrage of scolding erupted. What good is being sorry? Jiangwo is on the brink of death. The doctor said he won't make it through the night. My son, Zhang Fan stepped forward to support his staggering figure. Elder Qian, are you all right? Jiangguo's wife recounted the situation. Uncle Qian, Jiangguo was fine in the afternoon, but after taking the medicine you gave him, Mrs. Zhang couldn't control her emotions, still pointing at his face and scolding. You wolf in sheep's clothing. Tell me, you sought out Jiangguo to test your medicine, didn't you? Are you using him as your guinea pig? Qian Dezhong weakly explained. Sister-in-law, I really didn't know it was poisonous. I just wanted to repay the Zhang family's kindness in my final years. Mrs. Zhang questioned. Repay? Zhang Fan asked. Elder Qian, you've practiced medicine for so many years. Do you know how to detoxify the sha fruit? Outside the intensive care unit, he was filled with self-blame. How did it come to this? Even now, I still don't know what to do. How to cure it? Can it be cured? There are no records of it in any medical texts. This fruit is not of the mortal world to begin with. He sighed. If only I could have told Elder Qian that this was the sha fruit sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Is there really no cure? Qian Dezhong said tearfully, I've practiced medicine my whole life, and now I can only stand by helplessly. Tell me, Jin Sheng, how am I supposed to save your son? How on earth am I supposed to save him? 50 years ago, a roar echoed through the forest. Qian Dezhong and Zhang Jinsheng were running for their lives. Run! Run! Three ferocious wolves snarled behind them. Woof, woof! Zhang Jinsheng turned his head to urge the person behind him. Run faster. I, Qian Dezhong, carrying a basket of herbs, was panting, struggling to get a sentence out. I can't run anymore. Swish, a knife was drawn. Zhang Jinsheng pointed the knife at the wolf pack, instructing his friend. Dezhong, run. We'll meet at that temple later. The other man hesitated, but he immediately shouted, Don't be such a sissy, run. To reassure his friend, he even turned back and smiled. Don't worry, I can handle them. I'll catch up right away. Qian Dezhong replied. All right, Jin Sheng, I'll wait for you at the temple. The other urged, Stop dawdling, run. He obediently turned and ran, shouting as he ran to his friend who was fighting the wolves. Jin Sheng, you have to come find me. Later, the rescue team couldn't find Jin Sheng. Only then did I know, to save me, he had been eaten by the wolf pack. Snapping out of the memory, his knees buckled and hit the ground. I'm sorry, Jin Sheng. I shouldn't have run away alone back then. That day is one thing, but today, I harmed Jiangguo again. Zhang Fan was lost in thought. I remember them saying this poison can be cured, but who knows how. He remembered. That's right, Elder Yao. You must have a way. I'll ask Xiao Dai first. In another room, The phone on the bed chimed with a message notification. The content was, Xiao Dai, a friend of mine accidentally ate a sha fruit. Can you help me ask Elder Yao if there's an antidote? Zhang Fan looked at his phone. There was no reply for a long time, and he was burning with anxiety. Why hasn't Xiao Dai replied yet? Is she not online? Or should I just ask Elder Yao directly? He opened Elder Yao's contact, hesitating. Time is of the essence. I can't worry about that now. Ring ring, the phone vibrated. He was overjoyed. Xiao Dai finally replied. The message contained instructions, which made him feel like he'd just slapped himself. Elder Yao said, you must use a type of spirit medicine decocted as a guide for the person to drink, then release a spirit insect into his body. The spirit insect will follow the medicine guide inside and eat all the toxins. Zhang Fan saw a glimmer of hope, clenching his fist in his mind. I have both the spirit medicine and the spirit insect. The golden cicada, which was eating, suddenly had a bad feeling. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? He immediately took action. I can't delay. Coming to me out of the blue, you want me to give you the antidote? Besides, let's not even talk about whether there is an antidote. If you give it to him, wouldn't you be admitting that you tricked him, right? The masked person read the message while speaking coldly, but he already knows the fruit is poisonous. If I don't provide the antidote, Lin Chongyang waved his hand and continued, then you can forget about the ghost envoy position. Then all my previous efforts will have been for nothing. The other person comforted him. Don't be hasty, there's still a way. The masked person pointed out, since it has come to this, you can only pretend to be a victim. You just need to tell that old man Qian Dezhong that you were also deceived and had no idea it was a sha fruit. Then find a suitable opportunity to eliminate Zhang Fan. By then, his great tribulation will have arrived, and he'll have no choice but to make you the ghost envoy. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. Elder Dong is right. Then I'll make this act even more spectacular. Zhang Fan, I won't go easy on you this time. Qian Dezhong stroked his beard, his eyes filled with hatred. Lin Chongyang, you made me unrighteous, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Up ahead, Mrs. Zhang had invited 2 more physicians. If you 2 can cure Jiangua, you can choose any spirit medicine from my house. He could only stand in place, sometimes crying, sometimes sighing. But I don't have much time left. How can I turn this situation around? Mrs. Zhang pleaded loudly. Masters Black and White, please save my son. The 2 of them shook their heads one after another. It's hopeless. This is the first time we've seen this kind of poison. Mrs. Zhang, we're truly sorry. We are helpless here as well. Mrs. Zhang slumped over her cane, crying silently. Even you 2 have no way. Does that mean my Jiangua is doomed to die? Zhang Fan rushed in from outside and announced, the decoction is ready. It could detoxify Mr. Zhang. Everyone was stunned. Young hero, an antidote? You are. He held the medicine pot in his hand and replied, I am Elder Qian's registered disciple. Let me give it a try. His registered disciple wants to try? Mrs. Zhang vehemently objected. No, I won't let you 2 master and disciple harm my Jiangguo again. Get out. All of you get out. Qian Dezhong quickly advised. Sister-in-law, the young hero is very capable. Maybe he can really save Jiangua. He pursed his lips and said, his condition can't be delayed any longer. Let me try. The 2 physicians, Black and White, were also unconvinced, refuting one after another. The poison has already invaded his internal organs. Not even a great, overarching golden immortal could save Mr. Zhang now. You bring a bowl of medicine to save him. Do you think we're all fools? Most likely you're after the reward Mrs. Zhang offered, wanting to try your luck. Hearing what those 2 said, see, even the famous physicians here are helpless. Isn't he just causing trouble? He must be a swindler. Zhang Fan's face darkened. A swindler? This is a matter of life and death. Young hero, this matter has nothing to do with you. Since it has come to this, you should go back first. He gently advised Mrs. Zhang. Let me try. I can't just watch someone die without helping. Mrs. Zhang hesitated. But Jiangua, he remained insistent. It can't be delayed any longer. Let me try. Please trust me. You'll get better. Mrs. Zhang was still unmoved. No, you're all in the same boat, with unpredictable intentions. I can't trust you. Just let me try. Trust me, I really... A commotion was heard. Click, swish, the door opened. Please make way. A man rushed in frantically. Auntie? Sister-in-law, how is Jiangua? Has the poison been cured? Mrs. Zhang replied, trembling. Xiao Yi, Jiangua is about to die. He was shocked, huh? How did this happen? Zhang Fan, at the side, saw the newcomer and was startled. Yi Jiuqian? We heard Mrs. Zhang say the poison was too strong and no one could cure it. He squeezed out a tear. No one has a way. Then Yi Jiuqian seemed to think of someone, muttering, that's right, he can definitely save Jiangua. This made Zhang Fan, who was behind him, suspicious. The two black and white physicians immediately voiced their opinions. How is that possible? Is there really such a miraculous person in the world? Qian Dezhong could only cry. That's great. Jianguo is saved. Zhang Fan was silent. I hope it's in time. Yi Qian turned his head in surprise to look at the person who had just spoken. This voice then pushed Zhang Fan forward, saying decisively, "It's him. With Mr. Zhang here, Jianguo can definitely be saved." Mrs. Zhang asked doubtfully, "Xiao Yi, you haven't mistaken him for someone else, have you?" The two black and white physicians' mouths dropped open, their jaws about to hit the floor. A mistake? While Qian Dezhong stroked his beard, pleased, as expected of the young man I had my eye on. Mrs. Zhang was still hesitant. "Xiao Yi, is he the person you're talking about?" He immediately replied, "No mistake. Mr. Zhang cured my incurable disease. His medical skills are superb. He can definitely cure Jianguo." After a brief moment of thought, Mrs. Zhang bowed her head. "I apologize for before. Please, Mr. Zhang, save Jianguo quickly." The black-robed physician placed a hand on his left shoulder, smiling. "We've met a master. Old Bai, we have much to learn." The white-robed physician placed a hand on his right shoulder, smiling in reply. "Indeed, there's always a higher mountain. If this Mr. Zhang can really cure the poison, I will definitely take him as my master." Zhang Fan didn't know what to do. "You're joking. How could a junior like me dare to take on disciples?" He opened the lid of the medicine gourd, explaining that this was just a secret formula. As he lifted Zhang Jianguo's head to pour the medicine into his mouth, he thought to himself, "Just put the golden cicada in the medicine and pour it all at once. Let the golden cicada follow the medicine's path and absorb the toxins in the body." This formula isn't simple. The black and white-robed men standing by commented, "Is that smell clear heart grass?" "This is a decoction of clear heart grass." "I'm afraid he doesn't even know the medicinal properties of clear heart grass." How foolish. The last drop of medicine was poured into his mouth. Strange. Zhang Fan looked inside the gourd, looking for the golden cicada. He only saw the golden cicada clinging tightly to the bottom of the container. "Oh, this little guy." He chuckled. "My apologies. I forgot to shake well before use." Ha ha ha. He took the container and shook it up and down relentlessly, making a whooshing sound. Finally, he slapped the bottom of the container hard. "In you go." The golden cicada fell into Zhang Jianguo's mouth. Zhang Fan observed intently, then said to everyone, "The medicine needs some time to take effect." They saw the patient's complexion become a little rosier. His whole body trembled slightly, and he moaned. "It's working." Mrs. Zhang hurriedly called out to Jianguo. The two men in black and white witnessed it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, but still stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Impossible. Did he only use clear heart grass?" The patient's face contorted. He coughed violently. His expression pained, coughing nonstop. Cough, 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 cough. A golden cicada with a round belly crawled out, letting out a satisfied burp. Before anyone could get a clear look, a hand quickly snatched it. Zhang Jianguo, lying on the bed, looked at the person before him and asked doubtfully, "You are?" Zhang Fan turned around and announced, "Mrs. Zhang, your son is awake. The medicine has taken effect, but his body is still weak and needs more rest and nourishment." Mrs. Zhang ran over to look at her son who had just returned from the gates of hell, saying joyfully, "That's wonderful. You're all right. I thought you. How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Zhang Jianguo replied weakly, "Mom, I'm so tired. It feels like I was just dragged back from the underworld." Thud. Mrs. Zhang knelt down to express her gratitude. "Mr. Zhang, this old woman was blind. Thank you for saving Jianguo." Zhang Fan quickly helped her up. I don't dare, Mrs. Zhang. Please get up." He didn't forget to explain. "Actually, Elder Qian didn't know it was a sha fruit. I hope you won't blame him anymore." Mrs. Zhang replied in shame. "This old woman doesn't know what happened with you all, but it's good that everything's fine. It's good that everything's fine." Qian Dezhong's eyes welled up with tears again. "No matter what, this was my mistake. This debt of gratitude. I don't know how I can ever repay the young hero." He praised sincerely. The young hero is truly a once-in-a-century genius. At this moment, the two men in black and white were completely convinced. "We were blind just now. We hope Mr. Zhang can forgive us. We hope Mr. Zhang can give us some pointers." Zhang Fan ignored the two of them, saying loudly, "Sorry, I'm not taking disciples." Outside the hospital gate, the two men in black and white stood under the glass door. Under the eaves, Mrs. Zhang pulled his hand. I misunderstood you before. I hope you won't hold it against me. Also, the spirit medicine I promised you. Please be sure to accept it. Zhang Fan refused. It was nothing, Mrs. Zhang. You don't have to be so polite. Qian Dezhong lamented. Today was truly terrifying, but thankfully the young hero was here to help. He replied, it was what I should do. Elder Qian, it's getting late. Why don't you come to my place to rest? My house is nearby. He immediately replied, all right, it just so happens I have something to discuss with you. Seeing his pensive look, he thought curiously, something to discuss with me? Could it be related to the ghost envoy? The night sky was full of twinkling stars. Inside the house, Zhang Fan held a cup of water, lost in thought. It seems Elder Qian has a lot on his mind. Does he really want to discuss the ghost envoy matter with me? He and Lin Chongyang have been friends for many years. Being betrayed by a friend, he must be very sad. Then he spoke up. Elder Qian, please have a seat. I'll go get you a cup of warm water. Qian Dezhong stopped him. Young hero, I have something to tell you. Zhang Fan replied, Elder Qian, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so polite. Just then the phone rang. Ring, 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 ring. Ring, ring. He thought with confusion, it's so late. The old man reminded him, young hero, you should answer your phone first. As soon as he picked up, he asked, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you calling me out of the blue? His mother's loud voice rang out, as if she were standing right there pointing at his nose and scolding him. Out of the blue? Tell me where you've been running off to these past few days? Nowhere to be seen all day, and you're not coming home tonight either. You're out fooling around again, aren't you? Zhang Fan switched the phone to his other ear. I wasn't fooling around, Mom. Didn't I just get a promotion? So work has been a bit busy. I'll definitely be back tomorrow. His mother roared, you don't need to come back tomorrow. Mom, is it that serious? You really don't want me anymore? Don't you play dumb with me. I'm being serious. I've already contacted your Aunt Shu. Zhang Fan asked while drinking water, and then, in his mind, he was racking his brain. Isn't Aunt Shu my mom's best friend? What does that have to do with me? She yelled again, and then, what's with that attitude? Have you forgotten? When you were little, you cried and begged to marry CC. Let me tell you, CC is studying at Shanghai University now. Do you understand? As soon as his mother finished speaking, he immediately spat out all the water in his mouth, making an excuse. Mom, that was just childish talk when I was little. You actually believe it? She gave him no chance to back out, ordering directly, childish talk or not. You two arrange a time to meet. A Rolls-Royce pulled over. The person in the car opened the door and got out. Is this the place? Lin Chongyang, following an old man with a small skull-adorned hat who was emitting black energy, replied, yes, this is it. That brat Zhang Fan has been staying here lately. Bai Pu, are you ready? His eyes were vicious. Kill him. Qian Dezhong watched him pour water and began to speak. Young hero, you must already know Lin Chongyang's purpose for approaching me. I won't hide it from you, Elder Qian. Zhang Fan frowned. Lin Chongyang wants you to appoint him as the ghost envoy. There are some things I understand without even thinking. Qian Dezhong thought of the gates of the underworld and said slowly, my family has accumulated virtue for 3 generations, and only in my generation has it been enough. Lord City God has appeared in my dreams, saying that after 100 years, he will appoint me as a 7th-rank spirit official, and I can appoint 1 ghost envoy myself. Before I knew old Lin's true colors, I was always hesitating between you two. But now I have my answer. His eyes lit up, listening to him speak. I just don't know if the young hero is willing to follow me. He immediately agreed. I am of course willing to follow Elder Qian, but Lin Chongyang won't give up. Zhang Fan was a little unconfident. Elder Qian said again, is my current ability enough? It's definitely not enough. Qian Dezhong patted his shoulder encouragingly. It's all right. It's not a big problem. The young hero is very talented, and your abilities aren't bad. I believe you can do it. Zhang Fan nodded. Elder Qian, I will work hard on my cultivation. So what does a ghost envoy usually do? He rubbed his chin. As for the specific duties, we'll have to wait until I report to the underworld to find out. Probably going around catching wandering ghosts. He immediately said, I don't know how to do any of that. Don't worry, young hero. You'll be able to do it once you become a ghost envoy. The ghost envoy is a martial official. Just focus on your cultivation. You definitely won't disappoint. A wave of excitement rose in his heart. That's right, once I become a ghost envoy, I can probably show off in the group chat. Seeing Qian Dezhong suddenly narrow his eyes and fall silent, Zhang Fan asked, Elder Qian, are you alright? He voiced his concern. I'm worried Lin Chongyang definitely won't give up. Thinking about it carefully, there must be someone helping him. I don't know what their next move will be. He knows my great tribulation is approaching. He wouldn't become a corner dog, would he? He comforted. If he still values the many years of friendship between you two, he won't cause you any more trouble. The cat's out of the bag. It's hard to say. Click, the sound of the door being opened. A skeleton wreathed in purple smoke stepped in. Qian Dazhong shouted a warning. Be careful. A skeleton with sharp teeth and a bright red tongue lunged straight forward, startling Zhang Fan. What the hell is that? Zhang Fan's eyes widened, staring at the roaring skeleton monster. One of its bony claws suddenly swiped forward. What the hell is that thing? The entire room was plunged into black smoke. Qian Dazhong explained. This ghost is not the soul of a dead person, but is refined from the soul of a vicious monster into a killing ghost, so it's very powerful. Ordinary people would die instantly upon encountering it. Then he ordered, Young hero, quickly summon your ghost servant with me to face the enemy. He nodded yes. Qian Dazhong formed a hand seal, shouting, Exorcise evil, bind demons. A wisp of white smoke flew out. Zhang Fan clasped his hands and shouted, By my command. Green smoke and light appeared. The two shouted in unison, Assemble. A yellow yin-yang circle and a green circle appeared at their feet. Whoosh, the green circle spun, and a female ghost appeared from it. General, charge straight ahead. The killing ghost opened its mouth and roared. The two sides clashed, facing off head-on. Hiss! Green light and white smoke intertwined. The killing ghost's eyes flashed with purple light, and it spat out green liquid from its mouth. Zhang Fan stood by watching the close-quarters fight, praising incessantly. Wow. The two sides are evenly matched. This is amazing. It's just like immortals fighting. How spectacular. He looked back at the female ghost he had summoned, who was sitting in a corner, drawing circles. Looking back at his own ghost servant, he instinctively covered his face. So embarrassing. A gloomy voice rang out. Mine has been dealt with. Qian Dazhong's eyes rolled back. He swallowed in terror. My general. The green light gradually faded. A vortex of air appeared, sweeping away the general's image, and then it exploded with a bang. All that remained was thick white smoke. Drip, drip, green liquid dripped from above. Creak! The killing ghost slowly walked out of the white smoke. Zhang Fan and Qian Dazhong were both stunned. It was destroyed. The killing ghost approached step by step, and the two of them also retreated step by step. It's over, it's over. Zhang Fan was drenched in sweat. The only ghost servant that could fight has been destroyed. Looking at that dazed female ghost, and the thing I summoned is that kind of thing. A look of determination appeared in Zhang Fan's eyes. In that case, Elder Qian, I can only. Qian Dazhong turned his head to look, unless the young hero wants to. He sped up and dashed away. I'll get you out of here first. Grabbed by the collar, Elder Qian flew along with his speed, asking weakly, Is this your plan? The killing ghost was stunned by this lightning-fast speed. It roared and gave chase. As he passed by, a glint flashed in his eyes, staring at it. The killing ghost roared and charged. Boom. Something exploded. The dust and smoke made Qian Dazhong cough nonstop. Cough, cough, cough. He said in shock, You young hero. You are. As he saw Zhang Fan walk out of the smoke and fire. Whoosh, a flash of light. The killing ghost stood motionless. The next second, its skeleton turned to dust. The red-faced necklace in his palm emitted a dazzling red light. What's going on? Outside the building, Lin Chongyang and Bai Pu exclaimed. They destroyed the killing ghost. Bai Pu's eyes widened in disbelief. His face contorted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Chongyang quickly asked, Bai Pu, what's wrong with you? He couldn't answer, just continued to clutch his chest and cough up blood. The old man took a yellow pill from his sleeve and put it in his mouth. Circulating his energy, the surrounding air vibrated, forming concentric circles. After a while, Bai Pu finally let out a breath. Lin Chongyang asked with concern, Did you suffer a backlash? How do you feel now? Are you better? A look of terror appeared in his eyes. That was terrifying. I suffered a backlash and lost half of my cultivation power. There must be a master backing that kid. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of a broom sweeping was heard, accompanied by a call, Young hero. Qian Dazhong praised endlessly. I never expected a young hero to be so profoundly skilled. Zhang Fan replied while concentrating on cleaning up. I'm afraid Elder Qian has misunderstood. I'm not. At this point, he fell silent. Does that necklace really have divine power? The old man immediately asked curiously, Then who was it that helped us? He replied, "To be honest with you, right now I only know the exorcism technique." This made Qian Dezhong completely doubt his life. Zhang Fan complained, "And it's hit or miss. That female ghost doesn't listen to me either." Qian Dezhong immediately gave him a pointer. "You have to nurture the ghost's servant first, open its spiritual intelligence, and only then will it obey your commands." He put down the mop and suggested, "I'll teach you how to nurture them." He also put down the broom, raising his hands in agreement, all right? The night was late. He leaned back on the chair and let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Then he stretched his arms over his head, stretching contentedly. "Finally finished learning. I wonder when I'll succeed in nurturing them." Qian Dezhong encouraged, "Don't be hasty, young hero. Once you become a ghost envoy, the energy in your body will be stronger, and they will also teach you some basic magic techniques. You are very talented. Cultivate diligently, and you will surely achieve great things in the future." Zhang Fan silently agreed. "Elder Qian is right. I have to cultivate diligently, otherwise it'll be hard to keep this little life of mine." He worried again. "I'm afraid Lin Chongtian won't give up so easily." The next day, brilliant sunlight shone on the tall buildings. A voice called out, "Director Zhang." Someone came forward to report, "Your office has been arranged. If you have any instructions, you can call me at any time." Zhang Fan immediately requested, "Call Lin Ming to my office for a moment." "Yes, Director Zhang. I'll tell him to see you as soon as he arrives." "Your classmate Xia Pengfei has submitted his resume. It's on your desk." He just thought, "Xia Bongfei? Who's that?" He walked up to the door with the CTO nameplate. As he opened the door himself, he gave an order, "Go on with your work. I'll call you if I need anything." The other person immediately replied, "Yes, Director Zhang." Click, the door opened. Zhang Fan stepped into the room, closing his eyes and thinking smugly, "General Manager, that sounds so good." Then he happily amused himself. "I finally have my own office. Life is so beautiful." That beautiful life was shattered by a voice saying, "You're here." Zhang Fan froze, opened his eyes to look towards the source of the sound, and asked with a probing gaze, "Who?" The man was unshaven, his arms crossed over his chest, his demeanor calm. "You are Zhang Fan?" Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. "That's right. I am Zhang Fan, but I don't believe I know you." The other person replied, "Strangers at first, friends at second meeting, young man. Don't be hasty." He pushed himself up with his hands. "About yesterday, I apologize to you on behalf of Bai Bo." Zhang Fan was astonished. "The person who attacked me yesterday was Bai Bo? Then who is this person?" He reached into his robe to find something, explaining as he did, "Bai Bo was reckless and offended you, but he has also been punished. He suffered a backlash from the demonic energy and was severely injured." He frowned and asked directly, "Are you here to get revenge for him?" The man took out a small vial that glowed with a green light and said, "When will the cycle of vengeance end?" "I came here to apologize on his behalf. This ghost pill is a small token of our 3 friends of Mount Huang's sincerity." It was the first time Zhang Fan had heard of the 3 friends of Mount Huang. The man's face was expressionless as he said softly, "It seems you don't know much about us, but I heard from Bai Bo that you want to become a ghost emissary. Among our 3 friends of Mount Huang, one is also a city god." Zhang Fan looked up, inwardly astonished. A city god. The old man before him calmly introduced himself. "As for this old man, people usually call me Hey Bai Bo or the true man Hey Bai. I spend my years in secluded cultivation. Meeting you today can be considered fate." He inwardly refused. "Can I do without this fate? Hey Bai Bo, and also Hey Fu." Zhang Fan looked at him. "S-O-U and Bai Bo." The man thought for a moment, then said, "Bai Bo is my servant. I've been in secluded cultivation these past few years, so I just let him go out to train." Then he closed his eyes and said helplessly, "I only found out when I was healing his injuries. To repay a debt, he used a demonic killing curse to make you back down." Clink, clink, warm water automatically poured into a glass. He continued, "But I also know that he has been cultivating evil arts these past few years, so it's hard to avoid going astray. His nature isn't bad. I hope you won't hold his past mistakes against him. Use this immortal pill to make amends." Taking a sip of water, Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Make amends? His powers have already been greatly damaged, and I don't have the time to go looking for trouble with him." The man immediately said, "Making amends means I hope you can give up the position of ghost emissary, as long as you no longer compete for that position." His words made Zhang Fan spit out all the water in his mouth. The man's gaze was indifferent. You will become a friend of our 3 friends of Mount Huan. Young man, what do you think? Zhang Fan thought with contempt. What a hypocritical old man. The man didn't get angry, but instead smiled. Hypocritical? Young man, relax a little. His eyes darkened. The carrot and the stick, your methods are quite formidable. Make amends. The man quickly spoke up to stop him. Wait. But Zhang Fan ignored him, roaring in anger. So what if I don't give it up? He can use a demonic curse to harm people just to repay a debt. I want to repay a debt too. So I guess I could just go harm someone. If that's really the case, then everyone would be a hero of immense righteousness. The man still wore a hypocritical smile. But when he bluntly showed him the door, I don't know which of your words are true and which are false, but please leave. I can't accept this gesture. The man could no longer hold back, gritting his teeth and growling. You, Zhang Fan loosened his tie as he questioned, you people want me to withdraw, want me to give up the position of ghost emissary. Then he declared aggressively, dream on. Only now did a different expression appear in the man's eyes. Then he tried to force a gentle, threatening smile. Young man, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit? Seeing the other party clench his fist, a pink energy swirled around it. Zhang Fan thought, he's about to make a move. His earlier imposing aura completely vanished. If we really fight, I'm no match for him. But he remained stubborn. Chang Haixin, it's all up to your necklace now. A helpless voice rang out, then don't blame me. Reaching into his robe, his voice was as cold as ice. When I strike, I show no mercy. Swoosh! One of the man's arms shot up to the sky, carrying countless golden rays of light. Zhang Fan's eyes widened. Whoosh! Something resembling a pellet drum was thrown into the air, where it spun continuously, creating wind and golden light. Zhang Fan's eyes were both panicked and curious. What is that thing? Boom! The thing exploded, creating a dazzling burst of golden light. This time, he's gone all out. At the Qian residence, the lights in the main hall were brightly lit. After a command was uttered, a stream of golden light converged. Whoosh! A thick white mist appeared. Whoosh! From within the mist, the outline of a hat emerged. Swoosh! An old man holding a feather fan with a fierce expression appeared, his blood-red eyes questioning, why have you summoned me? The other person greeted him, greetings, Lord City God. Thank you for your help last night, my lord. Qin Dezhong clasped his hands and said sincerely, otherwise this old life of mine would have been hard to keep. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. He knelt on the ground in a solemn posture. This humble one will never forget this great kindness for generations to come. The city god said, puzzled, wait, I was not in the mortal realm last night. The city god calmly stroked his beard, that I also do not interfere in the affairs of the mortal realm. Although you are qualified to be a spirit official, the events that happened before were all destined. Qian Dezhong wondered to himself, Then who was it? If not an enemy, then a friend. In any case, I must find a way to find out who that person is. Outwardly, he still listened seriously to his superior's reminder. Your great limit is approaching. You must make a decision quickly. He immediately replied, I want to give the position of Ghost Emissary to Zhang Fan. I am preparing to report it to the Underworld Department. The city god, sitting on a green cloud, asked curiously, you have always valued old ties, yet you choose him. You two have only known each other for a short time. Have you thought it through? Qian Dezhong replied, he is very talented. In just a few days, he has mastered the art of exorcism. With his talent, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. So, I want to let him be the ghost emissary and succeed my position. The city god praised, truly a prodigy. Spiritual energy is scarce in the mortal realm, yet he has such ability. He is indeed a talent. What about his character? After hearing the words, honest and kind, the city god immediately vanished, saying with great satisfaction, in that case, the matter of the ghost emissary is settled. Qian Dezhong bowed deeply and replied, thank you, my lord. He let out a sigh of relief. Everything was settled. There was a jingling sound outside. Thinking he had returned, he happily ran to open the door, calling out loudly, young hero. But he only saw a person in white and the jingling sound. Qian Dezhong looked at the person before him and said in a low voice, Lin Chongyang, what are you still doing here? His voice was grim and full of killing intent. Lin Chongyang's face was ferocious, devoid of humanity. T.O. collected debt from you, of course. Qian Dezhong, How much have I sacrificed for you? Even if there's no merit, there was hardship. Now that you've achieved your goal, you want to kick me aside? Dream on. A vicious look appeared in his eyes. Today, you must report my name to the underworld. The ghost emissary position is mine. Lin Chongyang waved his hand, signaling to the person behind him. Quick, tie him up. Slam. The wooden door shut. Qian Dezhong leaned against the back of the door, panting. He knew that if he died an unnatural death, he wouldn't be able to become a spirit official. What should he do? Bang, bang. The people outside kept pounding on the door, causing even him, who was blocking it, to shake. Bang, bang. The two henchmen outside kept ramming the door with their hands. Thud! His trembling hand dialed on his phone. Watching the phone ring, Qian Dezhong prayed silently. Please pick up. Boom! A door was pushed ajar. He let out a scream. As the door was kicked down, Qian Dezhong fell forward. The phone in his hand, which was calling Zhang Fan, flew forward and fell to the ground with a crash, its screen shattering. The sound of the call, connecting, still rang out. Beep! Qian Dezhong was pinned to the ground, his hands and neck twisted behind him, and he shouted, Lin Chongyang, let me go. He actually let go. Qian Dezhong opened his eyes slightly and looked up at a shout. Last chance. Lin Chongyang, holding a silver gun, looked at the man on the ground with a fierce gaze and said, Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our old ties. He stubbornly replied, You're too late. I've already submitted the name. Lin Chongyang paused. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Whose name did you submit? Qian Dezhong opened his mouth and said 2 words, Zhang Fan. He angrily pointed the gun straight at his head, threatening, Change it. Change it for me right now. Although Qian Dezhong was terrified, he replied with firm resolve, It can't be changed anymore. He placed his finger on the trigger and declared, Then I'll shoot you dead with 1 shot. The old, wrinkled eyes closed tightly. 2 streams of tears flowed down as he quietly waited for death. A voice from the phone stopped him. Don't shoot. This sound made everyone present show different expressions. Qian Dezhong sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped death. Lin Chongyang's eyes turned red with anger as he asked. By Bo's henchmen stammered in fear, my lord. Over here, Zhang Fan gripped the necklace tightly, his murderous threat making Bai Bo tremble with fear. He spoke into the phone. Don't harm old Qian, or you're all dead. Thunder and lightning flashed across the sky. Someone urged, Hurry up and speak. High Immortal Zhang Fan is waiting. The 2 henchmen's eyes widened when they heard the words High Immortal. Held by the collar, Qian Dezhong looked at the phone, thinking in disbelief, Young hero. The roar calling for Bai Bo came through, startling him. High Immortal? Why is my lord with High Immortal Zhang Fan? Slap, along with his master's instruction, Bai Bo, don't make things difficult for old Qian. The silver gun was grabbed by a hand. Lin Chongyang wanted to resist, gritting his teeth and ordering men let go. The other side, urged by Bo again, speak. Lin Chongyang's head was forcefully pushed to the ground by a hand. Bai Bo bowed his head and said loudly, Old Qian, this humble one was blind and has offended you greatly. I hope you can forgive me. Forced to kneel and kowtow, Lin Chongyang was still defiant. Wait. Qian Dezhong looked at the 2 of them motionlessly and said, Hey. The 2 henchmen were stunned by this complete reversal. The other side urged again, Answer the phone. It seems very urgent. Bai Bo, is anyone there? Old Qian. Lin Chongyang sat up straight, aggressively swatting away the hand on his head, and roared, What are you apologizing for? The moment he finished speaking, he was slapped, which stunned him for a moment. Bai Bo's eyes widened as he ordered, Apologize now. In the silence of the crowd, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, repeatedly saying, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Whatever you ask, just say it. Please answer the phone. Qian Dezhong slowly began to speak, since it has come to this. He looked at the 2 groveling people before him and said, Lin Chongyang, there's no longer any bond between us. Over here, an old man and a young man leaned close to the phone, only hearing a single word. Qian Dezhong waved his hand. All of you leave. Don't let me see you again. Let's just consider today's event a joke. A group of people knelt and bowed, sincerely thanking him. Thank you, old Qian. Then they got in their cars and left like a puff of smoke. Qian Dezhong spoke into the phone. Young hero, I'm fine now. Is everything okay on your end? It's good that you're fine. Everything is fine on my end. Over here, Bai Bo carefully asked Zhang Fan, High Immortal, may I leave now? He said coldly, Of course you can. The man tiptoed to the door, only to be called back. That pill of yours looks pretty good. Zhang Fan's whole body was shrouded in a dark aura. Can I take a look? Bai Bo wanted to cry, but had no tears, thinking, look at this scheming mind. What a pity. Then he turned around, offering it with both hands. Look at me, I even forgot this. A small token of my sincerity. He reached out to take it. Seeing as you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept it. The man cursed inwardly, taking advantage of the situation, so hypocritical. Having learned his lesson, Bai Bo walked through the wall, as long as the High Immortal likes it. That's all that matters. I won't disturb you any longer. Please rest. Holding the vial of pills, Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly, take care. Zhang Fan sat on the chair, sighing it's finally quiet. Zhang Fan rested his chin on his hand. In a relaxed mood, a bigger office, a better mood. Life is beautiful. Closing his eyes, he calculated, an old classmate is applying for a job. Do I have to open a few more departments for him? Who is it? Let me think. The phone vibrated. Seeing the caller's name, Zhang Fan cursed jinx under his breath, then answered, oh, you're free? He opened his eyes. You want to compensate me for the computer? Fine, let's meet at the computer street after work. Remember to bring money. On the way, he kept muttering, this time I have to teach you a lesson. Compensate me for my medical expenses. Seeing her outfit, his eyes lit up. Oh, jinx. Qin Mushue wore a short skirt with long socks, her hair in pigtails, and rolled her eyes that you're late, Jinx. You don't look too bad today. In the crowded shopping mall, the two were fuming. Qin Mushue thought to herself, so late, unforgivable. Fine, I'll just buy the computer quickly and leave. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, rolled his eyes with determination. Can't miss this good opportunity. This time I have to trick her. Passers-by kept sighing. What's with the world these days? Do girls nowadays all like this type of guy? You can tell at a glance this guy is no good. How come even this kind of mediocre guy has a girlfriend now? Qin Mushue spoke first, looking at his broken computer. At most, it's just over 5,000 yuan. Don't you dare try to scam me. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and retorted, what do you mean? A computer is a programmer's pride. How can little she only be worth 5,000 yuan? She immediately turned to walk towards the door. Then I'm going home. Goodbye. Qin Mushue's eyes widened in surprise, seeing him suddenly spread his arms to block her way, backing down first. Wait, I absolutely have no intention of looking down on girls. He thought he was being very cool, and looked up at the sky, saying, let's go buy a computer. Unfortunately, she couldn't stand it, turning her head away and dry heaving. That's enough. Please don't act like that anymore. It makes me want to puke. Zhang Fan's face turned green with anger. Huh? What's there to puke about? A while later, the two walked and talked, bickering back and forth. All right, hurry up. What do you think of this one? This one's so good. No way, it's too expensive. I didn't ask you to buy it. Can't you just give some advice? Getting equipment for a new company must cost a lot of money, right? What new company? I'm starting my own business. Interested? Oh, in front of a cashier, Zhang Fan was engrossed in his act. Can I reserve these models? I really want them. The employee said, yes, but you have to pay a deposit first. Qin Mushue stood behind him without a word, lost in her own thoughts. This guy even wants to start a company. Outside the store, their conversation continued. He said loudly, what? You can't help me pay the deposit. She replied decisively, I'm not interested in your new company. Don't even think about dragging me into it. He tried to entice her again, then don't regret it. In the future, I'll definitely become the richest man in Shanghai. She was too lazy to answer this, and walked straight away. See you never. A few days later, on a full moon night, with a boom, a flash of light appeared on the roof. Rumble. The light shone into a corner of the bedroom. The light faded, and a child appeared. Zhang Fan was still fast asleep. The boy called out, young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang. Zhang Fan woke up in a daze. Huh? Who is it? As soon as he sat up, he was startled. What the hell is this? A little ghost. The boy introduced himself. I am Guide Xiao Lu of the South City Prefecture, under the order of Civil Adjudicator Qianzhong, here to invite you to the Yamen to assume your post. He was dazed. What did you say? With a bit of fear, he hugged his blanket tightly. Take me to the underworld to assume a post? Doesn't that mean I become a ghost emissary? Xiao Lu nodded. That's right. Zhang Fan threw off the blanket and jumped up. All right, wait a moment. I need to get ready. The corner of the blanket flew up with a force, and a gust of wind shot past Xiao Lu's eyes. Before the blanket had even landed back on the bed, he had already changed into a neat suit, ready to go. let's go. Xiao Lu praised him silently, as expected of a soon-to-be ghost emissary, so fast. The boy gave instructions. Young Master Zhang, you are still in the mortal world. It will be a little troublesome in a moment. I need to draw out your spirit body. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Oh, draw my spirit body. The boy held the chain in his hand and said with a smile, please lie down, young Master Zhang. Relax your body. Don't be tense. I will slowly draw out your spirit body. He nodded. Then he lay neatly on the bed and asked nervously, is this okay? Xiao Lu, holding the soul-hooking lock, replied, it's fine, young Master Zhang. With a swoosh, a dazzling green light flared up. Zhang Fan was in so much pain that he was drenched in sweat, his dry throat swallowing hard. His face was pale, and his spirit body seemed to react. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw his soul floating, while his physical body was lying quietly on the bed. He thought to himself, it's out. Looking at his motionless body on the bed, Zhang Fan felt, so this is an out-of-body experience. He looked again at the blue chain connected to his chest, his eyes sinking into thought. A mere little ghost emissary. He looked at the seemingly endless blue iron chain and thought, already has such an ability. If he wanted to hook someone's soul, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? Xiao Lu spoke up, young Master Zhang, please follow me. Zhang Fan came back to his senses and replied, oh, okay. He followed Xiao Lu, running on an empty road. He closed his eyes to feel it for a moment, then opened them to look around. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This is the underworld. The sky ahead had giant bolts of lightning, and clusters of blue light orbs floated, pointing towards an endless black vortex. Xiao Lu introduced them one by one. That is the entrance to the underworld. Then he pointed to the road under their feet. This is the path one must take to go down to the underworld. No wonder there are so many wandering souls and wild ghosts. There was a ghost behind them. The boy comforted him, but you don't need to be afraid. Roar. Zhang Fan turned his head to look. With a swoosh, the ghost's arm was severed by Xiao Lu. It roared, breathing out black smoke. He stared at it. The ghost's arm bled red. It clutched its arm, howling in pain. Xiao Lu gave it a cold glance. You're courting death, you're blind. You even dare to touch a soon-to-be emissary. Something appeared, and the boy held up a flag. The boy kept muttering, you overestimate yourself. You dare to provoke Xiao Lu of the Qingpi division? I don't even need you to consecrate my command flag. I'd be doing you a disservice. The ghost body was about to be incinerated. Looking at the flag, Zhang Fan praised. Lord Lu, the boy smiled. I don't dare accept the title of Lord Lu. The boy smiled. I don't dare accept the title of Lord Lu. Just call me Qingpi Xiao Lu. If young Master Zhang finds it troublesome, you can also just call me Xiao Lu. He wasn't polite. While walking under the thunderous sky, he asked, Xiao Lu, what is this treasure of yours? Is it specially made by the underworld? Is it like police handcuffs? But it was just a magical tool, yet it could defend and kill an evil soul in an instant. Xiao Lu's strength was also very powerful. Xiao Lu said, this is a magical tool specially made by the underworld. Just by pouring spiritual power into it, you can blind the enemy. It originally only had defensive attributes, but it can be upgraded according to the owner's ability, and its offensive power will also become stronger. Arriving at a place, the boy announced, this is it. Then he pointed forward. Young Master Zhang, we've arrived. He pointed to the structure that looked like a real village with many floating blue light orbs and introduced, that is the first gate of the South City underworld. Zhang Fan was amazed. My God, Zhang Fan was amazed. My God, why are there so many spirit soldiers? Dense rows of spirit soldiers stood guard on the city walls. Seeing such a scene of the South City underworld, Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask, with so many spirit soldiers, is the underworld very chaotic? Xiao Lu replied, it's all right. We have to put on a bit of a show, otherwise all the demons and ghosts would run out. With a clank, the boy held up a token. Token here, Qingpi Xiao Lu and the new emissary surnamed Zhang. With a swoosh, the city gate lowered. The two of them stepped onto the bridge together. It was a bridge covered in sharp thorns. Zhang Fan rubbed his chin. Oh, so this is the underworld. After climbing for a while, he was already panting, so high. Is this the Tongtian Pavilion? Xiao Lu beside him kept encouraging. We're almost there. Looking at the purple building with the sign Prefectural Office, he asked, Prefectural Office? Is Old Qian here? With a swoosh, Xiao Lu replied, he's here. With a whoosh, a puff of white smoke blew over, accompanied by a voice, Young hero. Zhang Fan was full of anticipation. A young man in a long robe appeared, trying to be mysterious. You're finally here. He curiously asked 2 questions in a row. Who are you? What's with all the smoke? This left the other person speechless. The person explained seriously, I am Old Qian. Actually, this can be considered a selfish desire of mine. Zhang Fan was surprised. Oh, Old Qian? So young, that's great. The 3 of them walked inside. This is where cases are tried and judged, just like a county magistrate. It's not as carefree as I imagined. It's been hard on Xiao Lu this time. It's what Xiao Lu should do. He peeked his head in and asked, So am I a ghost emissary now? Qian Dezhong reminded him, Young hero, hurry and pay your respects to Lord City God. His eyes were fixed on the person inside. A tall man, with 2 servants standing beside him, had a cold gaze that's too early for the matter of the ghost emissary. You are Zhang Fan. He immediately clasped his hands in a salute. This humble one is Zhang Fan. Greetings, Lord City God. Lord City God's eyes were full of interest. Lord Qian praised you to the heavens, saying you are a prodigy who mastered the art of ghost taming in a short time. For the underworld assessment, this city god is very much looking forward to your performance. A person standing beside him spoke up. If he's just an ordinary person, it would be better to resign and yield the position to someone else. Zhang Fan was puzzled. Resign and yield to someone else? Qian Dezhong was stunned. What assessment? Can't he be directly appointed as a ghost emissary? That subordinate's eyes were fiery red. And he said with a blank expression, That's what they say. The mole on his face moved as he spoke. But don't you forget, we all work under Lord City God. If we appoint a useless person as a ghost emissary, it will only bring shame to Lord City God if word gets out. A ghost emissary is meant to handle matters for the living. So, of course, it must be someone capable. Qian Dezhong was angry. Guowen Pan, you are. The other person also spoke up. We all respect your choice. You see, the person has already arrived. But he paused here. Qian Dezhong gritted his teeth. They said smugly, Lord Qian, this is just a small test before the ghost messenger takes office. We shouldn't delay. Let's go. Lord Qian, the city god went first. I'm really looking forward to it. Qian Dezhong walked at the very back. Zhang Fan looked a bit disappointed. It was clearly Zhang Fan who said he wanted to be tested for the underworld. Qian Dezhong's face was grim. They've set a trap. I didn't expect Lord City God to still be persuaded by Guowen Pan. Guowen Pan wants to promote his own confidence, to show off his power in the underworld. But young hero, does the underworld also have this kind of elimination competition? This is dangerous. A mix of emotions filled Qian Dezhong's eyes. Worry, unease, anger. Everyone was now gradually heading deeper into the cave. Crackle, crackle, crackle. After sensing the powerful spiritual pressure emanating from ahead, Lord City God shouted, We're here. Zhang Fan was also trembling at this moment, trying to resist the spiritual pressure from ahead. He told himself, the spiritual pressure is so strong. With a whoosh, Lord City God continued to speak. This is the test. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, Zhang Fan heard something. Huh? Yu Wentong appeared from nowhere, bowed before Lord City God, and secretly sent a voice transmission. This humble one, Yu Wentong, pays his respects to Lord City God, Judge Gua. Seeing this, everyone enthusiastically cheered. Yu Wentong, you have to do your best today. He continued his voice transmission. This subordinate will not disappoint you, my lord. Seeing this, Qian Dezhong angrily shouted, Lord Gua, what is the meaning of this? Guowen Pan immediately turned to justify himself. Lord Qian, Yu Wentong has made so many contributions over the years. We should give him a chance to try. What if his talent is even better than the person you recommended? Then let him take the position of Ghost Messenger. The talented should be put to good use. Otherwise, it will dampen the morale of those below. Lord Qian, don't you agree with this reasoning? Qian Dezhong unhappily thought to himself, Yu Wentong is just a wandering soul who has gained sentience. Why is his cultivation so strong? Could the rumors be true, that he really has a spiritual root? But he comes from a mortal realm. How could that be? If he doesn't have a spiritual root to support him, based on the young hero's talent, there's still some chance of winning. I'm just afraid that if Yu Wentong is found to have a spiritual root, then the young hero will have no chance, and I will also be crushed by Guowen Pan. Thinking of this, he voiced his objection. Lord City God, I hope you will reconsider. After all, a 7th-ranked judge being able to appoint a ghost messenger is also a rule of the underworld. Lord City God remained silent. Seeing this, Gulwen Pan spoke up for him. What's the harm in trying? Why are you so petty? Do you have a guilty conscience? Yuanong, you go first then, so people don't think we have selfish motives and want to snatch their right to appoint a ghost messenger. Let him see your talent, a talent like you. Being able to work for him is his blessing. It's as if we've done something to him, biting the hand that feeds you, unable to recognize a kind heart. Yuantong was secretly pleased. That's right. Zhang Fan frowned and thought to himself, so there are such despicable people in officialdom too, wanting to be a prostitute and still have a monument built to her. And so, to Qian Daizhong's helplessness, Lord City God began to announce, let's begin. The test stone tablet is up ahead. Yuantong began to sit upright, clasping his hands and chanting a spell, saying, I'm ready, bring it on. The stone tablet in front slowly trembled, emitting specks of light, then shot a stream of energy towards him. Hiss, whoosh, boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he remained seated and endured it. Whoosh, rumble, rumble. Gulwen Pan excitedly shouted. Yuantong, keep it up? Zhang Fan asked in surprise. What happens if one has a spiritual root? Qian Dezhong replied. It said that there will be a pure, white spiritual light. Everyone witnessing this shocking scene thought to themselves, aren't spiritual roots very rare? Look quickly, it's a spiritual root. Gulwen Pan suddenly cried out in surprise. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Qian Dezhong angrily continued. 4, 5. Yuantong was now exuding a terrifying aura. Poof, spurt. Gulwen Pan excitedly shouted. 6 spiritual roots. It's another genius with 6 spiritual roots. 6 spiritual roots. 6 spiritual roots. Qian Dezhong couldn't believe what he was seeing, clutching his head. Zhang Fan immediately turned and asked, Old Qian, are you all right? Seeing Yuantong complete the test, Gulwen Pan happily waved for him to return. Yuantong, you can come back. Your performance was not bad. Although he was drenched in sweat, he still sent a voice transmission. This subordinate has not failed your trust. Then, Gulwen Pan turned to Qian Dezhong, mocking, Haha, Lord Qian, do you have anything else to say? Not only does Yuantong have a spiritual root, but he has 6 spiritual roots. Even if you were to tell Lord Yen, I'm afraid it would be useless. Ha, Lord City God, the matter is already very clear. Can we record Yuantong's name in the earthly register now? Appoint him as the Een God Ghost Messenger. Men, record Yuantong's name in the earthly register. The official received the order and replied, as you command. Lord City God happily patted Gulwen Pan on the shoulder, praising, Judge Gua, you found another talent for the South City underworld. He immediately pretended to be modest. This is what this subordinate should do. Suddenly, Zhang Fan spoke up. Wait a minute, if I didn't mishear, it seems that whoever has the higher talent gets the position of Ghost Messenger. Gulwen Pan burst out laughing after hearing this, then mocked him. Ha. Don't tell me you think your talent is higher than 6 spiritual roots? Aren't you ashamed to say that? If it were me, I would have run back to the netherworld long ago. He confidently stepped forward and said, How will we know if we don't try? The official who was taking notes immediately denied. There's no need to try. This is already the person with the highest talent in several hundred years. Although Gulwen Pan was unhappy, he still agreed to let him try. Zhang Fan smiled and stepped forward. Then I'll have to trouble you. The official received the order and instructed him. All right then. You sit down cross-legged. The stone tablet began to tremble again. Boom. He immediately sat upright, preparing to calm his mind. Qian Dezhong was worried in his heart. Young friend Zhang Fan, why must you do this? The stone tablet continued to shoot a stream of energy toward Zhang Fan. Boom. Gulwen Pan smiled smugly. How can a mortal have a spiritual root? I must see his desperate look. Yuantong is being tested, thought to himself. Rumble, boom. That painful feeling, you just enjoy it slowly. Zhang Fan screamed in pain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His whole body trembled from the overload, and he spat out fresh blood. I've really gone too far this time. Zhang Fan endured the energy, screaming in pain. Gulwen Pan relentlessly mocked. It's no use. How can a mortal withstand such spiritual pressure? He's really digging his own grave. He still gritted his teeth and persisted, even though his body had reached its limit, thinking to himself, boom, damn it, I can't hold on anymore. I can't even sit up. No, I can't give up so quickly. I can't let old Qian down. Despite this spiritual pressure crushing him, he still clung to the ground, and with astonishing determination, he rose up, shouting loudly, "Bang, bang, 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 get up for me." Oof. Yu Wentong watched him get up, frowning. He managed to get up again. He continued to say angrily, "So what if you get up? You're just a spent force. How can you surpass 6 spiritual roots?" Zhang Fan continuously resisted the spiritual pressure. Spurt. Suddenly, a change occurred within his body. Boom, spoot, 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 spoot. The spiritual root gradually perfected and created new power for him, making him stronger. Boom. Seeing this astonishing change, Qian Dezhong couldn't believe his eyes, blurting out, "A spiritual root. A spiritual root." The officials were momentarily speechless, silent for a moment. Heavens, another spiritual root has appeared. And this number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 15, 26, 67, 100, 108. Boom. Even stronger. Guo Wenpan couldn't believe his eyes, constantly rubbing them, wondering, "What's going on? Am I seeing things?" Lord City God cried out in shock. Heavens, 108 spiritual roots. How terrifying will his cultivation speed be? Guo Wenpan turned back to report. "Lord City God, this matter is very strange. I have never heard of anyone with 108 spiritual roots. Could it be that that thing has really appeared?" Lord City God observed without taking his eyes off and came to a conclusion. Boom. It's an earthly spiritual root. This is the celestial phenomenon of an earthly spiritual root. No, that's not right. An earthly spiritual root should only have 36 paths. Guo Wenpan continued to mock. "I told you, this guy is very strange. He must have cheated." Qian Dezhong angrily shouted, "What's strange? What could he have cheated? I think you're the one possessed by a ghost, wanting to frame Zhang Fan to snatch the ghost messenger position." Guo Wenpan immediately tattled angrily. "Lord City God, there must be something fishy about this. I hope your lordship will investigate clearly." Suddenly, the officials behind shouted, "Wait, everyone look, it's appeared. A spiritual ring. Could it be a heavenly spiritual root?" Guo Wenpan was stunned, clutching his head in horror. A heavenly spiritual root. This is the celestial phenomenon of a heavenly spiritual root appearing in the world. That's right. 72 paths of heavenly dipper, 36 paths of earthly fiend, adding up to exactly 108 spiritual roots. That's right. There's definitely no mistake. Lord City God happily turned to shake Qian Dezhong's hand, congratulating. "Judge Qian, your man is truly capable. For such a talent to work for me is truly my good fortune." He said modestly, "Lord City God, you're too kind. Zhang Fan will definitely do his best to handle official duties for you, Lord City God." Lord City God replied happily, Good. Zhang Fan's body was filled with power. He turned back to report, "This subordinate has not failed your trust." After that, Lord City God turned to Guo Wenpan, scolding, "Lord Guo, do you have anything else to say? Young friend Zhang Fan not only has a spiritual root, but 108 of them, 18 times more than a certain someone. No matter how dissatisfied you are, this ghost messenger position belongs to young friend Zhang Fan. Men, quickly record Zhang Fan's birth date, time, and name in the earthly register." The official immediately recorded it. Zhang Fan, South City Underworld Prefecture, subordinate 9th rank, ghost messenger. Open. Zhang Fan was wondering to himself at this moment, what on earth is going on? What is a heaven and earth spiritual root? Did I bluff my way through? Or is there a primordial power and a heaven and earth spiritual root hidden in my body? Am I really the chosen one? Impossible. Lord City God turned back to greet him. The ceremony is complete. Zhang Fan. "Oh no, Messenger Zhang. Haha, what nether god talent have you awakened?" He was bewildered. Nether god talent? What is this now? Zhang Fan was puzzled. Nether god talent? Suddenly, a change occurred in his mind. He awakened and was instantly transported to a mysterious space. Whoosh. He looked around in a daze, wondering, where is this? Why am I here? Lord City God was now relentlessly asking, "Have you awakened it? What kind of talent is it?" Zhang Fan returned to reality, his face dazed. What kind of talent is this?" He stammered in reply. "I'm not too sure either. I just feel an extra space in my divine sense." Lord City God replied in surprise. "A divine sense type talent? A space? Could it be a defensive attribute? This useless thing." He gestured with his hands and said, "Not sure." After that, Lord City God came to a conclusion and gave an instruction. "Then let's observe it for a while." Next, Judge Qian, you take him to receive his cultivation technique. Zhang Fan and Qian Dezhong cupped their hands and bowed, replying, as you command. The two left happily. Qian Dezhong talked non-stop. I never expected the young hero to be a true hidden master. But you can't slack off in your cultivation because of this. After this incident, Judge Gu will not let you off. I just don't know when he will come looking for trouble with you. So young hero, your own strength is very important. As for Lord City God, I can't see through his thoughts for the time being, but your performance has exceeded his expectations. Let's just wait and see. Finally, he gave a warning. Also, young hero, you must not reveal your identity as a ghost messenger to mortals. Zhang Fan quickly agreed and asked insistently, of course, so what do I have to do? He explained. The work of a ghost messenger is mainly to protect areas where demons and ghosts run rampant. Natural and man-made disasters in the mortal world don't happen frequently. You must investigate thoroughly, and once you discover demons or ghosts, you must deal with them immediately to protect the peace of that area. I am mainly in charge of the Shanghai area. Young hero, you were born in Shanghai, grew up in Shanghai. It's the area I'm in charge of. That's great. Even in terms of salary. He was surprised to hear this. This thing even has a salary? He replied, of course it does. How can you live without it? 100 nether virtues a month. He was puzzled. What are these nether virtues used for? He continued to explain. This has many uses. Nether virtues can be exchanged for spirit stones, which are also a circulating currency and can be used to buy medicinal herbs and magical treasures. But nether virtues are very precious. It's best not to use them casually. After you get promoted, the nether virtues will also increase. Suddenly, he turned around, holding a card in his hand, and said, young hero, there's a mission. Last night at 10 o'clock, there was a car accident on Jixin Road. 16 people died. These people's lifespans were not yet up. I suspect there's something fishy about this. It might be related to an evil cultivation sect. Shanghai originally had a patrolman, but that person was also a fellow cultivator. Every time he went, he just went through the motions and was later transferred, handing his place over to me. Hearing this, Zhang Fan frowned. A fellow cultivator? Could it be the type who's been heartbroken for 10,000 years? Then, he immediately accepted the mission. This subordinate will investigate this matter at once. Qian Dezhong said happily, young hero, you go ahead. Remember to be careful and pay attention to your safety. Remember to keep in touch. No need for formalities between us. Just call me Old Qian, and I'll call you Young Hero. I'll take you back first. Zhang Fan replied respectfully, then was brought into a space and left. Thank you, Old Qian. With a whoosh, he was instantly back. He looked around, admiring, I'm here already? When did he become so powerful? After taking office, a cultivation technique book appeared out of thin air, accompanied by an instruction. Young hero, remember to strengthen your cultivation. You must try your best to complete the first mission. Remember, the cultivation technique must not be passed on to others. Great ghost messenger technique. He took it and replied, all right, Old Qian. Sometime later, Zhang Fan was cultivating the newly received technique in his room. Bang, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, his phone rang. He said in annoyance, damn it, what the hell is this? The voice inside immediately scolded. I'll beat you, you stinky brat. You've forgotten about the important matter, haven't you? What time is it? He asked blankly. What important matter? She continued, has that brat left yet? Remember to dress nicely. Drive your own car. Don't embarrass me. He stammered in reply. I know. She added again. Cece is a good girl. Don't you bully her. I'll send you her contact number. He hung up the phone and sighed. Aye, what childhood sweethearts. We haven't seen each other in over 10 years. Isn't this just faking intimacy? The phone rang again. A while later, on the way to the meeting point, the sound of traffic was noisy. Beep, beep, beep. Hurry up. It's almost rush hour. Faster. If you're not afraid of the traffic jam, I am. Get over here quickly. You're still the same as when you were little. Mo Shizhong, hurry up. Her friend walked over, linked arms with Cece, and asked insistently, Mo Shizhong? Who's that? Spill the beans. Cece quickly replied, he's the son of my mom's friend. I don't know why my mom keeps setting me up with him. I'll just wait for him to arrive, take a picture together, to report back to my mom. Her friend continued to probe, slyly. Oh, a close relationship? You like him? So what does he look like? Cece blushed and stammered in reply. I don't have an impression. We played together when we were only 4. I don't remember clearly now. Her friend immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Childhood sweethearts." Cece immediately denied. "What childhood sweethearts? We haven't seen each other in over 10 years. Don't wait for me. I'll just take a picture with him when he arrives and never see him again." Her friend still didn't give up and continued to persuade Cece. If he's handsome and has a stable job, why not give it a try? Saying that, she pointed behind her. If he's driving that car, then just forget it. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Fan rode over on a shabby old electric scooter. It must be. Cece's friend looked at Zhang Fan and began to describe the drawn-out engine sound, the mediocre gestures. What kind of gaudy and weird style is this? He's even holding a rose in his hand. This kind of person wants to go on a date too. The two of them laughed heartily together. Suddenly, her friend realized something and exclaimed, "Wait." Cece, who was laughing loudly, asked back, "This is hilarious. What's wrong?" Her friend pointed at Zhang Fan, who was approaching them. "That person, he seems to be walking towards us." Cece's face darkened, and she immediately denied. "Ha ha ha. How could that be? Don't say such unlucky things." Zhang Fan walked towards the two with a bouquet of flowers and began to greet them. Excuse me, are you Cece?" Cece immediately fell silent, then turned around and denied. No, you've got the wrong person." Zhang Fan took out his phone and said to himself, "Strange. She clearly said she'd be waiting for me here." Cece immediately pulled her friend to leave, saying, "It's nothing. We'll be leaving now." At this moment, he took out his phone to try calling, then exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Your phone, you're Cece?" Cece sighed and replied, "If I said I found my phone, would you believe me?" And she crossed her arms. With an arrogant tone, "Are you planning to take me home on your electric scooter?" Seeing this, her friend also chimed in a mock. "Not bad. Buddy, you want to give our Shanghai University campus belle a ride on an electric scooter?" Zhang Fan calmly invited her to get on. "Come on, classmate Cece, I'll help you get on." Cece turned her head and walked away, saying coldly, "Get out of the way. I'd rather take the bus." He was stunned on the spot, speechless, a little embarrassed. A while later, on the bus, Cece was squeezed into a crowded bus. She sighed, thinking to herself, "It's so crowded and it smells like sweat." Seeing the precarious situation, Zhang Fan reached out his hand to shield her. Seeing this, she stole a glance at him, thinking to herself, "He knows how to protect a girl. He's not a complete scoundrel." The station's announcer came on, arriving at Ye's cinema station. "Please be careful when the doors open." She thought sadly again. "It's just a pity. We are people from two different worlds. We can't be together. I hope you can understand. To be blunt, it's a bit inappropriate." Suddenly, her friend spoke up. Cece looked quickly. There's a nun getting on the bus. Everyone looked over and couldn't help but be amazed. What an extraordinary bearing. Wow, that nun is so beautiful. Has she already become a nun? Zhang Fan also carefully observed the spiritual energy on her, thinking to himself, "This person is not simple. There are spiritual energy fluctuations on her body, and they're very strong, much stronger than mine." He looked at her clumsy appearance and thought to himself, "She must be a cultivator. Is she looking for spiritual energy? I don't know her identity. I'll hide my aura first." Suddenly, the bus shook violently with a loud clang. Everyone on the bus was thrown backwards by the inertia. Rumble. Cece fell helplessly, screaming in terror. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Zhang Fan quickly rushed over. He grabbed onto a handrail in the bus, pulled her hand, and shouted, "Grab my hand." The lights on the bus were now shattered, crackling. The space was plunged into darkness, and voices rang out from all directions. "It's so dark. It hurts. Was there a car accident? Xiaomei, where are you? I think my arm is broken. Blood. Everyone please turn on your phone flashlights." Zhang Fan had saved Cece and her friend. He turned on his phone's flashlight and slowly moved forward. He spoke up to check on the situation. "Is everyone all right?" Suddenly, Cece cried out in alarm. "Oh my God. Over here." Zhang Fan chased after her, calling out, "Hey, wait, don't go so fast. Aren't you scared?" At this moment, she didn't hear his words at all, just stood there stunned, witnessing the horrific scene ahead, muttering to herself, "What's going on?" The bus was now littered with corpses and injured people. They cried out for help in despair. "I'm about to die. Someone save me." Cece screamed in fear and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Fan rushed over and asked with concern, "Cece, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" She replied softly, "I think I sprained my ankle." He gently helped her up and asked again, "How is it? Does it hurt a lot? Can you still walk?" The friend beside her said fearfully, "Why is it so dark in broad daylight? Could there be a ghost?" Her friend repeated, "Why is it so dark in broad daylight? Could there be a ghost?" She tried to stand up and said, "It's okay. I can walk." Zhang Fan looked at the spiritual energy fluctuations around him and thought to himself, "The energy is being pushed away by the chanting." Cece suddenly cried out, "Look quickly." He saw that the nun was chanting, light enveloping the area, and thought to himself, "It really is her with such a righteous aura. Her cultivation is profound. I didn't expect she would be here too." Then he observed for a moment and discovered two little ghosts. It's those two. The two little ghosts were now hiding in a corner, holding a magical treasure and discussing amongst themselves. "Do you feel it?" The older ghost brother saw Zhang Fan looking and shouted in alarm. "We've been discovered. Junior brother, run." The two of them immediately jumped through the broken glass window to escape. The younger ghost brother said as he ran, "Big brother, I have a bad feeling." The older ghost brother immediately shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Shut your crow's mouth." The nun also discovered them and gave chase. "Where do you think you're going?" The older ghost brother saw this and lamented, "Damn it, how did she catch up again? She's been chasing us for 3 days and 3 nights. Does she have a thing for us?" The younger ghost brother joked, "She probably has a thing for you, senior brother." The older ghost brother said with a serious face, "The shisha hasn't absorbed any souls for 3 days. If it goes crazy, we'll be eaten by it." The nun took out a book and chanted, "You can't escape. Take this." A giant hand made of spiritual energy flew out from the book. The younger ghost brother was caught, crying for help. "Big brother, the bad feeling came true. Save me, big brother, big brother." The older ghost brother cried out in alarm. "Junior brother, didn't I tell you not to let your imagination run wild? Don't let go." The younger ghost brother replied sadly, "It's all my fault." The older ghost brother then took out a talisman from his robes, turned, and challenged the nun. "Little nun, I'll fight you to the death." The nun calmly accepted the challenge. She chanted in her sword and then charged. All right. D. He also used the magic on the talisman to defend. "Die. I've never hit a woman before. You little nun are really choosing the hard way." Zhang Fan observed from behind, thinking to himself, "Someone's going to get killed if this goes on." The nun shouted angrily, "Less nonsense." The older ghost brother created a powerful magic shield, blocking all damage. The nun was thus sent flying. The sword in her hand also slipped out, and she fell to the ground. At this moment, the younger ghost brother had escaped from the restraint and cried out in fear, "Big brother, this is bad. The bad feeling is getting stronger." The nun quickly regained her senses, landed safely, and muttered, "That was dangerous." Hearing this, the older ghost brother immediately ordered, "Stop thinking. Quickly take the shisha to feed. I'll hold her off here." Then, he used the talisman to summon a giant phantom of a soldier, divine soldiers, and celestial generals. The younger ghost brother looked at the giant phantom, then left with peace of mind, thinking to himself, "Big brother, take care. Just leave this sick body to me." Why is the bad feeling getting stronger and stronger? After walking a short distance, he sensed something whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He stopped and shouted, "Who is it? Who dares to block my path?" Zhang Fan blocked the way and spoke, "You collected resentful souls and nurtured an evil object in that jar, which caused this incident. Just hand it over to me, and I'll let you go." He burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, a piece of trash with only first layer power. This is great. Was just worrying about what to feed my plague body." Then he turned and sneered, "Kid, you can only blame yourself for being blind and daring to provoke me. I don't kill nobodies. State your name." He answered calmly, "Zhang Fan." Zhang Fan? He thought for a moment, then opened his magic treasure. Zhang Fan. That name sounds familiar. "Today, I'll give you a comfortable death. Come out, Zizi." Zhang Fan was bewildered. Zizi? He summoned a phantom from the magic jar, which rushed toward Zhang Fan. "Go, plague body. Eat him." Zhang Fan softly chanted an incantation and took out his weapon. Swish. Ghostly swish. Then he smugly thought to himself, "First time using the command flag. Let's see how powerful it is." Whoosh. Unexpectedly, the demonic creature easily blocked and snatched his weapon away. It moved closer, opening its gaping mouth in front of Zhang Fan. The little ghost brother sneered smugly, "Humph, you don't know your own limits. Hurry up and eat him." Suddenly, it didn't attack, but abruptly turned around, growling. He stared blankly at the demonic creature chasing him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What? Why is it chasing me? This damn omen. Suddenly, a mysterious thing appeared on Zhang Fan's body. Vroom, vroom, vroom. He looked at Zhang Fan in astonishment, thinking, even nether souls are afraid of him. What kind of deity is he? Zhang Fan. Then he remembered the name of the calamitous monster Zhang Fan, his face turning pale. That unlucky name. Whoever runs into him will have bad luck. Remember, you can provoke anyone, but don't provoke him. Seeing the demonic creature rushing towards him, he screamed in terror, "Mommy, a ghost!" Boom! The little ghost brother's head was bitten off. He thought to himself, this damn omen, it's always so accurate. Swish! Zhang Fan watched this scene in astonishment. His head was eaten. He took out the magic bell in his hand and cast a spell. Ding ding dang dang. The scene just now made him hesitate a little, thinking, too cruel. He shook the bell in his hand, murmuring, as long as you don't kill people, I won't do anything to you. Ding ding ding. Elsewhere, the nun was struggling against the ghost older brother's phantom soldier, whoosh whoosh. She continuously attacked the phantom, swish. However, it remained standing, completely unharmed. She stopped, looked at the sword in her hand, and murmured worriedly, at this rate, it's just a waste of effort. The talisman treasure is almost depleted. Then she turned to him, panting as she thought. His talisman treasure is also about to run out. I can only wait. In an instant, his spiritual power fluctuated, and he let out a cry. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly rushed forward, thinking, the chance is here. Swish! She leaped up, delivering the decisive blow, saying, now is the time. Whoosh! The ghost older brother's eyes widened, thinking, junior brother's omen. Suddenly, a tragic scream was heard. He shut his eyes tightly, murmuring, but then realized something was wrong. Then he opened his eyes and looked, murmuring, it's always so accurate. He looked at the nun and burst out laughing. I'm not dead. Ha! Instead, you've ended up like this. What bad luck. Ha ha. She tried to press her hand tightly against the endlessly bleeding wound, thinking, who was behind him? Who was pulling the strings? A stranger shouted, you fool. The ghost older brother stammered, Elder. The elder, holding a magic treasure, scolded, you can't even defeat a little monk. And you almost lost the plague body. The ghost older brother pointed at the nun and explained, it's just that this little nun is too powerful. The elder said in surprise, oh, very powerful? Then I must see for myself. With that, he rushed forward and launched a palm strike, giving her no time to react. Let's see how capable you really are. Is a first grade so impressive? She was hit and sent flying. The elder continued, I am a second grade cultivator. You definitely can't defeat me. The nun was now exhausted and heavily injured. The elder picked up the magic treasure again, adding, although its vital energy is severely damaged and it's about to die, it seems now. She asked worriedly, could it be that you want to... The elder smiled and replied, oh, let me think, the soul of a first-grade cultivator. The taste must be exquisite, right? Suddenly, someone ran over, thump thump. Zhang Fan rushed in and kicked the elder in the face. Hiya, you old bastard. Are you kidding me? Zhang Fan landed after the kick, stood in front of the nun, and taunted the elder. What kind of man bullies a woman? If you have any skill, fight me. The old man shouted angrily. Such big talk. The nun struggled to her feet, warning him, don't be reckless. This is just his avatar. The elder stood up, sneering, a piece of trash with only first-level power. I'd like to see how you can break my spell. How about this? I'll give you 3 moves. You go first. She added, physical damage is useless against him. Zhang Fan slowly helped her up, replying, is that so? Then I can only use a spell to break his cloning technique. He calculated to himself, going first is good. Luckily I came prepared. The elder was still boasting, a second-grade cultivator like me. How should I put it? Zhang Fan was horrified when he heard, a second-grade cultivator? I definitely can't beat him. Then he looked at the thing in his hand, thinking, this soul skill seems to be a passive ability. I don't know how to activate it. I can only defend, not attack. Damn it, being so passive, there's no chance of winning. Now that it's come to this, then he thought of a last resort and took out his phone. I can only ask her for help. Elsewhere, Xiao Dai was sighing to herself. So boring. I want to go to Shanghai to hang out with the great god self-slap. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was the great god self-slap. She murmured happily, the great god self-slap is looking for me. Wow, the great god self-slap is calling me. Xiao Dai's father saw this and thought, she's been so gloomy these past few days, but one phone call makes her this happy. I wonder who's calling. The two then talked. Hello, great god self-slap, what's up? Zhang Fan asked for help. Xiao Dai, I went out and forgot to bring my talismans and magic treasures. Would it be convenient for you to lend me one? I'm just asking. It's nothing major. Don't feel awkward. She was so excited her face turned red. It feels so wonderful to be needed by someone. Then she happily agreed. Yes, yes. I can't send magic treasures, but I can send talismans. How many do you want? I'll get you some high-grade sword talismans. With that, the girl snuck away. Wait a moment. Her father heard this. His face turned pale, and he thought, high-grade talismans? My dear daughter, do you know how much effort it takes for your dad to refine one high-grade talisman? Then he saw the talisman she took and exclaimed in shock, Is that a high-grade talisman? No, this is even more powerful than high-grade. And there are 3 of them. He was so heartbroken he coughed violently. The girl returned to teleport the talismans, telling him, Fan, I've sent them to you. You'll receive them in a moment. Zhang Fan hung up the phone and said confidently, Are you ready to die? The elder shouted angrily, Die? I am a dignified second-grade cultivator. I don't even know how to write the word die. Zhang Fan frowned in anger. The elder said again, Have you heard of my reputation? He shouted angrily and drew his weapon. The one who wants to drive me to a dead end. Top tier, sword talisman. Swish, swish. The elder froze, unable to move, murmuring this killing intent. I'm done for. Zhang Fan quickly struck him down with one slash. The elder was hit, spat blood, and knelt on the ground. Cough, cough. He struggled to ask. A one-hit kill, not only did it destroy my avatar, but it also crippled my lifelong magic power. Who on earth are you? We have no grudge against each other. Why would you be so ruthless? Zhang Fan approached and sneered. No grudge? What about the things you did to help Lin Chongyang? The elder cried out in horror. Unless you are Zhang Fan. He replied, That's right. Hearing this, the elder burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. As expected, it's different when you're a ghost emissary. That was his fate. He couldn't become a ghost emissary and even had to pay with his life, dying with regret. Even I was expelled from the sect by my master. Everything. After hearing this, Zhang Fan hesitated and asked, Lin Chongyang is dead? After the elder finished speaking, he was determined to die, his whole body full of openings, and said loudly, It's all because of you. Do it. I said I'd give you 3 moves. Hurry up and do it. Give me a quick death. I'm a cripple now. Zhang Fan said softly, I won't kill you. That's the difference between you and me. You can go. I hope you can do more good deeds in the future. As for old Lin, I am very sorry. The elder bowed his head and cried with remorse. What happened before, it was really me. Zhang Fan replied softly, It's all in the past. The elder knelt down to thank him. Thank you, exalted immortal, for your mercy. Suddenly a voice rang out. Wait. The nun behind him spoke up to stop him. We can't let him take the plague body. It's best to deal with it quickly. Zhang Fan replied, I had the same idea. Then he chanted an incantation to summon Gui Gui. Gui Gui summon. Boom. The nun was surprised to see the elder's magic jar open and suck Gui Gui inside. Clank. Sucked in. Zhang Fan happily looked at Gui Gui after it was refined by the jar, feeling pleased. I didn't expect it to condense into a complete form. That's great. Its expression is also much more natural. It looks like a living person now. Its intelligence must have awakened. This will make things more convenient in the future. He watched it open its mouth, thinking excitedly, oh, it's about to speak. But in the end, it still couldn't communicate, only speaking gibberish. Zhang Fan frowned and shouted, What the hell? How is this any different from before? Then he recalled it into his space, thinking, I'll just raise it some more. So embarrassing. The nun, heavily injured, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhang Fan gently supported her, asking, Little master, take it slow. Are you all right? How should I address you? She kept her hands clasped and replied, This humble nun is from Jingzhai Guanyun, with the Dharma name Yao Zhen. A pleasure to meet you. Zhang Fan also clasped his hands and bowed in return, and the two chatted happily. A pleasure, you're too kind, thank you, exalted immortal, for your help. At this time, the people on the bus also began to wake up. They screamed in panic. What just happened? Ow, it hurts. Mommy, I miss you. I'm going to find my mom. Why isn't the ambulance here yet? How did we get into a car accident out of nowhere? Is everyone okay? Zhang Fan stood there murmuring. It's still not back to normal. What on earth happened? Out on the street, people were bustling about. Suddenly, he saw a man on the street on the phone. I love you, baby. Cece and her friend had just stepped onto this street and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, this must be the place. It looks amazing. Cece's friend also said excitedly, young Master Meow is really rich. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said, hey, can we not bring him along? He'll embarrass us. Hearing this, Cece quickly replied, it'll be troublesome if he says something stupid in front of my mom. How about we let him take the hint and leave? Cece's friend casually complained. So annoying. Walking behind Cece and her friend, Zhang Fan was currently focused on a message on his phone, which read, thank you. You're welcome. Just let me know if you need anything. I'll return the 3 talismans to you at the beginning of next month. Thanks. After reading, he couldn't help but exclaim, little sister Xiao Dai is so nice. I remember old Qian saying that nether virtue can be used to buy magic treasures. Looks like I have to work hard to accumulate it. Zhang Fan's expression momentarily turned sly as he thought. Let's see if there are any red packets in the Underworld group chat. Another message appeared on his phone. Naiha Bridge. Didn't you all see? Naiha Bridge, which exalted immortal is so powerful. One dream. Wow, so cool. One dream. That person just stood still, singing dog. A 2nd grade cultivator? Holy crap. Night Out Relay. A 2nd grade cultivator was defeated in 1 strike. Even his avatar was destroyed. After reading, Zhang Fan smiled very slyly, thinking, aren't they talking about me? Then another message appeared. Naiha Bridge. I was shocked too, but it wasn't a real sword. It was an immortal slaying sword talisman, and a top tier one at that. And he just casually threw it out. After reading, he thought, this is thanks to Xiao Dai. Naiha Bridge, were you there too? The group chat continued. Singing dog, what a big shot. Night Out Relay, so unfair. One dream. I hate these rich people who get things without working for them. Naiha Bridge, exactly. Singing dog. This kind of big shot deserves to be drowned in scornful glares. Where is he? I have to find him, to spit on him, to condemn him. Third brother dog brother. You just want to go and latch onto his thigh, don't you? Singing dog. Naiha Bridge at Shanghai Station. Let's go. After reading, his face showed a hint of surprise. Shanghai Station? This. He was so shocked he almost dropped his phone. Zhang Fan quickly caught it, thinking, it's her, that beautiful little master is using this nickname, just like me. Looking back at his phone, Zhang Fan said happily, oh, the system sent a red packet. A line of text began to appear on the phone. Face slap successful, transferring 162 nether virtue to self slap. Seeing this, Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise, 162? Such a high salary? So good to me? Zhang Fan looked around, thinking, could it be even better? It's probably related to purifying the resentful soul. After confirming this guess, Zhang Fan showed a greedy expression, thinking, so there's an extra reward. Then in the future his joy didn't last long, as another line of text and some numbers appeared on his phone. Group chat upgrade successful. Nether virtue minus 200. Zhang Fan said in shock, what the hell? It all went to the fund. Then Zhang Fan fell to his knees with a thud, crying out in pain. Zhang Fan just stood there sobbing. Cece's friend saw this and said in annoyance, look at him like a madman. This is utterly embarrassing. Zhang Fan just cried out in despair. Damn system, how dare you swallow my money? Many passers-by saw this and said disdainfully, is he sick? Playing games when you have no money. To add insult to injury, a child walked up and asked, Mister, do you want some candy? The scene changes to a KTV, the room lavishly decorated with dazzling lights. The people inside were happily shouting, Cece's here. We thought you weren't coming. Cece and her best friend walked in, saying politely, sorry, something came up, so we're late. Hearing this, a man who was sitting down replied, don't be so formal. Come sit over here. Young Master Meow quickly called the waiter to order. Just then, Zhang Fan also followed them to the door, saying vaguely, this must be the place. At the same time, young Master Meow was still busy ordering 1 cocktail and add 2 bottles of 80-year-old Lafite. Cece's friend turned her head back in annoyance and said, why did he follow us in? So shameless. Hearing this, a man stood up angrily and shouted, hey, who are you? Who let you in? Hearing this, he replied without a change in expression, I'm Cece's friend. Cece also explained awkwardly, this is the son of my mom's friend. I'm sorry. Young Master Meow spoke up generously. Cece's friend? Come sit with us. Don't be a stranger. At this moment, the other man whispered in young Master Meow's ear, look at his poor-ass appearance. Young Master Meow chuckled softly and replied, we'll embarrass him later. Zhang Fan walked over and sat down without hesitation, thinking, what a pain. The man next to him was still sneering. We can also take the opportunity to make Cece lose face in front of young Master Meow. Suddenly, Zhang Fan looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh." Zhang Fan thought in surprise, "It's the Star Yi. I haven't seen her since the class reunion. She also helped me pick out a well-fitting suit." Just then, Cece was holding a microphone and singing a song. "The love you spoke of, is it still waiting for me as before?" Young Master Meow listened, clapping for Cece, saying, "Great, great." Cece replied shyly, "Not at all. It's just average." Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and went out with a click. Everyone panicked and shouted, "Who turned off the lights? Stop messing around. It's too dark. What's the big idea?" However, two flames slowly lit up. A person carrying a birthday cake walked up to young Master Meow and said, "Young Master Meow, happy birthday." Zhang Fan stood there, seeing this, and breathed a sigh of relief. "That scared me." Suddenly, Zhang Fan's eyes widened as he said, "I thought it was a ghost causing trouble. Talk about a jinx." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan saw a resentful soul behind young Master Meow. But everyone was still celebrating, saying, "Hurry and blow out the candles, young Master Meow. Don't forget to make a wish." Young Master Meow leaned over and blew out the candles. The resentful soul perfectly pressed against young Master Meow's shoulder, blowing towards the birthday cake with him. Zhang Fan felt something was a bit strange, thinking, "They're appearing now too? Won't ghost emissaries like me be worked to death?" Zhang Fan looked around, thinking, "There are so many people here if she wants to find food. Shouldn't she look for someone who's alone?" Young Master Meow's face was now covered in cake. Seeing the resentful soul sticking closely to young Master Meow's back, he thought, could there be a problem with him? Zhang Fan thought for a moment and decided, "I have to ask her first anyway." Zhang Fan walked up behind young Master Meow, blocking the resentful soul, and deliberately shouted, "Happy birthday!" The female ghost quickly backed away. Seeing this, the resentful soul asked in surprise, "You can see me?" Zhang Fan glanced at the resentful soul and asked, "Why haven't you gone to reincarnate? Can't let go of your obsession? I see you keep staring at that man." The resentful soul looked at young Master Meow with hatred and said, "I must kill him, that bastard." Meanwhile, everyone was happily singing, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Zhang Fan asked softly, "What did he do to you?" The resentful soul gritted her teeth and asked, "Since you've asked." The resentful soul recalled the beautiful times of the past and recounted, "I didn't come from a good background, but I always worked hard and got into Shanghai University. But unexpectedly, I was harassed by that playboy Chun Miao. It was truly a nightmare." Hearing this, Zhang Fan asked in surprise, "A nightmare? He killed you?" Over here, a girl walked up to young Master Meow and said, "I'm curious what young Master Meow wished for." Young Master Meow smiled upon hearing this. Everyone else also said excitedly, "That's right." Over here, the resentful soul cried bitterly as she recounted, "At that time, my father was seriously ill in the hospital. He knew I needed money for medical expenses, so he offered to lend me money and trick me into his car." The resentful soul angrily cried and shouted, "That animal violated me." Zhang Fan listened in silence as the resentful soul continued, "I went to the police, but he just swaggered out of the police station." Over here, when everyone saw young Master Meow walking over with a bouquet of red roses, they exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, young Master Meow is about to confess." Young Master Meow walked up to Cece, knelt down, and said, "I don't have much to offer. It's truly a case of my pleas to heaven and earth going unanswered." Young Master Meow confessed sincerely, "Cece, I love you." But the resentful soul was crying and recounting. "Later, he threatened me to get an abortion. I ran back to my hometown, but I still couldn't escape." After that, young Master Meow asked Cece, "Will you be my girlfriend?" Seeing Cece's happy expression, the resentful soul continued in pain. "We had an argument, and they killed my father too. He had killed someone, so he had to go all the way, even killing me to silence me." Cece, at this moment, didn't think twice and nodded in agreement. "I will." Everyone cheered and applauded. And, standing to the side, witnessing everything, Zhang Fan at this moment uttered two words, "Animal." Young Master Meow and Cece said in confusion, "Huh?" Young Master Meow frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" Zhang Fan didn't answer right away, but directly rushed forward and gave young Master Meow a resounding slap. Young Master Meow was hit so hard his nose bled, and he fainted on the spot. Zhang Fan remained silent, his attitude somewhat frightening. Zhang Fan stared angrily at young Master Meow and said, "Animal." A fierce-looking man rushed forward and threatened, "Damn it. Are you looking to die?" He grabbed Zhang Fan by the collar and questioned, "Do you know who you just hit? It would take Brother Meow a second to deal with you. Do you know Bai Bin?" Hearing this, Zhang Fan showed no fear and instead smiled in reply, "Of course, not only do I know him, I've also beaten him up." Cece's friend reminded him contemptuously, "Young Master Meow and Brother Bin are like brothers. Zhang Fan, you'd better know your place. Don't be so stupid. How ridiculous." At this moment, a hand pushed open the door to the room, stunning everyone into silence. Seeing Bai Bin, everyone cheered in unison, "Brother Bin." He questioned sternly, "What's going on?" They reported in unison, "Brother Bin, young Master Meow got hit." Bai Bin asked, "Who hit him?" Everyone, with a swish, pointed at Zhang Fan in unison, identifying him. Him, the fierce man from before, laughed gloatingly. "Kid, what a coincidence. Brother Bin is here too. We couldn't save you even if we wanted to." Young Master Meow behind them was also extremely smug. Zhang Fan shrugged. It turned out Bai Bin knew him and called out in surprise, "Oh, isn't this young Master Zhang?" The group of people were now frozen as if glued to the spot. After hearing this, he just smiled and asked, "Young Master Meow, is this KTV of yours very expensive?" These kids said, "I can't even afford the drinks." Bai Bin rubbed his head and replied with a friendly smile, "Sir, don't joke with me. How much are a few bottles of wine worth? Today, all expenses here are on me." They were directly scared silly. Even Cece thought in astonishment, "Young Master Zhang?" A meaningful smile played on the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth. Bai Bin then walked over and put his arm around his shoulder, acting very familiar. "Waiter, bring a few pots of the chrysanthemum tea that young Master Zhang just ordered. Come on, let's sit down and talk." He continued, "By the way, young Master Zhang, about my previous offer, giving you a 20% stake in the technician's business. That's a considerable monthly income. What do you think?" Zhang Fan replied, "You built this place with your own hands. I haven't invested a single penny, nor have I contributed any effort. How can I take your money for free? There's no need." Bai Bin excitedly shouted, 30%. Zhang Fan spoke up, No, I wouldn't know what to do with so much money. I have a small project recently that needs some capital, but not that much." He became more and more excited, almost going crazy. "A project? What project? Count me in." Cece's friend asked her blankly, "That beat-up electric scooter?" "Oh no, what's young Master Zhang's background?" She replied, "I don't know either." Then silence fell around them again. Bai Bin spoke up, 10 million yuan for startup capital. Is that enough? Their heads were spinning when they heard that. 10 million yuan. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Count me in for the new project. Young Master Zhang." Zhang Fan recognized the person who had arrived and called out, "Uncle E." Yi Jiuqian laughed loudly and said, "I'm not greedy. I'll just invest 200 million to play around with for now." He replied, "Uncle E, you're joking. This project doesn't need that much money." The old man said upon hearing this, "You'll need it eventually." Cece's friend exclaimed in shock, "This Mr. E, could he be the richest man in China?" Yi Jiuqian, her friend next to her, was also stunned. Zhang Fan broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile. "Uncle E, I don't need this money for now." Seeing this, Yi Jiuqian became even more generous. "If you think it's not enough, you can name your terms. We can discuss it further." He thought wearily, this guy is really biting off more than he can chew. He turned his head in another direction. Right, looking at the resentful soul behind Chun Miao, he thought to himself, "Almost forgot that female ghost is still here. It's not good for everyone if she's here." He frowned. "I can't let Cece stay in a place like this." So he turned around and bid farewell to Yi Jiuqian. "Uncle E, there are many details about the project. We can set another day to discuss it. I'll take my leave for today." After that, Zhang Fan walked over and took Cece's hand to leave. "Cece, come with me." He used his thoughts to command the resentful soul. "You stay here. Don't harm anyone. I'll be back for you later to help you pass on." She replied seriously, "As you command." Yi Jiuqian spoke up, "Then I'll be heading back too." Bai Bin asked curiously, "Mr. E, aren't you staying a little longer?" The corner of the vengeful spirit's mouth curled into a cryptic smile. On the way back, Cece apologized to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan asked, puzzled, "Apologize for what?" She explained, "Just now, I said such harsh words to you." He replied, "It's fine. I'm used to it." She just hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go, then said loudly, "I just feel insecure. That's why I chose Chun Yao." Then, she explained on her own, though no one asked, "That's not very good, is it? I don't really like you that much either. How about I stop being your girlfriend?" The car stopped. Zhang Fan called out softly, "Cece." She continued talking nonstop, "I know you have feelings for me. I thought we could give it a try. He replied bluntly, I don't have any other intentions toward you. Don't overthink it. We at your place. I'm just dropping you off. This left Cece utterly astonished, not knowing how to respond, but she still gritted her teeth and turned away. Zhang Fan left her with a good night, Cece, and drove off. At that moment, his phone rang. He answered the call and said in surprise, Young master, what's the matter this late at night? Bai Bin on the other end of the line reported frantically, Something's happened. He said in horror, Xiao Yao is dead. Zhang Fan placed a hand on his forehead. So angry, he gritted his teeth. Damn it. But Bai Bin was still extremely confused. The police have already come to question me. They might come for you next. What on earth is going on? After hearing the whole story, he was furious. I told you not to do anything stupid. Why didn't you listen? Hanging up the phone, he roared, 9th rank Ghost Messenger Zhang Fan. I command you to show yourself immediately. Then he slammed one hand on the ground, finally shouting loudly, Appear. A few bolts of lightning struck that spot, and dust and smoke filled the air. A lock of hair suddenly appeared, fluttering in the wind. The strong wind howled, and the one who appeared was the vengeful spirit from before. She was just about to say something. Zhang Fan cut her off. You still killed him. She was both sorrowful and indignant, defending herself. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. I was merely carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. Zhang Fan asked directly. Then do you know that after killing him, you'd be tainted with a malevolent aura, and you wouldn't be able to reincarnate? She frowned aggrievedly and said, I couldn't forgive him. I couldn't, even if it means I'll be eternally damned. Then she said resolutely, Go ahead, destroy me. He didn't understand. Destroy you? Zhang Fan's expression softened, but still held a trace of unwillingness. He raised 2 fingers, his fingertips glowing. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The vengeful spirit squeezed her eyes shut in pain, then suddenly opened them again. Then her body returned to the beautiful appearance she had in life, her expression dazed. This is, Zhang Fan commanded. It's her. Gui Gui, come out. Very good. He explained. The little ghost has devoured the malevolent aura on you. Later, I'll have Xiao Lu take you to the underworld. The vengeful spirit was so surprised she started to cry. You're helping me? At this moment, a spatial gate opened and someone walked over with clomping steps. Zhang Fan said to Xiao Lu, Master Xiao Lu, I'll trouble you to lead the way for her. He said seriously, this is as far as I can help you. From now on, it will depend on your own fate. The vengeful spirit was, at some point, sobbing silently. Before leaving, she knelt and kowtowed to Zhang Fan. Thank you. In the bathroom, Zhang Fan was soaking under the rushing water. Just as he stepped out, a video call came in. It was the Empress Dowager calling. He was a little surprised. Zhang Fan's mother questioned him angrily through the screen. Xiao Fan, did you bully Cece? Why has she been crying non-stop since she got home? Tell me now, what did you do to her? He was dazed and answered flusteredly. How could that be? What could I have done to her? She probably just has something on her mind. She pressed on. So what do you think of Cece? He answered bluntly, no feelings. She said decisively, fine. Next time, I'll introduce you to a boy. Then she hung up immediately. Zhang Fan flopped onto the bed with a thud, laughing freely. A boy has even less of a chance. Ha ha ha. Mom really loves to stir up trouble. Suddenly, a tremor startled him, making him sit bolt upright, his face still dazed. Earthquake? Zhang Fan hurriedly ran downstairs with a clatter, looking to the side and asking, Was there an earthquake just now? Did you feel it? She was intensely playing a game and replied, didn't feel it. The words had just left her mouth when the TV screen cracked with a pop. He was heartbroken to see it. My game console is very expensive. After finishing the game, Guigui even complained, the game is so boring. Then she let out a few sighs. He reminded her, you still can't just smash the screen. And you can't afford to replace it anyway. She looked up and said, I really want to play you. Zhang Fan sat down next to her and asked curiously, is that you you're always talking about really fun? She replied, more fun than any game in this world. He asked with interest, more fun than the popular Lingdu right now? No way. Guiga didn't quite understand, but still answered perfunctorily, Lingdu? Oh, Zhang Fan spoke up. I won't hide it from you. I'm preparing to make a game. She said bluntly, even if you make it, it'll just be a knockoff. Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't stand it and roared, don't you look down on people. I will definitely make the hottest game in the world. You just wait and see. This is my dream. Gue didn't care at all, saying, "The most boring things are dreams." He thought to himself, "Although I don't have any leads yet, I could find someone to help. Who should I find?" He thought to himself again. "She seems to be very close with the CEO of Lingdu. There probably aren't any events going on right now, right?" The phone in his hand was ready to call Yi Bingyun. The scene changed to a film set. A director's clapperboard snapped shut with a clack, and someone shouted, "This scene is a wrap. Take a short break." The director followed behind Yi Bingyun, fawning over her. "Miss Yi, your acting just now was divine. You've worked hard." She smiled and said, "Don't be so formal." Then said, "Excuse me, I have something to attend to. I can't talk with you." That old man obediently complied, of course. At this moment, on Zhang Fan's end, he received a voice message invitation from the big star. He accepted the call and said, "I'm preparing to make a new game recently, and I have a favor to ask of you. Could you help me set up a meeting with CEO Zhou Zhenchuan of Lingdu?" Yi Bingyun replied, "It's a small matter, no problem. I'll set it up for you in a bit." Zhang Fan was extremely grateful. "I'll treat you to a meal some other day." After a few words, she had to get back to work and could only reply, "I'm filming right now, a bit busy. I'll hang up first." He complied, "Sorry to bother you. Go ahead and be busy." After hanging up, he exclaimed, as expected of the great star Yi Bingyun. The driver spoke up, "Miss Yi, Mr. Zhang, the car is ready." Yi Bingyun requested to go to the Zhou residence. In a distant corner, a stranger was watching them while making a phone call. He's out, with Yi Bingyun preparing to go to the Zhou residence. Should I continue to follow? On the other end, Qin Mushu ordered, "Keep following him for me. I want to see what he's really up to." That scoundrel. In a luxurious mansion, a voice rang out. "Young master, the butler reports that Miss Yi has arrived, along with a Mr. Zhang." Mr. Zhou was a little surprised. "Oh, Mr. Zhang?" The corner of his mouth curled up, his tone full of interest. "I'd also like to see what kind of extraordinary person this Mr. Zhang is, that even I can't manage to invite Miss Yi, yet she's willing to come here with him." After that, he led 5 bodyguards out and welcomed in unison. A warm welcome. "Welcome, Miss Yi." Mr. Zhou spoke up. "I've heard so much about you. This must be young Master Zhang, right? Please give me your guidance." Yi Bingyun smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, don't be so formal." Zhang Fan replied, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I've long admired the great name of Shengshi. I am Zhang Fan. Please give me your guidance." He thought to himself, "This is a rare opportunity. I have to try and get more information." After the 3 entered the house, a servant poured them water. Mr. Zhou spoke up. "I heard from Bingyun that young Master Zhang wants to open a game company. Is there anything I can help you with?" Zhang Fan replied enthusiastically, "Mr. Zhou is a senior in the industry. Could you give me some advice?" He heard this and wondered, from a senior's perspective? Then his eyes filled with a hidden meaning. He spoke slowly, then said decisively, "I advise you not to get involved in these muddy waters." Receiving this answer, Zhang Fan was extremely confused. "What do you mean by that?" Mr. Zhou began to explain, "There are many companies that spend over half a year investing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. And even if they can finally bring a product to market, they find they have no players, don't make a single cent, and just go bankrupt like that. In this game industry, you have to rely on fate. For example, a few years ago, a big game company like Lake Guaner, do you hear any news about it now? Korean games were once all the rage. Japan also had its glory. They all went bankrupt one after another, let alone other small companies." Yi Bingyun sighed. "I didn't expect it to be so difficult." Zhang Fan was utterly shocked and questioned. Then with Lingdu being so popular, is that also the so-called will of heaven? She replied seriously, "Hasn't Shengshi made a lot of money? I heard last year's profit was 5 billion yuan. Don't you believe in fate?" Mr. Zhou said again, "That depends on who's leading. Shengshi is a miracle created by my own hands. I am the trump card. The final trump card of Shengshi." His eyes turned sharp and his tone deepened. "This path is definitely arduous. If you can't become the top player in this industry, then don't even think about it." In other words, he paused for a few seconds, then continued, "You have to defeat me to have a chance." Zhang Fan hesitated. "Defeat you?" Yi Bingyun spoke up. "Mr. Zhou, you're exaggerating. He's still a newcomer. He still has much to learn from you, Mr. Zhou." Suddenly, he declared in a loud voice, "I will defeat you." Hearing this, Mr. Zhou was extremely surprised, but also a little expectant. "Oh, am I being challenged? And so blatantly, too." Zhang Fan affirmed with great determination. "The harder something is, the greater the sense of accomplishment when you do it. I made up my mind. I'm determined to see it through. He sat beside them, took a sip of water, and sighed. Youth is so wild and so naive. Zhang Fan was confident, a radiant smile on his face. The hottest game in history. Seeing this, Yi Bingyun at his side couldn't help but admire his attitude. Wow. Afterwards, the three of them had dinner together. Mr. Zhou asked, Miss Yi, is the food to your liking? She replied politely, Mr. Zhou, you're too hospitable. Suddenly, it started to pour heavily with thunder rumbling. Zhang Fan looked out the window at the relentless rain. At this moment, the two of them were on their way home. Yi Bingyin turned her head and asked softly, Since you've decided to open a game company, have you thought of a name yet? He hesitated for a moment, then clenched his fist and shouted, Fist. Since the competition is so brutal, I'll use my fist to conquer my own territory. Her gaze was somewhat probing. He raised his fist to the sky, and with a whoosh, a golden light flashed. My fate is in my hands, not in the heavens. Yi Bingyun suddenly spoke up. I've also decided I'll be the free spokesperson for the new game released by the Fist Company and invest an additional 5 million yuan. How about it? Just consider it a preliminary investment. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was so shocked he thought to himself. In the past, Shengshi sent countless invitations for her to be their spokesperson, but she was rejected every time. I can't believe she's offering to be my spokesperson for free and even investing 5 million more. This is the kind of good thing that only happens in dreams. Then she turned her head and said, But I want 50% of the shares. His heart pounded upon hearing that. Profiteer. His head slammed against the car window. He rubbed his head, but still agreed. 50 it is. It's well worth it. He blamed himself. Who asked me to be so poor? At this moment, the familiar ringtone sounded again. A sense of foreboding rose in him. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Answering the call, Zhang Fan said bluntly, Jinx, I'm busy. Qin Mushua even mimicked his tone to provoke him. Jinx, I'm busy. This made him so mad he growled. I'm a bastard. You still want to invest? I'll kill you. Yi Bingyin reminded him. Be careful. He calmed down and questioned. Speak. How much are you investing? On her end, she blinked and said lightly, Not a single cent. He roared, Are you kidding me? Jinx, Qin Mushua asked with a laugh. Is the commercial building in the looting district enough? Zhang Fan was stunned to hear this. Thinking to himself, a property in the looting district, this has to be at least over 10 million yuan. Is she kidding me? She stated her condition. But I want 50% of the shares. Let's just decide on that. We'll talk later if there's anything. You bastard. This made him slam his head against the car window. Once again, thinking, does having money mean you can do whatever you want? His mind was in a turmoil. Everyone wants 50% of the shares. So what about me? This caused the car to start swerving, and Yi Bingyun screamed in fear. Ah, dangerous. Mr. Zhang, stop banging around. That car, calm down. The surrounding cars saw this and shouted, Are you crazy? Can't you drive properly? Don't hit my wife. Back home, Zhang Fan sat in front of his computer, his fingers clattering on the keyboard. He was trying to search for something online, thinking to himself, I have to defeat him. Suddenly, a notification popped up. He thought to himself, it's so late. As soon as he opened his phone, the screen displayed, Ghost Messenger ranking competition. New announcement in the Underworld group chat. Congratulations to member Yiming for winning the Ghost Messenger ranking competition, successfully promoting to rank 507. Benefits will be distributed at 10 p.m. 5th tier core, 4th tier core, 3rd tier core, 2nd tier core, 1st tier core. The comments above were getting more and more lively. Following the night patrol, Yiming must be the highest ranked person in our group, right? Wang Yin, probably. Naiha Bridge, my rank is still over 10,000. Dog who loves to sing, jealous. Zhang Fan, however, planned to reap the rewards without sowing. I'll just wait to snatch a red envelope. The lively group chat began snatching red envelopes. Please enter the command. Yimeng is mighty. Dominate the underworld. He broke into a cold sweat watching. Dominate the underworld? He's too narcissistic. Whatever, I'll just grab the red envelope first. When a red notification appeared on his phone, Zhang Fan shouted excitedly, Oh yeah, I got it. Qi Gathering Talisman. He began to read its function. After use, it can conceal one's aura and avoid detection, effective for 10 minutes. What's this for? Suddenly, a tragic cry startled him. Young hero, Zhang Fan looked around, a little flustered. Old Qian, is that you? Where are you? Why have you come up here? Or, Qian Dezhong replied, it's me, at the young hero's feet. He thought to himself, at my feet? Then he asked, it's so late. What's the matter? Qian Dezhong hesitated. Young hero, I then cried out in anguish. Something terrible has happened. This made Zhang Fan wonder, what's happened now? He said to himself, what trouble has old Qian gotten into now? Qian Dezhong spoke seriously. The situation is urgent. I implore the young hero to come down and meet me at once. Arriving at the Qian residence, Zhang Fan shouted in astonishment. What? He was both shocked and suspicious. The Book of Life and Death. This made Qian Dezhong frantically stop him. Shh, keep your voice down. Zhang Fan lowered his voice and asked, how could you be so careless? He held his head and lamented. I was set up. This Book of Life and Death was left by my predecessor. I wasn't paying much attention during the handover. No wonder a page was missing. It must have been lost by the previous judge. He got promoted after causing trouble, and I've become the scapegoat for him. But I can't bear the blame for this crime. Zhang Fan advised, old Qian, calm down. But Qian Dezhong was still terrified and anxious, shouting, you can't wrap fire in paper. Sooner or later, everyone will find out. What am I going to do? Hearing this, he sighed and placed a hand on the other's shoulder, saying, just calm down first. He declared in a firm tone, I will help you. Qian Dezhong's eyes welled up with tears. I knew it. You would help me. Zhang Fan comforted him. Don't worry. At this moment, he had teleported to another place. His voice extremely weary. It seems that no matter where I am, Zhang Fan frowned to himself. There's always something to give me a headache. He ruffled his hair and shouted, but how am I supposed to help him? Why does he have so many problems? My head is about to explode. Suddenly, someone shouted, get out of the way. Two figures flashed past, shouting, treasure, I'm coming. He heard this and didn't understand. Treasure? When he looked up, he discovered that in front of Zhang Fan was an extremely bustling place. The sign in front read, Ghost Market. He read hesitantly, Ghost Market. Zhang Fan had now entered the Ghost Market area. He saw a sign in the distance, on which were written the two words talismans. Zhang Fan stood there, looking at the stall in front of him and thinking. I heard old Qian say before that there are many treasures here that are helpful for cultivation. Suddenly, a special customer arrived from afar, holding a bag, and presented it to the stall owner, saying, another bottle of Golden Dragon pills. Hearing this, Zhang Fan also felt surprised. Golden Dragon pills? I wonder if they have top-grade sword talismans here. Besides, how do they trade here? Next, another customer came to buy something. He pleaded, can you make it a little cheaper? The stall owner then said, I'm running a small business. I really can't lower the price any further. Seeing that the stall owner didn't seem to agree, he said again, we're all regular customers. At this moment, Zhang Fan noticed the thing in the stall owner's hand, wondering, that square blue block is... Looking closely, he was shocked. A spirit stone. Then, he stood motionless, his face full of worry, sweat beading on his forehead. My nether virtue was already used to upgrade the group. How am I supposed to buy a talisman to pay back Xiao Dai now? Zhang Fan was now pacing back and forth in the market, his hand on his forehead, looking dejected. This is so hard. Maybe I'll just walk around and see. While wandering the market, he heard a cry. Low-grade sword talismans, 100 apiece. He stopped to calculate. A low-grade one is 100. Then a top-grade one must be... That stall owner saw him staring and asked, young man, are you buying? Big sale. He glanced at the stall owner, thinking to himself, can I even afford it? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Fan asked, do you have any top-grade sword talismans? The stall owner was surprised to hear that. Huh, top grade? Are you kidding? Can't you see I'm selling from a street stall? Seeing that the stall owner didn't seem to believe him, he said, I'm serious. Not hearing a reply, he continued to ask, then do you know where they are sold? He was once again surprised by his seriousness. Huh? A miraculous item, like a top-grade sword talisman, can't be found in the ghost market. It's also not something you can buy with spirit stones. Hearing the street vendor's words, many questions arose in his mind. A miraculous item that can't be bought? What exactly is little sister Xiao Dai's identity? Zhang Fan once again felt helpless. How am I supposed to pay my debt now? I can't even sell myself. Suddenly, the sound of smacks echoed from afar, followed by curses, you damn bastard. Zhang Fan saw someone ahead, stomping on another person with his foot, saying, you like to meddle in other people's business, don't you? But the victim being beaten shouted, that's enough. The attacker said again, from now on, you better listen to brother you obediently. Don't meddle in the business of that new ghost messenger. You hear? And that Master Xiao Lugai too. Haha, As soon as he heard his words, Zhang Fan unexpectedly looked toward Xiao Lu. Looking in that direction, he discovered that there were two people beating the other man, warning him as they hit. "We told you not to help him, but you insisted on helping. I think you're tired of living. You help once, we'll beat you once. Let's see how long you can hold out." The other person didn't stop his feet either, questioning with his mouth. "Tell me, what do you get from him?" The person lying on the ground, beaten black and blue, said, "You're overthinking it." Xiao Lu was covered in injuries from the beating, but still said bravely, "I just can't stand watching you guys use dirty tricks to bully others, preying on the weak. I will never bow down." The two heard this and said, "What big talk?" They held whips in their hands, sinister smiles on their faces. "We have to teach you some manners. Let's see if you'll submit." At this moment, one of the two said, "You go first, I'll watch the show." Haha. Hearing this, the other guy stepped forward, raising his whip high, preparing to lash the stubborn person. Shouting, "The lesson begins." Zhang Fan, who had been observing from the side, stepped forward and grabbed his hand before he could swing the whip down. Seeing his business being interfered with, he turned around and said, Zhang Fan still held his wrist tightly, saying in a low voice, "Stop it." The guy became angry and roared, "Who the hell are you? Daring to grab my hand? Still want to be a hero? Get the hell out of the way." He looked at the guy with ice-cold eyes. "I am Zhang Fan. If you have a problem, come at me." The two of them heard this and were immediately stunned with fear, stammering, Zhang Fan, you're that newly appointed ghost messenger, the one who brings bad luck? We're screwed this time." When Xiao Lu heard the name Zhang Fan, he also tried to open his eyes and ask, "Young Master Zhang, why are you here?" Seeing this, Zhang Fan also asked with concern, "Xiao Lu, are you alright?" The two guys were terrified and plotted to slip away quickly, saying as they ran, "Running into him is terrible luck." After the two guys were far away, Zhang Fan walked over, knelt down to help Xiao Lu up, and asked, "Why didn't you tell me about this?" Xiao Lu was covered in wounds, but still replied, "It's just a small matter. No need to trouble young Master Zhang." Zhang Fan recalled what had just happened, stood up angrily, and said, "You got beaten by them because you were helping me. This is you Wentong's doing, isn't it? If I hadn't seen it today, I would have known nothing." Seeing his attitude, Xiao Lu also became worried. "Young Master Zhang." Xiao Lu scratched his head, smiling as if to comfort Zhang Fan. "It's okay. This small wound will heal quickly. Young Master Zhang, you don't need to worry about such a small matter." Zhang Fan maintained a serious attitude. No. He began to clench his fists as if preparing for a fight. "Bullying people too much. This can't just be let go. I have to go settle the score with them." He was about to take a step, but suddenly stopped. He looked down and saw Xiao Lu blocking his way, arms outstretched to stop him. "Young Master Zhang, don't go. We can't fight them. Guopan has been in the underworld for a long time and is very powerful. We can't afford to offend him. Young Master Zhang, don't confront them over my small matter." Zhang Fan looked and listened to what Xiao Lu had just said. Before Zhang Fan could finish, Xiao Lu interrupted, and two streams of tears also rolled down his face. For all these years, Xiao Lu has always been alone. Today, young Master Zhang stood up for Xiao Lu, and Xiao Lu is extremely grateful. He was unwilling to let the matter just pass, saying, "If this just ends here, they will only become more and more outrageous." Xiao Lu continued to speak while sobbing. "I don't want anything to happen to young Master Zhang because of me. I'm begging you, don't go." But Xiao Lu's words couldn't shake Zhang Fan's determination. They've bullied people too much. He left with an extremely angry expression, frowning and saying, "As long as I am in the underworld for one more day, I will absolutely not let my subordinate be humiliated. This debt, I will definitely settle it clearly." Xiao Lu couldn't stop Zhang Fan. He stood behind, watching his receding back and shouting, "Young Master Zhang." In the quiet of the night, only the blue glint of blades and spears flickered. Someone held two clubs in his hands. He forcefully struck a target, the sound echoing loudly. Court is in session. His face became stern and imposing. Gusts of wind howled past, and the sound of collisions rang out. Guo Wenpan asked the two disciples behind him, "Who goes there?" Zhang Fan said, "Zhang Fan." The ghost soldier glanced at him contemptuously and said, "Oh." Xiao Lu looked at Zhang Fan with an extremely pleading gaze, calling out, "Young Master Zhang." Right now, Xiao Lu was extremely tense. The two stood before the ghost soldier, who said to them, "Oh, isn't this ghost bailiff Zhang? How do you have the free time to be with a little ghost? Don't you need to go catch evil demons and cultivators today? Ha ha ha. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Young Master Zhang's cultivation technique is only at the first level. Going to catch evil beings is no different from throwing your life away, is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers laughed smugly. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. That fellow Wu Wentong continued to mock Zhang Fan. "If you don't have the ability, don't meddle in other people's business." The lackeys also chimed in. "That's right, occupying the position of a ghost bailiff, yet accomplishing nothing. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to stay here anymore. Truly shameless." Xiao Lu, still worried, hid behind Zhang Fan, softly calling his name. Wu Wentong continued to taunt. "Oh, that's right, I forgot to remind you. As a ghost bailiff, if you fail to capture demons and evil beings, it's a dereliction of duty. You'll be dismissed." Ha ha ha. The moment he finished speaking, he was met with a resounding slap, the sound echoing through the space. Zhang Fan, with all his strength, landed a sharp slap right across his face. Fresh blood sprayed from the man's mouth like rain. Wu Wentong couldn't react in time and let out a scream. Xiao Lu, frightened, took a few steps back, but seeming to understand Zhang Fan's intention, he hurriedly ran off. Wu Wentong flew into a rage, pointing at Zhang Fan's face and cursing. "You bastard! You dare hit me!" His anger had reached its peak. Zhang Fan ignored his fury and said, "So what if I hit you? You have a problem with it?" As he spoke, he delivered another palm strike, twice as powerful, with a sharp crack, and then said, "You have no discipline at all. You see a superior officer and don't even greet him. Are you asking for a beating?" Wu Wentong couldn't react, crying out in alarm. A continuous barrage of fists flew out, accompanied by a rapid series of thuds. The lackeys standing behind watched, stunned and utterly horrified, a complete contrast to their previous arrogant smirks. This slap, how brutal! How could not hurt? So brutal. After hitting him, Zhang Fan asked, "Well, speak." Wu Wentong could only let out a series of miserable cries. Guo Wenpan furiously shouted, "Enough, stop!" He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. Seeing this, Zhang Fan immediately reported, Lord Guo, you saw everything. This Wu Wentong was repeatedly disrespectful to your subordinate. If I didn't teach him a lesson, wouldn't it bring shame to the underworld?" At the same time, Wu Wentong, beaten until he was dizzy and disoriented, his head spinning and his face deformed, had a trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth. He was looking around in a daze. Guo Wenpan angrily pointed at Zhang Fan and yelled, "Zhang Fan, instead of catching demons, you come here to cause trouble. What reason do you have?" Seizing the opportunity of Guo Wenpan scolding Zhang Fan, Wu Wenong also chimed in. "That's right, Your Excellency. I want to sue Ghost Bailiff Zhang Fan. As a Ghost Bailiff, he has no strength whatsoever. He's been in office for a long time, but hasn't caught enough demons and evil beings. A serious dereliction of duty." Guo Wenpan said, "Oh, is this true?" Wu Wentong reported, "It is absolutely true." Guo Wenpan continued his judgment. "If that is the case, Zhang Fan, you deserve 50 strokes of the cane and dismissal from your post." Zhang Fan, do you admit your guilt? Hearing these baseless accusations, Zhang Fan remained silent. Guo Wenpan asked again, "Nothing to say? So you admit your guilt?" Wu Wentong, standing beside him, added fuel to the fire. "If you know what's good for you, just resign yourself." Zhang Fan knew full well in his heart that they had colluded beforehand. Lord Qian has arrived. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "To be honest, since taking office, I really haven't had any merits to report. Now that things have come to this, is resigning my only option?" Both Guo Wenpan and Wu Wentong were stunned to see Lord Qian appear. Guo Wenpan was dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. What timing? Why is he free to come here? It's not Lord Qian's shift tonight. Lord Qian clasped his hands towards Guo Wenpan and said, "Lord Guo, could there be some misunderstanding here? As far as I know, this young hero has done nothing wrong." Zhang Fan turned and greeted Elder Qian. Seeing Xiao Lu's bruised and scratched face, Zhang Fan thought to himself, "Xiao Lu, did you call him to help me?" Guo Wenpan reported the matter to Lord Qian. Ghost Soldier Wu Wentong accuses Ghost Bailiff Zhang Fan of serious dereliction of duty. Does Lord Qian have any opinion? If so, please present evidence to prove his innocence. What now? Are you going to be silent as well? Zhang Fan was inwardly furious. Isn't this just forcing people into silence? If this isn't handled well, the matter of the Book of Life and Death will also be exposed. Lord Qian said to Guo Wenpan, Judge Guo, Zhang Fan is, after all, just a mortal. Although he is very talented, he has only been in office for a short time. Shouldn't we be lenient and give him a little more time? Guo Wenpan would not yield, continuing to argue. Lord Qian, the underworld has its orders. A ghost bailiff who fails to capture demons and evil beings is to be dismissed immediately. At this point, Lord Qian replied, we could give you face if he just voluntarily resigns from the position of ghost bailiff. Then the past can be overlooked. Then Guo Wenpan threw down 2 command tablets, ordering, Guards? Where are the guards? The guards immediately responded, Here, here. Guo Wenpan ordered them, drag the sinner Zhang Fan away, and give him 50 heavy strokes. In this critical moment, Zhang Fan's mind raced, searching for a way out. Calm down. There must be a way. I have to think carefully. 50 strokes? Lord Qian spoke up, Judge Guo, your sentence is too heavy. 50 strokes. Isn't that as good as killing him? This is abusing public office for a private grudge. Hearing this, Guo Wenpan retorted, Lord Qian, please watch your words, or I could sue you for slander. But it's better to have one less problem. Then he ordered his subordinates, quickly drag the sinner away and beat him hard for me. Drag him away and beat him hard. He threw down the command tablet, urging, hurry. Zhang Fan shouted loudly, wait. Then he looked sternly at Guo Wenpan and asked, Your Excellency, are you sure you are not falsely accusing me? Guo Wenpan replied nonchalantly, falsely accuse you? How ridiculous. This official has always judged cases fairly, with clear right and wrong. The matter of you neglecting your duties. This official has long since investigated clearly. Zhang Fan spoke again. If I can prove that I was not negligent at all, would that mean you made a mistake in your investigation? In that case, shouldn't your excellency also be punished? Guo Wenpan laughed heartily and replied, Of course, everyone is equal, no exceptions. But empty words are not proof. You must have evidence. Zhang Fan said confidently, Evidence? Of course I have it. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Lord Guo to justify himself. However, summoning a witness would be faster. A few days ago, hearing this, the faces of Guo Wenpan and Wu Wentong turned pale, their hearts filled with anxiety. A witness? Zhang Fan continued. I crippled an evil cultivator named by Pu on the Xinjiang Bridge, and at the same time, I saved the remaining passengers, preventing a traffic accident. If your excellency doesn't believe me, you can let me summon him for a confrontation to get to the bottom of it. It seems I can only use this risky move, but that evil being was already devoured by Gue. Hopefully, I can bluff my way through. After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Guo Wenpan burst out laughing like never before. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Your cultivation technique is only at the first level. You can't even defeat a malevolent ghost. Yet you say you crippled an evil cultivator? Moreover, as far as I know, Bai Pu is a disciple of the Black and White True Man. How could he possibly be an evil cultivator? Your lies should at least have some basis. Right now, not even a ghost would believe you. Wu Wentong then said, In any case, I don't believe it. Who would believe that? Then it's simple. Lord Qian and Zhang Fan both looked up, filled with doubt. Summoned by Pu. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed on the floor. Guo Wenpan asked in alarm, Lord City God, why have you come? The Lord City God said, Summoned by Pu here. This case will now be judged by this city God himself. There is no need to trouble the 2 judges. Summoned by Pu. Summoned by Pu. Bai Pu was immediately summoned, kneeling on the ground. Several subordinates reported, Your Excellency, the sinner Bai Pu has been brought. Zhang Fan was puzzled. Why is he here too? He previously said he was the sworn brother of the Lord City God, and now the Lord City God has come to preside over the case himself. It feels a bit strange. Have I dug my own grave? I'll leave it to His Excellency to decide. Bai Pu knelt there, but he felt that something was not right with this scene, and he felt uneasy all over. The Lord City God stood before the bench with a stern face and shouted, This case is related to the traffic accident on the Xinjiang Bridge. Bai Pu, what you did, what you know. Confess everything to this official now. Bai Pu, kneeling on the ground, did not dare to hesitate and quickly said, "As you command, Lord City God." Bai Pu, was originally a disciple of the black and white true man, but because I listened to slander and developed evil thoughts while my master was in secluded cultivation, I unfortunately went astray. He continued, his thin back hunched over. After causing a great disaster, I was expelled from my sect. On top of that, my close friend passed away, and in a moment of despair, I fell into the evil path. At this point, he suddenly stopped, not continuing. The Lord City God impatiently shouted, and in the end, Bai Pu continued, his brows furrowed, the old wrinkles on his face bunching up. In the end, on the Xinjiang Bridge, my entire cultivation was crippled by Zhang Fan. I regret what I have done. My master, considering our years of master-disciple relationship, has taken me back. The black and white true man stood calmly to the side and now spoke, putting on a benevolent air. To know one's mistakes and correct them, there is nothing better. This matter will depend on his own fortune. Zhang Fan witnessed it all, feeling puzzled by the black and white true man's attitude. Is he involved in the evil cultivation or not? And he talks about the bond between master and disciple. A flash of insight went through his mind, as if he had realized something. Wait, I get it. He looked straight at the two of them. He and the Lord City God are sworn brothers. If there's something fishy here, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Otherwise, why would the two of them appear together? Elder Qian, standing to the side, interjected with a sarcastic smile. The young hero acts quickly indeed, having already investigated the matter of evil cultivation so clearly. Truly impressive. Zhang Fan turned to look at the person beside him, remaining silent, but his mind was racing. Elder Qian, I can only say this was an unintentional act. Please don't place too much hope in me. The Lord City God angrily shouted, Bai Pu, you said you were a second-rank cultivator. Zhang Fan's power is limited, so how could he possibly cripple your entire cultivation? Moreover, you're spouting nonsense, knowing but not reporting. Confess the truth to this official now. Guo Pan sat behind the bench, his face pale, unable to say a word. He even averted his gaze, not daring to look directly. The crowd immediately began to murmur. That's right, with Zhang Fan's meager ability, how could he cripple his cultivation? Who knows? Maybe the two of them are in cahoots. Otherwise, this Bai Pu, someone even showed a look of contempt. Such a despicable villain. Hearing these words, Bai Pu and the black and white true man's faces just darkened, and they said nothing. The murmuring from the crowd grew louder. Despicable, truly shameless. Bai Pu knelt on the ground, his face growing grayer, but he couldn't say a word. The black and white true man spoke softly, his eyes glancing at Bai Pu, who was still kneeling on the cold floor. Lord Guo, Zhang Fan, and I have had the fortune of meeting once. He is a straightforward and very pure person. The black and white true man's words were like a life-saving straw. Bai Pu wailed, tears streaming down his face. That's right, to deal with me. He didn't hesitate to use a top-grade sword talisman. So pure indeed. I wish someone would give me a top-grade sword talisman to try. The black and white true man added, you have already used it, which is why you face today's consequences. Guo Pan couldn't help but be shocked. Shouting loudly what? His eyes widened, shot with bloodshot veins. A top-grade sword talisman? Guo Pan was so angry that his veins bulged, his brows knitted tightly. He roared, a newly appointed ghost bailiff. Where would he get a top-grade sword talisman? Are you messing with me again? Bai Pu, if you keep spouting nonsense. The Lord City God's majestic voice cut Guo Pan off. Judge Guo, don't be hasty. The Lord City God waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. This case is being handled by this official. Judge Guo just needs to watch, understand? Guo Pan bowed his head, not daring to object, and said softly, understood. The Lord City God turned his gaze to Zhang Fan and asked, Zhang Fan, you tell me, what's this about a top-grade sword talisman? Upon hearing this familiar name, Bai Pu's eyes widened, and a cold sweat soaked his back. Zhang Fan is here too. Zhang Fan stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and reporting to the Lord City God. The sword talisman was a gift from a friend of mine for self-defense, which I conveniently used to carry out my duties. My cultivation technique is not yet proficient, so I can only rely on magical treasures. From behind, a few people interjected contemptuously. More like he stole it. The Lord City God was very surprised. Oh, so Ghost Bailiff Zhang Fan is eager to achieve merits. He glanced away, a thought flashing through his mind. I'd also like to have such a generous friend. Where would I find one? I'm so jealous. Although he thought this, the Lord City God remained stern on the outside. If the testimonies of both sides match, then not only was Zhang Fan not negligent in his duties, but he also had the heart to achieve merit and crack the case of evil cultivation. In that case, this official declares. Finally, the Lord City God announced the verdict. Zhang Fan is innocent. Everyone was stunned, especially Guo Pan, whose face instantly turned deathly pale. The Lord City God continued. The case of the evil sect still needs to be tried. I'll have to trouble Judge Qian. Elder Qian smiled, his sharp eyes glinting with a profound amusement. As you command, Lord City God. Your subordinate has a few thoughts now. If Zhang Fan is innocent, then does that mean Judge Guo made a mistake in his investigation? He rushed to pin a crime on someone without investigating. He raised his hand and said loudly. Furthermore, everyone present heard Judge Guo say with his own mouth that if the matter were true, he would be punished for dereliction of duty. Everyone heard that, right? Guo Pan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his head buzzing, sweat pouring down like rain. 50 strokes, I'm done for today. Guo Pan slammed the table and shouted, Lord City God, I was just momentarily confused. The Lord City God couldn't save him either and could only think wearily to himself. Being caught in the middle is so difficult. No matter what, Judge Guo is doomed. Elder Qin bowed respectfully, his tone firm. I ask your excellency to pass judgment. Guo Pan's shouts grew louder. Spare me, your excellency. The Lord City God sighed helplessly and ordered, Guards? The two sides immediately responded, bowing their heads to await orders. Here, here. Guo Pan was in despair. Your Excellency? Unfortunately, the Lord City God had already given the order. Judge Guo was derelict in his duty. Drag him out and give him 50 strokes. To serve as an example, the sweat poured down even more. This time, not even the gods could save Guo Pan. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, only able to blame himself. No, I'll die. Very quickly, several subordinates rushed forward and dragged Guo Pan's thin body outside. He screamed miserably. Let me go. His desperate cries echoed throughout the hall. Spare me. As he was being dragged out, Guo Pan struggled in pain, trying to grasp the last shred of hope, shouting, Lord City God. Wu Wentong closed his eyes in anguish and self-reproach, sweating profusely in fear. Judge Guo, it's all my fault. Zhang Fan cut in. You still have the nerve to say that? He held his head high, pointing a finger at Wu Wentong. And you, Wu Wentong, you formed a clique, ordered people to beat Xiao Lu, and abuse your power. The wounds on his face were caused by you. Being called out, Wu Wentong trembled with fear and hurriedly denied it. It has nothing to do with me. The junior officers around him all looked at him as if watching a show. He's in for it this time. The Lord City God shouted, drag him away and give him 50 strokes for me. And so, Wu Wentong was also mercilessly dragged away, wailing miserably. I was wrong. Spare me, Your Excellency. Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered to pay attention, saying coldly, You reap what you sow. Then he turned to the Lord City God and asked, Your Excellency, can I file a report to get the sword talisman reimbursed? The Lord City God was taken aback and asked, A report? Zhang Fan said slowly, If I remember correctly, pills and talismans damaged in the line of duty can be reissued. That's the underworld's regulation. The Lord City God broke out in a helpless cold sweat, unable to stop himself from thinking, My good man, that's a top-grade sword talisman. But then again, that friend of yours is really generous. Are they here specifically to poach from the underworld? Though he thought this, he said out loud, Then just put it on the books for now. Zhang Fan thanked him happily. Thank you, Lord City God. Your subordinate will definitely work hard and make progress every day under the flickering candlelight. His firm voice echoed in the quiet space. As for Bai Pu's matter, I will hand it over to Judge Qian. We'll see how he behaves. Another soft voice interjected. Then I'll have to trouble you, old friend. But that Zhang Fan, he's no ordinary person. It was the black and white true man sitting before the Lord City God, who said, Keep an eye on him. We don't know who is backing him. The candlelight flickered, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, illuminating the Lord City God's face. He gave a mysterious smile. This kid is indeed very interesting. Bursts of hearty laughter came from within the mansion. Ha ha ha. Elder Chien sat at a table drinking, waving his hands about excitedly as he said, "We really showed them today. It was so satisfying to watch. Young hero, you are truly a hidden talent, my benefactor. Ha ha ha. Young hero, great hero." Zhang Fan just smiled faintly at these flatteries, replying tactfully, "Elder Chien, you praise me too much." He gave a sly smile and spread his hands. They brought it upon themselves. Who told them to rely on their seniority in the underworld to bully newcomers? It was time they got a taste of their own medicine. Elder Chien gently reminded him, "This time, you've made an enemy of Judge Gua. Young hero, you must seize the time to cultivate so you can protect yourself." Zhang Fan replied seriously, "I have been cultivating diligently recently. Once Madame Zhang's batch of herbs arrives, I will refine some more pills to assist me. Elder Chien can rest assured." Elder Chien was full of confidence in the young man before him, his tone firm. The young hero will certainly not disappoint." As if remembering something, Elder Chien hurriedly said to him, "That's right, I'll have to trouble the young hero with the matter of the Book of Life and Death. I'm afraid Judge Gua will deliberately make things difficult for me. I fear this matter will soon be exposed by him, so we can only resolve it as soon as possible." Zhang Fan pondered, raised his cup, took a sip, and savored it. "As soon as possible?" Elder Chien simply replied, "A long night is fraught with dreams." Elder Chien smiled. "You work so quickly, there will surely be no problem." "That's right, young hero, I have high hopes for you." Suddenly, there was a thumping sound from outside, as if someone was running. Zhang Fan turned around alertly. "Elder Chien, what's that sound?" Elder Chien sighed wearily, complaining to the heavens. "Oh, it's that programmer ghost making a fuss again. He keeps saying his wish is unfulfilled and refuses to reincarnate, dead or alive. It's been several days and I can't do anything with him. It's such a headache." Hearing about a programmer ghost, Zhang Fan was immediately interested. A programmer ghost? A colleague? Yeah? Let's go have a look. Elder Chien slapped his forehead helplessly, asking for help. "Young hero, please help me persuade him to reincarnate soon. It's already come to this. What unfulfilled wish could he still have?" Elder Chien led the way for him, also at a loss. "This matter is giving me a headache too. After all, I'm new to the post. I can't afford any mistakes, yet I keep running into this kind of thing. If even the young hero has no solution, then I can only forcibly escort him away." Zhang Fan put his hands in his pockets and walked leisurely, asking as he went, "An unfulfilled wish? Don't tell me he still wants to write code?" The two finally arrived. Elder Chien looked cautiously. "He's in here." The noise suddenly stopped, which puzzled Zhang Fan greatly. "Why is it quiet now?" Zhang Fan stood outside and called him loudly. "You have an unfulfilled wish? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help." "Someone's here. Why did you stop making a scene?" There was still no answer. He had no choice but to approach the door frame and ask softly, "Colleague, are you there?" It was still silent. The room was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Zhang Fan moved a little closer, trying to see more clearly. Suddenly, with a pop, a man's face lunged out. He said loudly, "Yes." With both hands gripping the door frame, the bald programmer ghost shouted, "Let me out. My dream hasn't been realized. Colleague, do you understand how I feel?" Zhang Fan was startled and took a step back, almost falling, but luckily Elder Chien caught him. "My God!" The bald programmer ghost shouted even more fiercely, not believing him, and continued to roar. "Colleague? What colleague? You're tricking me again. Where'd a colleague come from? It's just a trick by that old man. Despicable and shameless." Zhang Fan still hadn't recovered from the shock, clutching his chest and groaning. "Oh, my poor little heart." Ignoring that he was about to be scared to death, the bald programmer ghost continued to ramble on loudly. "No matter what, I have to continue developing that new game. There's no time left. Even if I don't drink Meng Po's soup, it'll be too late in the next life. Understand? You damn old man." The ghost's words seemed to awaken him. He was stunned. Develop a new game? The programmer ghost pressed his face against the doorframe, yelling aggressively, "Let me out." Zhang Fan looked at him seriously, his voice devoid of any humor. "This is your wish? To continue developing a game? Even as a ghost, you must continue?" Zhang Fan raised a hand to calm the ghost, then said, "Calm down, listen to me. I have a new game project, and I'm about to form a development team. Do you want to join?" This sounded so strange that the ghost found it hard to believe. Hiring a ghost as an employee? The bald programmer ghost turned his face away and said contemptuously, "Huh, just you? With so much hair? What do you know about games?" "I Wu Ke." Do not cooperate with useless people. Hearing this, Zhang Fan wasn't angry at all. He flashed his trademark smile and continued. Don't be so quick to judge. Hear my game idea first, then consider it. How about it? Through the doorframe, Zhang Fan could vaguely see something. Elder Qian stood behind, not interrupting, letting him persuade the ghost. Suddenly, the ghost grabbed his hand, stuck his head out of the doorframe, and said softly, Dad, I love you. Dad, I want to follow you. This game will definitely be a hit. Zhang Fan was startled. Dad, is there something wrong with your head? This bald programmer ghost proudly rubbed his hairless head. My head? It's all from staying up late making games. Look at my head, it's so big and shiny. Isn't it very smart? You're jealous, right? Zhang Fan showed his disapproval. I'm not jealous at all. Why don't you pull your head back in? It's creeping me out. The bald programmer ghost, as if his sore spot had been poked, wailed, now that you mention it, I don't know how to pull it back. It's a bit embarrassing. The two of them stood there, completely speechless. How could there be such a weird ghost in the world? At this moment, a voice came from outside. The Lord City God has arrived. Zhang Fan stepped forward and bowed respectfully in greeting. Greetings, Lord City God. I wonder what business your excellency has with me? Lord City God gently handed him a box. Inside is the top-grade sword talisman being returned to you, along with the corresponding mission reward. Take it. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. Wow, there's a reward too? Lord City God replied softly. We value talented individuals very much. Ghost Messenger Zhang, not only have you performed a meritorious service, but you also possess extraordinary talent. So of course we must value you. Lord City God smiled and reminded him, open it and see. The reward is random. Let's see if you're satisfied. Zhang Fan excitedly opened the box, and a dazzling golden light burst out from within, enveloping his entire body. He thought to himself, I never thought I'd get it back, and now I've unexpectedly received a top-grade sword talisman that you can't even buy, plus a mission reward. I'm so satisfied. Lord City God's eyes lit up and he smiled in admiration. So it's the Golden Light Protection Talisman. But you can't use it yet. You must wait until you've cultivated to the Dan-Gui Zhuling realm to have enough power to wield it. He said confidently, Ghost Messenger Zhang has extraordinary talent. You'll surely achieve it soon. The Ulambana Festival competition is coming up soon. This official is very much looking forward to your performance. At this moment, a dazzling light was in his hand, radiating in all directions. He looked at it, a bit dazed. Is this the Golden Light Protection Talisman? I still have to wait until I reach the Dan-Gui Zhuling realm to use it. I wonder how powerful it is. Lord City God looked at him with confidence and said, This official is very much hoping you will bring even greater surprises. Ha ha ha. Zhang Fan clutched the gift box tightly, smiling in return. I will definitely do my best. The cultivation manual beside him flipped open on its own. Zhang Fan sat cross-legged in meditation, thinking to himself, there's only half a month left. I have to reach the Dan-Gui Zhuling realm to be able to use the protection talisman. For that assessment, what level do I have to reach? He frowned and made up his mind. After modifying the cultivation technique, my training speed has increased quite a bit. Although I was lucky to pass last time, this time I have to rely on my own strength. I can't let petty people take advantage of the situation again. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhang Fan was startled, thinking curiously, It's so late, don't tell me it's another ghost. As he cracked the door open, he asked in a loud voice, Who is it? It's so late. He put on a friendly smile, greeting the person outside the door. Hello? May I ask who you're looking for? The man standing behind a pile of goods answered in a deep voice. Are you Mr. Zhang? He broke out in a sweat, forcing a smile as he asked. Yes, what can I do for you? The tall delivery guy, with a stack of boxes on his back, grinned widely and praised him. Here's your delivery. You look like you're in pretty good shape. How about we become friends? You can come to our club to work out when you have time. I could be your free personal trainer. He got goosebumps and politely refused. No need. Thank you, I'll just sign for it. After talking to the delivery man, Zhang Fan was still shaken. A free personal trainer. What the hell? He's not into me, is he? He slammed a box onto the ground, panting, and thought with a sigh, Are all delivery guys this strong nowadays? I wonder how strong he is. He muttered to himself, This little darling is exhausted. He looked at the gym advertisement card he had just received and the sender's address on the package. So it's the medicinal herbs that Mrs. Zhang promised me. What's with this business card? This delivery guy really knows how to do business. Let's see what treasures are inside. He rubbed his chin, thinking excitedly, now that I have the herbs, I should quickly refine some auxiliary immortal pills. Wouldn't that be great? Zhang Fan praised himself for his thorough thinking. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated, signaling a new message. He took out his phone to check. It's almost 9 o'clock. I was so engrossed in cultivating that I lost track of time, but I'm sure no one is looking for me. Zhang Fan stared in shock at the message notification he just received. What? I'm only just now getting the message from the big star? There must be a problem with my home network. Yi Bingyun, I'm free tomorrow afternoon. Call the other shareholder too. Reading the words, shareholders meeting, his eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. What? A shareholders meeting? Yi Bingyun messaged again. Call the other shareholder, 3 in the afternoon at Loyer restaurant. Zhang Fan hurriedly replied. Sorry, I just saw the message now. In his heart, he thought angrily, it's all that Jinx's fault. Then he sent another confirmation message. Got it. I'll let her know. Zhang Fan suddenly remembered. That's right. I have to return the sword talisman to Xiao Dai. With that thought, he immediately messaged Xiao Dai. Are you there? Xiao Dai? Xiao Dai's father was reading the newspaper when he saw his daughter's phone, which was on a stuffed bear, vibrate. He picked up the phone from the stuffed bear, muttering to himself, why does this girl always leave her phone lying around? She'll be looking for it again in a minute. Then he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, who is this? Who's messaging Xiao Dai so early in the morning? And lately, Xiao Dai's been holding her phone and giggling foolishly. Could it be that something's going on with her? In the end, Xiao Dai's father couldn't resist, his trembling hand reaching to pick up his daughter's phone. He decisively grabbed the phone and squatted in a corner. No, as her father, I have the right to help her check her phone. His finger trembled as it touched the phone screen, finding a reasonable excuse for himself. If some scoundrel is trying to lure my Xiao Dai away, I have to take care of him. Don't even think about having any ideas about my precious girl. Over on the other side, Zhang Fan still hadn't received a reply from Xiao Dai. Huh? Why isn't she replying? Could it be that she's not awake yet? I'll just return the sword talisman first. That should be fine, right? Xiao Dai's father was drenched in sweat. I'll just take a little peek. Then he summoned all his courage and tapped the message icon. He was so scared that he dropped the phone on the table with a clatter, covering his face and screaming in terror. I pressed the wrong thing. Zhang Fan saw her profile picture light up and sent another message. So you're online, Xiao Dai? Xiao Dai's father didn't know what to say, so he just picked up the phone and replied randomly. Uh-huh. Xiao Dai's father's face was pale, sweat pouring down like rain, as he thought to himself, I was going to use a sticker to get by, but this dog's expression is a bit sly. Zhang Fan thanked him solemnly. The other day, thanks for your sword talisman. He continued to reply perfunctorily. Uh-huh. Xiao Dai's father still didn't understand what was happening. What the hell is this? This kid tricked Xiao Dai into giving him 3 sword talismans, and now he's returning them? What's going on? I'm getting old. I can't keep up anymore. He was furious, gripping the phone tightly. What is this sly dog ultimately planning? And it's even holding a rose. This is infuriating. He asked again, what have you been busy with lately? Very busy? He replied with another, uh-huh. Zhang Fan was bewildered, his head full of question marks, thinking to himself, strange, why does Xiao Dai keep using stickers today? Is she not awake yet? But Zhang Fan quickly dismissed his suspicions and continued to message as usual. All right then, when you have a break in a few days, you can come to Shanghai to hang out with me. I'll show you all around Shanghai. I'll cover your food, lodging, and travel expenses. Haha, aren't you touched? Xiao Dai's father was so angry, he threw the phone. And it broke in two. Huh, who's touched? He even wants to ask Xiao Dai out? This sly dog is tired of living. Go to hell, you sly dog. He shouted loudly. Zhang Fan, go to hell, you sly dog. After throwing it, he realized with a pale face, the phone. Oh no, I'm done for again. Zhang Fan kindly sent 2 final sentences. Let me know when you're coming, Xiao Dai. I'm going to refine some medicine. He opened the package that had just been delivered, excitedly picking up a few ginseng roots. Wow, I've hit the jackpot. They're all high-grade spirit herbs. Mrs. Zhang is so generous. I have to refine the medicine quickly. He thought smugly. With the help of immortal pills, my cultivation speed will surely double. And with my God-given talent, the competition will definitely be no problem. Xiao Dai entered the room, fumbling around the sofa, but couldn't find her phone. Dad, have you seen my phone? Xiao Dai frowned, feeling around on the sofa. Huh, that's strange. I remember leaving it on the sofa. Huh, where did it run off to now? Xiao Dai's father replied in a loud voice, pretending to be uninvolved. I don't know, I haven't seen it. Did you lose it again? The girl girl said disappointedly. Huh? It's lost again. He took the opportunity to lecture her sternly. How many times have I told you not to leave things lying around, but you don't listen? This time it's really lost. Xiao Dai was still determined to find her phone. I clearly remember. Xiao Dai's father cut her off loudly. It's fine. We'll just buy a new one. Xiao Dai happily thanked her father. Wow, you're the best, Dad. I want a new Pro model. Her broken phone had been quietly thrown by her father into the small water hyacinth pot in the room. Zhang Fan let out a surprised wow. Is this the legendary high-end Luoya restaurant in Shanghai? Then he thought to himself, this time I have to show that Qin Muxue what I'm made of. I absolutely can't let her see that I'm inexperienced. With that, he quickly straightened his clothes, putting on the air of a cold CEO as he walked in. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a resounding greeting. Welcome. It's been a while. Welcome to our restaurant. May I ask which room you booked? Seeing the 2 rows of staff standing on either side, Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise. So many waiters? That scared me. I'm looking for Yi Bingyun. Where is she? The waitress immediately showed him the way. Yes, sir. This way, please. He looked at her back, thinking to himself, the staff at big restaurants are so enthusiastic. When I used to eat in Lanla County, no one paid any attention to me. Sir, this is the room. At this time, Muxue was inside waiting for him. Huh? Why are you the only one? Where's the other shareholder? Zhang Fan quickly explained. She probably just finished work. She's on her way. She'll be here soon. She continued. Late for our first meeting? What a big shot. However, for this shareholder to be able to book out a high-end restaurant like Lea, she must not be an ordinary person. To be able to pull in a shareholder like that, I've underestimated you. Hearing this, Zhang Fan laughed proudly. Ha 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 ha, of course. We're all friends. I'm starting a company. How could she not invest? So, what do you think of this restaurant? I want to be humble too, but my strength won't allow it. Hearing this, she turned away coldly and said, isn't it just Lea restaurant? I've been here no less than 20 times. By the way, when will the capital be registered? Have the office and decorations been arranged? As soon as the capital is in, I'll start construction tomorrow. Zhang Fan heard this and broke out in a sweat, explaining, that's a small matter. As soon as she arrives, the money will be here. As soon as he finished speaking, Muxue agreed. All right, then construction starts tomorrow morning. We'll start normal operations in 7 days, using all environmentally friendly materials. No pollution. He looked at Muxue, secretly admiring her. I didn't expect her to have a serious side. She's gotten so much done in one morning. Suddenly a voice said, sorry, I'm late. Zhang Fan quickly smiled and replied, not late, not late. It's good that you're here. Muxue looked at Yi Bingyun, a little embarrassed. Zhang Fan said smugly, what do you think? Never seen her before, right? A big star like Yi Bingyun. How could someone like you ever come into contact with her? Let's see if you still dare to look down on me. Acting so hasty, you must want an autograph. So classless. But suddenly, Muxue and Yi Bingyun immediately faced off. Qin Muxue, Yi Bingyun, why are you here? Seeing this situation, Zhang Fan asked, wait a minute, you two know each other? They immediately replied through gritted teeth, not just acquainted, we're enemies. Enemies? I want to withdraw my investment. It's better if you withdraw your investment. Saves me the eyesore. I don't want my company anymore either. Dream on. I'm going to invest all the way and become the major shareholder. Dream on. The shares have already been agreed upon. Seeing them argue, he spoke up. Ladies, don't get so agitated. Can we sit down and talk? But the answer he got was a single word. Get lost. A few minutes later, Zhang Fan sat between the two, trying to mediate. Come on. Let's order first. Let's order him. He started to call for someone to take their order. Looking at the prices on the menu, he cursed in his heart. Damn it. Why is this restaurant so expensive? I couldn't afford this even if I sold my body. At this moment, Muxue spoke up. I want the French foie gras, 799 yuan. Yi Bingyun beside her also said, I want a portion of the matsutake and cordyceps soup, 1,499 yuan. Abalone sashimi, 2,733 yuan. Premium caviar for 1,999 yuan. Kobe beef steak, 6,788 yuan. And so, the two began to compete in ordering all expensive dishes, making Zhang Fan's soul leave his body. Emperor's meal, 7,888 yuan. Premium Bloodbird's nest, 10,888 yuan. Seeing this, he spoke up. This is strange. So many dishes that are both expensive and we can't finish. Can't we each order a little less? As soon as he finished speaking, he was scolded. Get lost. Don't interfere. Hearing this, he collapsed to the ground. Arg. Finally, he ordered. Waitress. Yes, sir. Just bring the dishes like that. Yes. Sir, faced with this scene, Zhang Fan cried silently. Boo-hoo, why did the shareholders' meeting turn out like this? I have a feeling my game company is about to go bust. Scene change. At this moment, he was standing in front of a large building, thinking to himself, although yesterday's meal cost me a fortune, at least those two didn't fall out. Wow, looks like there's a chance. Huh, what's with that banner? He looked at the banner and thought, so embarrassing, is that Jinx trying to cause trouble? The sign read Iron Fist Game Company. He walked inside and saw everyone working. To get this much done in just half a day, the speed is too fast. Hee. They must have worked through the night. It's actually starting to look like something. Does the Jinx's family do real estate? This piece of land and this construction team. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Suddenly a voice echoed. The wallpaper over there is crooked. Repaste it for me. If it's crooked again, I'm docking your pay. Be careful. My eyes are sharp. Don't even think about cutting corners. He was surprised. This voice. It's Mu Shiwe. She's directing everyone's work. You three girls, go work on the ceiling. Hurry up. Pick up a pace. Zhang Fan saw her and walked over to greet her. Good afternoon. Contractor, need any help? Mu Shiwe replied. You're only just arriving? It's almost dark. Late on your first day of work. I'm docking your pay. Hearing this, he complained. Hey, you're a girl. Don't just talk about money all the time. I had something to do, so I was late. At this moment, Mu Shiwe asked, so she's not coming, right? I don't want to see her. Faced with this question, Zhang Fan stammered in reply. Xia, the big star, she said she'd be a little late. With that, she immediately pulled the corner of his shirt and warned, don't let her come. Hey, do you have any safety awareness? You have to wear a hard hat on a construction site. After a moment, she turned to look for something. Wait a minute, I'll find one for you. What's your head circumference? 64. Thanks. Such a big head, hard to find. Got it. Haha. A cute little green hat. After searching for a moment, she took out a tiny green hard hat and put on Zhang Fan's head. Seeing that he was being teased, he angrily threw the hat on the ground and roared, Damn it, you dare to mess with me? You dare make me wear a green hat? Mu Shiwe giggled and said, Sorry, but I did it on purpose. What time is it to be playing such a childish game? At this moment, Yi Bingyun appeared. Is this your decoration plan? Cutting corners on materials like this? Seeing her, Mu Shiwe said, Yi Bingyun, what do you mean? Don't just stand there making snide remarks. If you're so good, you do it. The decoration cost is 200,000 yuan. Have you ever seen a new company spend so much on decoration? Yi Bingyun heard her and shouted, Are you mistaken? It's only 200,000 yuan. What are you thinking, Qin Mu Shiwe? The company is just starting. It's best to be a little frugal. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I'm a major shareholder. I approve the spending. Spending money recklessly will only bankrupt the company. Yi Bingyun, do you think this is your house? When it comes to running a company, I'm the experienced one. A newcomer like you should stand aside and watch. Maybe when I'm in a good mood, I'll teach you a few tricks. Faced with this situation, Zhang Fan quickly found a place to hide, pretending to open a window and saying, The weather is so nice today. I don't need you to teach me. Mu Shiwe said sharply to Yi Bingyun, Please put away your little princess attitude. I hope you remember, you're not at the Yi family home right now. You have no right to point fingers here. Learn properly. Don't hold on to that mindset. All right? Hearing this, Yi Bingyun trembled with anger. That's not all. Mu Shiwe continued. Take away your title as the golden daughter of the Yi family and the celebrity halo that the Yi family created for you. What do you have left? I'm afraid you know nothing. Not worth a single cent. Bingyun angrily picked up a brick and roared. Shut up. Seeing this scene, Mu Shiwe asked fearfully, You want to get physical? Are you trying to get yourself kicked out? As soon as she finished speaking, Bingyun threw the brick at her. Mu Shiwe also got into a defensive stance. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? At this moment, Zhang Fan flew in front of Mu Shiwe to block, saying, I am. As long as it doesn't hit my head, it should be fine. As he thought that, the brick hit him squarely on the head with a thud. Oh no! A loud noise. Zhang Fan fell to the ground, unconscious. I'm done for. Mu Shiwe panicked and quickly called for an ambulance. Hello, is this the emergency center? Someone's head has been smashed open here. Please send an ambulance quickly. I'm afraid he's gone crazy. And he lay on the ground, thinking to himself, could this be the legendary pig-like teammate? Zhang Fan's startup is so difficult. A moment later, he was finally bandaged up. Looks like the wound is much better. Gue walked by and said, You're so stupid, letting someone hit you in the head with a brick. You're a ghost messenger, for real? Hearing this, he replied, Hey, I'm a ghost messenger, not one of those muscular brutes. You tried if you're so tough. Zhang Fan. Suddenly a loud shout. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan hid behind Gue Gue in fear, yelling, "Ah, a ghost!" Gue Gue replied with a look of contempt. "I'm a ghost too." "All right." Old Chin walked over, pointing and saying, "Hey, did you hear that? It's me, young hero. This is the materialization technique I recently mastered." Seeing Old Chin, Zhang Fan asked, "This is not good. What are you looking for me for?" As soon as he finished speaking, Old Chin kicked the door frame, then rushed straight in front of Zhang Fan and said, "It's about establishing the game company. It has to be done now, immediately. It's very urgent." A moment later, Zhang Fan followed behind Gege, walking and thinking, "I didn't expect Old Qian to be so concerned about my startup. I'm so touched." With Old Qian helping out in the underworld, the company definitely won't have to worry about a lack of employees. Suddenly, a voice came from ahead. "Yo, isn't this young hero Zhang Fan? Guopan and Yuan Tong." Guopan looked at Gue Gue and sneered. "Oh, haven't seen you in a few days, and you've already learned to summon a servant. Haha. She doesn't look half bad," Zhang Fan retorted without showing any weakness. "You flatter me. I don't know how either. I guess it's innate talent. I learned it on the first try." Guopan's face turned cold as he replied, "Don't get happy too soon. Summoning a servant is just a small trick. There's less than half a month until the Ghost Messenger assessment. Even if you're a genius, it's not enough time. Just wait until I find your weak points, and on the day of the assessment, I'll report everything at once. Lord Yama will surely be very pleased. At that time, you two can get the hell out of the underworld together." Hearing this, the two of them turned and left. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "I absolutely can't let them know about the Book of Life and Death." At this time in the Qian residence, a group of people were surrounding Old Qian, asking about Zhang Fan's whereabouts. "Elder Qian, when do we start making the game?" "Hey, Elder Qian, don't go. Why isn't young hero Zhang Fan here yet? Didn't he promise us to let us start a game company? Do you think he's tricking us?" "Probably not. A handyman probably wouldn't lie, right? Elder Qian, hurry up and find him." "Elder Qian, don't run. With such a good project, once it's developed, I'll become the most famous game developer in the underworld. Tell him I don't need a salary. Just food is fine. Why isn't the young hero here yet? Elder Qian, how about we go find him? Aren't you curious? Elder Qian, help." As soon as Old Qian saw Zhang Fan, he rushed over and hugged him, wailing, "Zhang Fan, you're finally here to save me." Looking at him, Zhang Fan quickly asked, "Elder Qian, what are you doing? Have some self-respect." At this moment, the crowd from before surrounded him and asked, "Young hero Zhang, you're finally here. When do we start? I can't wait any longer. Let me be the general manager of the game development project. Where's the office? I want to go to work." Zhang Fan quickly replied, "Is this why Elder Qian called me here? What a waste of my emotions. I've already handed over the game development to Gue Gue and Xiao Lu. Go discuss it. I still have something to ask Elder Qian." A moment later, they left. Old Qian finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, they're finally gone. I was about to be annoyed to death by them. Elder Qian, Zhang Fan, then recounted the incident of meeting Guopan and Wen Tong on the road. They said they're investigating, trying to get a hold on us, to kick us out of the underworld. So the matter of the Book of Life and Death. Old Qian was startled upon hearing this. "I'm still gathering information on that matter. It can't be rushed. The Ghost Messenger matter is more urgent. How has your cultivation been lately?" Zhang Fan replied with a cool demeanor. "Ever since I got Mrs. Zhang's medicine to help, my power has been increasing very quickly. I'll show you." After speaking, Zhang Fan began to channel his power, and with a boom, a flash of light flared up. Old Qian asked in astonishment, At this moment, a turtle appeared before Old Qian's eyes. Old Qian was so shocked his eyeballs were about to pop out, and he shouted loudly, "Xiao, Xiao Shi." Then he pointed at Zhang Fan and asked, "So it was true when you said you summoned a turtle before? You're the turtle. Actually it says it's a Qilin." After hearing this, Old Qian held his head, saying helplessly, "There's only half a month left. Can you really make it in time for the Ghost Messenger assessment? Do you remember me, Zhang Fan?" After hearing this, Zhang Fan quickly replied, "That's right, Elder Qian. I also thought of a treasure that can help me cultivate. This shouldn't be a problem." "A treasure?" "I found Li Mubai's spatial gate and brought it back." "Li Mubai? The thing belonging to the ghost, immortal Li Mubai?" Zhang Fan looked over and immediately guessed. "That spatial gate is an extremely precious item. It said that inside the gate is a chaotic space, so spiritual energy won't leak out. It just so happens that you can use this gate to cultivate the spirit herbs or Mrs. Zhang's medicinal herbs. This way, the spirit herbs that grow can at least become top-grade medicinal herbs, which can be used to refine pills and consume, greatly increasing your power. But there's no guarantee that you'll smoothly pass the Ghost Messenger passenger assessment. Old Qian placed a hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder and said, "You need to train even harder. Hopefully you can keep up." Zhang Fan also agreed, replying, "Yes, Elder Qian. I'm going back to modify the medicinal herbs to refine pills and continue cultivating. I'm going to see how their discussion is going." As soon as he pushed open the door, a pile of ghosts appeared in front of it, scaring him. Zhang Fan screamed in fear, "Ah, ghosts! Hello, boss. Congratulations, congratulations." A moment later, realizing they were his employees, he quickly said, "Ah ha 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 ha, you're about to be fired." After work, Mu Shue thought to herself, "Last week Zhang Fan took a brick from me. I wonder if his head is okay. With that physique, he wants to be a hero saving a damsel in distress. No, that's not right. He meant well anyway. I should treat him to a meal as a thank you." She looked at her watch and said irritably, "But why is he late again? That damn guy." Suddenly, something whizzed past her. Zhang Fan, driving a scooter, stopped in front of her with a panicked look and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem at the company? Why did you suddenly call me over?" Looking at him, she said with disdain, "Are you dressed to go to the market? There's no problem at the company. I want to treat you to a meal." Hearing this, Zhang Fan asked in surprise, "Huh? Treat me to a meal? Did the sun rise in the south?" She stammered in reply, "Didn't you take a brick from me last time? After thinking it over, I should still treat you to a meal. Don't overthink it." Hearing this, Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a laugh, "Huh? Is that it? You scare me. I thought something had happened at the company." "Well then, get on the scooter. I'll take you to eat something delicious." Mu Shue asked in a daze, "This scooter? Stop complaining, get on. I've never ridden an electric scooter before. You drive carefully. Don't worry, I'm an excellent driver. Are you seated firmly? I'm off." As soon as he finished speaking, he zoomed off, causing her, sitting behind, to hug him tightly in fear. With Mu Shue being so proactive, Zhang Fan was secretly overjoyed. This feeling, he really is an excellent driver, weaving through the small alleys. We're going to crash. We're going to crash. Huh, bad luck, move away a bit. Mu Shue, sitting behind, held him tightly, screaming non-stop, "Drive properly, or I'll beat you to death." Zhang Fan replied, "Got it, just don't move around so much." While riding, a car suddenly pulled up alongside them. Mu Shue looked over and it seemed familiar. This car is so familiar. Inside the car, a white-haired man wearing sunglasses looked out. "Mr. Zhou," he continued, speaking from the car, "continue the announcement. Temporarily halt all promotions related to Jianghu. We need to evaluate its quality. I want his game to not have a single player." "Yes." Zhang Fan, "Yo, you're here right after work? Miss me? Yo, what's up?" As soon as they entered the restaurant, a friend of Zhang Fan's asked him, "Hey, since when do you have a girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" "Ahem." He was pointing at Mu Shue, sitting next to him. Hearing this, Zhang Fan quickly reminded him, "Don't talk nonsense. She's just a colleague from my new company. How are things with you and Xiaoya?" Hearing this, he immediately looked dejected and said, "It's hopeless. If I had accidentally taken some truth serum and blurted things out, I would have succeeded long ago. Let's just talk about games. Men need to prioritize their careers, brother." Hearing this, Zhang Fan thought to himself, competing with me? The game I'm preparing to develop is called League of the Strong. As he finished speaking, he opened a new bottle of beer. The name sounds impressive. This is a completely new model, utilizing cooperative combat between teammates. He poured beer into Mu Shue's glass, and seeing this, she quickly refused. That's enough, this." He looked at Zhang Fan, laughed heartily, and said, "Sounds good. Have you started development? Can I take a look?" "Don't be polite," Zhang Fan replied. "Of course, the later parts are even more exciting." With that, the three of them raised their glasses. "Come on. Cheers! Cheers!" Mu Shue, who was shy a second ago, drained her glass of beer in the next. "Bad luck. Your alcohol tolerance isn't bad. I couldn't tell." Mu Shue replied, "I finished it all right." Seeing this, Zhang Fan quickly asked her, "Bad luck? Are you okay? Come on, let's have another." Mu Shue's face turned pale. What were we talking about just now? "Oh right, summoners can use summoned heroes to compete." "Excellent. Cheers. Drink." As soon as he finished, Mu Shue downed another glass. One glass after another, it continued. The biggest feature of this game is that it relies on operational coordination between members and the overall team formation. It tests skill casting and team combat. "That's great, brother Fan. Of course, cheers. Drink." Zhang Fan was already drunk by this point, starting to slur his words. Not only that, the operational potential of this game is very strong. Experts can freely show off all kinds of maneuvers, turn the tide with low health, escape by a hair's breadth. It's so exciting it makes your blood boil. Let's toast. Salary, benefits, and all that. Definitely much better than over at Wanhee. Of course, following the rhythm of the two men. Mushwa also enthusiastically raised her glass. Cheers. Drink. We're not going home until we're drunk. While having fun, everything around them began to sway. Zhang Fan scrambled under the table in fear, then peeked his head out and asked, "Is it an earthquake?" Seeing Mu Shui passed out drunk, he thought to himself, how much did she drink? I really thought she could hold her liquor. She just kept drinking. Oh well, I'll take her home first. Then he looked at her red face and smiled. "Can I use your bathroom?" "No problem. It's upstairs." In the bathroom, Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, with a click, the door was opened. Zhang Fan jumped, turning his head. "Did I not lock the door? What's this?" Before he could react to what was happening, he saw Mu Shui lifting her shirt, and his nose immediately started bleeding. "Oh my god, is the water hot yet? I want to take a shower." Zhang Fan's face turned beet red, covering his eyes. A shower. A shower? With a swoosh, Mu Shui started showering. Outside, Zhang Fan panicked. She started showering. "I'm going to be seen as a pervert." In his panic, Zhang Fan's hand knocked over a stack of plates on the table. He immediately felt a surge of fear. No. What's going to happen to my life? Then there was a loud crash. Mu Shui, inside, realized someone was outside. "Who?" she shouted. "Who's in here? You bastard. I found you. You're dead." With that, she ripped open the shower curtain. At this moment, Zhang Fan was outside, trembling with fear. Not seen. Zhang Fan trembled non-stop in his predicament. Not seen. I wasn't discovered, but luckily, Mu Shui didn't see him. That's strange. I clearly heard a noise. Did I mishear? She really didn't see me. Zhang Fan, his face pale, thought, West Kunlun's 9 Dan, I can't mess with her. Lucky I have this invisibility talisman. But this countdown timer, will she leave within this time? If not, even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash me clean of this. If she finds me here, she'll definitely beat me to death. And I can't even fight back. Mom said, never provoke a woman, or else prepare your coffin. It seems I can only hope she leaves before the talisman wears off. Otherwise, I can't get out either. Thinking this, he glanced towards her showering. What on earth am I thinking? Mu Shui, inside, was thoroughly enjoying the wonderful moment under the cool water. Meanwhile, he was outside, praying non-stop. Saraputra. All dharmas are marked with emptiness. They're neither produced nor stopped, neither defiled nor immaculate, neither increasing nor decreasing. Saraputra. Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form itself is emptiness. Emptiness itself is form. So also are feeling, cognition, formation, and consciousness. Without eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind. Without form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or object of mind. Without the realm of eyes, and so forth, until we come to without the realm of mind consciousness. And so, in emptiness, there's no form, no feeling, cognition, formation, or consciousness. The countdown timer was getting shorter and shorter. Look not at what is contrary to propriety. Listen not to what is contrary to propriety. Move not without propriety. The final 3 minutes. Finally, the clock stopped at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. He suddenly realized she's done showering. After Mu Shui finished enjoying her shower, she started to walk out, saying that shower felt great. She spoke as she walked. I should go quickly. To see how drunk they've become, they might not even be able to go home. I'm starving from all that drinking. I need to find something to eat. Let's go. Hui Xing, I need a minute to calm down. At this moment, only a few seconds were left on the clock. Zhang Fan peeked his head out to observe his surroundings. A moment later, he dared to step all the way out. That was close, too close. I can't believe I used the talisman like this. I'm so unwilling. Suddenly, Mu Shui remembered something. All right, time's up now anyway. The door opened, and he turned his head in shock. What the hell is this? Seeing Mu Shui walk in, he was extremely shocked. Zhang Fan panicked. I'm done for. This time I'm really done for, miss. Getting caught by her like this, she'll definitely know I was here the whole time. Whatever, I've been discovered anyway. I'll just have to accept it. Next up, is it the Lushan Rising Dragon Punch, or the Pegasus Meteor Fist? Bring it on, baby. Thinking this, he suddenly became excited, but then he squinted, thinking to himself, why hasn't she come over yet? Where are my glasses? It turned out she was fumbling around looking for her glasses. Seeing this, he immediately reacted, she's not wearing her glasses, so she can't see me. The path has been laid. Not taking it wouldn't be manly. Thinking this, he immediately dashed off. Just as he brushed past Mu Shui, she said, I think I just felt a gust of wind. Found them. Here they are. She immediately put on her glasses, gritting her teeth. Is the bathroom haunted? Good grief, that scared me to death. I need to get back quickly, or they'll drink everything. Night had fallen. Huh, you're back. She asked, where's Zhang Fan? The other person asked, you don't know where Zhang Fan is? He went to wash his hands. Mu Shui asked, confused. Huh? No, he didn't. I just came from there. Suddenly, Zhang Fan waved from the side. Hey, I'm back. Zhang Wei, man. The bathroom door was broken. It wouldn't open. I had to run to the one outside. Hearing this, Mu Shui said, I was the one in there just now. Zhang Fan pretended not to hear, scratching his head and replying, oh, so that's what it was. No wonder the door wouldn't open. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Fan suspiciously and said, huh, I clearly saw you go in there. Zhang Fan, afraid of being exposed, immediately cut him off. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Have you drunk so much you've gone crazy? Have a little more to sober up. Then he glanced at Mu Shui and said, ha, the game isn't over. Let's continue. Mu Shui, sipping her drink, thought to herself. Zhang Wei said Zhang Fan went into the bathroom, but when I was showering just now, I clearly didn't find anyone. But there was a strange noise in the bathroom. It seemed like someone was there. Over here, Zhang Fan and Zhang Wei were joking around. Next up, let's go check on the others. Just tell me about this check. I'll take care of it. Good brother. One last toast. Cheers. The two of them continue to fool around happily. Look, a telescope. Ha. Zhang Fan, stop drinking if you can't hold it. Don't force yourself. Ha. Zhang Fan used the telescope to look at Mu Shui, saying, Mom, why are you here? Zhang Wei couldn't stop roaring with laughter. Ha. But Mu Shui's face darkened as she said, good son, you're drunk. Hearing this, Zhang Fan teased her. Mom, I had a great time drinking with my brothers today, Mom. Mu Shui shook her head helplessly. Sigh, whatever you say. You've drunk yourself, stupid. Then she suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute, like an idiot. Doesn't that mean he'll answer whatever I ask? So she asked him, Zhang Fan, where did you go to the bathroom just now? Without any concealment, he immediately replied, Zhang Wei's bathroom, of course. Then what did you see when you were washing your hands? At this point, he suddenly raised his hand to gesture. Shoo. We can't let that tigress find out about this. I'll only whisper it to you, Mom. Mu Shui pressed him suspiciously. What did you see? So mysterious. I saw the girl with the glasses. Hearing this, Mu Shui's anger flared up, but she forced herself to ask, what about the girl with the glasses? Zhang Fan, completely drunk, started to confess everything. She was showering. Wow, really? Was she pretty? So embarrassing. With that, she grabbed his hand, yanking it hard, telling him to go die. Zhang Fan fell flat on his face. Only then did he snap out of it. Hey, why'd you hit me? Hit you? This lady wants to kill you. Zhang Wei, bring me a knife. At this moment, Mu Shui seemed like a different person, fiercely punishing the pervert Zhang Fan. Zhang Wei stuttered in fear. Calm down, big sis, you'll kill him. The people around them started to murmur. Humph. Mu Shui grabbed him by the collar and dragged him off, saying, let's go to that small forest over there. He stuttered in fear. No, I'm not going. I'm afraid of crowded places. Are you going or not? What's the difference? Just go yourself. At this time, two people were already waiting in the forest. As soon as they saw him, the red-haired guy spoke up. Pretty lady, stop. Come have a few drinks with us, brothers. With a figure like that, you should be more understanding. Unexpectedly, Mu Shui attacked, taking them both down in one move. So annoying. We can't beat her, let's run, oh god. Before leaving, the red-haired guy didn't forget to signal to Zhang Fan. My friend, I admire you. See you later. Alright, here is fine. As she spoke, her entire body seethed with anger. Zhang Fan cried and begged in terror. You don't come over here. We are all civilized people. We can't resort to violence. Gentlemen use words, not fists. But Mu Shui was already in position. Ready? You're dead. A flaming fist flew toward Zhang Fan. Lushan, rising dragon punch. With a smack, Zhang Fan was sent flying into the sky by her punch. Pegasus meteor fist. At this moment, Zhang Fan's blood-curdling screams echoed through the forest. The two guys from earlier were scared out of their wits. So intense, my god. That's terrifying. Photos were published one by one. Photo 1, a young man typing furiously on a keyboard. A photo of Mu Shui standing next to a crowd of people snapping pictures, jumping for joy. There is also a photo of Gue, the little girl, cheering for those vengeful spirits. A photo of Zhang Fan being celebrated by everyone, and the gold trophy he received. Welcome everyone to this year's beautiful May Game exhibition. This time, a total of 213 companies are participating, bringing 320 new game titles. The competition is fierce. Who will ultimately win the grand prize? Each person gets one trial play. Please vote for the game title you are most satisfied with. The organizers will select the top 3 for the next round based on the voting results. The prize will be awarded by the Game Development Fund. Zhang Fan thought smugly, "It's finally my time to shine. This is our newest game, super fun. League of Kings, it's awesome. You deserve to own it." Thinking this, he rushed to the front of the League of Kings booth and said, "League of Kings. League of Kings." The girl next to him looked at him and said, "The name sounds impressive, but it doesn't look like much." The guy with her also spoke up. "By the way, are you guys making an online game? Why do you have so many computers set up?" Hearing this, Zhang Fan quickly explained, "It's not an online game, but it requires a few more computers. Ha ha ha. Scammers of Jianghu. Shinyo's masterpiece brings a virtual world. Hyped up to the sky." The girl beside them spoke up. "Wow, it's Shengshir's famous work. Let's go play to Jianghu. Hurry up, we will make it. I heard it's really good, I'm so excited." Zhang Fan stood there stunned. "Hey wait, don't go. You haven't even tried my game yet." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "You call that advertising and you expect to make a game?" Zhou Zhenchuan spoke up. "See, this is the power of Shengshir." Zhang Fan retorted, not showing any weakness. "It's only just begun." But the man continued to mock. "Kid, you still want to turn the tide by yourself? Just wait for your crushing defeat." Faced with this statement, Zhang Fan replied undeterred, "We'll just have to wait and see." The man placed his hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder and patted it a few times, then said, "Good luck, although I'm not very optimistic about you." At this moment, Mu Shui walked over, touched his arm, and said, "You idiot." Zhang Fan instinctively yelled, "If you're going to call me an idiot, don't touch me." "You fool," she said for a newly launched game. "The impact of advertising won't be that big. Why not just play it for them to see?" Hearing this, he suddenly realized, play it for them? That's right, if there are no players, we'll play it ourselves. Who wants to play? I didn't get to play enough yesterday. Me. I want to be on Brother Fan's team, my beloved Brother Fan. Oh, get in quick. With that, he immediately jumped into the game. Watch my moves. The people around them also quickly joined the game. Faster. I'm already at max speed. Come and help. I'm out of health. Everyone was clicking nonstop. The people on the other side seemed about to be crushed, screaming at each other. "We're done for. Don't run. Keep it up. So amazing. Brother Fan's moves are really excellent." In first place is To Jianghu by Shengshir Company. 132 votes. Suddenly, the host noticed something, then shouted, "Wait a minute. There's a game like this too?" A character in the game was enduring a rain of arrows, struggling to resist. The crowd below was cheering nonstop. "Amazing, so amazing. That's really good. Let me play next round. Hurry up, hurry up." Zhang Fan turned his head and said, "It's really lively now. It got so crowded in just a moment. Quick, move." Someone suddenly pulled him away. Zhang Fan roared angrily, "Hey, who are you? I'm not done playing yet." The girl revealed a charming look and said, "Watch me." The crowd below screamed, "Ah, isn't it the goddess Yao Beibei? This is Tu Jianghu's goddess Yao Beibei. Why is she here?" Even Zhang Fan was startled after hearing, "Goddess?" Yao Beibei turned her head and said, "Thanks." After hearing this, Zhang Fan thought in fear, what the hell is going on? The scene changes to the noisy exhibition hall. Zhou Zhenchuan was complaining nonstop. "Where's the spokesperson? Didn't you say you invited the online game Goddess Yao Beibei?" Faced with this question, the assistant was also very flustered and replied, "She's not answering her phone. She said earlier she had already arrived at the hall." Immediately, someone ran over from a distance, out of breath, to report, "This is bad. Yao Beibei said she wants to be the spokesperson for League of Kings." This news was too shocking. Zhou Zhenchuan's face immediately turned ashen upon hearing it. "League of Kings?" The person admitted flusteredly, without hesitation, "Yes, it's that new game company, Q Quantu, that was just established not long ago." Hearing this, he grimaced in anger. "I know." With that, Zhou Zhenchuan angrily ran his hands through his hair. "Terminate the contract with her, then go find the legal department. I don't believe she can afford that compensation." Hearing this, the assistant immediately replied, "We didn't sign a contract. She just agreed to be the spokesperson because she likes Tu Jianghu." At this point, there was truly nothing left to do The man could only think helplessly. So heartless, so cruel. At the same time, the loudspeaker in the distance announced the results loudly. All right, the voting time has now ended. The final vote count list is in my hands. The host immediately said enthusiastically, with the precious trial play votes from 1232 media personnel, I have this round's voting results. I will now announce the top 10. Hearing this, Zhang Fan, standing below, just quietly assessed. A lot of people tried the game in the afternoon. We should make it into the top 5. Bei, beside him, immediately replied. Making it into the top 10 would already be great. She added smugly, I guarantee we'll absolutely make it into the top 3. Don't underestimate my marketing abilities. I'm not like someone who only knows how to spend money. Hearing this, Zhang Fan had to concede, only managing a forced smile. All right, you're the best. Very quickly, Bei smiled smugly. Of course. At this time, the host had announced up to 6th place. Dream Marshall Soul 2, 36 votes. After hearing this, Zhang Fan hesitated slightly. 36 votes is already 6th place. It seems Tu Jianghu took a lot of the votes. After that, the top spot was gradually mentioned. The host excitedly announced in succession. 4th place, Small World, Sky Miracle, 50 votes. 3rd place, Paradise, Happy Farm, 55 votes. 2nd place, the online game Shingshi's Tu Jianghu for 112 votes. This immediately caused the crowd below to burst into discussion. What, 2nd place? I didn't mishear, did I? Then who's in 1st place? Is this vote count from the morning? What about the afternoon? Faced with this situation, Zhang Fan could only scratch his head and sigh helplessly. It's over. All hope is lost. League of Kings isn't even in the top 10. I can't believe we got 0 votes. Clearly so many people played it. But just as he was feeling dejected for a few seconds, an urgent announcement rang out just in time. 1st place, League of Kings by Q-Quanta Game Company, with a vote count of. This moment stunned Zhang Fan. He cried out, what? 1st place? 413 votes. Zhang Fan immediately confirmed excitedly in a confident tone. 1 more vote, then Tu Jianghu. We did it. Sure enough, as soon as the host finished speaking, Zhang Fan's colleagues at the company cheered joyfully. Awesome, Brother Fan. This is all thanks to everyone. 3, 2, 1, long live Brother Fan. As they spoke, they excitedly tossed him into the air. At the same time, Zhou Zhenxuan, standing nearby, just snorted coldly. Still too naive, it's just a small game exhibition. But his assistant anxiously reminded him, Boss, you still have to go on stage to accept the award. In response, Zhou Zhenxuan just quietly waved his hand in refusal. An award this small, you can go accept it. After speaking, he immediately turned and left in anger. The real show is yet to come. I'll make that kid lose everything. Competing with me? A while later, the scene changes to an open space. Zhang Fan, holding a helmet, smirked smugly. Today was so exciting. It was just a public beta, and we already won 1st place at the game exhibition. Very quickly, he asserted proudly, it seems this game has potential for growth. We have to work hard to improve it before the official release. When it's officially released, won't it just explode? Suddenly, a pair of unfamiliar legs slowly approached from behind. That person just pressed a gun to Zhang Fan's head, shouting, Don't move. This made his face turn pale with fear for a moment. At this exact moment, Bei threatened him directly. Move, and you're dead. I'm holding a real gun. Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't hide his shock, suddenly realizing it was Yao Bei. He frowned impressed. What do you want? In response, Bei was silent for a moment. A moment later, she stammered, I want. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's mind immediately went astray, wondering to himself, is it because I'm too attractive? It's such a sin. Hearing this, Bei was also speechless, stating blankly, I want your game, the full version, all the heroes, I want them all, hurry up. But in response, Zhang Fan immediately frowned, his expression unhappy. Sorry, I can't agree to that. If I could, I won't be a good person. Regarding this, Bei paid no mind, insisting resolutely, cut the crap, just give it to me. Hearing this, Zhang Fan also sighed helplessly. Girls are so troublesome. Thinking this, he immediately perked up and provoked. Oh, shoot then, you won't hit me. You can't hit me anyway. Can you even keep up with my rhythm? This gun is pretty impressive. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? The more he talked, the more roguish his expression became. Very quickly, this remark hit Bei's pride. She suddenly roared in anger. You shut up. Pop. Just as Bei finished speaking, a series of large bubbles flew straight into his face. She immediately shouted angrily. So annoying, Hurry up and give me the game, or I'll shoot you full of this stuff right now. Hearing this, Zhang Fan could only stare blankly, wondering, what the hell is this? Very quickly, he gritted his teeth, struggling to pull the sticky liquid off his face, sighing nonstop. What the hell is this? So gross. Stop messing around. Just wait for the game's official release. After that, Zhang Fan unconsciously gave a sly smile, continuing, or you could come over to my place? Hearing this, Bei immediately panicked. Huh? To your place? Regarding this, Zhang Fan thought confidently this should make her give up. Then he decisively put on his helmet, preparing to get on his scooter and leave. I remember you took our company's business card. Contact us another day. But just as he got on the scooter, Bei shouted, just in time, no. She resolutely placed her hand on his shoulder, asserting, I'm coming home with you. Hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately froze, replying, stop messing around. But in response, Bei insisted firmly, I'm serious. However, she hesitated for a moment, adamantly refusing to ride the scooter. Bei shouted, looking unhappy. Seeing this, Zhang Fan didn't back down and got annoyed too. Huh? I don't even want to give you a ride. After saying that, he scowled and pouted. If you're going to complain, then don't go. Besides, it's not appropriate for a girl to come to my house. Please go home. But regarding this, Bei's sudden silence startled Zhang Fan. Huh? He thought to himself, where did she go? At the same time, he wondered, is she afraid I'll eat her? She ran off so fast. But he didn't have to wait long before a loud roar suddenly sounded from a distance. Bei appeared, riding a heavy motorcycle, and immediately urged loudly, get on, quick. At these words, Zhang Fan was instantly stunned. Seeing this, Bei insisted without hesitation, get on. Helpless, Zhang Fan could only mutter to himself, you've got guts. A moment later, on the long road, Zhang Fan was constantly giving directions. Turn left. Sitting on Bei's bike, he screamed in terror. Zhang Fan, his face pale, stressed. It's the left. He asked tearfully, do you even know how to drive? In response, Bei just clicked her tongue and said smugly, you wanted to be fast, right? She immediately accelerated, not forgetting to remind him, hold on tight. Just like that, the bike shot forward, blowing Zhang Fan's helmet right off his head. At this moment, all he could do was scream internally, pew pew pew. Zhang Fan immediately cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it, is this the legendary Fast and Furious? A while later, it was already dark. The scene changes to a small house. Bei had already directly pressed the power button on the computer. Seeing this, Zhang Fan stood beside her and, after a moment, asked helplessly, I give up, you really came back to my house. What do you want to eat now? As soon as Gue heard this, it immediately praised admiringly. Oh, bringing a girl home again. You've grown up, little brother. Not a bad hairstyle. But in response, Bei was completely cold. Whatever. Helpless. Zhang Fan could only frown helplessly. Instant noodles then. Hearing this, Bei was displeased and immediately shouted, I don't eat that kind of junk food. Please cook me some wellness porridge. At these words, Gue, standing nearby, couldn't hold back either, rushing forward angrily. Where did this young miss come from? So hard to please? We're not waiting on you. Fortunately, Zhang Fan stopped it in time, gritting his teeth in frustration. All right, just go home after you finish eating. In the blink of an eye, he quickly brought out a pot of hot porridge. Smelling the porridge before it, Gue couldn't help but praise smugly. You got a girlfriend so fast, and she seems to be a pretty good gamer too. But in response, Zhang Fan flatly denied it. Don't talk nonsense, she's not my girlfriend. This girl is very dangerous. Hearing this, Gue immediately showed a strange expression and chuckled to itself. At the same time, on the other side, Bei was constantly typing on the keyboard. She stared intently at the computer screen, not resting for a second. Suddenly, from a distance, Zhang Fan unexpectedly called out, Hey, the porridge is ready. He immediately brought it over considerately, not forgetting to remind her, I'll leave it here for you. Remember to eat it later. It won't taste good when it's cold. To this, Bei was very indifferent, only replying coldly. Hearing that, Zhang Fan immediately looked displeased. Stop playing games. Finish your porridge and go home. It's not safe late at night. But once again, Bei waved her hand dismissively. I know. Why are you nagging like an old woman? Go away. Don't bother me while I'm gaming. Helpless. Zhang Fan could only turn into a beast, threatening fiercely. Leave as soon as you're done eating, or I'll deal with you in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Bei maintained her original attitude, only saying a single "oh." At this point, Zhang Fan was truly furious. He gritted his teeth, speechless. Zhang Fan immediately turned and left in frustration, not forgetting to turn back and shout, "You vicious girl, daring to freeload at my house and not leave." Hearing this, Bei immediately looked at him unhappily, then questioned, "Is there something wrong with this guy?" Zhang Fan slammed the door shut without hesitation. A moment later, the scene changes to a spacious room. Zhang Fan was now snoring loudly, the clock already showing past 12. Looking at the hour hand, Gue couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Brother Fan told me to wake him up at 9. Which one is the number 9? But before it could think much, the door to the room in the distance was suddenly pushed open. Seeing this, Gue was puzzled. Someone's coming in. When it saw the familiar figure, it realized in alarm that it was Yao Bei. Just like that, Bei slowly walked in, silently watching the soundly sleeping Zhang Fan for a long time. A moment later, Bei slowly pulled back the blanket, making Gue wonder, what is she trying to do? It blushed for a moment, wondering, could it be that legendary thing? Immediately, Bei yanked the blanket open with a whoosh. Zhang Fan also groggily woke up, asking, Xiaoxi, what time is it? Without hesitation, Bei kicked Zhang Fan off the bed, startling him awake. Hey! Zhang Fan immediately complained angrily. What are you trying to do? Good heavens! But in response, Bei stated very casually, I have to go to sleep now. Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat in panic. Sleep? With me? He immediately questioned, faced with Zhang Fan's extremely embarrassed expression. A small hand immediately grabbed a pillow, and it was thrown straight at the nearby young man's face as a female voice rang out. Get out. The girl pulled the blanket over herself, then roared, a ghost would have to be desperate to sleep with you. Get lost. Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly, even a ghost wouldn't have peace sleeping with me. Then he stood up, pointed straight at the girl's face and scolded, but this is my house. The one who should get lost is you. Get the hell back to your own home. But the girl was not the least bit ashamed, saying matter-of-factly, I don't remember the way home. Zhang Fan was instantly so angry his blood boiled as he asked, You have no sense of direction? Stop messing around. It's not appropriate for you to be here. Get the hell back to your own home. The girl suddenly turned her head away and replied, I have amnesia. I don't even remember who I am. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked again, For real? The girl said with a look of disgust, What's the point in lying to you? Even the name Yao Bei isn't mine. Zhang Fan was stunned, thinking to himself, still asking what's the point? Words kept flashing in his mind. Freeloading food, drinks, and now a place to sleep. She looked at her hands and said with a wronged expression, I only know I have a passion for gaming. I seem to remember someone took a picture of me while I was gaming and posted it online, and I somehow became some kind of gaming goddess. But why haven't any of my relatives come looking for me? Zhang Fan was stunned, wondering to himself, a gaming addict with amnesia? She can't be. Then he spoke up and asked her, So how did you lose your memory? The girl waved her hand and said, I drank a bowl of soup. You definitely won't believe it. How can a bowl of soup make someone lose their memory? But it's the truth. His thoughts immediately became muddled. A soup that causes amnesia. Could it be Meng Po's soup? Zhang Fan closed his eyes and thought, what about her spiritual power then? Nether Fire Eyes. Open. Then, his eyes emitted a golden light, and after a scan, he thought in confusion. There's not a trace of spiritual power on her. Even Xiao, she is stronger than her. She's just an ordinary girl. The girl spoke with a worried expression. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhang Fan scratched his head, thinking, could she be lying? She just wants to stay here and play games. Then she looked at him with a probing gaze and said, See, I told you, and you don't believe me. Zhang Fan thought to himself, only a fool would believe that. But he still said, you can stay here tonight, but please leave tomorrow. Sigh, I'll have to sleep on the sofa. Click! The sound of the light turning off was heard. Zhang Fan, holding a pile of pillows and blankets, sighed to himself as he walked. I wonder if the house will be empty when I wake up? It's hard to say. In the quiet, dark night, he sensed something appear and asked, Is that you, Xiaolu? Then a strange person appeared. The person spoke, It is I, your humble servant. I have an urgent matter to report to Officer Zhang. When Zhang Fan saw the person, he was immediately horrified. His face turned pale as he asked, An emergency? It's not old Chin again, is it? Could it be that the matter of the Book of Life and Death has been discovered? It turned out to be the kid A. Lu, who said with a serious expression, The eldest young miss of the Shui West sect, Miss Shui Sixian, has gone missing. His Majesty King Yama has issued a secret order, commanding all underworld officials in Nanchang to search for her with all their might. For anyone who provides a clue or even finds the eldest young miss, His Majesty King Yama has promised a great reward. After hearing this, Zhang Fan fell into deep thought. He said, "Such a big deal? What's the background of this Shuei sect?" Alu spoke again. The Guanong sect and the Shuei sect are both major cultivation sections. Our King Yama himself came from the Guanong sect, while the Shuei sect has someone serving as an official in the heavenly court. Hearing this, he wondered, a celestial official? The kid immediately explained. These two major sects were planning a marriage alliance, but the eldest young miss mysteriously disappeared. Alu bowed to him. "Officer, the message has been delivered. This humble servant must take his leave." Zhang Fan also quickly replied, "All right, go, go, go." After the kid left, Zhang Fan wondered in confusion. The bride's family has a celestial official. The groom's family has King Yama. These two families are forming a marriage alliance. Is this the world of the rich? Immediately after, his phone rang. Beep, beep. Looking at his phone screen, his jaw dropped. A name immediately popped into his head. Xiao Dai. The message on his phone screen appeared. Xiao Dai, great face slapper. Are you going to look for the runaway Shuei Sixian? Professional face slapper? Probably not. Xiao Dai. I'm getting ready to go look for her with my senior brothers. I was hoping I'd get a chance to meet the great face slapper. Over here, young Miss Xiao Dai was sighing in boredom. I miss the great face slapper so much. I thought I could use this chance to find him and hang out. The chat history between the two appeared again. Professional face slapper. Do you know where Shuei Sixian is? Xiao Dai. Reliable news. Shuei Sixian escaped while flying on her sword from the Shuei sect to the Guanong sect, based on the position where the spiritual imprint on her sword disappeared. It's at 113 degrees east longitude, 41 degrees north latitude. Immediately, a picture with the location marked appeared. The two continue to chat. Professional face slapper. That's in the Huabei province. Professional face slapper. Huabei is too far. Professional face slapper. I have some things to do here, so I can't go. See you next time if there's a chance. Xiao Dai. Big Brother Xiaoyan is amazing. He's in Huabei right now. Xiao Dai. Flying on a sword across 3 provinces is a piece of cake for Big Brother Xiaoyan. Immediately, a thought flashed through his mind. Sword riding flight. Farewell, Big Brother, I don't understand. His expression darkened as he looked at his phone screen and said, "It seems the whole world is looking for that young miss." Zhang Fan thought with a grave expression, Huabei province. In that case, there's no way Yao Bei Bei could be Shuei Sixian. He said again, besides, Xiao Lu didn't sense anything just now. Could just be a coincidence. He glanced at the door of her room with a suspicious look, saying, but if she really drank Meng Po's soup and lost her memory, then the spiritual energy on her could have been concealed by someone. He guessed, could she have been tricked? Meng Po's soup and the concealed spiritual energy were all to hide her. Xiaoxi spoke up from beside him. To think we lost her halfway. It turned to him, nodding with certainty. Next, an unrealistic fantasy made him excited. If she is Shuei Sixian, then we've struck it rich. Hey, the girl in the room moved. The girl wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, shivering nonstop. So cold, the scene changes to the next morning. A small hand gently patted his face, calling softly, Hey, wake up, the sun is already up. The sound of splashing came from outside the door. Splash, splash. Zhang Fan slowly opened his eyes and asked, What is it, Xiaoxi? It whispered in his ear, Is that young miss planning to stay here and not leave? Hearing this, he immediately sat up and asked, She still hasn't left? The turtle said leisurely, Nope, she's taking a shower. Splash, splash. A moment later, the girl walked out, drying her hair and saying, Go do the laundry, little Fanzi. Hearing this, his face stiffened. Little Fanzi. Then she continued casually, Also, I'm hungry. Go make breakfast. This time, Zhang Fan roared in anger. Do you think I'm your servant? And do the laundry? Get the hell back to your home. He was truly furious. The girl replied with a straight face. Didn't I already tell you? I have amnesia. I don't know where my home is. She continued to dry her hair nonchalantly. Besides, it's great here. The environment is good. You're not bad either, and there are games to play. I plan to stay here. His voice immediately stammered. ST stay? No way. I'm still single. With an unmarried man and woman living in the same house. How am I supposed to find a girlfriend? Zhang Fan, with tears in his eyes, stammered. What are you trying to do? As soon as he finished speaking, She planted a kiss on his cheek, then continued, I'm single too, aren't I? It's fine, I don't mind you. Touching his cheek, he was dazed. Zhang Fan thought to himself, I'm no longer single. At this moment, the girl walked away, waving her hand and saying, all right, go make breakfast. The porridge you made last night was terrible. It left me hungry all night. Hurry up, little Fancy. He immediately shouted in protest. No longer single, my ass. Doesn't this make me her servant? Not long after, the two of them arrived at a shopping mall together. The girl touched the glass display case, her eyes sparkling as she said, wow, little Fancy, I want this. Isn't this that item from the game? It's the necklace of fate from tomorrow's parallel lines. The salesperson enthusiastically introduced, this is a limited edition model for couples. Through one, you can find the other. May I ask if you two are a couple? The girl immediately replied, he's my servant. Almost, Zhang Fan said with a look of annoyance. Huh? Is your face made of titanium alloy? We're not buying it. The girl put on a pitiful look and said, we can't please. On the other hand, she roared angrily. Stop talking nonsense, buy it now. Unsurprisingly, with a ding, the payment was successful. The girl got the necklace and jumped for joy. Yeah, I finally got it. Meanwhile, he stared blankly at the receipt. This thing costs 5,000 yuan. It's clearly a ripoff for kids. At this moment, the girl turned back and asked, by the way, shall we test the function of this necklace? Then she said goodbye to him. Come find me in 10 minutes. He was stunned. Zhang Fan said, you want me to play such a childish game? Then he suddenly turned around and said, fine, I'll go. I can't afford to serve this young miss. A moment later, her words echoed in his mind again. I have amnesia. It's great here. The environment is good. You're not bad either. And there are games to play. I plan to stay here. Don't worry. I won't mind you. Zhang Fan frowned and thought, women are so troublesome. At this moment, the watch on his wrist beeped. Looking at the direction of the arrow, he wondered, is it over there? On the girl's side, the watch also beeped. She peeked out from behind a door, thinking to herself, he's only just arriving, so damn slow. A voice sounded beside her. Long time no see. A young man wearing a black mask and ancient-style clothing appeared. As expected, waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree is still very useful. She asked blankly, you are? Then she said, oh, are you asking for an autograph? The young man was stunned. An autograph? Ignoring his confused look, she hurriedly ran off, saying, wait a moment, I'll go get a pen and paper. Seeing her run, he immediately threw out several talismans, saying, trying to run? Immediately after, a talisman whizzed and stuck right onto her clothes. Freeze! She thought in panic. I can't move. He walked up to the girl and said, still trying to run? Young miss, it's time to go home. Hearing this, the girl asked back, do you know me? No, in games, guys like this are usually the bad guys. Then a thought flashed through her mind. Oh no, her cry rang out, little Fancy. Hearing her call, he thought to himself, this young miss's voice is really loud. Is she afraid I'll abandon her? The young man placed 2 fingers on her forehead and said, since you're being so disobedient, I'll have to use forceful measures. She asked in confusion, what are you trying to do? Then he said slowly, sleep. The girl immediately fell asleep. Zhang Fan held the watch and thought, It turned red. I'm almost there. With a whoosh, his gaze sharpened. He turned his head and saw a girl being carried past, vaguely recognizing her as. Zhang Fan turned his head and thought, was that Yao Bei just now? Didn't she tell me to come find her? She was just shouting for me loudly. He immediately pattered after them, shouting loudly, hey, don't run, stop, you kidnapper. The person immediately asked in confusion, who is he? Carrying the girl. He guessed in confusion. They got to know each other that quickly? There are too many people here. It's not convenient to use magic. With a whoosh, he quickly turned into a small alley. Zhang Fan's voice still echoed from behind. Stop right there. Then, with another whoosh, he immediately took out several talismans. Seeing this, Zhang Fan was stunned. The environment around him suddenly changed. His voice echoed in the air. You fool. Ha ha ha. You've fallen into my barrier space. He thought to himself, barrier space? He continued to mock. You brought this upon yourself. Even if I kill you, no one will ever know. Then he began to chant, wind binding technique. Immediately after, countless chains wrapped tightly around his body. Zhang Fan panicked. Crap, my whole body is tied up. I can't move. He said contemptuously, I thought anyone who dared to chase me would have some cultivation, but you're no different from a mortal. He was tightly bound by the chains, and found he couldn't speak either. Then he asked, which sect are you a disciple of, to dare to look down on me? He didn't answer, but glared and said, prepare to die. At this moment, Zhang Fan wondered in surprise. Why isn't the soul trace necklace resisting his attack? He was immersed in his own spell. Gather, the young man suddenly discovered. Why is there suddenly a huge force resisting? With a clang, the chains turned golden. Not long after, Zhang Fan snapped the chains. He glared at the other guy and thought, it seems the power of the soul trace has been consumed quite a bit, clang. I have to end this quickly. At this time, Zhang Fan also began to chant. Heaven and earth are dark and yellow. The universe is vast and desolate. A flame appeared at his words. Whoosh whoosh, land of dry bones, decaying ghostly wails. He pointed it straight at the person opposite him. Go. The person was stunned and realized, ghost fire? You're that famous ghost messenger? The sound of the fire roared. He dodged and said, so you have some skill. You can even control a ghost messenger. What trick did you use? Huh. The young man shouted, wind wall technique. He sneered, humph, you scum, you do have some skill. Buzz buzz, Zhang Fan said with a cold face. Don't underestimate a ghost messenger. He immediately made a move. Command flag, appear. Then he pointed the blade straight at the other person and said, nether ghost claw. Huh, swish. A hand with sharp claws pierced through his defensive layer. He asked in shock, what is this move? It can actually break my wind wall. Boom. The young man discovered angrily. Damn it, the barrier is gone. He was quickly blown into the air. Even so, he didn't forget to turn back and shout, kid, you just wait. I'll be back for revenge. Whoosh. Zhang Fan glanced to the side and said, Yao Bei Bei. Looking at the girl passed out against the wall, he guessed to himself, could she really be Shui Sixian? He walked over to her and said softly, looks like she's passed out. Then he thought, even if she is Shui Sixian, how did that guy find her? He stared at her and thought, there's clearly not a trace of spiritual energy on her. Zhang Fan sat down beside her, his thoughts still spinning in his head. Could it just be a coincidence he was just passing by and mistook her for someone else? Besides, who is he? Zhang Fan reached out and picked up a fragment from the ground, holding it in his hand and muttering, the only clue can be found from him. Then he said, I have to go to the underworld to check the situation immediately. The scene changes to the ghost city. He found an old master and said, Old master, I want to repair a magical artifact. The old master picked up the bracelet, examined it carefully, and said, the storm bracelet is broken? Young man, you're a disciple of the West River Shoe Sword sect, right? Hearing this, Zhang Fan was startled and scratched his head. No, sir. A friend of mine asked me to bring this for repair. He's the disciple of the West River Shoe Sword sect. About how much will this cost? How long will it take to fix? The old master replied coldly, 50 taels of spirit stones. Come back for it later. He said obediently, yes, sir. I'll just have to borrow from old Qian for now. Then his eyes sharpened as he thought, this magical artifact belongs to a disciple of the West River Shoe Sword sect. Why did he kidnap Yao Bei Bei? Could she really be Shui Sixian? Zhang Fan stood on the spot, his mind racing. A girl with amnesia. This condition fits perfectly. But why does she have no spiritual energy? Then he sighed softly. Sigh, forget it. I should still go ask old Qian. Night fell. A young man ran up to him breathlessly and said, young hero, you've come at the right time. I was just looking for you. He replied in surprise. What? Did something happen? He hurriedly reported. The treasure of the Guanong sect has been stolen. Hearing this, he couldn't believe his ears and asked again, what? Then he asked in confusion, so what does this have to do with us? The old man, Qian, immediately stammered, this. Then he said grimly, His Majesty King Yama originally came from the Guanong sect. The treasure of the Guanong sect is the reincarnation fruit. The reincarnation pill refined from the reincarnation fruit can neutralize Meng Po's soup and awaken memories of past lives. He continued, after King Yama succeeds in his cultivation, he must use the body of a ghost immortal to enter reincarnation and recultivate the ghost path. But entering reincarnation is extremely dangerous. The reason His Majesty King Yama was able to cultivate the glazed golden body and become the 3 transformations Yama King was all thanks to the reincarnation pill, which minimized the risks. Zhang Fan asked again, but what does this have to do with us? He held his head and said, the reincarnation pill can neutralize Meng Po's soup. And I lost a page of the Book of Life and Death. Don't you see how everything is connected? expected? Moreover, there are rumors outside that it was done by the sect master of the Shui West sect. He asked curiously, aren't the two sides preparing for a marriage alliance? The other person immediately replied, the eldest young miss of the Shui West sect has already run away from the marriage. Many people even say it was just a diversion, that the Shui West sect never intended to ally with the Guanong sect, and was just looking for an excuse to get into the Guanong sect. His words were accompanied by a tragic image of the stolen reincarnation fruit. It is said that all the Guanong sect disciples guarding the reincarnation fruit were slaughtered, and the fresh blood from their bodies stained all the medicinal herbs, submerging the entire garden. Zhang Fan was confused. Is this really related to the missing book of life and death? Old Qian said with a sorrowful expression, I'm not sure either, but it's not impossible. To confirm the identity of a reincarnated person, there is only one way, and that is to check the book of life and death. Other than that, there is no other way. He said worriedly, I was thinking, should I confess to King Yama? Then he suddenly said loudly, no, Old Qian. If Old Qian had confessed right after taking office, he could have started with small matters. But now that such a big thing has happened, after hearing this, his voice was full of gratitude. Brother Zhang Fan, I'm the one who got you into this. His voice turned cold. No, if it weren't for Old Qian, I wouldn't be where I am today. Then he said to Old Qian with great passion, although this matter is huge, we've been caught in the crossfire anyway. As long as we can find that missing page of the book of life and death, perhaps we can still survive this ordeal. Old Qian bowed his head and said, I originally thought so too, but it's too difficult. At this moment, Zhang Fan placed a hand on his shoulder. Old Qian. He said seriously, that's why we have to persevere. He was immediately stunned. Zhang Fan. Then he said nonchalantly, first, lend me 50 taels of spirit stones. Old Qian's face immediately stiffened. Then came a knock on the door. Don't move. Bang. He asked in confusion, what are you doing? The man said with a grim face, Judge Qian Dezhong, for losing the book of life and death, I am under orders from Lord King Yama to arrest you. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. They found out so quickly. Meanwhile, Old Qian was panicking uncontrollably. They found out. The man shouted, take him away. Old Qian immediately fainted in Zhang Fan's arms. Hey, Old Qian. A man suddenly knelt on the ground. Thud. Old Qian spoke. Your Majesty, your subordinate had just taken over the duties of the court when I discovered a page was missing from the book of life and death. I fear it was lost by the previous judge during his tenure. I beg your Majesty to investigate clearly. King Yama looked down contemptuously from his high throne. If that's the case, why didn't you report it immediately? He immediately stammered. This, King Yama shouted impatiently. Strip him of his judgeship, throw him in the great prison, investigate the matter thoroughly, and retry him the day after tomorrow. Take him away. His eyes widened as he screamed. As he was dragged away by 2 soldiers. He wailed, Lord King Yama, spare me. Your subordinate is innocent. I beg your Majesty to see the truth. Then he said to Zhang Fan, you are Zhang Fan? So young, yet so outstanding. He bowed respectfully. That is I, your subordinate. He continued, how about this? As long as you find Shui Sixian for me, I will not pursue past matters. How about it? His voice stammered. I'm afraid your subordinate is also powerless in this matter. He thought to himself, the whole world is looking for Shui Sixian right now. If they can't find her, where am I supposed to look? King Yama cut off his train of thought. You can't say that. Although you can't find her yourself, you can use the power of your clan. For example, the one who gave you that high-grade sword talisman. Oh, then he took a device out of his pocket and said, this is my personal communicator. Contact me immediately if you have any news. Holding the communicator, he was crying his eyes out on the inside. I'm screwed. This is even worse than before. I guess I have no choice but to join the Underworld's group chat. The night was as black as ink. Zhang Fan fiddled with the communicator in his hand, thinking to himself, the mortal world is so big. Where am I supposed to find someone? I can't just go to Shao Dai every time. But I don't know anyone in this group. What should I do? Suddenly, a notification sounded. A deep-sea boat needs no oars. There's new information. Shui Sixian might be in Shanghai. He thought of Yao Bei, wondering, could Yao Bei really be Shui Sixian? He stared at his phone screen in shock. Another message appeared. A deep-sea boat needs no oars. I wonder if any friends of the group are in Shanghai? He thought dejectedly. I'll just lurk. I can't reveal myself. On the other end, Shao Dai said cheerfully, Big Brother face-slapping specialist is in the group. He saw her, and his heart ached. Oh, shall die, shall die. He stood among a crowd of resentful souls, thinking, they're all here to capture Shay Sixian. They're all my competitors. Do I really have to entertain them? This is my first time showing my face in the group. I have to make a good impression. Messages kept popping up. Face-slapping specialist. If you all come to Shanghai, I can arrange for food and lodging. Deep affection step by step. Count me in. A deep-sea boat needs no oars. Me too. Yellow River City God. Ah. Seeing her being so enthusiastic, he felt dejected. Little sister Shao Dai. Do you think I'm hosting a game party? Zhang Fan returned to his room tiredly and said, Master, I've come to get the storm bracelet. The old watch repairing master said cheerfully, pay up. Your bracelet was badly damaged. It was difficult to fix. Don't you think you should? The thing in his hand made him excited. It's done. The old master roared angrily. I said 50 taels, and you really gave me exactly 50 taels? If you're that poor, don't come to me for repairs anymore. He ran off, humming excitedly la la la. The doorbell rang. Ding dong ding dong. A pair of weary legs stepped off the bed. Yao Bei Bei, in her pajamas, yawned as she walked. So hungry, Xiao Fan. I'm hungry, let's eat. Opening the door, she asked in surprise. Huh? Where's he? Yao Bei Bei walked around calling for Zhang Fan. She went to another area, calling out casually, Zhang Fan. Her call echoed through the house. Zhang Fan, where are you? Slam. Then she huffed angrily. Fine, I'll go eat by myself. The blonde girl in the background said unhappily, this lady is so much trouble, I want to kick her out. The scene shifts to the street. The blue-eyed young man asked, are you sure she'll come here? The other young man said dejectedly, lying in wait is never wrong. My intuition is very accurate. One of them threatened, just you wait. Zhang Fan hovered in the air, thinking, could she be Shui Sixian? Suddenly he spoke, why is it so quiet in the house? Where's Yao Bei Bei? The hungry ghost frowned and said, the devil knows where she went. Miss Gue also said, she couldn't find you. So she went out to eat by herself. She went alone. He looked at the watch on his wrist, thinking, nothing will happen, right? Crash. The glass window suddenly shattered. Bang. Crash. The hungry ghost hid behind Zhang Fan and yelled, what manner of demon is this? Zhang Fan also spoke. Is that guy here again? Miss Gue beside him also said hurriedly, such strong spiritual power. Young master, has a guest arrived? Hearing this, he suddenly thought, a guest? He looked at the phone in his hand, stunned. Little friend from the 13th floor, we've arrived. As soon as he saw the message, he said hurriedly, prepare to welcome our guests. To prepare for the guests. He also prepared hot tea to serve them. After the guests arrived, the three of them sat down to drink tea and talk. Everyone is looking for Shui Sixian. I wonder if you two venerables have a picture of her? The two venerables replied, we met her a very long time ago. We still have a slight impression now. Photos of people from great families are not circulated. Except for those who are extremely close, no one has her picture. Hearing this, he quickly thought, someone extremely close. You too. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom for a moment. Click. Zhang Fan was standing in the restroom, thinking, King Yama is her fiancée. You must have a picture of her. At that moment, a message appeared. Face-slapping specialist. Apologies for bothering you, Lord King Yama, but I was wondering if your majesty could send your subordinate a picture of Shui Sixian. Whoosh whoosh. He suddenly thought, that was fast. He swiped his hand to look at the pictures. Another message appeared. Delete after viewing. After reading it, he was stunned again. It's her. It's really her. I have to find her right away. A loud bang. The venerable said, has a guest arrived? The two venerables looked at each other and said, it's little friend Zhang, but didn't he just go to the restroom? In such a large courtyard, the restroom is probably quite far. No rush. Let's drink tea and wait for him to return. At this moment, Zhang Fan was speeding along. Arriving at the location, he looked at his compass and said, the needle keeps pointing to the left. Isn't this the place we had breakfast today? Feeling something was wrong, he stepped on the gas and continued to speed off. He sped like a madman, causing pedestrians to shout warnings in unison. Are you trying to get killed? Driving so fast. Do you even know how to drive? Are you crazy? Crash. In the diner, the owner shouted loudly, trying to dine and dash. Pay up. I didn't bring any money this time. Next time? There's a next time? No way. The compass on her body also began to spin wildly. Seeing this, she said, my servant is here. The owner heard this and was suspicious. Servant, is there something wrong with this girl? Ma'am, someone will be here to pay you later. See you again. Hearing her say she'd be back, The owner immediately yelled, "See you my foot! Get lost!" Yao Bebe ran out and shouted his name loudly. "Hey, Xiao Fan, I'm here." The white-haired man was suspicious as soon as he saw her. See, didn't the rabbit show up? At this moment, she was also running towards Zhang Fan, shouting his name loudly. "Xiao Fan!" Zhang Fan saw her and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're okay." Then he suddenly thought, no, this atmosphere doesn't feel right. A suspicion arose in his heart, and he immediately used his nether fire eyes. Open. Instantly, a golden snake appeared. This is... Zhang Fan immediately tensed up. This is bad. At this moment, Bebe was already entangled by the snake, screaming in fear. "Xiao Fan." He also shouted, "He's too fast. I need help." With that thought, Zhang Fan immediately called his allies for help. "Lord King Yama, I found Shuei's Sixian, but she's been captured by a guy riding a snake." The other end replied, "I'm on my way," with a loud rumble. The rain poured down. King Yama looked at him and said, "Hey, where is Shuei's Sixian?" Zhang Fan, sitting beside him, asked, "Huh? What's going on? Did we teleport?" "Lord King Yama, Shuei's Sixian has been captured. They went southwest." King Yama frowned and said, "All troops advance to the southwest." After a moment, King Yama spoke, "Sit tight, hold the reins." The chariot immediately sped off. Sitting in the chariot, Zhang Fan broke out in a cold sweat. At this speed, we should catch up to them soon. Just as he finished speaking, the chariot shot forward like the wind. King Yama glanced at Zhang Fan and said, "Are you sure the person who was captured is Shuei Sixian?" He answered without hesitation, "It should be her. She looks exactly like the person in the photo Lord King Yama gave me." Hearing this, King Yama spoke, "Southwest, Western Sichuan sword sect. Could it really be related to him?" Listening for a moment, Zhang Fan thought, sword sect? Could it be they had a conflict in the past? Arriving at the sword sect, King Yama turned to Zhang Fan and said, "We're here." "Chia." King Yama stood before Xiao Yao and said, "Do you know the consequences of scheming against the Ghost Farmer sect?" Xiao Yao immediately replied, "Of course I've thought about it. Everything is within my control. Chia, you don't need to worry about me." Hearing this, he suddenly thought, is this how masters tray blows? Truly cunning. Xiao Yao began to approach King Yama, saying, "In our youth, we were carefree and happy. Brother Chia liked a girl and stayed in her tavern for 3 years. For 3 years, you didn't say a word to her, and she didn't say a word to you." Hearing this, Zhang Fan's face paled. This is so explosive? On a dark and windy night, that girl finally gave Brother Chia the key to her bedroom. You secretly snuck into that girl's room. King Yama's gaze turned as cold as ice. Clang! King Yama immediately unleashed several sword strikes in front of Xiao Yao. Then he asked coldly, "Where is Shuei Sixian?" Xiao Yao replied with a triumphant smile, "Shuei Sixian is in my hands. Come and find me if you have the skill." With that, he gradually faded away. Seeing this, Zhang Fan immediately understood. This is his substitute. King Yama looked at Zhang Fan with icy eyes and spoke, "It seems Shuei Sixian has been moved. Can you still find her?" "Yes, this should be over. Let's go." A little to the left, now a little to the right. Sitting on the machine, King Yama asked him, "What kind of magic is this?" Zhang Fan replied with a smile, "Not hiding anything. It's high-tech. Ha ha ha." At this moment, a soldier ran up to report, "Your Majesty, ahead is Ghost Valley, a place sealed against ghosts. Ghosts cannot enter." Hearing the news, Zhang Fan asked back, "Can't enter?" "But Shuei Sixian is in there. The two of us have to go in." "Then do you need to find someone to help?" Hearing this, both Zhang Fan's and King Yama's faces darkened. King Yama immediately tightened the reins, instructing Zhang Fan, "Hold on tight, prepare to descend. Go." Whoosh! As they dove at high speed, Zhang Fan's face was pale